Chapter 1. The Shambodi Archipelago, Island number 3. This is a notorious lawless territory, where various factions engage in the dark trades of human trafficking and slave auctions. However, amidst the shadowy underground dealings, one particular enterprise on Island number 3 stands out prominently. It is a realm suffused with flowers, cheers, and blood. The Shambodi Coliseum. Nobles and wealthy patrons send their slaves into the arena, pitting them against one another in brutal combat. The victors bask in applause and gold, perhaps even earning their freedom. Conversely, the vanquished are heartlessly discarded, and those who survive by chance are relegated to the lowest tier of gladiators, enduring a wretched existence for the remainder of their days. The spectacle of slaves engaging in bloody battles is a favored pastime among many nobles. At tea times, it also captures the attention of the aristocratic celestial dragons among the elite. Within the arena, amidst the floral decor and deafening cheers, a man strides confidently onto the platform. Clad in a golden suit and holding a megaphone, he proclaims loudly, "Ladies and gentlemen, I am your old friend, the finest host of the gladiatorial arena, Spink." Oh! The audience erupts in applause, welcoming Spink with fervor. Esteemed nobles from all corners of the globe, I believe you have but one purpose for being here today. What could it be? What could it be? What could it be? Spink leans forward, then suddenly raises his head and bellows, "Why, it is of course for the duel. Duel! Duel! Duel!" The enthusiasm of the nobles engulfs the entire Colosseum, and Spink fans the flames further. And we have just received word that today's contest will be graced by the presence of a celestial dragon. Do you know what this signifies? Yes. Today, our legendary gladiator, a champion of the celestial dragons, the man of the undefeated saga, shall take the stage. Let us raise our voices in acclaim for his name. At this very moment, in the Colosseum's lounge, the celestial dragon, Yalma's saint, adorned with a bubble-like crown, gazes intently at a dark-haired man. Though still youthful, he possesses a robust and well-proportioned physique. What is most astonishing, however, is that within the same room stands a celestial dragon. Yet this man has his back turned, indulging in a meal of bone and meat. Meanwhile, servants continuously bring forth an array of delicacies from around the world, laying them before the man. Observing him devour plate after plate, Yalma's saint does not express anger. Instead, he chuckles. "So, how does it taste?" The man shakes his head. "Disgustingly foul, your stench has wafted over." This audacious remark leaves the surrounding servants trembling in fear. What manner of individual dares to speak thus to a celestial dragon? A feat even the Navy would not attempt. "Ha ha ha. You may speak with such bravado now, and I shall not take offense," Yalma said, stroking his beard, a chilling smile gradually settling upon his face. "However, should you lose even a single duel, you shall experience agony beyond human comprehension." "Me? Lose? Has that bubble clouded your judgment?" The man finished the last morsel of fish, then rose, wrapping bandages around his hands as he made his way toward the door. His fist collided with a resounding thud. "It is time to make my entrance." He stepped from the shadowy lounge into the welcoming light outside. Cheers echoed in his ears. Spink proclaimed, "Let us welcome the mightiest warrior, the undefeated legend of the arena, known as Boss, Lynn Barek." "Oh ho ho ho! Boss! Lynn! Boss! Lynn!" Amidst the jubilant cheers and cascading flowers, Lynn strode into the arena. He opened his arms wide, embracing the adoration of the audience. Unlike the imposing gladiator surrounding him, this man was not particularly tall, standing at a modest height of around 170 or 180, with a physique that was unremarkable. Yet, the robust muscles and myriad scars adorning his body were strikingly apparent. Lynn's gaze swept past the nobles, lifting his eyes to the sky above. Having been here for several years, he had gradually acclimated to the fervor of this world. Lynn Barek, originally named Lynn, was a traveler from another world. On the day of his arrival, he was apprehended by slavers and shackled with a deadly collar. When he first heard the title of Celestial Dragon, he finally comprehended that he was in the world of One Piece. Unfortunately, after weeks of waiting, it was not until Lynn was purchased as the lowest tier slave by a Celestial Dragon that his fortune failed to manifest. Only when the Celestial Dragon sought to acquire another gladiator did they use him as a test subject, feeding him a devil fruit. The hero fruit, full name, human fruit, mythical Zoan, hero form. Before him appeared a familiar interface. Name Lynn, level 1. Energy points, 1010. Hero form, none. After an arduous 6 months, drawing upon the memories of Admiral Sengoku's development of the Buddha form of a similar devil fruit, Lynn finally grasped his fruit's capabilities that in essence, the consumer of the hero fruit could enhance their body with their own energy, thereby acquiring corresponding powers. This enhancement was what Lynn termed the hero form. Of course, the transformation into hero form required a substantial amount of energy from a user. With the more extravagant the abilities, the greater the energy required. The most common method for replenishing energy points was through consumption. For instance, Lynn could elevate himself to the status of a deity in this world, yet the energy needed for such a feat would be astronomical, perhaps consuming all the food in existence would not suffice, and Lynn's body could not possibly withstand such a burden. Conversely, the more realistic the ability, the lesser the energy required. Beyond the constraints of energy, the hero fruit is fundamentally an animal-type fruit, capable only of transforming Lynn himself and unable to conjure physical entities from thin air. For instance, if Lynn aspires to embody a hero wielding a battle axe, he must indeed possess a battle axe to begin with. Considering these two factors, Lynn swiftly identified his inaugural hero form, Set. The development and utilization of the fruit's abilities are intricately linked to the user's imagination rather than fabricating a new hero form. It is far more prudent to utilize one that he is most familiar with. Moreover, Set, as a hero, possesses abilities that lean towards physical strength, devoid of weapon constraints, unlike the demigods and super beings within the League of Legends universe. Most importantly, both Set and Lynn share the identity of gladiators, though their standings may differ. They can at least be regarded as colleagues in the same field. Consequently, after accumulating energy over a period, Lynn achieved his first victory in the arena, harnessing his hero form, Set. From that moment forth, spanning over 4 years, Lynn amassed a staggering 3,999 victories, becoming an undefeated legend in the arena and earning the title of boss. Such an impressive record bestowed considerable prestige upon his nominal master, Saint Yarmas, among the celestial dragons, thus allowing Yarmas to tolerate Lynn's audacity to a certain extent. Today marks Lynn's 4,000th duel. Name, Lynn. Level, 15. Energy points, 15001500. Hero form, Set. With the relentless succession of battles, Lynn's physical prowess and combat experience gradually enhanced, elevating his level to 15, while the maximum energy he could store within him reached 1,500 points. The energy within an ordinary human typically amounts to 10 points. Therefore, strictly speaking, Lynn currently harbors an astonishing accumulation of energy equivalent to that of 150 individuals. It is fortunate that St. Yarmas has prepared an abundance of exquisite cuisine for Lynn. Otherwise, replenishing such a vast quantity of energy in the harsh arena would be nearly insurmountable. Lynn inhaled deeply, gazing at the drifting clouds above. That it is nearly time. Having lingered in this arena for long enough, Lynn resolved to embrace his circumstances in this world, refraining from dwelling on the past. Now he yearns to explore the world outside. The vast ocean, boundless adventures await, and the foundation of it all is freedom. Lynn stretched his neck, adorned with a specially designed explosive collar due to the need to utilize the powers of the devil fruit during duels. The collar was not crafted from sea stone. Typically, an admiral-level combatant would not linger in the Summit archipelago. Once I rid myself of this explosive collar, no one shall impede my path. As Lynn absorbed the cheers of the audience, he quietly contemplated his next move. The only question that lingers is, what is the current time? Are we in the Roger era? Have the Straw Hats set sail? Or have they already visited the Summit archipelago? Lynn's years as a gladiator severely constrained his sources of information, and Yalma Saint would never permit him to inquire about the outside world. Before making an escape, it is prudent to have a familiar face to reference the timeline. As Lynn contemplated this, he heard Spink on the podium exclaim, "Now, let us behold the formidable opponent of Boss Lynn. He hails from the depths of the ocean, possessing physical prowess tenfold that of a human. Today, he shall embody the Grim Reaper, bringing an end to Lynn's 4,000 consecutive victories. He is the Fishman, Fisher Tiger." Upon hearing that familiar name, Lynn couldn't help but be taken aback. The legendary Fishman, who transformed from an explorer to a slave, ultimately wreaking havoc in Mary Geoise and liberating the enslaved to become a pirate Fisher Tiger, the leader of Fishman Island. He was still alive, and the Mary Geoise incident had yet to transpire. In the center of the Colosseum stood a fishman with crimson skin, thick curly hair, and a towering physique. Emblazoned on his chest was a red mark composed of a circle and 4 triangles, resembling the imprint of a dragon's claw. That was the mark of the celestial dragons, slave the hoof of the celestial dragon. Indeed, it was Fisher Tiger. Lynn gazed upon this legendary fishman, destined to incite the Mary Geoise incident in the near future, and felt an indescribable emotion well up within him. At last, he encountered a familiar Facino, a familiar fishman. If Tiger is here, then we are at least 13 years away from the Marineford War. Lynn silently calculated the timeline. At present, Luffy should still be a mere child, and the foundational dynamics of the 4 emperors and 7 warlords have yet to materialize. Many significant events that will shape the future have not yet occurred. What a splendid era. Everything is just right. Taking a deep breath, Lynn's gaze sharpened once more. It is said that fishmen possess physical abilities 10 times greater than ordinary humans, and the individual before him was a formidable member of the fishman race. He would, in the future, ascend Mary Geoise unarmed, liberating countless slaves, a legendary figure. In this moment, even the renowned Jinbei would not be a match for him. In other words, Fisher Tiger possessed combat prowess that approached or even rivaled that of the 7 warlords. Lynn yearned to ascertain the extent of his own capabilities in comparison to the world strongman. Clenching his fists, he stepped forward with his left foot, lowering his left hand while keeping his right arm pressed tightly against his ribs. Heroic form. SETI. Activating. Energy level. 14,991, 500th. The energy he had previously accumulated through copious consumption began to wane, and Lynn's aura gradually intensified. Tiger regarded the battle-ready man before him with a hint of curiosity. How old could he be? 16? 17? At most, no more than 20 years old. Despite being merely a child, he has become a slave to the celestial dragons. How can one endure such a tragic fate, yet maintain such an indomitable spirit? Tiger rubbed his weary eyes and murmured, "Enough. I do not wish to fight you. I concede." However, before Tiger could utter the final syllable of "I concede," Lynn suddenly lunged forward, delivering a left jab aimed at Tiger. Tiger sidestepped, instinctively grasping Lynn's massive arm, only to be taken aback by the astonishing strength of the man before him, resulting in a stalemate. The host, Spink, exclaimed with excitement, "Oh, it has begun. Champion versus Fishman. Everyone, feel free to place your bets at the counter in support of your favorite contestant. Fishman, eliminate him. Lynn, teach that filthy fishman a lesson with your fists." Tiger disregarded Spink's words and the cheers of the audience. He leaned closer to Lynn and whispered, "Enough. Do you truly relish the life of slave?" Lynn tensed his muscles, breaking free from Tiger's grip. Exhaling gently, he replied, "Come again." "You madman." Tiger could not comprehend the actions of the man before him, attributing them solely to the sadistic enjoyment of brutal combat. Such individuals were reminiscent of the ruffians from Fishman Street, prompting Tiger to employ his own strategies against them. "Let us speak with our fists." Tiger inhaled deeply, the veins on his crimson skin becoming pronounced. Upon witnessing this, Lynn raised an eyebrow. "Fishman karate." Yet Tiger shook his head. "It appears you are well acquainted with fishmen, but my punches are far more complex than mere karate." Suddenly, whoosh, Tiger advanced, unleashing a flurry of left and right hooks towards Lynn. Caught off guard, Lynn could only brace himself with his forearms, absorbing the force of the blows. In that instant, Lynn realized the true meaning behind Tiger's assertion that his fists were more than mere karate. The strength was astonishing. If an ordinary fisherman's physical prowess is tenfold that of a human, then Tiger possessed at least 50, if not 100 times that strength. No wonder he could vanquish Jinbei with a punch and overpower Arlong single-handedly, a legendary figure capable of subduing the Fishman Street. Lynn felt his arms ache and swell, as if they had been struck repeatedly with iron rods. Before he could catch his breath, Tiger's fists were upon him once more. Lynn quickly leaped backward, simultaneously expending his internal energy to heal the wounds on his arms. One of the passive skills of the renowned Sot, battlefield valor. The more damage one sustains, the faster one's health regenerates. Under the influence of his fruit's abilities, Lynn could consume stored energy to mend his injuries. The more severe the wounds, the quicker the energy expenditure, and, concurrently, the more effective the healing. In just a few breaths, the swelling on Lynn's arms had diminished significantly. "Behold, the astonishing regenerative capacity of the boss," Spink excitedly exclaimed. "Do you recall that battle against the giants?" Lynn was nearly on the brink of collapse, yet he achieved a stunning turnaround. This is Lynn Barrick. Tiger's piercing gaze fixated on Lynn. "Young man, while your physical prowess is commendable, your technique is lacking. Spend a few more years honing your skills." Bang! Tiger's foot struck the ground with a resounding thud. In the next moment, a powerful punch was unleashed. Boom! A dull thud reverberated throughout the arena. Lynn's left fist met Tiger's head-in a clash. Tiger felt his arm tingle from the impact and intended to withdraw and recalibrate, when suddenly, a surge of peril washed over him. Lynn's right fist was already in motion, and it was faster, more ferocious, heroic skill, diminishing one's might. Lynn unleashed 2 successive heavy punches, with the second, right hook arriving with even greater speed and force. With a resounding thud, Tiger clenched his jaw, retaliating with a forceful strike to intercept the blow. A smile graced Lynn's face. The leader of Fishman Street. Come and engage in a brawl. Tiger's expression twisted with fury as he let out a roar. The fists of both man and Fishman collided with one another. Bang, 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 bang. Their fists struck against each other's bodies, leaving both the bare-handed man and the Fishman drenched in blood. With great effort, they unleashed their punches, simultaneously landing blows upon each other's faces. Bang. Both staggered back a step, only to advance once more, throwing their fists anew. Bang. For the third time. They retreated half a step to gather strength before lunging forward again. Bang. Blow after blow continued relentlessly. The muffled sounds reverberated throughout the arena, and every spectator held their breath, for such a thrilling spectacle was a rarity to behold. Huh, huh. Lynn wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and raised his gaze towards Tiger, unable to suppress a heartfelt exclamation. How formidable! Tiger, his face contorted with rage, roared, "You madman who revels in the life of a slave. Revel in a life of servitude? How did you come to that conclusion?" Lynn retorted, "As a gladiatorial slave. You seem to have embraced the life of the arena. Do you truly understand the grim fate that awaits those you have vanquished?" Tiger gritted his teeth, responding, "They will be relegated to the lowest tier of gladiators, deprived of sustenance and medical care, condemned to languish in dark, desolate cells, awaiting death." Lynn pondered for a moment and suddenly inquired, "Did you witness it with your own eyes?" Tiger was momentarily taken aback. "What are you saying?" I continued. "The wretched fate of those I have vanquished. Did you see it firsthand?" Lynn abruptly lowered his guard and gazed quietly at Tiger. Tiger, fixated on Lynn, ultimately shook his head. "No, I heard about it." Lynn chuckled. "I have heard that the fish people are a savage race. Is that true?" Tiger gritted his teeth and replied, "That is a falsehood." Lynn nodded, pondering the distinction between your conjecture and humanity's prejudice against the deep ones. Tiger fell silent, and after a brief moment, he suddenly nodded, expressing his regret. "Are you curious about the fate of the gladiators I vanquished?" Lynn clenched his right fist and grinned, declaring, "Over the past 4 years, I have been acutely aware of their whereabouts, utilizing a modicum of my privileges to gather them all in one place, all in preparation for this very day." Tiger furrowed his brow, unable to grasp Lynn's meaning. Meanwhile, the audience began to erupt in excitement. The boss's counterattack has commenced. Lynn's retaliation has begun. Lynn bent down, clenching his fist to gather strength, and an aura of formidable intensity enveloped him, so potent that even Tiger sensed a hint of impending peril. Heroic skill, intentional strike. This ability allowed him to accumulate the damage he had endured and unleash a powerful punch in a specified direction. The greater the prior damage, the more devastating the impact of this strike. His energy rapidly dwindled. 1,400, 1,300, 1,200, 1,000. Intentional strike. A formidable force surged forth, accompanied by a gust of wind, sweeping in one direction. The audience held their breath, anticipating Lynn to send Tiger flying with a single blow, thus securing his 4,000th victory. Yet Tiger, standing directly opposite Lynn, remained still. He realized that Lynn's target was not him. Instead, it was the left front, towards the prison of the arena. Within those confines were the vanquished, the very opponents Lynn had previously triumphed over. Boom. Debris flew, and dust swirled. Lynn's sudden strike transformed the arena into chaos, enveloping it in a cloud of dust and confusion. Observing Tiger's bewildered expression, Lynn cracked his knuckles, producing a series of sharp, crisp sounds. "Get ready, Tiger. The time for the jailbreak has arrived." Lynn's punch came as a startling surprise, leaving Tiger, who stood closest to him, momentarily bewildered. A profound silence enveloped the arena, broken only by the sound of stones cascading to the ground. After a few breaths, a rustle began to permeate the air. It was the clinking of armor and the clash of weaponry. Lynn delivered a powerful blow, creating a gaping hole in the cell of the defeated gladiators. From that breach, the once vanquished emerged, rising amidst the swirling dust. Among them were humans, fishmen, long-handed folk, and even a giant. Their numbers exceeded 100. Clad in armor and wielding sharp blades, they bore no trace of fatigue. Tiger immediately discerned their state. Rather than mere prisoners awaiting death, they resembled a cadre of warriors, long prepared for battle. Tiger turned his gaze to Lynn. "You aided them?" "It was for my own sake," Lynn replied, flexing his wrist, acknowledging that escaping alone would be exceedingly difficult. Tiger frowned. "But you have overlooked this." He gestured to his neck. where a specially designed explosive collar resided. Though it lacked the sea prism stone that restrains abilities, its most troublesome feature was the remote-controlled detonation. Without resolving this dire issue, no number of warriors could escape the confines of the arena. Meanwhile, the arena officials finally grasped the situation. "It is a rebellion! A rebellion!" the announcer Spink exclaimed. "Lynn has breached the cell. Is he instigating an uprising?" The observing nobles gasped in disbelief, for in their minds, no slave would dare to incite rebellion on the archipelago of Shambody. Simultaneously, the arena guards sprang into action, reassuring the panicked nobles while encircling the gladiators. Although the number of guards was only equal to that of the gladiators, their faces bore no sign of anxiety. The captain of the guards retrieved a remote control from his pocket, his expression cold. "Lynn Barrack, Fisher Tiger, and the other gladiators, if you abandon your rebellion now, there remains a chance for survival. Otherwise, I will have the authority to execute you on the spot." Undoubtedly, the remote controlled the explosive collars of the gladiators. The arrow was on the string, and it must be released. Tiger's expression darkened as he whispered to Lynn, "Cover me. I will seize the remote." "Not yet." Lynn reached out to halt Tiger, then called out to the group of gladiators he had released, "Is it not rather inconvenient to fight while wearing collars?" "Indeed." "You speak the truth, Boss Lynn." The gladiators responded in unison. To the astonishment of the guards, they proceeded to remove their explosive collars with ease. "What has transpired?" The captain of the guards turned his gaze toward Lynn, his brow furrowed. "Was it you who orchestrated this? When exactly did this occur? Do you suppose my 4 years in the arena were spent idly?" Lynn shrugged, suddenly realizing that Tiger was also attempting to disengage his explosive collar, causing a shiver to run down his spine. "Hold on, your collar has not yet been replaced by me. Reckless movements could trigger an explosion," Tiger replied. "I wish you had mentioned that sooner." However, it soon became evident to Tiger that Lynn had not removed his own collar either. "Why?" "Because only my key can unlock Lynn's explosive collar." A harsh, jarring voice pierced the air, and Lynn was all too familiar with its owner. It was St. Yalmas, a tall, slender celestial dragon sporting a withered goatee. St. Yalmas approached, producing another specially designed remote control from his pocket. "I knew you would instigate a rebellion, Lynn, but I have long wished to observe how much amusement a little insect like you could provide. It appears, however, to be quite minimal." Lynn chuckled lightly and shrugged, saying, "To be honest, I have found you quite displeasing for quite some time. You exploit the power of the celestial dragons to orchestrate the battles of gladiators at your whim, forcing them to fight even when they are battered and bruised, devoid of any spectacle. Is this what you call enjoyment?" Yarmas nodded with a grin, replying, "Indeed. I derive great pleasure from witnessing the carnage between these little insects." With that, Yarmas raised the specially designed remote control in his hand. "Lynn, and you as well, Fishman. With the slightest press of my finger, the collars around your necks will detonate, and you shall both meet your demise. Yet, I, Lord Yarmas, am a merciful being. If you two can determine a victor here and now, the winner will not only earn my forgiveness, but may also regain their freedom. Naturally, the sole condition for establishing a victor is to eliminate the other." Lord Yarmas looked on with satisfaction at Lynn and Tiger, believing that individuals like them would have only one choice, to sacrifice for one another. They would tear off the explosive collars from their own necks, exchanging their lives and freedom for the other's. This, he thought, was the only option for these self-proclaimed righteous little insects. Despite having witnessed this glitch scenario countless times, Yarmas found himself unable to tire of it. However, Lynn's actions suddenly caused Yarmas to furrow his brow. Lynn stepped forward abruptly, grasping the explosive collar around Tiger's neck. What was he attempting to do? Yarmas was momentarily taken aback. Did he truly intend to kill Tiger? But what followed was even more unexpected. With his other hand, Lynn simultaneously clutched his own collar. Was he contemplating suicide? Lord Yarmas stood dumbfounded at the unfolding scene. Tiger, equally bewildered, wondered what Lynn was truly trying to accomplish. Lynn replied, "Yarmas Saint, the sole error you have committed is failing to bind me with Hylu stone. Since this collar is left with only its explosive capability, it suffices to swiftly remove it before it detonates." A glimmer of dark golden light flickered in Lynn's eyes as he tightly gripped the two hands of the collar around himself and Tiger, his veins bulging with tension. Yalmas, witnessing this, felt a surge of foreboding as his pupils constricted. In a moment of panic, he hastily pressed the remote control in his hand. Detonate them. Destroy them. Yet, in that instant, the energy within Lynn surged uncontrollably, unleashing the heroic transformation once more. The technique known as cracking the skull was originally designed to seize two enemies by their sides and collide them violently together, usually employed by Lynn to confront hordes of foes. It was an embodiment of unparalleled swiftness and brutality. However, at this moment, Lynn redirected the focus of this technique towards the explosive collars encircling both his and Tiger's necks. With a decisive crack, the metallic collar was deformed by Lynn's powerful grip. Almost immediately, as Yalmas pressed the remote, Lynn preemptively crushed the explosive collar and forcefully tore it from his neck. Boom! The collar detonated in Lynn's grasp, engulfing the surroundings in a blaze of fire and smoke. As the dust settled, it revealed Lynn's hands hanging limply, marred by burns from the explosion. Yet, those who witnessed this scene understood the gravity of what had transpired. Lynn achieved success. In the very instant the collar detonated, he resolutely tore it off with both hands, paying the ultimate price. The explosion occurring around the neck and that which transpires upon the hands are entirely disparate notions. Lynn and Tiger possess extraordinary physical prowess. Unless faced with a close-range explosion targeting vital areas, they are unlikely to sustain any serious or fatal injuries. In comparison to their lives, what are merely two hands? Furthermore, those familiar with Lynn are well aware that the undefeated champion of the arena, Boss Lynn Barrick, possesses an inexplicable ability for self-healing. Regardless of the severity of his injuries, Lynn invariably manages to restore himself fully before the next battle. Indeed, this is the case. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, Lynn silently expended his internal energy, and the burns on his hands were visibly mending at an astonishing rate. Soon, Lynn's hands were once again whole. Energy points, 800-1500, leaving him with merely 800 energy points. Lynn clenched his fist, directing his gaze towards Yarmus. The latter's face had long turned pale, his legs trembling as he retreated, all the while commanding the guards of the arena. Hurry, protect me, protect me. Yet, despite his frantic pleas, none of the surrounding guards dared to advance. Yarmus bellowed. What are you afraid of? There are only two of them. A deep, resonant voice interrupted. We cannot simply ignore such words. It belonged to one of the giants among the gladiators. Clad in armor and wielding a heavy iron staff, he approached slowly, towering over the guards. His bare torso was a testament to explosive musculature, remarkably robust even among giants. The iron staff struck the ground, sending a slight tremor through the arena. Observing Lynn's feat of dismantling the explosive collars from himself and Tej, the other gladiators seized their weapons, gradually closing in on the guards. The giant gladiator hoisted the iron staff onto his shoulder and spoke again, his voice booming. Do you wish to test the strength of a gladiator? Tej watched the unfolding scene, bewildered and perplexed. He had witnessed Lynn breaking free from confinement, liberating the gladiators, and had personally experienced the madness of Lynn tearing off the explosive collar with his bare hands. Now, he was witnessing the gladiators step by step advancing towards the once mighty celestial dragons, led by none other than the human who could match him in a direct confrontation. Lynn Barrick. Throughout the years Tiger spent in bondage, he witnessed the grotesque facets of humanity, his heart burdened with an abundance of suppressed fury yearning for release. Yet, despite his meticulous scheming, he could devise only a tenuous escape plan, relying on neither extraordinary abilities nor his inherent advantages as a merman. Confronted with the intricate safeguards surrounding the enslavement of his kind, Tiger could scarcely fathom how an ordinary human might successfully flee, let alone liberate the gladiators confined within the prison. However, upon deeper reflection, could a being capable of engaging him in direct combat and forcefully removing an explosive collar truly be considered ordinary? The arena descended into chaos. With the explosive collars rendered ineffective, it signified that the gladiators were now a pack of unrestrained beasts. The assembled nobles, gripped by fear of the gladiators' retribution, abandoned their former elegance and fled for their lives from the arena. Lynn Balek, at this moment, gazed upon the formidable Saint Yalmas. The once invincible celestial dragon now bore a pallid visage, his legs trembling uncontrollably. Spare me, and I shall grant you your freedom. Saint Yalmas turned his gaze towards the gladiators, imploring, And you, I bestow upon you all the liberty you desire, provided you do not inflict harm upon me. Lynn stepped forward, slowly approaching Saint Yarmus, and then extended a hand to adjust the collar of Saint Yarmus's garment. You are mistaken, Yarmus. Lynn smiled, asserting that individuals are born free, independent of others' endowments. She then cast her gaze upon the towering walls encircling the arena. Our lack of freedom is solely due to those imposing barriers. Therefore, it follows that shattering them is the solution. Lynn's hands gently rested upon the shoulders of Yalmus Saint. Do you recall my technique? As if struck by a sudden realization, Yalma's saint's expression transformed dramatically. No, you mustn't do this. To attack the celestial dragon is a grave sin. Your bounty will echo across the globe, and you shall be hunted to the ends of the earth. Lynn gazed serenely at Yalma's saint. I have consumed the fruit of all people, a mythical beast, in my heroic form. I am a hero. In an instant, a glimmer of dark golden light flashed within Lynn's eyes as energy surged and consumed his very being, tightening his muscles throughout. Heroic form, armored Seth. Ultimate skill, breathtaking. This move, in Lynn's 4-year career as a gladiator, has been employed a mere 3 times. Yet, it is precisely these 3 instances that have earned Lynn the title of boss. Gladiators and spectators who witness this technique unanimously express the same sentiment. It incites an overwhelming urge to flee. The sensation is akin to the discharge of a cannon within a confined space. For the sheer power of this move, the arena seems woefully inadequate. Lynn extended his right hand and seized the neck of Yalma's saint. Immediately thereafter, a resounding boom echoed. Lynn stepped forward, bending low, and forcefully pressed Yalma's saint into the ground. The bubble atop his head burst instantaneously, and his body created a substantial crater upon impact with the arena floor, which now exhibited a web-like pattern of cracks. However, this was merely the beginning. Shortly thereafter, Lynn let out a low growl, effortlessly lifting Yalma's saint from the ground and hoisting him upon his shoulder. His gaze shifted towards the group of guards, then beyond them, to the outer wall of the arena. At that moment, the exit of the arena was undoubtedly congested with numerous guards, making it exceedingly difficult for the gladiators to break through. Furthermore, the exits were rather narrow, rendering it impossible to leverage their numerical advantage, thus complicating any attempt at escape. Consequently, Lynn devised a bold plan. If there were no path in this world, he would carve one himself. Energy points, 500-1500. Instantly, 300 points of energy were expended from within. Boom. Lynn bore the weight of the Yalma's saint, striding forth with unwavering determination. With each step he took upon the ground, a web-like pattern of cracks emerged beneath him. In that moment, Lynn resembled an unstoppable mountain, advancing steadily through the arena. Boom, boom, boom. Lynn's footsteps quickened, causing the guards to hastily retreat to the sides. None dared to obstruct his path. It was a breathtaking sight, as he carried his adversary forward for a distance before forcefully slamming them to the ground. Yet this time, Lynn's aim was not the earth beneath, but rather the walls of the arena. Yarmus, this is the farewell gift I present to you. Lynn roared as he leaped forward, his entire being resembling a speeding locomotive, crashing into the arena's walls alongside Yalma's. A thunderous sound erupted, sending dust and debris soaring into the air. As the haze gradually settled, Lynn's figure slowly rose to its feet. At his feet, Yalma's lay unconscious, eyes rolled back. Behind Lynn, a series of soap bubbles began to materialize, an extraordinary phenomenon native to the archipelago of Cambodia. Previously, these bubbles had been restrained outside the arena to ensure an unobstructed view of the combat, and their sudden appearance now signified but one thing. Lynn has forcefully breached the walls of the arena. Now, the gladiators find themselves with no barriers separating them from the outside world. Freedom is tantalizingly close. Before them lies an expanse of nothingness. Charge. It is uncertain who initiated the cry, but the hundreds of gladiators present joined in a thunderous roar, surging toward the exit of the arena. Long live Master Lynn. We are free, charge. Their voices echoed throughout the arena, infused with a mixture of exhilaration and tears. They have awaited this day for far too long. Lynn approached Tiger, a broad smile gracing his face, and inquired, as the leader of Fishman Street, "Do you not wish to return home and behold it once more?" This remark awakened a realization within Tiger. He had embarked on his adventure from Fishman Island, only to be captured and enslaved shortly thereafter, and now, several years had elapsed. Tiger was acutely aware that he was situated within the archipelago of Sabaody. Thus he understood that Fishman Island lay beneath the very sea at his feet. The sunlight streaming from outside the Colosseum fell upon Tiger, and the resolute fishman felt a sudden dampness at the corners of his eyes. He yearned for Fishman Island, for the nostalgia of his homeland. However, Lynn's words interrupted Tiger's reverie. Let the sentiment wait for a moment, he thought to himself. Lynn's expression suddenly turned grave. The true escape had only just begun. Tiger was taken aback. Moments later, a gladiator who had dashed out from the arena returned in haste. The news he brought provided Tiger with the answer. Boss Lynn. No. This is dire. The Navy, reinforcements from the Navy have arrived. The most formidable official force of violence upon these waters had finally made its appearance before Lynn. After Lynn developed the hero fruit, his combat style became firmly established, characterized by an unrelenting ferocity and violence. However, this does not imply that Lynn is merely a muscle-bound brute. In order to successfully escape from the arena, Lynn devoted nearly 4 years to orchestrating today's uprising. His plan encompassed not only the gladiators and guards, but also the celestial dragons. In Lynn's strategy, breaching the arena's blockade was an inevitability. Yet, an insurmountable mountain loomed ahead, the most formidable official force upon these seas, the Navy. Among the gladiators were several notorious criminals sought by the world government. Should news of the rebellion within the arena reach the outside world, the world government would undoubtedly dispatch the Navy to quell the insurrection for the safety of the celestial dragons and nobility. Given the gravity of this situation concerning the celestial dragon's security, it is highly probable that the Navy would deploy an admiral-level combat force. An admiral, indeed, represents the most potent frontline strength upon these waters. Lynn was acutely aware that he was not yet capable of confronting an admiral of the Navy. His sole option was to disrupt the situation in the Sabaody archipelago before the main forces of the Navy arrived, and then seize an opportunity to commandeer a vessel and set sail. Thus, for the current rebels, every moment was of utmost importance. Lynn patted Tiger on the shoulder, the leader of the fishmen, urging him to join the escape and return home. Tiger paused momentarily, then clenched his fists, veins bulging, and growled, "Yes, home." One man and one fishman swiftly followed the gladiators as they burst through the crumbling walls. Outside, chaos reigned in the Sabaody archipelago, a direct consequence of the uprising in the arena. This was the scenario that Lynn and the gladiators had meticulously devised. They aimed to create as much turmoil as possible along their path, without harming civilians, ideally inciting a disturbance throughout the entire Sabaody archipelago before dispersing to make their escape. Although the gladiators were eager to accompany Lynn, the enormity of their objective made them susceptible to concentrated attacks, risking total annihilation. Lynn, accompanied by Tiger, proceeded southward, aiming for the harbor situated directly south of island number 3 in the Sabaody archipelago. 2 Marines stood ahead on the path, raising their weapons in readiness. "Halt! Do not move!" Bang! Bang! Lynn and Tiger swiftly dispatched the 2 Marines obstructing their path and continued to sprint forward. In the distance, a series of thunderous explosions echoed. A giant gladiator seized a crate of cannonballs and hurled it toward the nobles seeking refuge, producing a cacophony of destruction that sent chaos rippling through island number 4. Simultaneously, disturbances erupted across island number 3, where the arena was located. The naval soldiers, tasked with safeguarding the nobles while also pursuing the fleeing gladiators, found themselves utterly overwhelmed. Everything unfolded according to Lynn's meticulous plan. Once the gladiators mingled with the crowd, devoid of their explosive collars, they blended seamlessly with ordinary citizens, rendering the naval soldiers incapable of apprehending them. As for the most conspicuous giant gladiator, he had commandeered a large vessel and, seizing the opportunity while the naval soldiers were preoccupied, was the first to make his escape to the sea. Remain calm, orderly evacuate the civilians. A naval rear admiral was commanding his troops via a telephone snail, serving as the highest temporary commander of the Sabaody archipelago until the admiral's arrival. Prioritize the evacuation of the populace from island number 3, regardless of their status as nobles or commoners. As the rear admiral endeavored to orchestrate the situation, the clinking of iron chains interrupted the air. An elderly celestial dragon, adorned with a bubble-like headpiece and riding atop his slave, approached the rear admiral, flanked by guards. He looked down upon the naval officer with disdain. "Where are the criminals?" "Not yet apprehended," the rear admiral replied, his brow furrowed. "Our station forces are insufficient, and the insurgents have blended into the crowd. For the safety of the populace, we must delay the capture until the admiral arrives, but we will bang." Before he could finish, the elderly celestial dragon struck him across the face with his cane. "I demand to know the whereabouts of the one who harmed my nephew." "Yalma Saint." Gritting his teeth, the rear admiral responded, "They are still scattered throughout island number 3. Capturing them will require time." "Blow them to pieces," the elderly celestial dragon uttered nonchalantly. "What?" The rear admiral was taken aback. "Blow them to pieces," the elderly celestial dragon bellowed. "Are they not still on this island?" "Then use the fleet's cannons to annihilate them." The rear admiral lowered his head, clenching his jaw, aware that many civilians had yet to find safety. Bang! Another strike from the cane landed upon the naval officer's head. "The lives of those scoundrels pale in comparison to my nephew's. To say nothing of the honor of the celestial dragons. I demand retribution." The elderly celestial dragon roared, used the cannons to obliterate them. The rear admiral stood rigidly, pressing down the brim of his hat, unwilling to speak further. Must I do everything myself? What purpose do you serve? The elderly celestial dragon gestured, and a nearby guard swiftly seized the Din Din Mushi from the hands of the Navy Rear Admiral, presenting it reverently before the aged celestial dragon. He activated the device and issued commands to the entire Navy stationed on Island 3. I am St. Kindmas, and I hereby command you, in the name of the celestial dragons, to unleash a bombardment upon the various ports of Island 3, so that those audacious sinners who dared to harm my nephew may truly comprehend the gravity of their transgressions. I shall make them regret their very existence in this world. Simultaneously, the Navy personnel stationed on Island 3, along with the surrounding naval vessels, received this decree. As members of the Navy, obedience to commands is their solemn duty. And this order emanated from the command Din Din Mushi, issued by a celestial dragon. Thus, despite the doubts that arose within many, they began to load ammunition, aiming their cannons at the various ports of Island 3. St. Kindmas, gripping the Din Din Mushi, bellowed, fire. Boom, boom, boom. In an instant, numerous ports, both large and small, surrounding Island 3 were subjected to a fierce onslaught of naval artillery. Explosions, flames, and billowing smoke rapidly engulfed the ports of Island 3, drowning out the cries of the fleeing populace. The terrified screams of the people echoed throughout the island. Boom! A shell struck down, and the smoke from the explosion enveloped the streets. Lynn and Tiger burst forth from the haze, racing fervently towards the southern port. Tiger growled. Has the Navy lost its mind? There are civilians all around. How dare they carry out indiscriminate bombings? Lynn furrowed her brow in concern. It was virtually impossible for the Navy to issue such an order. The only individuals who could potentially command the Navy to carry out indiscriminate bombings were the celestial dragons. Lynn had believed that after incapacitating Yalma's Saint, there would temporarily be no celestial dragon capable of commanding the Navy on Island 3. However, he had clearly miscalculated. After all, who could have anticipated that Kindmas Saint would coincidentally visit the gladiatorial arena today to see his nephew? Yet, it was too late to lament such thoughts. Several shells detonated along the streets, the resulting shockwaves obliterating a building and sending a small child, no more than 5 or 6 years old, sprawling to the ground. The intense pain and overwhelming fear rendered the child incapable of rising, leaving him to weep inconsolably on the ground. Meanwhile, another shell descended upon the same spot. Upon witnessing the chaos, Lynn summoned every ounce of strength in his legs and surged forward like an arrow released from its bow. Boom! The explosion reverberated. Amidst the billowing smoke, Lynn seized the weeping child and hurried him to safety. Quickly, move away from the port. The naval bombardment was concentrated on the harbor. Thus the farther one was from it, the safer they became. Once the child had fled to safety, Lynn and Tiger continued their frantic dash forward. We are almost there, Tiger exclaimed as he glanced ahead, where the port was now visible. A naval warship lay anchored there. Tiger's fist clenched in determination, with Lynn's combat prowess. They could easily commandeer a naval vessel and set sail. However, Lynn suddenly raised his hand to halt Tiger. The warship was eerily silent. No sounds of cannon fire could be heard, nor were any sailors present. When circumstances appear unusual, one must remain vigilant. Just as Lynn and Tiger heightened their awareness, a figure leapt from the deck of the warship, plummeting toward the ground. Boom! The earth cracked, and dust erupted. The imposing figure rose slowly from the haze, sporting sharp purple hair and adorned in a cloak of justice. He lit a cigarette, taking a measured puff before exhaling a ring of smoke. Originally intended to conduct patrol exercises with the training ship, he had unexpectedly received news of an attack on the celestial dragons. What a predicament! Although he had now ascended to the rank of instructor, he still retained the title of admiral, and certain responsibilities could not be neglected. Hey, you there. The kid and the fishman. You wouldn't happen to be the culprits, would you? The admiral had arrived at the Sabaody archipelago. Lynn quietly scrutinized the naval officer who had suddenly appeared before her. His violet hair, the cloak of righteousness, and the rank of a general, coupled with his robust physique, undeniably revealed his identity. Once a formidable admiral of the Navy, he had now retreated to his secondary role as an instructor, yet still retained the illustrious title of general, none other than the man known as Black Arm Zefa. Lynn was deeply impressed by the man before him. In his youth, Zefa had risen alongside the legendary figures of Sengoku, Garp, and Tsuru to join the Navy. At the age of 34, he mastered the art of armament hockey, earning the moniker Black Arm. By 38, he ascended to the rank of admiral and married that same year. However, at 42, Tragedy struck when his family was slain by pirates, igniting a fierce hatred within him towards those seafaring marauders. In an effort to suppress his inner turmoil, he voluntarily stepped back from the front lines, becoming a training instructor for new recruits while retaining his admiral title. From that point forward, an abundance of exceptional naval officers emerged from his tutelage. The future admirals, Akainu, Akiji, and Kizaru, were all his students, as were many renowned vice admirals such as Don Quixote, Fire Mountain, and Mole, who regarded him as their mentor. Now, the present day found Zefa with both arms intact, clearly before the tragic incident that awaited him. In the future, the training vessel he commanded would be ambushed by a pirate, resulting in the near-total annihilation of his students, leaving only 2 survivors, while Zefa would lose an arm forever. Navy scientists would later equip him with a specialized Sea Prism stone mechanical arm designed to combat devil fruit users, which led him to establish a special force dedicated to eradicating pirate threats. However, shortly thereafter, he would learn that the pirate responsible for the demise of his students had been recruited by the world government and elevated to one of the 7 warlords of the sea. Disillusioned with the Navy, Zefa departed, adopting the name Z and founding the Ineo Navy with the intent to annihilate all pirates worldwide. He subsequently seized the explosive rock, plotting to obliterate 3 endpoints to trigger a cataclysmic volcanic eruption, thereby destroying the New World and ending the era of great pirates. Ultimately, the Straw Hat crew valiantly thwarted his plans, and in a fierce battle with the Navy, Zefa sacrificed himself to ensure their escape, ultimately being laid to rest by Akiji. However, those events lay far in the future. At this moment, approximately 13 years remained until the Marineford War. Zefa, now around 60 years of age, bore the marks of time upon his face, yet he exhibited not a trace of frailty. His arms remained unharmed, and his physique was untroubled by the ailments that had afflicted him during his confrontations with Luffy and Kizaru. He no longer depended on medication to sustain his vitality. A robust elder, he radiated a hearty laughter, forming Lynn's first impression of him. Gazing at the cracked ground beneath Zefa's feet, Lynn quickly formed a second impression. He appeared to be exceptionally formidable. Meanwhile, Tiger remained unaware of Zefa's true identity. Yet his inherent sensitivity as a fishman warned him of the danger before him. This purple-haired man was undeniably strong. Caution was warranted. He was an admiral, Black-Armed Zefa, Lynn cautioned. Instantly, Tiger's wariness surged to its zenith. The renown of an admiral was something he had heard countless tales of since his days as an explorer. Zefa was taken aback by Lynn's words. It had been many years since he had stepped back from the forefront, and in this new era, few pirates were familiar with him. He never anticipated being recognized by such a young lad. Given Zefa's age, referring to Lynn as a young rascal was hardly surprising. Now, let us resume our previous discussion. Zefa directed his gaze toward Lynn and Tiger. Are you the pirates who have dared to assault the celestial dragons? Lynn felt an unparalleled sense of oppression emanating from Zefa's gaze. Although he was well aware that assaulting the celestial dragons would summon a marine admiral, he never anticipated that it would be this legendary figure. He resolved to take one step at a time. After a moment of contemplation, Lynn suddenly shook his head, realizing that his previous assertion was only partially correct. Zefa, equally surprised, grinned and inquired, "What was incorrect?" "We did indeed attack the celestial dragons, but we are not pirates." Lynn replied. "Then who exactly are you?" Zefa asked. "He is Fisher Tiger, an adventurous merman." Lynn indicated towards Tiger, then pointed to himself, adding, "And I am Lynn Barek, a hero who has consumed the hero fruit." "A hero?" Zefa found this young boy particularly intriguing and couldn't help but burst into laughter. "If that is the case, why not join the Marines?" Because of this, Lynn pulled up the sleeve of his right arm, revealing a scarlet brand upon his shoulder. It depicted a circle encircled by 4 triangles, reminiscent of a dragon's claw mark. This was the emblem of servitude, the mark of the celestial dragon's hoof. Zefa gazed at the brand, his expression momentarily frozen, before he let out a soft sigh. The old man understood. Just by looking at this insignia, Zefa had already surmised the events that had transpired in the Sabaody archipelago. Slaves, gladiators, celestial dragons, aristocrats, a tale as old as time, unfolding in this world every passing moment. Lynn gazed at Zefa and calmly said, "Please, allow me to pass, Teacher Zefa." Taken aback, Zefa replied, "You call me teacher?" Lynn replied earnestly, "In the pursuit of becoming a hero, you are my mentor." As one who has consumed the hero fruit, Lynn held a deep-seated respect for the man before him. From a young age, Zefa harbored a heroic dream symbolized by the letter Z. a dream that led him to adopt that very code name after his defection from the Navy, a commitment he upheld until his last breath. Such a man embodies the essence of heroism, deserving of the title and earning Lynn's willingness to address him as teacher. After a moment of contemplation, Zefa ultimately shook his head. "I apologize, as a Marine Admiral. It is my duty to bring you in. Then we shall let our fists do the talking." Lynn gently rubbed her neck, secretly assessing the energy levels within her. Energy value, 4001, 500. Still capable of a fight. Lynn positioned herself sideways, gently leaning her weight forward. With her left hand extended downward in front and her right hand pressed firmly against her ribs, both fists tightly clenched. Her legs relaxed, rhythmically bouncing back and forth. Zefa, observing the stance Lynn had assumed, grinned and remarked, "Boxing, huh? It's been quite some time since I've witnessed someone practicing such a martial art. This is true combat technique." Within the depths of Lynn's pupils flickered a glimmer of dark golden light. He advanced, launching 2 swift jabs. Bang, bang. Zefa raised his right arm, successfully deflecting the punches. But Lynn nimbly retreated to evade the counterattack. His speed and technique were commendable. Years of experience as an instructor had endowed Zefa with the ability to discern talent. And thus he found himself increasingly admiring the young man before him. Alas, however, Zefa's gaze fell upon the heavenly soaring dragon's talon adorning Lynn's arm, and he could not suppress a wave of regret. Yet before this feeling could linger for even half a second, Lynn unleashed 2 heavy punches once more. Heroic skill, subduing might. Bang, bang. The fists collided with Zefa's arm, yet he merely staggered back a half step. Zefa exhaled softly, lamenting the lack of power behind those strikes. Meanwhile, Tiger, observing from the sidelines, widened his eyes in astonishment. He had personally felt the impact of Lynn's punches, which far surpassed the capabilities of an ordinary human. There was no way he could have endured them unscathed. In truth, the bruises from their previous brawl in the arena still throbbed with pain. Yet, here stood this man, the former Marine Admiral Blackarm Zefa, effortlessly absorbing Lynn's formidable blows and even deeming them insufficient in power. The strength of the former admiral was nothing short of despairing. Lynn was undoubtedly ensnared in a fierce battle. Tiger yearned to assist, yet before he could make a move, Lynn gracefully swayed his feet, employing the light, fluttering steps of a butterfly to launch yet another assault on Zefa. A left jab, a right hook, a retreat, a left straight, a forward lean, a right swing. It was not merely the speed of his punches that astonished, but the entirety of Lynn's being glided with an almost ethereal swiftness. His pace so rapid that it appeared as if he were leaving behind afterimages. Should a seasoned gladiator be present, they would undoubtedly recognize that this elegant, butterfly-like footwork was indeed Lynn's signature technique. The relentless barrage of punches rained down upon Zefa, who remained in a state of passive defense. Had he been subdued? Tiger furrowed his brow, quickly dismissing this conclusion. After all, aside from the initial 2 heavy strikes that had forced Zefa back a half step, the latter had not moved a muscle in response to Lynn's blinding onslaught. Lynn was unable to breach Zefa's defenses. Suddenly, Zefa lunged forward, delivering a powerful punch. Lynn swiftly retreated, barely evading the blow. Lynn maintained a rhythmic butterfly step, exclaiming, "Truly worthy of Master Zefa." However, Zefa's fists were marked by protruding veins as he gritted his teeth and bellowed in fury, "You insolent brat! Do you underestimate me? Why not unleash your full strength?" The words "not using your full strength" caused a jolt of shock to run through Tej, who stood nearby. How could Lynn, in the presence of the former Marine Admiral, still possess the energy to hold back? Yet, what followed from Lynn's lips left Tej even more astounded. Isn't Master Zefa doing the same? Lynn suddenly clenched his fists, as anger replaced the tranquility on his face. He roared, "Blackarm Zefa, do you truly believe you can apprehend me, Boss Lynn Barrick, without even employing hockey?" Lynn unleashed the fury that had been simmering within him. He was Lynn Barrick, the undefeated champion of the Chambord Coliseum with a staggering 4,000 victories. Over the course of 4 years, engaging in an average of 3 high-intensity battles each day, Lynn had woven his pride into the very fabric of combat. Each encounter required him to exert his utmost effort, a testament to the respect he held for his adversaries. Yet now, Zefa was confronting Lynn with an attitude of admiration and instruction, an affront that Lynn simply could not abide. Upon hearing Lynn's words, Zefa was suddenly struck by a profound realization. This battle was not one between teacher and student, but rather a clash between Navy and criminal. In other words, any gesture of leniency would be an insult to the opponent. Truly, I have learned a lesson today. Zefa removed his cloak of justice from his back and rolled up his sleeves, revealing his formidable arms. Almost immediately, a black hue of haki gleamed with a metallic luster, enveloping Zefa's limbs. With the emergence of this haki, Zefa's aura transformed dramatically. It felt as though an ordinary goldfish had metamorphosed into a colossal sea creature. The current Zefa was no longer the amiable recruit instructor, but the vice admiral known as Black Arm Zefa, who had vanquished countless pirates with his bare fists. I shall make my move. Zefa exhaled softly, then suddenly stepped forward with determination. Lynn felt the ground tremble beneath her, and when she raised her gaze once more, Zefa's obsidian fist was already mere inches from her face. How swift! Lynn's pupils constricted as she leaned back, narrowly evading the punch. However, just as she prepared to retreat and adjust her stance, Zefa's left hand unexpectedly seized her head. In the next instant, Zefa's right fist coiled with power, releasing a breath of heated air. Do not perish, hero. With a right hook imbued with the might of armament haki, he struck her squarely in the chest. The force was earth-shattering. In that fleeting moment, Lynn felt as if her chest had collided with an immovable mountain, her insides tossed into disarray. Even the rhythm of her heart halted for several seconds. Lynn let out a loud cough, expelling a copious amount of blood, yet his face bore no trace of fear. Instead, it was illuminated by an overwhelming sense of exhilaration. I shall certainly not perish, he breathed. Lynn exhaled deeply. Thank you, Teacher Zefa. That was indeed an incredibly powerful punch. Energy level, 350, 300, 200, 100. Heroic skill, intentional strike. This skill consumes a significant amount of energy, accumulating the damage received and then delivering a formidable punch in a designated direction. The greater the damage sustained in a short period, the more potent this strike becomes. Lynn bellowed, his voice mingled with blood echoing in Zefa's ears, causing the latter's pupils to constrict abruptly, a surge of danger flooding his heart. This is not good. Zefa hastily released Lynn, attempting to retreat, but Lynn's deliberate, powerful punch had already struck his abdomen with alarming swiftness. Boom! A resounding thud reverberated like a drum. The force of the blow penetrated Zefa's body, tearing his shirt asunder. Clenching his teeth, Zefa felt a few drops of blood escape between them. Panting, he thought to himself, how truly aged I have become. Gazing at Lynn, he adjusted his breath, pondering whether this was the manifestation of a devil fruit ability. Lynn gasped for breath, nodding slightly. Zefa spoke earnestly, transforming the injuries one has sustained into a counterattack is an exceedingly perilous maneuver. Young one, do not become overly reliant on the abilities of the fruit. How stringent you are, Master Zefa, came the reply. Lynn let out a bitter laugh, re-establishing his stance. Do you wish to continue? Zefa inquired, somewhat astonished. Although their earlier exchange appeared to be a back and forth, Zefa was acutely aware that he held an undeniable advantage. He was certain Lynn recognized this as well. Do not continue. It will lead to your demise, Zefa said, gazing at the severely injured Lynn, his tone measured. The outcome has already been determined. This is not merely about victory or defeat, Zefa. Lynn's right arm was already drenched in blood from the recent assault, and several of his ribs were shattered. He gasped for breath, his arms hanging limply, yet he strained to hold his body upright with all his might. The sole reason I continued the onslaught was simply that I still stood here. Lynn forcefully raised his arms, subsequently clenching his fists and assuming a combat-ready stance. I am here, therefore I shall fight, Lynn bellowed, casting a fierce glare at Zefa, his gaze unwavering. He clenched his fists and, in a surge of indignation, swung his arm. Zefa regarded Lynn, watching as the latter's fist struck against his hardened haki. The impact reverberated, akin to a blow against a formidable shield. Enough, brat. Zefa intoned slowly, yield, and I shall strive to ensure you receive a fair trial. As he uttered these words, a flicker of uncertainty crossed his mind, for he comprehended the true identity of the youth before him, a slave of the celestial dragons. Those burdened by the weight of the celestial dragon's legacy could never hope for justice in the eyes of the world government. To them, a slave was no more than an object. Yet Lynn merely wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and regulated his breathing. He still possessed one final card to play. Ultimate skill of heroic form, awe-inspiring. This ability, draining vast reserves of energy, relied on his monstrous strength to bear his adversary a distance before crashing them violently to the ground. However, the opponent he faced was none other than the former Marine Admiral, Black Arm Zefa. Lynn harbored no certainty that awe-inspiring could even shake Zefa's formidable haki. In truth, he felt deep down that it could not. Nevertheless, he had to attempt it. Assuming his stance, Lynn prepared to exhaust the remaining energy within him, to unleash his ultimate move. This was his last glimmer of hope. Defeating Zefa was not his objective. He merely needed to momentarily impede him, granting himself and Tiger the precious time to board the warship, thus affording them a chance to escape the harbor. Zefa, too, perceived Lynn's intentions and sighed softly, ready to fulfill his duties as a former admiral. However, just as Lynn was poised to strike, Tiger suddenly lunged towards him. To be frank, Lynn was taken aback. The sight of a crimson fishman hurtling towards him was undeniably startling. "Watch out." Tiger leapt to pull Lynn aside. And in that instant, a cannonball struck the very spot where Lynn had stood moments before, erupting with a thunderous boom. It was only then, immersed in his confrontation with the admiral, that Lynn realized they still faced a significant threat. The indiscriminate bombardment of the celestial dragons upon various ports continued unabated. "Boss, Lynn?" "Yes." "Blackarm Zefa. Duration, less than 3 minutes." Final outcome, Lynn lay gravely wounded, teetering on the brink of death, while Zefa sustained lighter injuries. Nevertheless, the outcome remained undetermined. This fierce confrontation was ultimately interrupted by the explosive chaos of cannon fire. Under the command of the celestial dragon, St. Kinmas, the Navy was unleashing indiscriminate bombardments on the various ports of the third island of the Sabaody archipelago. It is essential to recognize that the Sabaody archipelago is not merely a haven for pirates. It is also a renowned tourist destination. Although islands 1 through 29 are notorious for lawlessness, the third island is particularly unique. Thanks to the existence of the Sabaody Coliseum, it has developed a thriving tourism industry, with its ports bustling with visitors from around the globe. However, now, due to the indiscriminate shelling ordered by the Celestial Dragon, these once flourishing commercial ports have been transformed into a sea of flames. The remnants of shattered walls lay strewn about, destroyed by cannonballs. The explosions ignited infernos. And amid the roaring flames, the cries of agony echoed relentlessly. The order was clear: obliterate all ports, permit no traitor to set sail. And I shall exact a severe punishment upon them, dragging them to the gallows. The mere thought of his nephew, St. Yalmas, in such a dire state, contorted Kinmas' face with fury. He struck his slave with his cane, bellowing in rage, "Bombard! Bombard!" Meanwhile, Lynn, Zefa, and Tiger found themselves in the southern port, which was subjected to relentless bombardment. Numerous residents, unable to evacuate in time, took refuge in the corners of their rooms, fervently praying that the shells would not strike their homes. However, confronted with such intense carpet bombing, it was merely a matter of time before the entire port was reduced to rubble. Zefa, who had only just arrived at the Sabaody archipelago and was drawn to Lynn's attention, now realized the gravity of the situation, his fury directed at the Navy's actions. Indiscriminate shelling of civilians? What did those scoundrels think their uniforms represented? Enough of this duel. I have more pressing matters to attend to. Zefa, his expression darkened, retrieved a communication snail from his pocket. "As a former admiral of the Navy, I command you to cease fire immediately." His anger reached a boiling point as he bellowed, "You are bringing shame upon the Navy." Admiral Zefa, the Navy's rear admiral on the other end of the communication snail, finally saw a glimmer of hope. He could no longer bear to witness shells raining down upon the civilians he had vowed to protect. He quickly gestured to the artillery units. "Cease fire. Do not stop." Another voice interjected. It was the celestial dragon, Connemasa Saint. "Dare you defy the orders of a celestial dragon?" Connemasa Saint lifted the communication snail, coldly addressing Zefa. "You are a former admiral? If so, why not apprehend the traitor who injured my nephew? The Navy will handle the capture, so you, a nobody, should cease your insults towards the Navy." Zefa gazed at the devastated port and commanded, "All Navy personnel, your primary task is to rescue the civilians. Your primary task is to uphold the dignity of the celestial dragons." Connemasa Saint shouted into the communication snail. "Admirals of the Navy are directly subordinate to the celestial dragons and must obey their commands." In a fit of rage, Zefa's forehead throbbed with veins, and in the end, he laughed in despair. "Haha, no wonder Garp refuses promotion to admiral." A profound sense of helplessness washed over Zefa. Indeed, admirals were directly under the celestial dragons, and even he could not defy their orders. The Navy personnel on the island gritted their teeth, continuing the absurd bombardment, their hearts bleeding. Whoosh! Boom! The shells landed perilously close to the three in the port, obliterating much of a nearby building. In the corner of that structure, a mother and daughter huddled together, trembling against the wall. They felt fortunate that the shells had not struck them, yet the so-called carpet bombing left no room for any semblance of luck. Whoosh! Another shell soared through the air, slightly adjusting its trajectory, poised to land upon the very spot occupied by the mother and daughter. In that fleeting moment, the three individuals present reacted instinctively. However, Lynn, gravely injured, was rendered immobile. Zefa, hindered by his position, was a beat too late to offer aid. Only Tiger, closest to the pair, acted without hesitation. This towering crimson merman surged forward and leaped, placing himself protectively before the mother and daughter. With strength magnitudes greater than that of a human, he unleashed a powerful blow, colliding with the incoming shell. Boom! The shell detonated, inflicting minor injuries upon Tiger. He turned to face the mother and daughter, relieved to find them unharmed. Yet, upon recognizing that their savior was a merman, with sharp fangs and the emblem of the celestial dragon upon his chest, the mother's expression shifted dramatically. Tiger extended his hand, intending to assist them. But the mother instinctively shrieked, "No, please, do not harm us." Tiger's hand froze mid-reach. Just as he contemplated retreating in despair, the little girl cradled in her mother's arms unexpectedly grasped Tiger's finger. "Thank you, uncle," she said with innocent sincerity. Tiger gazed at the 4 or 5-year-old child, perplexed. "Aren't you afraid of me?" The girl shook her head. "Uncle saved me and mommy. Uncle is a good person." At that moment, the mother regained her composure and, looking at Tiger, stammered, "I'm so sorry." "Thank you." "Ah, no need for thanks," Tiger replied with a broad smile, gently ruffling the girl's hair. "It's very dangerous here. You must run inland, far from the harbor." "Thank you." The mother hoisted her daughter and bowed deeply to Tiger. He watched as they fled the area threatened by artillery before returning to Lynn's side, once more offering his support. "I don't understand," Tiger pondered aloud. "Why must you turn against one another? Aren't you all human? Such is the nature of life. There exists both strength and weakness, good and evil." Lynn clutched his chest and remarked, "Humans are thus, as are the fishmen. Everything in this world follows suit." Zefa chuckled a few times. Yet it was evident that his spirits were quite low. "Well done, fishmen. Now, I shall take it upon myself to teach that scoundrel, who continually insults the Navy, a lesson." With that, Zefa prepared to depart, only to be halted by Lynn's outstretched hand. "Zefa, are you intending to confront the celestial dragons?" Zefa nodded affirmatively. "Unless I capture him, he will not cease his bombardment," Lynn stated calmly. Zefa clenched his fists and grinned. "In that case, we need only ensure that he cannot give orders for the time being." Zefa was referring to a physical incapacity to issue commands. "Attacking the celestial dragons is indeed a grave sin," Lynn remarked. "For me, however, the true offense lies in the insult to this Navy uniform," Zefa retorted. Lynn pondered for a moment and suddenly said, "Teacher Zefa, may I borrow your telephone bug?" Zefa, somewhat perplexed, nonetheless retrieved the device and handed it to Lynn. Lynn activated the communicator and cleared his throat. "Hello? Can you hear me?" After a brief moment, Kane Mason's voice came through, inquiring, "Is that the former general? Your voice is unfamiliar. Who are you?" "It's me," Lynn replied with a chuckle. "I am the one who injured Yalmason and just seized this communicator." "You?" Kane Mason's fury erupted instantly. "I shall imprison you in the deepest abyss of the ocean, making you regret ever being born into this world." Lynn smiled broadly and said, "Is that so? Then let us put it to the test." Kane Mason's voice turned icy. "Do you comprehend the significance of your words?" "I am fully aware," came the response. Lynn took a deep breath, disregarding the injuries plaguing his body, and roared into the phone, "I am the boss, Lynn Barrick." Lynn's voice, transmitted through the telephone bug, resonated throughout the entirety of Shambody Archipelago number 3. "Here and now, I declare war against the celestial dragons. I am boss Lynn Barrick. Here and now, I declare war against the celestial dragons. I stand at the southern port. If you possess the audacity, come and capture me, you wretched scoundrels." Click. The telephone bug shuts off. Silence. The entire island number 3 is enveloped in an eerie stillness. Even the individual involved, Kane Mason, is left in stunned disbelief. Did that lad named Lynn truly comprehend the gravity of his words? Declaring war against the celestial dragons? A mere slave, daring to challenge the celestial dragons. The celestial dragons symbolize the world government. Lynn Barrick has declared war against the world government. Unforgivable! Unforgivable! Kane Moss's face flushed with rage as he rebuked the nearby Navy personnel. "What are you doing? Go and capture him. Capture him at once." "Yes, sir," responded a quick-witted rear admiral present. With a clear perpetrator identified, there was no need for the absurd, indiscriminate bombardment any longer. Moreover, the command had come directly from that insufferable celestial dragon, ordering them to apprehend the suspect. "All hands, heed my command. The Rear Admiral seized the Din Din Mushi and bellowed to the surrounding navy. All personnel on Island Number 3 proceed immediately to the southern port to apprehend the fugitive. A rather dim-witted recruit suddenly inquired, "Sir, shouldn't someone stay behind to guard the cannons?" The Admiral sharply smacked the recruit's head. "Obey the orders." "Yes, sir." Under the Admiral's command, the entire Navy contingent on Island Number 3 ceased fire, arming themselves and hastening towards the southern port, prompted by Kane Moss's incessant urging. The Rear Admiral too armed himself and made his way to the southern port. Yet, in his heart, he silently expressed gratitude towards the man named Lynn Barrack. It was his declaration of war that incited the celestial dragons, leading to the issuance of a pursuit order and indirectly bringing an end to the indiscriminate bombardment. Whether intentional or not, thank you. It is indeed a relief to halt such absurd bombardment. Meanwhile, at the southern port, after Lynn declared war on the celestial dragons, he directly crushed the receiver of the transponder snail. The receiver, affixed to the body of the transponder snail, would not harm the creature itself. Yet it would obliterate its communication capabilities. Consequently, we found ourselves temporarily cut off from contact. Lynn suddenly felt a sweetness in his mouth and coughed up a mouthful of fresh blood. Cough, cough. How long will it take for the Navy on the island to arrive? Approximately 5 minutes. Zefa fiddled with the small Din Din Mushi, lamenting, "Lynn Barrack, had I encountered you sooner, you would undoubtedly have become an exceptional Navy officer." "Teacher Zefa," Lynn replied, "in this world, there are no ifs. My past does not dictate my future." Lynn expended his energy, gradually healing his internal injuries. Energy points, 100, 1500. When his energy dwindled to a mere 100 points, Lynn ceased his self-treatment. For he and Tiger were soon to embark on a journey at sea, necessitating the preservation of some energy for unforeseen circumstances. Moreover, the most critical factor was the imposing mountain that lay before them, the formidable black-armed Zefa. Yet, before Lynn could utter a word, Zefa suddenly clutched his wounded abdomen, his expression marred by pain. "Alas, such a heavy blow. How careless of me." A standard display of dramatic reading. Lynn was momentarily taken aback, but soon smiled and replied, "Teacher Zefa, the Navy does not offer performance classes. This is a token of my gratitude, little imp." Zefa responded earnestly, "As members of the Navy, there are certain lines that, once crossed, can never be uncrossed. For instance, the absurd, indiscriminate bombardment we just witnessed. It was you who halted that onslaught, thus saving my students. Thank you." Zefa slightly bowed his head in appreciation towards Lynn. He then gestured towards the warship behind him, saying, "This is a training vessel for new recruits, currently unoccupied. Once you set sail, maintain a low profile. You will attract no attention along the way." Lynn was momentarily taken aback, then broke into a broad smile. "Zefa-sensei, please take care of your health." "Humph, I am not in need of concern from a mere child." Zefa waved his hand dismissively, only to suddenly recall something and warned, "By the way, young hero, should you ever become a pirate in the future, I shall pursue you to the ends of the earth." "Of course, I am a hero." Lynn coughed lightly, only to be seized by another fit of coughing. "Well then, let me present you with the promised reward ahead of time." Zefa retrieved a key from his pocket and tossed it to Lynn. "Go and search in my captain's quarters. There lies my favorite drink. It is the most formidable liquor across these seas, and it shall serve as a farewell gift for you, young hero." "Thank you very much, Zefa-sensei." With the support of Tiger, Lynn turned and took deliberate steps towards the warship. The sunlight bathed both Lynn and Tiger, creating a pleasant warmth, while the sea breeze was just right. It was indeed a splendid day for a voyage. Tiger assisted Lynn in boarding the warship, ensuring he was seated comfortably on the deck. With his extraordinary strength, unique to his kind, he effortlessly hoisted the anchor and unfurled the sails, steering the vessel away from the harbor. Moments later, the Navy arrived at the port under the command of a rear admiral, only to behold Zefa seated in meditation and the warship gradually retreating into the distance. With no swift boats in sight, pursuing the warship had become an impossibility. The rear admiral approached Zefa and saluted him. "Teacher Zefa, what has transpired?" Zefa, slightly embarrassed, scratched his head and replied, "Ah, 2 young men just attacked me. One a teenager, the other in his 30s. I truly am losing my edge. I let my guard down and they managed to escape with my only warship. The youth of today really ought to be more cautious." The rear admiral, also a student of Zefa, understood his mentor's implication and could only manage a wry smile. "Teacher Zefa, is that excuse not a bit too dismissive?" Acknowledging the rear admiral's point, Zefa nodded. "Do not worry about the report to the celestial dragons. I shall handle it. Understood, the rear admiral replied, nodding in agreement. Zefa gazed at the receding warship, letting out a resigned sigh. While he was not as oblivious as Garp when it came to reports, this situation involved the celestial dragons and had far-reaching implications, making it unsuitable for him to take the lead. It seemed he would have to trouble little Crane once more. Aboard the warship, Tiger rummaged through the captain's quarters and discovered a supply of medicines and bandages, tending to Lynn's injuries. Once bandaged, Lynn instructed Tiger to fetch a substantial amount of food from the ship's pantry. The hero fruit endowed Lynn with remarkable healing abilities, allowing him to recover from any injury as long as he had sufficient energy. The most effective way to replenish his energy was through sustenance. The more exquisite the ingredients, the greater the energy restored. Fortunately, the warship had been prepared to embark on a mission to retrieve new Navy recruits, thus stocked with provisions for nearly 200 individuals. After accounting for what needed to be processed, approximately 100 portions remained. Consequently, after witnessing the aftermath of the celestial dragon's assault, Tiger was once again treated to an unforgettable spectacle, mountains of food before Lynn disappearing at an astonishing pace, layer after layer. Before long, Lynn had devoured all the food before him, letting out a satisfied burp and exclaiming, "Wow, the Navy's meal is truly exceptional." To this, Tiger could only widen his eyes in shock. That had been 100 portions of food. Lynn was examining his own body. Energy level, 700 out of 1500. 3 ribs were fractured, both hands and wrists slightly inflamed, and there were multiple areas of internal and subcutaneous bleeding. Such injuries, a mix of both new and old, numbered over 100. Given the severity of his condition, even with the assistance of the hero fruit's ability, complete recovery would require a considerable amount of time. Yet, at this moment, Lynn had an abundance of time. He exhaled deeply, leaning against the mast, feeling an indescribable sense of relief within him. The warship had already sailed far from the Sabaody archipelago. Tiger, having confirmed the course, approached Lynn. "I found this while searching for medicine in the captain's quarters," Tiger said, handing over a bottle of deep green liquor, the label inscribed with 5 letters, Herace. Tiger scratched his head. "I don't quite understand human alcohol." "This is the most formidable drink at sea, Tiger." Lynn's gaze turned towards the sea. "Herace, sherry wine." Lynn uncorked the bottle of sherry with a soft pop. Tiger retrieved 2 glasses, placing them before Lynn and himself as they sat cross-legged upon the deck. In the distance, the Shambotti Islands gradually faded into a mere speck. The tranquil sea stretched endlessly, devoid of pursuing warships. This signified that Lynn and Tiger were, for the moment, safe. Lynn filled the glasses before her and Tiger to the brim, the aroma of grape brandy wafting across the deck. "Where do you intend to go next?" Lynn inquired. After a moment of contemplation, Tiger replied, "Home." He had been away from Fishman Island for far too long and genuinely missed those rascally boys from Fishman Street, wondering how they were faring. However, Lynn chuckled and shook her head, remarking, "The leader of Fishman Street, like Zefa, does not indulge in deceit." Taken aback by her words, Tiger covered his face and let out a rueful laugh. "I almost forgot that you single-handedly orchestrated the riot at the Coliseum of Sabaody. How could you possibly be unaware?" Lynn listened attentively, awaiting Tiger's continuation. Taking a deep breath, Tiger slowly articulated, "Upon returning home, I aspire to liberate the enslaved." "Where to?" Lynn inquired. "To Mary Geoise." Tiger's fist struck the deck with determination, his gaze unwavering upon Lynn. "I can no longer endure it. Those slaves exist in a veritable hell. They have never been regarded as human beings, and that remains unchanged. Lynn, there is no need to persuade me, for my resolve is already firm. I shall strike against that so-called Holy Land, Mary Geoise." Tiger's impassioned voice reverberated across the deck. Such declarations could astonish the world. However, there was not a flicker of emotion on Lynn's face. After all, if we were to speak of shocking the world, his recent declaration of war against the celestial dragons was of equal magnitude. On the deck, the sea breeze wafted gently. One was a human, the other a fishman. The former had just declared war on the celestial dragons, while the latter had resolutely resolved to challenge the world government. "Tiger, do you remember what I once said?" Lynn gazed toward the horizon. "This vast ocean embodies freedom. It shall not impede anyone's journey. Therefore, act in accordance with your conviction, Fisher Tiger." Lynn was acutely aware that years of enslavement had accumulated an inexhaustible rage within Tiger's heart. This fury was utterly unstoppable, regardless of the circumstances. Lynn leaned against the mast, bursting into hearty laughter. As the echoes of his mirth gradually subsided, he abruptly shifted the tone of the conversation, continuing, however, I hope you will remember today. Tiger, somewhat perplexed, inquired, what does that mean? Lynn remained silent for a moment before continuing with a contemplative tone. I vividly recall that at the port, you stepped forward to rescue a human mother and daughter who were on the brink of being struck by artillery fire from fellow humans. In the days to come, when I recount this day to others, I shall speak of having witnessed the noblest of mermen as well as the most despicable of humankind. Her tranquil words were swept away by the sea breeze. Tiger stood there in silence, as if time itself had come to a standstill. After an indeterminate duration, Tiger nodded. Thank you, Lynn. You are most welcome, Chief of the Mermen. Lynn raised his glass in a toast to the vast ocean. Tiger similarly lifted his glass, honoring the boundless sea. At this moment, Lynn regained her former demeanor, cheerfully exclaiming, "Ah, it has truly been ages since I last indulged in wine." Tiger, intrigued, inquired whether the arena permitted gladiators to partake in alcohol. Lynn shook his head. Indeed, the provisions prepared for him by St. Yalma's included a considerable quantity of fine wine. I vaguely recall having tasted it once long ago, but ever since, the others in the arena have persistently warned me against consuming alcohol, though I remain uncertain as to the reasons. Tiger pondered for a moment, suggesting that they were likely concerned about the potential for intoxication to hinder our endeavors, especially given the perilous nature of your plans. Lynn found Tiger's words to be quite sensible and laughed heartily, exclaiming, "Let us indulge in a drink today." With that, the two raised their glasses. Clink. The sound of their glasses colliding resonated with a crisp tone. Tiger downed a shot of strong liquor, warmth surged through his throat, providing an indescribable sense of exhilaration. He gazed at Lynn, who was also savoring his drink, and couldn't help but burst into laughter. Lynn Barrick, a human and my dear friend. Lynn did not respond. Lynn, are you listening? Suddenly, Tiger sensed that something was amiss. He noticed that Lynn's glass of wine was barely half consumed, yet his face was rapidly flushing, his eyelids drooping, and he appeared to be swaying unsteadily. Tiger shook his head with a wry smile. Lynn, please, you cannot be serious. Surely no one can become intoxicated from merely half a glass of wine. Lynn lowered her head, gazing intently at Tiger for a while. Oh, Tiger, when did you consume the clone fruit? How have you transformed into four? Tiger replied, well, I am quite inebriated, to the point of being utterly unconscious. It is only now that Tiger comprehends why that group of gladiators prevented Lynn from indulging in alcohol. Lynn Barak, a voracious eater, is notably poor at consuming alcohol, becoming inebriated after just half a glass. Oh dear. Lynn abruptly rose to her feet, swaying slightly as she made her way to the side. Hey, Lynn, that's the ocean over there. Please don't jump. Ugh. Don't vomit on the deck. Aim for the sea. Before Tiger could finish his warning, Lynn sidestepped with agility, evading Tiger, and leapt over the railing of the deck. Splash. With a resounding thud, she plunged into the water. Lynn has fallen into the water. Tiger, gather the clothes. Tiger is preparing to dive in and rescue her. The date is October 16th, 1508. In the afternoon at 16 minutes past 3, Tiger is diligently dealing with the troubles caused by the intoxicated Lynn. Meanwhile, the uprising on the island of Sabaody has spread across the globe through various reporters' accounts. Equally renowned is the name of the man who has declared war against the celestial dragons. Lynn Barrick, St. Mary Geoise. A photograph of Lynn adorns the table of the five elders. A hero fruit, perhaps? What an intriguing ability. How shall we deal with him? It matters not. I shall leave it to others. He is merely a bolder rogue. Our objective is to uphold the peace beneath the world government. In the Sabaody archipelago, within the exclusive VIP lounge for the celestial dragons, St. Chimas gazes at the incident report submitted by Zefa, pinned by Crane, his face contorted with rage. What do they mean by chaos caused by cannon fire led to the escape of criminals? Are they implying that I have erred? With a crash, he overturns a fruit platter before recalling his nephew still lying in the hospital. Infuriated, he barks, "Bring someone to me." Yes. Several government officials enter promptly. Issue a bounty for Lynn Barrick. St. Chimas commands. In addition to the standard bounty, I shall personally offer a substantial sum of gold, a noble title, a navigational chart of the Grand Line, and a favor from a celestial dragon. The life or death of the criminal is of no concern. I demand the head of Lynn Barrick. The government officials stand in shock. The promise of gold and a noble title aside, a navigational chart of the Grand Line, a favor from a celestial dragon. Should such items fall into the hands of a pirate, who can fathom the nefarious deeds they might undertake? Yet, St. Chimas glares fiercely. What? Do you dare defy me? Of course not. Understood. The officials nod vigorously, hastening to fulfill his orders. In the room, St. Chimas grinds his teeth in fury. Lynn Barrack, I will make your life a relentless pursuit. Wherever you go, you shall be hunted. Not a day of peace shall remain in your existence. To dare declare war against the celestial dragons? I shall ensure you find no refuge. On the 16th of October, in the year 1508 of the Sea Circle calendar, at precisely 4 o'clock in the afternoon, the bounty for Lynn has been officially issued. Boss Lynn Barrack has a reward of 100 million berries. The name Lynn Barrack swiftly spread across the globe. At the same time, Lynn remained inebriated in a stronghold of the Don Quixote family located in the North Sea. Don Quixote da Flamingo, the flamboyant leader clad in a pink-feathered cloak and donning red sunglasses, sipped his coffee while perusing the freshly delivered newspaper. The contents of the paper elicited a hearty laugh from Da Flamingo. He chuckled. How amusing it is that in this era, there are indeed fools bold enough to declare war on the celestial dragons. Lynn Barrack. After a moment of contemplation, Da Flamingo called out, Toripol, a figure. Leaning on a cane and draped in a blue cloak, with a runny nose and a sticky demeanor, emerged from behind the door. Young master, did you call for me? Da Flamingo handed Lynn's bounty notice to Toripol, instructing, keep a close eye on his movements. Such a fool is a rarity in this world. He let out another bout of laughter. Yes, Toripol nodded slightly. In the first half of the Grand Line, at Paradise, on an island serving as the temporary office of the Baroque Works, Crocodile, known as the Sand Crocodile, puffed on a cigar with a look of disdain. To receive a bounty on your first appearance, and it amounts to a staggering 100 million berries? Lynn Barrack is indeed remarkable. However, that is likely due to his injury of a celestial dragon. Crocodile set aside Lynn's bounty notice and began to sift through the collected information beside him. Oh, this is it. Once I acquire it, the world government will probably not even dare to set a bounty on me. The ancient weapon, Pluton. Alabasta Kingdom. How intriguing, huh? After a brief fit of laughter, Crocodile fell into deep thought. It seems I must find someone capable of translating ancient texts. In the East Blue and Windmill Village. Outside the village forest, a youthful carp, still boasting a full head of black hair, though with a hint of gray at his temples, held a purple-haired transponder snail. Grinning widely. Zephyr, the way you had Saru write that report is simply priceless. On the other end of the line, Zephyr sighed. Saru told you? Not at all. I guessed it myself, Carp replied, his grin unwavering. But on another note, Zephyr, how could your stubborn self let that kid named Lynn slip through your fingers? What exactly transpired? Upon hearing these words, Zephyr fell into a sudden silence. The events of that day were designated by the world government as the Sabaody Archipelago Coliseum riot incident. A gladiator named Lynn Barrack, known by the moniker Boss, incited a rebellion due to dissatisfaction with the remuneration provided by the Sabaody Coliseum. He allied with a merman named Fisher Tiger, along with numerous other gladiators, to launch an uprising. During the chaos, the rioters even opened fire on innocent civilians. Although the former Marine Admiral Zephyr arrived promptly, the mob leveraged the lives of the populace as a bargaining chip, seizing ships at the port and ultimately fleeing the Sabaody Islands. Currently, the Navy is engaged in a pursuit of the fleeing rioters. This is the entirety of the report released by the world government regarding that day's events. Kong, being a seasoned veteran of the Navy, naturally harbored doubts about the veracity of the world government's narrative. After all, any report involving the celestial dragons is typically 1 part truth and 9 parts fabrication. After a prolonged silence, Zephyr remained contemplative, unable to contain himself any longer. Kong chuckled while clearing his ears, saying, All right, I want to pry. You're still the same old you. In any case, I suspect it has something to do with your students. Only then did Zephyr nod in affirmation, realizing that if given the chance, he would indeed like to express his gratitude to him. Subsequently, Zephyr heard a child's voice on the other end of the transponder snail. Grandpa, why do you make those monkeys fight me? Zephyr smiled and inquired, Is that your grandson? Kong replied, He's just over 3 years old, quite the troublesome little rascal. But I am sure he will grow to be an outstanding Marine. No, I want to be a pirate. You little rascal. Bang. The iron fist of love. Grandpa's punches hurt the most. Listening to the ruckus on the transponder snail, Zephyr smiled faintly. If his own child were still alive, he would likely be the older brother of Kong's grandson. If only it weren't for those despicable pirates. Wait a moment. Did Kong's grandson just say he wants to be a pirate? Zephyr quickly picked up the transponder snail. Hello, Kong, your little one. Click. Kong decisively hung up the phone. muttering to himself in exasperation, "That stubborn man is truly a nuisance." Meanwhile, the black-haired child continued to frolic about. Kong scratched his head in resignation, gazing at the newspaper and wanted posters in his hands. Lynn Barek and Fisher Tiger, two formidable men, have emerged upon these seas. At that moment, the black-haired child suddenly burrowed into Kong's embrace, spotting the wanted poster. "Wow, a wanted poster. So cool. You little brat, are you looking to receive a punch? You mustn't say that wanted criminals are cool." Bang. Well, as the name Lynn Barek resounded throughout the world, a bounty with an extraordinary reward, personally issued by the celestial dragons, was placed upon her head in the shadowy realm teeming with nefarious individuals. Lynn Barek. Overnight, this name became known among villains across the globe. A certain pirate ship. "Lads, if we capture Lynn Barek's head, we shall be recognized as nobility by the world government." Oh, a certain assassination group. The favor of the celestial dragons? What a tantalizing reward. A branch of the Revolutionary Army. Understood, Mr. Dragon. We will continue to monitor Lynn Barek and attempt to make contact. A circus troupe. Captain, this fellow named Lynn is worth a fortune in gold. Should we silence? He is one who dares to challenge the celestial dragons, not someone we can afford to provoke. As turbulent currents swirl, at the eye of the storm lies Lynn Barek, peacefully slumbering on the deck. Beside him, Tiger has long since collapsed, breathless against the mast. He yearns for tranquility. Who would have imagined that the man bold enough to confront the celestial dragons, capable of consuming a meal fit for 100, could become inebriated after merely half a cup of wine? Moreover, the most pivotal detail is that when intoxicated, Lynn has a peculiar penchant for leaping into the sea, consecutively. No less. Tiger can only be grateful that he is a fishman, able to navigate the waters without hindrance. Yet, even so, repeatedly diving in to retrieve Lynn proves to be utterly exhausting. Fortunately, it seems that after tiring himself out from his antics, Lynn has finally ceased his commotion, now snoring on the deck. As dusk approaches, mealtime draws near. Lynn's stomach grumbled. He groggily opened his eyes, feeling a parched sensation in his mouth. In a daze, he noticed a glass bottle not far away. Picking it up and giving it a shake, he discovered it contained what seemed to be half a bottle of water. Without hesitation, Lynn tilted his head back and drank the water in one gulp. Tiger witnessed the entire scene and attempted to intervene, but it was too late. Splash. 3 days after the tumultuous events at the Chambord archipelago, a solitary warship drifted lazily upon the boundless blue sea. Tiger spent half a day ensuring that there was no alcohol aboard the vessel before he felt at ease. If it were just you alone, you absolutely must not drink at sea. It could lead to dire consequences. He packed his belongings and, accompanied by Lynn, ascended to the deck. "Are you not staying a few more days?" Lynn inquired. "No, I must take advantage of the world's government's diverted attention and commence my action swiftly." Tiger replied with a smile. He was, of course, referring to the plan to assault the holy land of Mary Geoise. "Safe travels," Lynn nodded in agreement. "If anything arises, do remember to seek me out." "Where are you headed next?" Tiger asked. "I intend to train, perhaps journeying through various parts of the world," Lynn yawned, turning his gaze towards the sea. The warship had subscriptions to newspapers, so the day after the incident, Lynn and Tiger found themselves reading about the turmoil in the papers delivered by the newsbird. Tiger was infuriated by the inaccuracies within the reports, while Lynn could not help but laugh heartily. Surely, no one would genuinely believe the accounts regarding the celestial dragons. However, after the jest, Lynn's expression grew serious. He fully understood the implications of declaring war on the celestial dragons. The so-called celestial dragons were the descendants of the 20 kings who established the world government 8 centuries ago, thus representing it while simultaneously standing above it. Therefore, the charges against Lynn for openly declaring war on the celestial dragons surpassed even those against the Revolutionary Army, which opposed the world government. "Is a bounty of 100 million berries the first time I am targeted?" He chuckled. "The world government truly has deep pockets." Lynn gazed at his wanted poster, a grin spreading across his face. "Surely, my head must now fetch an exorbitant bounty on the black market." Tiger, however, had grown accustomed to such matters. The man before him seemed utterly unacquainted with fear. Yet, the absence of fear did not imply that Lynn was oblivious to reality. His battle with Zefa had profoundly illuminated the vast chasm that lay between his own strength and that of the world's elite fighters. One of the pivotal factors contributing to this disparity was the mastery of the 3 types of hockey. While the particularly rare Conqueror's hockey could be set aside for now, The ability to wield both armament hockey and observation hockey was indispensable for contending with the formidable creatures of the Grand Line and the underworld. However, to prevent uncontrollable riots within the Colosseum, the Shambody Colosseum strictly forbade gladiators from learning or utilizing hockey. Any violators discovered would face immediate execution by the guards. Consequently, despite Lynn having honed his formidable combat instincts through 4 years of intense battles in the Colosseum, he remained utterly in the dark regarding the 3 types of hockey. Without a mentor's guidance, initiating oneself into the realm of hockey was akin to scaling the heavens. Thus, Lynn felt an urgent need for a teacher in this arcane art. Although the enigmatic Rayleigh had retreated to the Sabaody archipelago, Lynn had escaped from there, and returning now would be tantamount to walking into a trap. Perhaps I should wander the world. I might just encounter a master of hockey, Lynn mused. Upon hearing Lynn's optimistic plan, Tiger could only offer him a resigned blessing. After conducting a final inspection, Tiger bid farewell to Lynn on the deck of the warship, raising his right hand in a clenched fist. Lynn 2. Lynn Barrack. Until we meet again. Until we meet again. Bang. The fists of the human and the fishman collided, resulting in a hearty laughter from both. The laughter gradually subsided. With a splash, Tiger leaped from the deck into the vast ocean, while Lynn watched him disappear into the distance. Now, only Lynn remained on the deck. One could only wonder how everyone in the arena was faring. Lynn leaned against the mast, gazing up at the sky. The original plan was to exert every effort to disperse and break free, thus no rendezvous point was established, leaving Lynn unaware of the subsequent fates of the gladiators. However, according to the news in the newspapers, they should all still be safe. Surely, they shall meet again upon the vast ocean. Lynn rose to the bow of the ship, arms raised high, and proclaimed to the boundless sea, "Now, let us set sail." Silence enveloped the air, leaving only the sound of the waves. Lynn suddenly sensed that something was amiss. A realization dawned upon him. Did he possess any sailing skills? It seemed rather unlikely. With this thought in mind, he dashed to the edge of the railing and shouted into the sea, "Tiger, come back. Teach me how to operate the boat." His cries echoed for quite some time. Yet Tiger had swum far away. Ultimately, Lynn resigned himself to sitting helplessly on the deck, gazing up at the sky. This was it. He could not possibly become the first notorious fugitive to perish adrift at sea. Suddenly, the warship began to sway violently. Lynn leaned against the railing for support, unable to suppress the prickling sensation at the back of his neck. This was the Grand Line. Even the most seasoned mariners could not afford to be complacent on this treacherous route. What right did a sailing novice like him have to navigate these waters alone? As expected, the weather around him shifted dramatically. The clouds descended ominously, shrouding the sky in darkness. A storm was brewing. Towering waves relentlessly battered the hull. And were it not for the sturdy warship, it surely would have splintered into pieces by now. Lynn stumbled into the cabin and discovered a bookshelf within the captain's quarters. After searching for a considerable time, she finally spotted a book nestled in the corner, Fundamentals of Navigation for Navy Recruits. This was it. Lynn opened the pages of the book, and the very first line read, "Never underestimate the vastness of the sea. Without ample experience and skill, one cannot possibly survive upon its waters." Lynn, what a profoundly insightful statement. Upon reaching the second page, the text begins to delve into fundamental knowledge of navigation, including the art of maneuvering vessels. Lynn followed the instructions from the book, furled the sails to reduce the vessel's resistance against the fierce winds, and then turned the bow to confront the towering waves head-on. Although it was his maiden voyage, Lynn had observed Tiger's maneuvers numerous times over the past few days, and with the aid of the book and the ship's remarkable quality, he managed to maintain his footing amidst the tempest. The monstrous waves lifted Lynn's warship into the air, compelling him to grasp the helm tightly as he navigated through the ferocious storm. Occasionally, lurking within the swells, sea beasts would launch surprise attacks. But Lynn dealt with them swiftly, casting their carcasses onto the deck as provisions. This tempest endured for nearly a day and a night. By the time dawn broke the following day, the ocean had finally calmed, and Lynn collapsed onto the deck, utterly exhausted. Who could have imagined that within such a short span, Lynn transformed from a novice sailor into a captain capable of braving the storms of the Grand Line? Indeed, pressure fosters progress. Now, all Lynn desired was a moment of respite, to feast upon the sea creatures captured during the storm and replenish his energy. The weather was splendid. Not a whisper of wind to be felt. Lynn smiled. However, as her laughter echoed, that smile suddenly froze. No wind. In an instant, Lynn was struck by an unspeakably terrifying term, the doldrums. This is a band-shaped region flanking the Grand Line, where the absence of wind renders ordinary sailing vessels incapable of navigating. Yet, the true reason the doldrums have become synonymous with terror lies beneath the surface of the sea. Herein lies the lair of colossal sea kings. Lynn rushed to the edge of the fence, then leaned out to peer below. There, beneath the profound azure expanse of the ocean, an enormous eye suddenly opened, rendering the warship beside it as insignificant as a mere bean upon a porcelain dish. Yet, the owner of that colossal eye did not assault the vessel. Instead, it merely circled its gaze and then silently sank into the depths of the vast sea. Lynn perused the fundamentals of navigation, feeling an immediate sense of relief. Certain naval vessels, in order to safely traverse the doldrums, had installed sea stone on their hulls. This unique mineral emanates the essence of the ocean, granting a degree of invisibility to the ships in the eyes of marine creatures. Fortuitously, the warship Lynn was aboard was of this very kind. Thus, under the shield of the sea stone, Lynn, guided by the manual, activated the specialized oars located beneath the vessel, deftly maneuvering the ship through the windless expanse. Within the captain's quarters, Lynn also discovered 3 recorded pointers, each indicating a specific location: the naval headquarters, the Shambodi Archipelago, and East Blue, Logue Town. Logue Town, the birthplace of the pirate King Joel D. Roger, was the site of his execution. Just prior to his demise, Roger uttered those fateful words: "Do you wish to claim my treasure? If you desire it, you may have it. Seek it out. I have left everything there." Thus commenced the era of great piracy. Even after many years, when people reflect upon that scene at the execution platform, they cannot help but feel a tumult of emotions. What thoughts occupied Roger's mind in those final moments? Time now returns to the present, 5 weeks subsequent to the tumultuous events at the Shambodi Arena. The fishermen of Fisherman Street are reveling in their holiday. At this juncture, Rogue Town is immersed in its annual fishing moratorium, a period that diverges from the conventional understanding of such a hiatus. Typically, fishing bans are instituted to safeguard fish populations from overexploitation, allowing them a reprieve for reproduction. However, in Rogue Town, the moratorium serves to protect the fishermen themselves. The spectacle of the Beast Parade, an annual phenomenon in Rogue Town, entails countless medium-sized sea kings traversing the waters nearby. Any vessel that ventures too close to them faces catastrophic repercussions. In such perilous circumstances, merely setting sail incurs life-threatening risks, let alone the pursuit of fishing. This formidable parade endures for approximately 1 month, during which the fishermen of Rogue Town are relegated to idleness, tidying their fishing gear and basking in the sun. A rare respite indeed. Yet today, the tranquility of Fisherman Street is abruptly disrupted by a commotion. A stout fisherman with a pronounced beer belly and an exaggerated brown beard is unceremoniously kicked, crashing onto a neatly arranged array of fishing equipment. The atmosphere descends into chaos. The assailant, a lanky thug wielding a spiked club, is accompanied by a jovial, rotund accomplice. Observing the unfolding scene, the other fishermen hastily retreat into their homes, acutely aware that the individuals behind this ruckus are not to be trifled with. The portly thug, brandishing a dagger, inquires with a shrill voice, "Hee, old man. How long until you repay the debt to our boss?" The fisherman, wiping blood from the corner of his mouth, retorts, "I have already repaid more than twice the principal. As for the interest, I was utterly unaware of its exorbitance when I borrowed the money. You are nothing but fraudsters." "Ah, old man, we are legitimate businessmen." The rotund thug brandishes a contract, proclaiming loudly, "It is clearly stated in black and white here, with your signature affixed." Hearing this, the fisherman grows even more incensed. "You deceitful scoundrels! You tricked me into signing this while I was inebriated. Enough of your nonsense, old man." The rotund thug gestures towards his lanky companion. "My partner's club is not blind." No sooner had he spoken than the seemingly dim-witted lanky thug swung his spiked club, shattering a stone wall into fragments. "Yes, brother. Good job, brother." The rotund thug, narrowly avoiding the strike due to his height, chuckles, "Hee. Did you see the strength of my partner?" The fisherman, brow furrowed, protests, "It amounts to 400,000 berries. You are well aware that I cannot possibly repay such interest. What is it that you truly desire?" "Hee." The short, stout thug chuckled, "Our boss has long set his eyes on your fish shop. Such a prime location would surely yield a fortune if transformed into a casino." "Absolutely not." The fisherman exclaimed, placing his hand firmly in front of his beloved fish shop. "This is where my son grew up. I will never entrust it to you ruffians." At that moment, the short thug suddenly waved his hand, prompting a tall, lanky thug to charge forward, swinging his spiked club at the fisherman. Yes, brother. Of course, brother. Crash. The club fell, but the anticipated scene of bloodshed did not materialize. An arm shot out from the side, effortlessly halting the descent of the club with bare hands. Following that arm, a robust young man emerged before the onlookers. Lynn. The fisherman, upon seeing him, quickly rose. Don't act recklessly. You cannot afford to offend the people behind them. The one who had come to the fisherman's aid was none other than Lynn Barrek, who had navigated through the windless zone with great difficulty, following the course of the compass. 2 weeks prior, Lynn had consumed the last of the food aboard the warship and had, through sheer will, sailed for a week before finally breaking free from the windless zone. However, that warship had become utterly unseaworthy due to the torment of storms and calms, disintegrating shortly after setting sail. By that time, Lynn was so famished that he had no strength left, clinging desperately to a barrel as he drifted at sea. It was the fisherman, during his final fishing trip before the off-season, who discovered him and brought him back home. That evening, Lynn devoured all the provisions in the fisherman's household. In gratitude and to repay the cost of his meals, Lynn temporarily took a job at the fisherman's shop. Yet, during the beast migration, business was nearly non-existent, prompting Lynn to request a day off from the fisherman early that morning, leaving his activities uncertain. The short thug squinted at the man who had suddenly appeared before him. His streetwise instincts warned him not to provoke someone whose background he did not know. Thus, he ordered his accomplice to halt and said coolly, "Debts must be repaid. That is the law." But suddenly, the thug's eyes widened in disbelief. Following Lynn's other hand, he beheld a small sea creature shimmering in golden hues. It couldn't be mistaken. It was a rare golden salmon, worth a staggering 1,000,000 burleys. Could this lad be intending to settle his debt with that creature? Though he could not seize the fish shop, acquiring such a valuable rare creature would be a lucrative deal. With this thought, the short thug rubbed his hands together, grinning. "You're quite astute. If you use that rare creature to settle your debt, we shall consider the matter closed." Lynn had unexpectedly ventured out to fish during the perilous beast migration season for the sake of the fisherman, leaving the latter profoundly touched. "Thank you," he exclaimed. Upon witnessing this scene, Lynn tilted his head in confusion and asked, "What are you all talking about?" "I simply wanted to eat fish, so I went out to catch one. Do you all wish to partake as well?" The astonishment of the crowd was palpable, their jaws nearly dropping to the ground. Venturing out to sea during the season of ferocious beasts, merely for the sake of consuming fish? "Hey, do you have any idea what kind of fish that is?" exclaimed the stout thug, his voice raised. "That is an extraordinarily rare golden salmon worth 1,000,000 berries. Is that so?" "It must be delicious," Lynn replied, swallowing hard. The stout thug gritted his teeth, his frustration reaching a boiling point. However, the enigmatic figure before him had demonstrated considerable prowess by fishing in such perilous conditions. Thus a strategic retreat to report the matter to their leader seemed the wisest course of action. Just then, the tall, lanky thug, who had been captured by Lynn, suddenly shouted, "You, let me smash that, you bastard." The stout thug felt a jolt of shock at his partner's reckless outburst. Damn it, that fool has lost his mind. Yet, this presented an opportunity to gauge the strength of this man. As the stout thug pondered this, a strange sensation struck him. Why were his feet no longer on solid ground? To his astonishment, he discovered that Lynn had grasped his head in his hand. Simultaneously, the tall thug's weapon, a spiked club, had yet to be swung before it too was seized by Lynn. Lynn glanced down at the scattered papers on the ground, and only then did the realization dawn upon her. With a grin, she remarked, "Ah, so this is the work of loan sharks." The two thugs were firmly grasped by Lynn, one in each hand, struggling incessantly. They were unable to break free, exhibiting remarkable strength. Lynn turned to the fisherman and inquired, "Are you all right, sir?" "It's not a matter of being fine." The fisherman hastily interjected, "Do not act recklessly. Their leader is a formidable individual." But the warning had come too late. As Lynn consumed the energy within him, his arms bulged with veins in response to the fisherman uncle's reply. Heroic skill, skull crusher. This was the true application of the technique, seizing two individuals and forcefully colliding them together in the most brutal manner. Bang! The two ruffians clashed, producing a dull thud. Subsequently, Lynn released his grip, and they tumbled to the ground. "Our boss will not spare you," the short, stout thug gasped with his last breath, pulling out a wanted poster from his pocket and threateningly declaring, "He is a notorious pirate with a bounty of 10,000,000 berries." Lynn glanced at the wanted poster and then pointed behind her. "Are you referring to him?" The crowd followed Lynn's gesture and indeed discovered a man who bore an uncanny resemblance to the photograph on the poster, albeit he now lay battered and bruised, unconscious in the street corner. Lynn casually remarked, "Just now on the road, he attempted to seize my fish, and I gave him a good thrashing." As the words left his lips, Lynn abruptly slammed his foot down beside the stout ruffian. With a thunderous sound, the once even ground was instantly transformed, leaving behind a sizable crater. Lynn exhaled a breath of warmth, embodying an immovable war chariot. "Shall we now discuss the matter of interest?" The short, stout thug sensed the impending aura of death hovering near his head, rendering him speechless with fear. His eyes rolled back, and he promptly lost consciousness. Witnessing this scene, the townsfolk of Fisherman Street emerged from their homes, and after a brief silence, erupted into fervent cheers. "How impressive, Lynn! You have just defeated the notorious pirate with a bounty of 10 million berries. Thank you. Thank you for saving our Fisherman Street." Lynn gazed at the scene before him, a singular thought occupying his mind. This evening, he yearned for fish soup. In the East Sea, at Rogtown, a notorious fugitive and his 2 accomplices were securely bound, awaiting their transfer to the Navy the following day. Meanwhile, the fishing district, in the midst of its fishing moratorium, was graced with an unexpected feast. The fishermen of the district divided the gleaming salmon, captured by Lynn, into 2 portions. One half was reserved for a delicious soup for themselves, while the other half was sold for coin, allowing them to procure an abundance of meat and fine wine. In the heart of the street, a bonfire was kindled, and as night descended, the fishermen commenced their revelry. The clinking of wine glasses resonated with a crisp and melodious sound. Lynn has already consumed 3 large bowls of fish soup. Ha ha ha. The golden salmon is an exceptionally rare delicacy that only the nobility can afford. The jovial fisherman chuckled heartily and remarked to the others, "Thanks to Lynn, we are able to indulge in such exquisite cuisine." Oh, long live Lynn. As a few cups of wine were consumed, the atmosphere of Fisherman Street began to grow increasingly lively. "Hey, Lynn, you're still so young and without a girlfriend. Have you considered my daughter? Come now. Do I really need to remind Lynn about the incident where your daughter chased a suitor down 3 streets with a knife? Ha. Those 2 fellows. Lynn, how about considering my sister? She is renowned as the beauty of Rogue Town." As for Lynn, he remained silent, not out of reluctance to respond, but because his mouth was stuffed with roasted meat and fish, rendering him unable to speak. The food from the outside world is truly delightful. Lynn was nearly moved to tears. He had tasted exquisite delicacies before, during his time in the arena. The esteemed Yalmas had provided him with an array of culinary delights from around the globe. Yet, those dishes always seemed to lack a certain essence. That essence stemmed from the warmth of human existence. The fishermen placed skewers of marbled meat onto the grill. With a sizzle, the fat within the skewers was rendered by the intense heat, dripping onto the charcoal below. A crackling flame erupted, and once seasoned, the aroma of the grilled meat wafted through Fisherman Street. Ha. This grilling technique is something I learned from our esteemed chef aboard the voyage. The fisherman beamed, distributing the perfectly grilled skewers to everyone. Lynn consumed half of all the skewers of meat by herself. Ha, Lynn. You must participate in the next big appetite competition in Rocktown. Lynn savored the skewered meat, nodding in appreciation. The fisherman approached her side, and behind them stood the fish shop, which he had valiantly defended earlier that day. With a sigh, the old man remarked, "This establishment is where I raised my son. If that lad were still with us, he would surely be around your age now." Upon hearing this, Lynn immediately sensed a melancholic atmosphere and cautiously inquired, "Has he passed away?" To her surprise, the fisherman shook his head repeatedly, exclaiming, "Passed away? No. He has gone to another fruit street to sell fruit." Lynn, huh? The fisherman, upon mentioning his son, was suddenly filled with indignation. That scoundrel claimed that fishmongers always exude a peculiar odor and expressed his desire to pursue his own fruit business. Truly, he is utterly oblivious to the value of his heritage. Lynn, let us pretend we did not hear that. Let us indulge in meat. After voicing his grievances about his son, the elder gentleman rose and addressed the assembly. In conclusion, let us express our gratitude to Lynn for vanquishing the scoundrel pirates that have long posed a threat to our fishing village. Oh, the crowd erupted in cheers, raising their glasses in celebration. The fisherman, clutching his goblet, embraced Lynn's shoulder. "Come now, Lynn, what merriment is there in a feast without wine?" Lynn couldn't help but recall the words of caution that Tiger had imparted before his departure. Do not drink alone at sea. In the present moment, she was neither alone nor at sea, so it was permissible. Thus, Lynn unhesitatingly accepted the cup from the hands of the fisherman. She took 2 hearty gulps. That night would undoubtedly be etched in the memories of all those present. Lynn, a man shrouded in mystery, descended into a state of uncontrollable fury after consuming half a pint of beer. In the dead of night, he was determined to set sail at high speed. The fishermen, exerting every ounce of strength, were unable to restrain Lynn, who dashed toward the harbor with reckless abandon. Along the way, he overturned numerous stalls. Upon reaching the port, a band of pirates, having just plundered a small village near Rogue Town, were preparing to venture into the sea under the cover of darkness. To their astonishment, they witnessed a man charging towards them, crashing into their ship's hold and leaving a gaping hole 2 to 3 meters wide. The wooden vessel, unable to withstand such turmoil, sank significantly in that instant. Remarkably, the man nonchalantly leapt back onto the dock. The pirates surged forward, intent on making him pay for the destruction of their ship. Consequently, a new group of pirates found themselves confined in the fishermen's quarters, where wanted criminals were held. The following morning, Lynn awoke amidst a pile of debris. Draped in tattered cloth of unknown origin, he rose and splashed some water on his face. Lynn discovered that every individual on Fisherman Street greeted him with the same admonition. Lynn, for heaven's sake, refrain from drinking alcohol in the future. At that moment, Lynn finally comprehended Tiger's words. The terror that ensues from his inebriation is indeed formidable. Fortunately, the pirate captain he apprehended last night was also a wanted criminal, with a bounty of 5 million berries. Coupled with the previous pirate, Fisherman Street now boasted a staggering total bounty of 15 million berries, sufficient to completely refurbish the area and rectify the damage Lynn had caused. After a brief respite, the elderly fisherman approached Lynn. I have news regarding the 2 matters you entrusted to me earlier. Lynn expressed her gratitude to the fisherman and under his guidance, she arrived at a tattoo parlor located on a back street of Rogertown. The proprietor of the establishment was a bald, white-bearded elder, an old friend of the fisherman, who had assured her that the origins of her visit would not be scrutinized. However, upon catching sight of the brand on Lynn's right arm, the seasoned tattoo artist was overtaken by a cold sweat. The mark of the heavenly dragon's hoof. It was the unmistakable insignia of a celestial dragon slave. Who could this young individual possibly be? Yet, bound by their prior agreement, the elder suppressed his shock and curiosity, inquiring, "What would you like me to do?" "Cover this brand with another design," Lynn replied. The elder handed her paper and pen, stating, "You must create the design yourself. Otherwise, I would be complicit in your plight." Lynn nodded. 4 hours later, on Lynn's right arm, 4 letters have emerged. B-O-S-S Boss. This was Lynn's code name during the gladiatorial arena, and it also serves as his moniker on the bounty notice. The letters B and O conceal the originally prominent heavenly soaring dragon's hoof, while the remaining 2 S's unfurl in streamlined contours, extending gracefully from his shoulder to his forearm. This sleek design, composed of the 4 letters, was etched onto Lynn's right arm by the seasoned tattoo artist, the old man, who has devoted his life to the craft. Upon completion, even he could not help but exclaim in admiration, "Beautiful." This was the first task Lynn entrusted to the fisherman uncle. As for the second endeavor, Lynn arrived at the harbor. The fisherman introduced her to an individual, a kindly old woman dressed in simple garments, slightly diminutive in stature. "This is the wine merchant, Grandma Xia, whom I previously mentioned to you, and she is also a dear old friend of mine." Lynn shook hands with the elderly woman. "Grandma Xia was heading to the place you mentioned to sell wine, and you could accompany her along the way." Uncle Fisherman patted Lynn on the shoulder, saying, "Regardless of your status, you have saved the people of Fisherman Street. May you have a smooth journey, Lynn." Lynn smiled and nodded, then followed Grandma Xia aboard the ship. The sailors of the merchant vessel busied themselves, and soon the time for departure arrived. Lynn waved farewell to the fisherman on the deck and turned to gaze at the sea. "Young man, what purpose do you have in going there?" inquired Grandma Xia, somewhat perplexed. "It is merely a small village. Do you have acquaintances there?" Lynn replied, "I suppose we are acquaintances. Our destination for the voyage is the East China Sea, specifically Windmill Village." Lynn discovered 3 navigational pointers aboard the warship, each directing towards the naval headquarters, the Shambodi Archipelago, and Logue Town in the East Sea. The first 2 destinations were utterly unreachable, rendering Logue Town in the East Sea as Lynn's sole option. Upon arriving in Logue Town, Lynn did not remain idle. After all, a series of events in the Shambodi Archipelago had escalated his bounty to a staggering 100 million berries. Moreover, His declaration of war against the celestial dragons led Lynn to believe that a substantial price had been placed upon his head within the underworld. The bounty set by the celestial dragons was sufficient to entice formidable monsters into action. To counter these threats, Lynn's immediate priority was to master the skill of hockey. Thus, he set his sights on Windmill Village, also situated in the East Sea. It was an ideal location, for both Garp and the soon-to-arrive Shanks were unparalleled experts in hockey, with no one in the East Sea possessing greater knowledge of this formidable power. As the sea breeze swept across the deck, Old Lady Sia's small merchant vessel glided over the waves, with several sailors diligently attending to their tasks. 3 days had elapsed since their departure from Lobetown, and in 2 days they would reach Windmill Village. Sipping her hot tea, Old Lady Sia turned to Lynn and remarked, "Youth is a wonderful thing. You are not old yourself, dear lady," Lynn replied with a smile. Through their days together, Lynn had learned some of Old Lady Sia's past. Once the most beautiful woman in Lobetown, she had attracted countless suitors, including wealthy merchants and even nobles, yet her heart belonged solely to a shipwright. In a romantic gesture, the shipwright crafted a vessel as a token of their love. Tragically, on the day after its completion, he fell victim to a stray bullet amidst a conflict between pirates and the Navy. Heartbroken, Old Lady Sia transformed the ship into a merchant vessel, dedicating it to the sale of her beloved's favorite wine, Morning's Embrace. Decades have slipped by, and Old Lady Sia has transitioned from a renowned beauty to a kindly elder. Hearing Lynn's words, she chuckled joyfully. Just then, the lookout aboard the ship suddenly shouted, "Madam, a vessel approaches at 9 o'clock." Lynn and Grandma Sia stood up and gazed upon a black pirate flag, adorned with a skull and crossbones. In Lynn's mind, the name Black Cat Pirates resurfaced. Captain Kuro, with a bounty of 16 million berries. This Captain Kuro was unlike any ordinary pirate. His forte lay in cunning schemes and deceit. One fateful day, weary of the nomadic life of piracy, he orchestrated his own death and stealthily infiltrated Usopp's hometown, Syrup Village. Subsequently, Kuro spent 3 years earning the trust of the wealthy young lady, Kaya, under the guise of the butler Clabotter, aiming to seize her fortune, only to be ultimately defeated by Luffy. Calculating the passage of time, Kuro should still be the captain of the Black Cat Pirates. However, what piqued Lynn's interest the most was Kuro's renowned technique, the silent step. It was an assassination method characterized by cat-like, swift movements. I wonder how it compares in speed to the Marine's 6 powers technique, Soru? Lynn's eyes sparkled with excitement. However, Enchia perceived Lynn as merely an ordinary youth and hastily cautioned, "Their captain is a ruthless pirate with a bounty of 16 million berries. Remain silent. I shall handle everything." Soon after, the Black Cat pirate crew's ship, the Bounty Braccio, approached Enchia's merchant vessel, casting several ropes to tether the 2 ships together. 2 figures leaped from the Bounty Braccio. One was stout and the other slender, both adorned with clawed gloves. They were the combatants of the Black Cat pirate crew. The feline brothers with a combined bounty of 7 million berries, the spotted cat Bougie and the Siamese cat Sam. Sam surveyed the surroundings and, upon spotting Enchia, cheerfully greeted her. "Hey, old lady, you remember our rules, right?" Of course, Enchia promptly nodded, retrieving a pouch of berries from her bosom and handing it to Sam. Lynn was somewhat intrigued by the situation, and a nearby sailor whispered an explanation. Unlike those pirate crews that resort to plunder upon the first encounter, the Black Cat pirate crew would refrain from attacking vessels as long as a sufficient toll was offered. Another individual added, however, should the payment fall short or if there is resistance, the entire crew would face death at their hands. Sam glanced at the meager amount in his pouch and frowned, exclaiming, "Is this all there is?" Granny Sia sighed, saying, "Business has been poor lately. Orders for liquor have dwindled significantly, and the money in there is merely enough for the toll. In accordance with Mr. Crow's rules, this is only for Captain Crow," pointing at himself and Butch. Sam grinned. "Surely, there is no compensation for our hard work?" This left Granny Sia in a quandary. All the funds aboard had been allocated for the shipment of wine. "We won't need to wait for the next time, old lady." Sam tapped the barrels of wine beside him, declaring, "My mate and I are eager to indulge. Let us take half of the cargo on this ship." Upon hearing this, Granny Sia's expression soured. "You cannot do that." Meanwhile, Sam continued to press Granny Sia for favors. Concealed among the crowd, Lynn disguised himself as a sailor, quietly observing the Black Cat pirate crew aboard the ship Braku. On the deck, the Black Cat pirate crew was engrossed in the spectacle, yet 2 pivotal figures were notably absent. The first mate, the hypnotist Zanga, and the captain, the cunning crow himself. Lynn is now fully capable of delivering a thorough beating to both Buji and Sam, along with the other members of the Black Cat Pirates. However, such an action would undoubtedly result in chaos, posing an excessive danger to Grandma Xia and the other sailors. Among the myriad threats, the most perilous is Clo's most formidable technique, the spoon death. This indiscriminate assault, unleashed through a silent step, harnesses rapid movement and the razor-sharp claws of his hands, capable of annihilating a multitude of foes. Yet, this technique harbors a terrifying flaw. It executes its strikes with such swiftness that even Clo himself remains oblivious to what has been severed. Whether allies or adversaries, anyone within its range becomes a target of Clo's onslaught. The space on the deck is exceedingly confined, leaving no room for evasion. Once Clo employs the spoon death, it is inevitable that widespread casualties will ensue. Lynn was resolutely determined to prevent the elderly Madame Xia and her sailors from becoming embroiled in conflict, thereby avoiding a tragic repetition of her beloved's fate. Thus, she could not act until she located CLO's whereabouts and ensured a decisive strike against the enemy. She must not grant CLO the opportunity to wield the fatal spoon. Yet, regardless of Lynn's relentless search, there was still no trace of CLO upon the deck of the ship, the Black Bounty. Was he not aboard? Or was he hidden within the cabin? Meanwhile, Sam was unyielding, insisting on seizing half of Madame Xia's cargo. The old woman continued to plead with Sam, but his patience had worn thin. With a sharp hiss, Sam's claw left 5 deep gashes on the deck of the merchant vessel. Old woman, do you desire suffering? The damage inflicted upon the cherished ship caused Madame Xia's expression to darken. Are you particularly fond of this vessel? Sam discerned her concern and raised his claw once more. In that case, I shall not hold back. With a swift motion, the claw aimed at a nearby mast. In that fleeting moment, a figure burst forth from the crowd, seizing Sam's face and pressing it against the deck. Butch hesitated, intending to assist, only to be caught by the other hand of the assailant. People like you are unworthy of drinking the wine aboard this ship. Lynn's countenance darkened, and his vigilance escalated to its zenith. He contemplated that even if he could not locate Clo, he must at least transfer the battlefield to the ship, Baiji Bulake. Simultaneously, his heroic skill, awe-inspiring, stood ready for deployment. This formidable technique could forcefully hurl an opponent to a designated location, with the user accompanying the movement. According to Lynn's strategy, he intended to harness the power of awe-inspiring to launch Sam and Booze towards the deck of Baiji Bulake, and subsequently seize the opportunity to untie the ropes connecting the pirate ship and the merchant vessel, allowing Grandma Xia and her companions to depart first. In this manner, the battlefield would shift to the pirate ship, and Grandma Xia and her party would be extricated from danger, free from the threat of being skewered. Following that, it would be Lynn's time to unleash chaos without restraint. However, plans often succumb to unforeseen changes. Just as Lynn prepared to act, a voice halted him. Oh, dear friend, do not be so hasty. The voice emanated from Baiji Bulake. Lynn turned to see the speaker clad in an extravagant dance costume, adorned with heart-shaped sunglasses, and sporting what appeared to be some peculiar plant growing from his chin. It was none other than the vice-captain of the Black Cat pirate crew, the hypnotist Zango. Lynn cautiously surveyed the surroundings of Zango and inquired tentatively, "Where is your captain?" Zango replied, "Captain Clo is not present today. It is just us who have ventured out to sea. My friend, could you kindly release our crew?" Lynn smiled broadly and asked for a reason. Because they had transgressed the rules set by Captain Crow, he would personally administer their punishment. Zanga adjusted his hat brim and suggested, as an act of goodwill, "We shall waive the toll this time. What do you think?" Lynn pondered for a moment before rising to release Sam and Buji. He did not wish for Grandma Xia and the sailors to be involuntarily drawn into the fray, as that would only lead to casualties. Reminiscent of the tragedies that befell Grandma Xia in her youth, the feline brothers, having extricated themselves, retreated a few steps, assuming a combative stance against Lynn. "You scoundrel! How dare you lay hands on us? Do you wish for death?" the feline brothers exclaimed. In the distance, Zango slowly interjected, "Do you intend to defy Captain Kuro's established rules?" Upon hearing these words, Sam and Buji were suddenly gripped by fear, their bodies trembling with cold sweat, rendered immobile. Within the Black Cat pirates, Captain Kuro's commands were absolute. Those who defied him had already been reduced to mere fragments by his terrifying 10 blades cat claw. "As the first mate, I command you to return to the ship." Zango's authoritative declaration compelled the feline brothers to leap back onto the pirate vessel with utmost haste. Subsequently, The grappling hooks connecting the two ships were unfastened by the crew of the Black Cat pirates. As they departed, Zango offered his apologies to the merchant vessel's crew. I regret that Captain Kuro's rules are non-negotiable. You have paid your dues and should be allowed passage. As for the feline brothers, Captain Kuro will ensure they receive the punishment they deserve. Grandma Xia hurriedly expressed her gratitude, watching as the Black Cat pirate ship sailed away. Meanwhile, Lynn silently observed this scene, a wave of confusion washing over him. Was the treacherous Kuro truly a man of unwavering principle? Moreover, if that were the case, how could the feline brothers have dared to demand extra benefits from the outset? Something felt amiss. However, given the presence of Grandma Xia and the sailors, engaging in direct conflict with the Black Cat pirates was undoubtedly a poor strategy. Avoiding war was certainly the preferable course of action. As for the future, Lynn genuinely wished to test his speed against Kuro's, to see whether his silent steps were swifter than his own fists. After the Black Cat pirates had receded into the distance, the sailors aboard the merchant vessel finally breathed a sigh of relief. Some marveled at Lynn's prowess, while others busied themselves with repairs to the ship. Regardless, they were finally safe. On the other side, within the captain's quarters of the Black Cat pirates aboard the ship by Kuro, the feline brothers Sam and Buji knelt before a man, trembling in fear. He sported a slick-back hairstyle, donned a suit, and wore glasses with gloved hands ending in 10 glimmering blades. This seemingly refined man was none other than Captain Kuro of the Black Cat pirates. Contrary to Zango's assertion, Kuro had not been absent from the ship. Instead, he had witnessed the entirety of the recent events through the window of his cabin, including Lynn's intervention. Zango, perplexed, queried, "Captain, why did you suddenly summon the feline brothers back? We have traditionally turned a blind eye to their private requests for additional benefits, have we not? Due to the presence of 10 sharp blades." Crow pushed up his glasses with his palm and spoke in a hushed tone. "Have I not frequently urged you to keep an eye on the news from the outside world? Do you have no recollection?" The Catman brothers shook their heads repeatedly. "Incompetent fools," Crow scolded, then turned to Zhang Ao. "What about you?" After a moment of contemplation, Zhang Ao's eyes widened in sudden realization, and he rushed to sift through the latest newspapers. "Found it," Zhang Ao exclaimed, brandishing a newspaper along with a wanted poster as he approached Crow. "It's undoubtedly him. Boss Lynn Balek, the central figure in the chaos at the Shambadi Coliseum." Zhang Ao recalled the young man from earlier, unable to suppress his astonishment. It was said that he had declared war on the celestial dragons in the Shambadi archipelago, with a bounty reaching a staggering 100 million berries. 100 million berries. Upon hearing this, the Catman brothers broke into a cold sweat. It should be noted that Captain Crow was the strongest among them, with a bounty of only 16 million berries. What kind of terrifying monster could command such a sum? "Captain, should we consider fleeing?" Sam stammered. "A monster with a bounty of 100 million berries." Before Sam could finish, a flash of steel sliced through the air, leaving a gash across his chest, blood gushing forth. "Fool, refrain from speaking carelessly. Should you err again, I shall sever your tongue." Crow snapped, shaking the blood from his 10-bladed cat claw and adjusting his glasses once more. The bounties established by the world government are based on the perceived threat to their authority. Thus, the young man's bounty of 100 million berries for declaring war on the celestial dragons is not unfounded. Zhang Ao, puzzled, inquired, "Captain, do you mean that the bounty on him is inflated and we have a chance to eliminate him?" No, Crow shook his head. Even if the bounty is somewhat exaggerated, the fact that he orchestrated such a significant event single-handedly and managed to escape to the East Blue indicates he possesses genuine prowess, one beyond our capacity to confront. This is precisely why I instructed you to retreat. Zhang Ao remained perplexed. If that is the case, why did he not act against us then? "He sought to protect those aboard that merchant vessel," Crow replied. "He feared my use of the Shakashoku." Upon hearing this, the remaining three could not help but swallow hard. Such a brutal and indiscriminate attack was indeed a source of terror for them. Zhang Ao adjusted his hat and remarked, as expected of the captain, "That young man is not an adversary we can engage." Yet, Crow let out a cold laugh. "No, we shall engage." "What?" Crow then produced a list. "This is the price for Lynn Balek's head in the black market, reportedly set by the celestial dragons themselves." As Zhang Ao stepped forward, he couldn't help but draw a sharp breath. Such a substantial reward, surpassing the wealth of the Black Cat pirates by several hundred times. Most importantly, this. Crow took note of the list. "The noble seat. Do you comprehend what that signifies?" Zhang Ao shook his head. "It signifies that we shall no longer lead a life of evasion as pirates." Crow exclaimed with excitement. If we claim the head of Lynn Balak, we will be acknowledged as nobles by the world government, and no one would dare dispute our legitimacy. Zhang Ao paused. Captain, do you no longer wish to be a pirate? I have grown weary of the pirate's existence. Crow adjusted his glasses. Thus, we must secure the head of Lynn Balak. Relying solely on ourselves? That seems rather impractical. Zhang Ao expressed concern over the exorbitant bounty of 100 million berries. Of course, we are not alone in this endeavor. Crow sneered. There are many rogues in the East Blue, and among them, surely some would be interested in Lynn's head. Furthermore, Crow continued, you must understand. That brat has been missing ever since the chaos in the Sabaody archipelago. The celestial dragons must be desperate to eliminate him. If we inform the world government that we have located Lynn Balak and possess the means to eliminate him, merely requiring a bit of modest support. Can you fathom the consequences? Crow spread his arms wide, laughing exaggeratedly. Then our backing would be the most formidable force in the world government. Ha! Listening to Crow's scheme, Zhang Ao lowered his hat's brim, remaining silent. Should one commend Crow for his cunning, or deem this man before him to be mad? A mere pirate with a bounty of 16 million berries, daring to plot against the world government, while Crow secretly devised his audacious plan. Granny Xia's merchant vessel had sailed for 2 more days, arriving at their destination, Windmill Village, a quaint paradise-like hamlet. Although it lay within the territory of the Goa Kingdom, it remained largely isolated from the kingdom, far removed from chaotic politics and aristocracy, allowing the villagers to live in tranquility and happiness. Windmill Village at the harbor. Lynn assisted the elderly Mrs. Xia in disembarking from the vessel, subsequently aiding in the transportation of a portion of the cargo from the hold to the port. During a brief respite, a group of villagers arrived, eager to lend a hand in moving the wine. At the forefront was a young maiden, her deep green hair adorned with a headscarf. Good morning, Marquino. Mrs. Xia greeted the girl with a warm smile, and then introduced her to Lynn, saying, she is the buyer of this batch of wine and the proprietress of the tavern in Windmill Village, Marquino. Lynn was undoubtedly acquainted with her. This young lady had been running the tavern in Windmill Village since her childhood. In the future, whenever the red-haired Shanks lingered in Windmill Village, he would frequently indulge in drinks at Marquino's tavern, where Luffy also consumed the devil fruit. Subsequently, Luffy, Ace, and Sabo, the trio of brothers, resided together in the home of the mountain bandit Daden, and it was she who often brought them new clothes and provisions, occasionally imparting lessons in etiquette. Thus, in a certain sense, Makino could be regarded as the elder sister of Luffy, Ace, and Sabo. At that moment, Makino was merely around 20 years of age, the prime of her youthful exuberance. She served hot tea to Granny Xia and delivered chilled beer to the sailors. However, when Makino was about to hand the beer to Lynn, she was vehemently stopped by a crew of individuals. They had certainly heard about the drunken rampage incident from the residents of Fisherman Street. Makino, whatever you do, you must not let him drink. Granny Xia warned, absolutely not. Not even a drop. Makino was utterly perplexed at that moment. Yet she could discern from the expressions of the sailors and Granny Xia that this matter was indeed quite serious. Thus, Lynn ended up drinking hot tea. Just like Granny Xia. After everyone had transported the crates filled with alcohol to Windmill Village, Granny Xia bid farewell to Makino. Lynn waved his hand from the side. Yet he showed no intention of leaving. Machino gazed at the man before her, who appeared to be of a similar age, robust yet somewhat intimidating, and curiously inquired, "Are you not a member of Granny Xia's crew?" Lynn shook his head, declaring, "I am merely a traveler, hitching a ride on a favorable wind." "Do you intend to remain in the Windmill Village, or will you venture to the Kingdom of Goya?" Marquino continued to inquire. "I wish to stay here, awaiting someone." Lynn replied with a smile. "It would be ideal to secure a job as well. I certainly do not wish to go hungry." With Aunt Xiaobeo's recommendation, that should pose no problem. Marquino pondered for a moment before responding, "My tavern occasionally requires assistance with deliveries, and others in the village sometimes have work that needs tending." "That sounds agreeable," Lynn nodded. He intended to cultivate his prowess here while simultaneously awaiting the arrival of a mentor in the art of dominance. Hoping for either Carp or Shanks. Based on Lynn's estimation, it was most likely that he would encounter the red-haired Shanks. After all, Carp's whereabouts were unpredictable. He was primarily occupied with naval duties and the rigorous training of Luffy. Conversely, Shanks had lingered in Windmill Village for quite some time, being one of the crewmates of the Pirate King from the New World. Lynn felt a surge of anticipation. Long before his encounter with Luffy, Shanks possessed the formidable strength to rival the world's greatest swordsman, Dracula Mihawk. To witness the red-haired figure before the loss of his arm would be an exhilarating experience indeed. Thus, through the introduction of Makino, Lynn temporarily became a member of Windmill Village. Although the village chief, Upslap, who wore a striped hat and had an insufferably stubborn demeanor, expressed skepticism about Lynn's origins, he could only begrudgingly welcome Lynn's arrival, thanks to the endorsement of Elder Sia. In the days that followed, Lynn settled into Makino's tavern. He regularly assisted her in transporting goods and occasionally lent his strength to the villagers for various tasks. If one were to consider the impact of Lynn's presence on Windmill Village, it would be the increase in festive gatherings. Due to his fruitability, Lynn's appetite was several times greater than that of an ordinary person, and he felt somewhat guilty consuming the village's food supplies daily. Reminiscent of a certain prominent character from a classic novel. Therefore, every couple of days, he ventured into the dense forest to hunt, where the gigantic beasts became his primary sustenance. Each time Lynn returned, laden with his catch, the village would host grand barbecues, where the villagers would revel in the delectable feast. However, Lynn was somewhat disappointed that he had yet to encounter Ace, who resided with the Dayton family. Nor had he seen Luffy, who was undergoing rigorous training under Garp. 2 weeks had passed since Lynn arrived in Windmill Village. Deep within the adjacent forest, sunlight filtered through the gaps in the leaves, illuminating Lynn's form. He held his hands in a semi-fist, poised for battle. His bare upper body bore countless scars from previous skirmishes, a testament to his combat experience. Before him stood a colossal wild boar, towering at approximately 3 meters and stretching over 10 meters in length, its sharp tusks radiating a menacing aura. "Are you the king that has been assaulting passers-by in this forest?" Lynn adjusted her breathing, feeling her muscles gradually warm as her breath steepened, a fine layer of perspiration forming on her skin. Suddenly, a colossal wild boar kicked its hind legs with ferocity, charging towards Lynn like a relentless war chariot, ready to trample everything in its path. Lynn took a deep breath, feeling the energy within her begin to deplete. Energy level, 14, 501, 500. 50 points of energy surged into Lynn's body, causing her muscles to tense instantaneously. Without hesitation, she bent forward and surged ahead with remarkable speed. Bang! Bang! With astonishing swiftness, 2 powerful punches struck the head of the colossal wild boar. Lynn felt a surge of numbness in his fists. The skull of the creature before him was undeniably formidable. Yet, this also slightly diminished the speed of the colossal wild boar. In the fleeting moment before a head-on collision with the beast, Lynn spread his arms wide, grasping each of the wild boar's formidable tusks with his hands. "Oh, mighty one, let us engage in a contest of strength." Lynn grinned, warmth seeping through the gaps in her teeth, as a sinister, dark golden light pulsated beneath her pupils. Heroic skill, breathtaking. Her energy points plummeted by 450 in an instant. This immense expenditure of energy elevated Lynn's physical capabilities to a terrifying level. Bang! Lynn grasped the wild boar's tusks firmly with both hands and stepped forward. The ground beneath her gave way, forming a substantial pit. With another step, and then a third, the gigantic wild boar was forcibly propelled backwards, its hooves leaving deep gouges in the earth. It could not fathom how this diminutive human could possess such extraordinary strength. Lynn propelled the wild boar forward for several dozen meters, and then suddenly, with a powerful contraction of his core, he lifted the colossal creature weighing several tons. Lynn himself leaped into action, bellowing, "Smash it for me." With a tremendous crash, the colossal wild boar was forcefully driven into the ground, its eyes rolling back as it succumbed to lifelessness. Lynn, after her fall, leaned against the colossal carcass of the wild boar, gasping for breath. The exertion was far from sufficient. Lynn furrowed his brows, in stark contrast to the intensely fierce battles of the arena. Windmill Village exuded such tranquility that it failed to foster any growth in Lynn's prowess. He relentlessly engaged in combat with the monsters of this forest, yearning to quickly grasp the threshold of dominance. Yet, after 2 weeks, his gains were meager. What, after all, is the essence of dominance? Lynn let out a resigned sigh. Yet his spirits lifted as he gazed upon the colossal wild boar beside him. Tonight, a delectable pork chop awaited. After a brief respite, Lynn donned his jacket and dragged the enormous boar back to Windmill Village. The villagers, upon seeing him, immediately recognized that a feast was in the making. He entrusted the boar to the village butcher and returned to Marquino's tavern, ordering a glass of iced orange juice. With a single sip, all his fatigue dissipated. Just then, the tavern door swung open, and a figure entered, taking a seat at the bar. "Ha ha ha, "Marquino, bring me a cold beer," came the jovial call. "Coming right up." Marquino's voice echoed from the kitchen. Meanwhile, the newcomer, while waiting, reached into his naval uniform pocket and pulled out a wanted poster. "Lynn Barrick, the notorious boss?" he inquired, turning to face Lynn with a grin. "A bounty of 100 million berries on your head, the infamous criminal who dared to declare war on the celestial dragons. What brings you to the East Blue?" Lynn had to concede that the current situation diverged somewhat from his expectations. Instead of the crimson-haired Shanks, he found himself in the tavern of Magino face to face with the naval hero known as Monkey D. Garp, the Iron Fist. At this moment, Garp still sported a full head of black hair, though his temples were beginning to show signs of gray. Clad in his naval uniform, he sat at the bar, clutching Lynn's wanted poster. What could Garp possibly intend to do? Lynn's mind swiftly traversed several possibilities. First and foremost, she ruled out the notion that it was a command from the celestial dragons. After all, during the World Conference years later, Garp was audacious enough to openly declare the celestial dragons to be fools. Could it be a mere coincidence? That too seemed implausible, for Garp was holding Lynn's bounty notice, clearly indicating he had come prepared. Lynn, after savoring the last sip of orange juice, smiled and remarked, "It is truly an honor that a naval hero knows my name." There was no helping it. After all, who could blame Zefa for constantly speaking of you? Garp, scratching his ear, wore an expression of resignation. Yet, in an instant, Garp's demeanor shifted dramatically, as if the very air around them had come to a standstill. He cast a sidelong glance at Lynn and slowly inquired, "So, you have yet to answer my question. Boss Lynn Barrick, what is your purpose for coming to the East Blue?" In response to Garp's probing question, Lynn candidly stated, "To learn hockey." Garp's expression turned somewhat astonished upon hearing Lynn's words. He had anticipated that Lynn would offer reasons akin to seeking solitude or hiding away. However, to learn hockey? Garp's countenance darkened. "So it is, you are yet another ambitious soul eyeing this era. A wanted criminal dares to utter such bold claims in my presence. Is it confidence or mere ignorance?" Upon hearing Lynn's words, Garp suddenly burst into hearty laughter and retorted, "Mr. Garp, are you here to capture me?" Just as the words left his lips, Garp's fist, enveloped in a terrifying gale, swept towards Lynn with astonishing speed. The force of the strike was so swift that Lynn had no time to evade and could only raise his arms to shield himself. Bang! Garp's fist collided with Lynn's forearm, propelling him, along with the bar stool, into the air. Crash! In that brief moment, Lynn felt as though he had been struck head-on by a cannon, his arms throbbing with pain while his mind spun in a dizzying whirl. When Lynn regained his senses and opened his eyes, the first sight that greeted him was the vast azure sky. He had been launched outside the tavern by that formidable punch. Raising his gaze, Lynn beheld Garp striding through the shattered entrance of the tavern, advancing towards him step by step. "What an arrogant little brat. Does he think I am as easily swayed as Zefa?" As he spoke, Garp reached Lynn's side and raised his fist to deliver another blow. Boom! The ground was cratered beneath Garp's fist, yet Lynn's figure was nowhere to be seen. In the instant the fist descended, Lynn clapped his hands on the ground and leaped into the air in an exaggerated horizontal pose. While suspended in midair, Lynn felt his energy recovering from the swelling and numbness in his arms, and he couldn't help but marvel. Garp's iron fist packs quite a punch. After all, he was the man who chased Pirate King Roger across the globe, the very one who transformed the remnants of the old era. Just as Lynn was lost in thought, Garp suddenly leaped beside him. Lynn's eyes widened as the word wait had barely escaped his lips when Garp had already clasped his hands together, unleashing another powerful strike towards Lynn suspended in midair. Boom! Lynn was abruptly thrust down to the ground by Garp, crashing heavily and stirring up a cloud of dust. Marcy, who was in the kitchen, heard the commotion outside and rushed out, her eyes widening in disbelief as she beheld the scene before her. The tavern's front door lay shattered, and in the open space outside, clouds of dust billowed as dozens of naval officers encircled the swirling debris. Surprisingly, the expressions of the naval officers mirrored her own confusion, as if they too were pondering the events that had transpired. As the dust settled, Marcy finally discerned the familiar figure of Mr. Garp standing there, while Lynn lay sprawled on the ground before him, the earth beneath him having been cratered by the impact. Before Marcy and the other naval officers could utter a word, Lynn, who had been motionless, suddenly performed a backward somersault, springing to his feet and swiftly distancing himself from Garp. At that moment, Lynn took the opportunity to survey his surroundings. What had transpired? Why were there so many naval officers around? Was Garp indeed here to apprehend him? However, Lynn soon realized that the naval officers were equally perplexed. Their murmurs reached his ears. Did Vice Admiral Karp not say he was thirsty and went for a drink? Why has he resorted to fighting? Who is that kid? Forget about who he is. Can anyone truly withstand Vice Admiral Karp's punch? He must be a monster. Perhaps Vice Admiral Karp didn't use his full strength? Are you blind? That crater in the ground is no jest. The chorus of speculation only deepened Lynn's confusion. The accompanying naval officers were unaware of his presence. So what exactly did Karp mean by this? Lynn was perplexed by the situation. Yet he summoned his energy to restore his body. Soon after, he half-clenched his fists, adopting his habitual combat stance. It was instinctive for him. Upon witnessing this, Karp could no longer maintain his previously stern demeanor and burst into laughter, slapping his thigh. Ha ha, just as Zefa said, you are indeed a mad little rascal. Lynn found himself momentarily taken aback by this reaction. Meanwhile, Karp laughed until tears streamed down his face. When Zefa mentioned a little brat who wouldn't even know hockey daring to engage in a brawl with him, I was skeptical. Yet, here you are. Lynn felt a peculiar sense of frustration wash over him, as if he were being toyed with by Karp. Nevertheless, it seemed Karp had no intention of apprehending him, which was quite fortunate. After all, while Zefa could loosely be considered a minor bureaucrat, Karp was undeniably a complete martial artist. Just 2 casual punches had left him struggling to maintain his balance. Perhaps it would be wise to catch his breath before inquiring about Karp's intentions. As he contemplated this, just as Lynn was about to withdraw his stance, Karp suddenly struck his own palm with a fist, producing a sharp sound. Hey, little rascal. Why are you dropping your guard? Don't you wish to learn hockey? Lynn was momentarily taken aback. However, Karp continued, that fellow Zefa claims he owes you a significant favor. Allow me to repay it on his behalf. Nevertheless, mastering hockey is quite a formidable challenge, and I am not as patient as Zefa. Karp twisted his wrist, producing a series of cracking sounds, and broke into a hearty laugh. Thus, you little rascal, as part of your entrance examination, let us engage in a duel. Lynn truly wished to exclaim, you are indeed remarkable, Karp. In stark contrast to the earnest pedagogy of Zefa, Karp's teaching methods epitomize a pure Spartan approach. An entrance examination that involves a brawl? Those mere 2 punches barely qualify as a skirmish. Were it not for the hero fruit bestowing upon Lynn a monstrous regenerative capability, those 2 blows alone would have confined Lynn to bed for the better part of a fortnight. Even more outrageous was Karp's carefree laughter echoing in the air. Ha! No wonder Zefa holds you in such high regard, you little rascal. Your physique is indeed robust. How infuriating. Lynn is currently experiencing a profound sense of dissatisfaction. However, following this fleeting discontent, a new thought emerges. In a certain sense, Cap's teaching methodology appears to be more suited to him. During his time in Windmill Village, Lynn has been reflecting on why the pace of his personal growth has slowed. Upon careful consideration, he surmises that perhaps it is due to the absence of the intensely high-stakes combat environment found in the arena. Windmill Village is exceedingly tranquil. Even the wild beasts of the forest are merely considered sustenance in Lynn's eyes, utterly unworthy of being called adversaries. Lynn must also concede that he is indeed a fervent enthusiast, profoundly yearning for and reveling in the art of combat. I exist, therefore I fight. It is precisely this emphasis on first-hand experience and Karp's Spartan teaching methodology that Lynn desperately requires. To have a man who can repeatedly push the Pirate King to the brink willingly become his adversary is an unparalleled stroke of fortune. Excitement sparkled in Lynn's eyes as her energy began to deplete, the latent power within her steadily rising. Bang! Lynn abruptly propelled himself forward, his rear foot driving into the ground, launching a left jab at Cap with astonishing speed. In response to the formidable blow, Cap swiftly sidestepped, seizing Lynn's forearm with a firm grip. Sensing the imminent danger, Lynn attempted to unleash a right punch to break free, only to be met head-on by another of Cap's fists. The impact resounded with a thunderous bang. Lynn felt a sharp sting in his nose as he was once again sent flying. This spectacle left all the surrounding Navy personnel utterly astounded. It was astonishingly swift. The speed of both Lynn's punch and Karp's movements was unparalleled, despite being elite members carefully selected from various Navy divisions to train under Karp in the Six Powers. They had to concede that, in the face of Lynn's formidable fists, escaping unscathed was beyond their capacity, and the prospect of victory was utterly bleak. Who exactly was this young man? Why did he seem to have a connection with the formidable black-armed Zefa? And how did he possess such terrifying strength? Before long, some of the more observant Navy officers recognized Lynn. He was none other than the notorious criminal, boss Lynn, with a bounty of 100 million berries, infamous for instigating the riot at the Sabaody archipelago. Upon hearing this, the surrounding Navy personnel could not restrain their chatter. The notorious outlaw, who had declared war on the celestial dragons, and whose name resonated throughout the world, had arrived in the East Blue. Not far away, Makino overheard the Navy's conversation. How could it be? Lynn was a wanted criminal. Was Mr. Carp really going to apprehend him? As Makino reminisced about the days Lynn spent in Windmill Village, a wave of concern washed over her. She wished for the safety of both Mr. Carp and Lynn, hoping neither would come to harm, while Makino silently prayed. On the other side, Lynn, having been struck by Carp's punch and landing on the ground, was filled with an entirely different emotion, excitement. It was close. He was on the verge of discovery. Lynn could not help but repeatedly recall the scene that had just unfolded. Although his nose had been struck, leaving him with a slight soreness and discomfort, his head had not sustained significant injury. This was due to Lynn's instinctive awareness when Carp seized his forearm. He faintly sensed the impending blow from Carp's other fist. Consequently, he leaned back just in time, dissipating some of the force and thereby mitigating the impact of the punch. Was that the sensation of observation hockey? Lynn felt a twinge of uncertainty. For some of the elite combat masters possess the ability to predict their opponent's movements to a certain extent. He could not ascertain whether it was his innate combat instincts at play or if he had genuinely grazed the threshold of observation hockey. You little rascal. How long do you intend to remain down? Can't you even manage to move a single step? Carp's voice resounded once more. Meanwhile, a thought flickered in Lynn's mind. Let me give it another try. Lynn forcefully struck the ground with both hands, leveraging the rebound to leap into the air. Given the monstrous prowess of Carp, Lynn harbored no intentions of testing the waters. He immediately unleashed his most potent technique, heroic skill, awe-inspiring. Previously, on Sabaody archipelago. Faced with the obstruction posed by Zefa and cornered into a desperate situation, Lynn had contemplated employing this move in a last-ditch effort, only to be interrupted by the indiscriminate bombardment of the celestial dragons. Thus, it can be said that Lynn had never utilized this technique against a true, formidable opponent. With such an opportune moment at hand, Lynn would not let it slip away. His internal energy rapidly depleted. Energy level, 900 of 1500, 800, 700, 400. 10 points of energy equate to the vitality contained within an ordinary human. 500 points, a colossal infusion of energy equivalent to that of 50 individuals, surged into Lynn's body in an instant, unleashing a tempestuous and ferocious power that coursed through his limbs. This represented the maximum energy output Lynn had ever been capable of unleashing in one breath. Lynn strode purposefully towards Cap, each step leaving a profound imprint upon the ground. Thud, thud, thud. Lynn's pace quickened, a deep golden light flowing within his eyes, leaving a straight line in the air as he advanced. The surrounding Navy personnel, witnessing this spectacle, instinctively took half a step back, despite the fact that Lynn's target was not them. The atmosphere mirrored that of the audience in the arena earlier. The sheer terror of Lynn's momentum rendered the surroundings all too constricted. Yet, the true target of Lynn's assault, Carp, remained steadfast, a smile gracing his face, utterly unmoved. In fact, since the commencement of the battle, Carp had not shifted an inch. In an instant, Lynn surged forward, closing the distance to Carp. His right hand extended, pressing against Carp's chest, his feet unwavering as he continued his advance. This time, Carp's expression finally shifted. Such tremendous force. Carp steadied himself, attempting to halt Lynn's momentum with his own physique, yet Lynn's unexpected strength propelled him backward, leaving furrowed tracks upon the ground beneath his feet. 1 step, 2 steps. As Lynn lifted his foot for the 3rd step, his forward motion abruptly ceased. He realized, to his astonishment, that he could no longer move. At that moment, his palms still rested on Carp's chest, but as he endeavored to push Carp further, he was struck by the sensation that he was attempting to budge a mountain. In a remarkable display, under normal circumstances, one could push an opponent several steps forward. However, facing Carp, even with all his might, Lynn could only force him back by 2.5 steps. Yet, Lynn's assault was far from over. This extraordinary feat unfolded in 2 phases. The first phase involved bearing the opponent forward, and the second phase culminated in a strike. Lynn let out a fierce roar. His muscles taut to the utmost degree, as his palm came crashing down upon Carp's chest. Yet, it was futile. No matter how hard Lynn exerted himself, Carp remained steadfast. Like an immovable mountain, unyielding and resolute. Lynn clenched his teeth tightly, his eyes beginning to redden. He summoned every ounce of energy remaining within him. preparing for a final desperate struggle. In that fleeting moment, even Lynn himself was unaware that the air around him had suddenly dropped several degrees. Something was undergoing a transformation. However, Karp had sensed this change. He seized Lynn's arm and grinned with satisfaction. "That's enough, you little rascal. You've passed the entrance exam." Karp grasped Lynn's forearm, displaying a look of contentment. "That's enough, you little rascal. You've passed the entrance exam." Yet, upon hearing these words, Lynn did not halt his advance. Just a little more, and he would grasp the tail of a new skill. But Karp suddenly exerted force, flinging Lynn away, causing him to crash to the ground. Before the rising dust could settle, Lynn sprang to his feet, fists clenched tightly. "Come again. Ha ha ha." Karp, witnessing this, could not help but burst into laughter once more. "Don't rush, you little rascal. You have plenty of time for your antics." After laughing, Karp waved his hand, and the surrounding navy swiftly formed ranks, preparing to depart. Lynn quickly interjected, "Wait a moment." "Oh, right." Suddenly, Karp slapped his forehead, retrieved something from his pocket, and tossed it to Lynn. Lynn took a closer look and discovered it was a recording pointer. "Focus on your recovery. Otherwise, in your current state, you will struggle to keep pace with my training." Karp remarked with a grin, addressing Lynn. "Given your resilience, a few days devoted to healing should suffice. Once you have recovered, follow the pointer to find me." Subsequently, under Karp's guidance, the Navy personnel formed a line and departed from Windmill Village. On the other side, Lynn, upon hearing Karp's words, felt the tension in his body and nerves dissipate instantly, allowing him to collapse onto the ground, gasping for breath. The exertion had drained 500 energy points, which indeed placed a tremendous burden on his physique. Not far away, Marquino hurried over upon witnessing this scene. "Lynn, are you all right?" she inquired. "I'm fine," Lynn replied, shaking his head. Karp had struck with remarkable restraint, inflicting no severe harm upon Lynn. However, the two blows had left him feeling as if his body had been dismantled. The exhaustion and aching sensation resulting from the substantial energy depletion coursed through Lynn's entire being. Lying on the ground, he raised his right hand and gazed at the pointer in his grasp. "Karp's training, perhaps?" Lynn broke into a smile and turned to inquire of Marcy. "Are there any boats capable of setting sail in Windmill Village?" "I possess a small vessel moored at the harbor, sufficiently seaworthy," Marcy replied, nodding. She had overheard the conversation between Cap and Lynn, sensing that the two were not adversaries, which put her at ease. Regarding the agreement between Cap and Lynn, Marcy understood that she had no grounds to impede them. Thus, she could only assist in ways within her capacity. Gently wiping Lynn's face with a handkerchief, Marcy asked, "When do you intend to embark on your voyage?" "I wish to prepare in advance." Lynn, without a moment's hesitation, announced the time now. The sun shone brilliantly, casting a shimmering light upon the sea. A warship advanced steadily, its bow resembling the colossal head of a dog clutching a bone. Any naval aficionado would instantly recognize this vessel as belonging to the esteemed naval hero, Vice Admiral Monkey D. Garp. At this moment, the warship was likely carrying 50 elite naval soldiers, handpicked from various divisions, whose combat experience and prowess far surpassed that of their contemporaries. Their mission was to journey to an uninhabited island for rigorous training in the 6 powers of the Navy: shave, iron body, paper drawing, moonwalk, storm leg, and finger pistol. These 6 techniques epitomize the pinnacle of naval martial arts, capable of propelling the user beyond the limits of human physicality. Yet, an eerie atmosphere enveloped the ship. Aside from the crew maneuvering the vessel, the remaining sailors stood in orderly ranks on the deck, their expressions peculiar, their eyes frequently darting backward. Garp stood directly before them, gazing out at the ocean, casually extracting a rice cracker from his bag and indulging in it. His aide-de-camp could not contain himself, cautioning Garp, "Sir, are you certain everything is fine?" The naval officer he referred to was positioned at the rear of the warship, aboard a small boat a few meters in length. Piled high on the boat was a bounty of food. A hand emerged from the mound, seizing a piece of bone-in roasted meat and swiftly stuffing it into the mouth. In the blink of an eye, the substantial piece of meat was consumed. Lynn Barrick, at this moment, was aboard Machino's modest vessel, pursuing the warship of Karp. Resting for a few days to recover from his injuries? Such a notion was utterly implausible. The opportunity to receive personal guidance from Karp was one Lynn could not afford to delay even for a fleeting moment. Thus, he resolved to embark immediately, in order to restore his strength and replenish his energy as much as possible during the journey. Lynn exchanged a substantial quantity of food in Windmill Village for the massive wild boar he had just hunted, cramming it all into Michino's small boat. Consequently, a scene both reasonable and peculiar unfolded behind the naval warship. Before Lynn lay the record pointer that Carp had bestowed upon him. With his right hand, he incessantly stuffed food into his mouth, while his left hand clutched a book. During intervals of rowing, Lynn tirelessly perused its pages. The sailors aboard the warship observed this spectacle and began to speculate about Lynn's identity and the underlying significance of his bizarre behavior. Is that lad truly human? Having sustained such grievous injuries, how is he now so sprightly? He consumes an astonishing amount. Does he intend to devour all the provisions aboard? Why does he remain fixated on that book? I have heard that the notorious pirate known as the Tyrant enjoys reading while sailing. Could Lynn Barrick possibly be connected to him? What, indeed, is that book? The mysterious tome in Lynn's hand sparked boundless curiosity among the sailors aboard the warship. However, due to the distance, they were unable to discern the cover of the book. Consequently, only Lynn was privy to the title of that significant work, A Beginner's Guide to Navigating Small Hand-Powered Vessels. After savoring a few bites of meat and glancing at the book, Lynn set it aside, fixating on the recording pointer and the warship ahead. While deftly propelling the boat with a few strokes, Lynn did not wish for things to be this way, yet he was utterly ignorant of nautical knowledge. Although both involve rowing a small boat, navigating a lake and traversing the ocean are entirely different matters. Mastering the art of sailing a small vessel on the sea is undoubtedly a skillful endeavor, even with a destination in sight. Insufficient maritime expertise can easily lead one to be swept away by the currents to unforeseen locales. Lynn had previously managed to learn the rudiments of operating a warship, yet he remained unskilled in navigating a small boat. In a moment of desperation, he sought the assistance of Michino, borrowing a book to study while paddling. An earnest application of knowledge acquired in real time. On board the warship, Carp let out a hearty laugh in response to his lieutenant's inquiry. Ha ha ha, what a spirited little rascal. No need to concern ourselves with him. Gazing out at the expansive ocean, Carp's lips curled into a smile. Indeed, he had embarked on this journey specifically to find Lynn. Earlier, through a communication device, Zefa had informed Carp that Lynn and Tiger had set sail on his warship. For the fishermen, the sea is home, yet Lynn, being a person of extraordinary abilities, could only rely on that warship to traverse to the next island. However, there were merely 3 log pointers aboard that vessel. Lynn is unlikely to venture to the Sabeti archipelago or the naval headquarters. Hence, the only plausible destination for him is Town, located in the East China Sea. Carp originally intended to seek out Lynn in Town, but upon his arrival, he learned that Lynn had already departed for Windmill Village. How could that pesky brat have made his way to my abode? Without further contemplation, Carp, accompanied by a ship full of elite Marines, proceeded to Windmill Village, where he finally encountered Lynn Barrick. At that moment, an aide pondered for a while and, mustering his courage, spoke to Carp. Vice Admiral Carp, that individual is the most notorious criminal specifically named by the Celestial Dragons. Are you truly? The aide's words trailed off, alluding to Carp's intention to teach Lynn the art of hockey. It was utterly unheard of for a celebrated hero of the Navy to impart such knowledge to a criminal with a bounty of 100 million berries. Indeed, Carp nodded affirmatively. This is a promise I made to an old friend, and I must uphold it. The aide wished to inquire further, but was silenced by a fierce glare from Carp, causing him to retreat. With the aide no longer present to ask questions, Carp found himself enveloped in memories from not long ago. A little over a month prior, Carp had heard from Zefa about Lynn through a din mushy. At that time, Zefa spoke with a long-lost excitement, saying to Carp, "Carp, do you know? In this era, there exists a young lad whose aspiration is to be a hero." Haha. Carp could still recall Zefa's laughter, which had become a rarity since the tragic loss of his wife and child to pirates. The notion that a young boy could dream of becoming a hero in this age was indeed remarkable. Through the din mushy, Carp discerned Zefa's genuine joy. If only I had encountered him sooner. After their laughter subsided, Zefa reflected, if we can reach him before they do, that boy could undoubtedly become an exceptional Marine. The they Zefa referred to were, of course, the Celestial Dragons, who had ensnared Lynn into slavery and would never permit their property to join the Navy. Thus, the name Lynn Barrick was destined never to grace the Navy's roster. Carp mused, I truly owe that lad a significant favor concerning the events at the Sabeti archipelago. Zefa grinned, saying slowly, if you happen to cross paths with him on these seas, do not forget to convey my gratitude. Returning to the present aboard the warship, Carp let out a deep sigh. This is precisely why I say Zefa is so stubborn. Ignoring a debt of gratitude will surely haunt one in their sleep. Since Lynn Barrick is not a pirate, I shall assist you in this endeavor. Once the task is complete, you must treat me to a drink, Zefa. Kapu pondered thus. Lynn was dining. In just a few short hours, the pile of food on the small boat had been nearly depleted. Lynn let out a hearty belch and called out to the warship ahead. Excuse me, do you have any water? Indeed. The sailors aboard the vessel were momentarily taken aback. Yet, as Vice Admiral Karp showed no objection, they certainly would not refuse such a simple act of kindness. Subsequently, a sailor tossed a bottle of water to Lynn. Upon receiving it, Lynn gulped it down in quick succession and instantly felt rejuvenated. The energy within her was gradually being replenished. Heroic skill, battlefield valor. Lynn possesses the remarkable ability to heal himself to a certain degree by expending his internal energy. The greater the injury sustained, the more effective his self-healing becomes. This skill is marked by both its advantages and disadvantages. On one hand, Lynn can achieve astonishing regenerative capabilities even when on the brink of death, endowing him with a monstrous physical constitution that allows him to engage in direct combat with top-tier warriors such as Zefa and Karp. However, the drawbacks are equally evident. When Lynn suffers only minor injuries, his healing ability diminishes significantly, rendering him merely slightly more resilient than an ordinary individual. Consequently, while he can expend vast amounts of energy to mend severe wounds, he is unable to swiftly return to his true pinnacle of strength, always falling just short of that ultimate state. He rises, twisting his neck, producing a series of crisp, crackling sounds. Lynn assessed her current physical condition. Energy level, 900-1500. Numerous minor bruises adorned her body, and her limbs were sore and swollen. However, aside from that, the severe injuries inflicted by Karp had nearly healed. With a resounding thud, Lynn's fists collided with anticipation. He could hardly wait to witness Karp's teachings. After a fleeting moment of excitement, Lynn found himself deep in thought while seated in the small boat. In the final instant of his confrontation with Karp, he felt as though he had brushed against something profound. Was it hockey? No, that was not it. Lynn shook his head. He had devoted himself entirely to honing his fruit abilities, and thus, he was acutely aware of what that sensation truly signified. A new heroic skill, perhaps? As Lynn navigated his boat, he began to delve into his memories and combat experiences in search of answers. After approximately an hour, a small island emerged within the line of sight of the group. It was a vast, uninhabited isle, half enveloped by dense forest and the other half a sprawling plain. Such an incongruous environmental structure did not provoke discussion among them, as the peculiarities of this sea were far too numerous. Dropping anchor, the entire team disembarked and set up camp in the grassy area near the shore, ensuring they maintained a safe distance from the edge of the forest. The aide-de-camp organized everything with remarkable efficiency, drawing from his wealth of experience, particularly given the unreliability of his superior. Meanwhile, Karp was soundly asleep upon the grass. After some time, Lynn secured his small boat and reclined on the grass as well. The sunlight and the fragrance of the grass served as potent lullabies, and it wasn't long before he closed his eyes and succumbed to slumber. Observing this, the aide-de-camp couldn't help but facepalm in disbelief. In a certain sense, this man named Lynn Barrick bore a striking resemblance to Admiral Karp. Evening soon descended. The Navy personnel erected tents upon the plain and kindled bonfires around them. Having completed these tasks, the aide-de-camp decisively disrupted Karp's peaceful dreams. "Ah, have I dozed off? Oh dear, let me assist with the tents," he exclaimed, suppressing the urge to express his frustration. "Admiral Karp, all preparations have been finalized." "Ah, truly a bother for you." Karp chuckled heartily, scratching his head, only to suddenly notice that Lynn was still fast asleep nearby. "You insolent little rascal, rise and shine," Karp bellowed, lifting his foot to send Lynn sprawling across the ground. Lynn groggily opened her eyes in midair and, upon catching sight of Cap, instinctively understood the gravity of the situation. Was a battle about to commence? A glimmer of excitement flickered in Lynn's eyes as he gracefully adjusted his form midair and landed with both feet on the ground, charging directly towards Karp. However, Karp merely scratched his ear, swiftly sidestepping, causing Lynn to miss his target entirely. The impetuous little rascal truly lacked patience. Karp beckoned to Lynn, signaling him to listen attentively, for he was about to elucidate the training regimen. As he spoke, Karp approached the assembly of naval officers. The 6 styles transcend the limits of human physicality. To master these techniques, one must first push their physical capabilities to the utmost limit. Only by breaching this threshold may one aspire to surpass it. This island is quite extraordinary, divided into two distinct regions, the prairie and the forest. The prairie is an unequivocally safe haven, while the forest teems with ferocious beasts, including extraordinarily fearsome monsters. Your task is to rest on the prairie and then venture into the forest, where you shall exert your physical prowess to its limits, thereby grasping the essence of the 6 styles. Is this understood? The 50 elite naval officers present saluted in unison. Yes, Vice Admiral Karp. Subsequently, the training in the 6 styles commenced under the guidance of the first officer. Yet, amidst all this, Lynn remained motionless, his gaze fixed intently on Karp. Raising an eyebrow, Karp remarked, "Impudent little brat, if you wish to comprehend hockey, you too must confront the monsters in the forest." "Indeed, I am determined to challenge the beasts." Lynn's fists collided as he fixed his gaze upon Karp, a grin spreading across his face in excitement. "Isn't the most formidable monster right before us?" he exclaimed. "Huh, what a confident little rascal." Karp chuckled helplessly, then slowly moved, using his toes to draw a large circle of approximately 10 meters in diameter on the ground. "Youngster, take a good look at this circle," Karp instructed, pointing to the ground. "With all your might, when I am forced out of this circle, it will mark the moment your conqueror's spirit awakens." Boom. Whoosh. Before Karp's words had fully settled, Lynn had already propelled himself forward, dashing toward Karp with astonishing speed. Let us battle. Later that day, on another deserted island in the East Sea, 3 pirate ships lay anchored at the shore. The vessels swayed gently with the waves, and whispers occasionally drifted from aboard. Here, the 3 most notorious pirates of the East Sea were convening on this solitary isle: Click, the Clown, and the Admiral. As darkness descended, a palpable tension filled the air. The 3 pirate crews, each displaying their distinct flags, were gathered near the uninhabited island. "Hey, are you really pirates?" One pirate sneered, grinning mockingly. "Look at you all, like a circus troupe. How absurd." Laughter erupted from the crew on one of the ships. "Care to test our lethal tricks, you bunch of cat-eared freaks?" "Silence, you fools," barked a pirate aboard the 3rd ship, sharpening his blade, the glint of its edge reflecting on his face. He could not fathom why their captain would consent to the invitation from these petty scoundrels. "Do you seek death, you wretch? Are you ready to fight? Don't soil your pants." The 3 pirate crews exchanged harsh words. At this moment, the captains and key officers of these 3 pirate factions were convening on the deserted island for a specific purpose. Meanwhile, on that remote isle, an abandoned naval outpost lay shrouded in neglect. Inside the dilapidated structure, the naval flag, worn and tattered by time, hung precariously. Before this ragged emblem stood a group of uninvited guests, each positioned warily at different angles, keenly observing one another. From the Click Pirates, Captain Admiral Click, with a bounty of 17 million berries, the Demon Man, Akin, with a bounty of 12 million berries. From the Black Cap Pirates, Captain Click, with a bounty of 16 million berries, the Hypnotist Zango, with a bounty of 9 million berries. And from the Buggy Pirates, Captain Clown Buggy, with a bounty of 15 million berries. The nefarious rogues of the East Sea had converged here. The combined bounty of the 3 major pirate crews totaled 69 million berries. Ha ha ha, truly deserving of the title of a devil fruit user, daring to come here alone to meet us. The Admiral, Cleek, with his lavender hair and clad in heavy armor, gazed at Buggy and grinned. "The split fruit, is it? It suits your comical demeanor perfectly. Do you have a problem with me?" Buggy retorted with a cold smirk. "That armor looks rather cumbersome. Would you like me to assist you in removing a few pieces?" In an instant, the stalemate within the room was shattered, and the atmosphere between Cleek and Buggy grew tense. Buggy, armed only with a dagger, drew his weapon, while his companion, the Demon Man Ajin, brandished his twin hooks, prepared for combat. "Gentlemen, please remain calm," Kuro interjected, adjusting his glasses with a smile. "We are here for a singular purpose, are we not?" "Ha ha ha. Speaking of which, we were all invited here by you, Kuro." Cleek turned his head, warning Kuro. "If your topic bores me, you know the consequences. If you wish for my involvement, the price is steep." Buggy added, licking the blade of his dagger. "What of the great treasure you mentioned, Kuro? And my Grand Line navigational chart?" Cleek added. Kuro adjusted his glasses again, explaining, "Gentlemen, do not be hasty. We still await another guest." Upon hearing this, both Cleek and Buggy exchanged puzzled glances. "Who exactly is it?" Cleek inquired. Kuro did not respond, but smiled instead. "A few days ago, I contacted the world government." In a flash, Buggy turned and hastened toward the door. Kuro was taken aback. Are you leaving now? Buggy nodded, frowning. I apologize, but if the world government is involved, I prefer not to participate. Before Kuro could probe further, Buggy had already exited the room, making his way swiftly back to his pirate ship. Captain Buggy. Upon seeing their captain return, the members of the Buggy pirate crew rushed forward. What exactly did that Kuro invite you for? However, Buggy had no time to respond. He was busy commanding his ship to depart the island with urgency. After all, he was a former crew member of the Pirate King, Gold, Roger, who had traversed the Grand Line with that man, possessing a far broader perspective than Kuro and Clique. Thus, upon hearing the mention of the world government, Buggy resolved to distance himself from the situation as much as possible. The farther, the better. Collaboration? What a joke. Before the colossal entity of the world government, a mere pirate with a bounty of 10 million berries was nothing but an ant. You seek death. I shall not accompany you. Men, prepare the ship. Full speed ahead. Baki has departed, yet Clique remains. He has shown a flicker of interest in Crow's words. Is another guest expected? Has contact been made with the world government? Just as Clique pondered these questions, the sound of footsteps echoed from outside. Tap, tap, tap. A peculiar figure pushed the door open. Tall and slender, clad in a pristine white suit and draped in a cloak, his face adorned with an exaggerated red mask, he was the epitome of eccentricity. Is everyone present? The voice of the oddity was deep, suggesting a male. Upon hearing this, Clique instinctively considered asserting his dominance over the peculiar man. Yet Crow's subsequent words left both him and the lurking akin momentarily stunned. Indeed, everyone is here, Crow affirmed with a slight nod. Allow me to introduce this esteemed individual, who hails from the intelligence agency CP5, directly under the world government. If Lynn himself were present, he would undoubtedly recognize the peculiar figure's attire, which could not possibly belong to the widely known CP5, but rather suggested a high-ranking member from CP19 or a prominent figure from the Supreme Intelligence Agency, CP0. However, the pirates present could not possibly grasp such nuances. They only caught the crucial phrase, intelligence agency under the world government. In an instant, Clique was already prepared to flee. Angrily, he exclaimed, Crow, are you intent on leading the Navy to capture us all? Yet Crow calmly shook his head. Be composed, Admiral. The world government and the Navy are not the same. To them, as long as there is value, they can collaborate even with pirates. Clique furrowed his brow. He had always found Crow to be unsettling, and his discomfort only deepened now. A mere pirate daring to negotiate with the world government? After a moment's contemplation, he inquired, what precisely are you scheming? Crow, did you not clarify matters with them? The peculiar man responded, his tone tinged with annoyance. My apologies, sir. I was just about to explain. Crow nodded slightly in acknowledgement of the oversight, then addressed Clique. I invited you here to unite our strengths in order to eliminate a certain individual. Excuse me? Clique was further perplexed. What manner of person could necessitate an alliance between pirates and the world government? At that moment, the odd figure produced a wanted poster from within his coat and slowly articulated, Boss Lynn Balek, the instigator of the chaos at the Sabaody archipelago. With a bounty of 100 million berries, he is a world-class criminal, and should anyone assist us in apprehending him, we shall offer a most generous reward. Upon concluding, the peculiar man presented a list, placing it upon the table. These are merely the basic rewards. If all goes smoothly, I trust that the bidders will be more than willing to bestow additional gratuities upon you. As Clique gazed at the list the oddity had unveiled, he felt a surge of breathlessness. The rewards were exceedingly bountiful. He could hardly fathom the identity of the individual capable of offering such a staggering sum. However, Clock continued to add, coincidentally, I have come to know the whereabouts of Lynn Barrick. Are you out of your mind? Clique suddenly retorted. I have heard about that incident. He is a monster who managed to escape from the Navy's tight encirclement, with a bounty as high as 100 million berries. How dare you contemplate such a notion? Calm down, Admiral. Clock adjusted his glasses. Let us not forget who stands before us. Clique's gaze shifted to the peculiar figure beside them. More precisely, to the esteemed individual from the world government. Clique's expression transformed from shock to a smile. Clutching the bounty list, he saw what he had longed for, the navigational chart of the Grand Line. To dare to pursue a creature with a bounty of 100 million berries, Clock. You truly are a madman, Clique exclaimed, then turned his attention back to Clock. It seems we are indeed destined to form a pirate alliance. On the vast ocean under the cloak of night, the buggy pirate ship was sailing at full speed. They had been navigating at their swiftest for nearly an hour. The lookout reported, Captain Buggy, No naval ships or pirate vessels have been spotted in the vicinity. Very well, continue to monitor. Buggy nodded, instructing his crew to remain vigilant. He perched upon a crate, his back drenched in cold sweat. Some thoughts are inherently more terrifying the more one dwells on them. If that man named Clock was not lying, and he had indeed made contact with the world government, then regardless of his intentions, a grim fate awaited him. Schemes? Mere folly. In these waters, cunning must be bolstered by strength. No matter how intricate your plans, if your might is insufficient to the world government, you are nothing more than an astute ant. Fortunately, they were moving swiftly. Buggy took a deep breath, striving to steady his nerves. If he were to wait for the so-called government agents to arrive, contemplating an escape then, having learned of the government and pirate collaboration, there would be only one inevitable outcome, death. A chill swept over Buggy's heart. At that moment, Machi, the beast tamer of the Buggy pirates, along with the acrobat Kabaji, approached Buggy, accompanied by Machi's enormous pet lion, Ricky. Hey, Captain, why are we moving so fast? Didn't Clock say there was treasure? Awu. Ricky called out. Hey, Captain. You can't hoard the treasure for yourself. Awu. Captain, speak to us, Captain. Awu. Awu. You lot are insufferable. Buggy exclaimed in exasperation. Bucky rose in indignation, delivering a punch to each of the two companions and the lion that accompanied them. I was just reveling in my fortuitous survival, and you lot are simply too noisy. Machi and Kabaji cradled their heads and bowed, acknowledging, we were wrong, Captain. Ah, truly. Bucky sighed, collapsing back down. It's already frightening enough. And your ruckus has drained all my energy. Since that's the case, Captain Bucky, why not take a vacation? Machi suddenly suggested. A vacation? Bucky raised an eyebrow, then broke into a grin. What a splendid idea, Machi. Hee hee. Machi scratched his head. I've heard of a deserted island with breathtaking scenery. Shall we venture there? A deserted island. The mere mention of those words made Bucky feel uneasy, as he feared some lurking monsters might be congregating there. Thus, he shook his head. No, I have a far better option. The others inquired. Where? Rogue Town. Bucky stroked his chin, chuckling. I've long heard it's quite lively. We'll go there to drink and soak in hot springs. Crew, let's set sail. Oh. The pirates cheered in response. Bucky joined in their jubilation, striving to cast aside the earlier disturbance. His choice of Rogue Town for a holiday held a secret motive known only to him. Whenever the world government crossed his mind, he couldn't help but think of his captain. Rogue Town held a special significance for the members of the Roger Pirates. Since he had miraculously escaped death, he would pay homage to his captain. Captain Roger, bless me with good fortune. Inside a chamber, Crocodile had already devised a plan, pointing to a location on the map. He addressed Click and the Freak. We shall strike here and claim the head of Lynn Barrick. That very location was Rogue Town. Ha ha ha, the show is about to begin. Crocodile could not contain a hearty laugh, and then turned to the Freak beside him. From CP5, I trust you shall honor your promise. Of course, no problem at all. The Freak nodded. As long as you eliminate Lynn Barrick, the world government will provide you with whatever you require. But, the Freak inquired, do you truly know the whereabouts of Lynn Barrick? Indeed, Crocodile affirmed with a nod. Where is he? Ah, that I cannot disclose. Crocodile smiled slyly. If I were to reveal his location now, I fear both Click and I would not live to leave this island. Humph. The peculiar individual let out a cold snort, neither affirming nor denying. Shortly thereafter, the meeting came to a close. Both Clo and Click departed the deserted island, each accompanied by their respective groups. The one who claimed to be from CP5, yet was in truth a member of CP0, lingered until the end. He withdrew a din-din mushy from his pocket and initiated contact with someone. The line crackled, and a familiar voice emerged from the other end. Do you have any information on Lynn Barrick's whereabouts? The speaker was none other than the celestial dragon, St. Chimas, residing in Mary Geoise. The CP0 member responded, no. The man named Clo is tight-lipped and has done an excellent job of keeping secrets. Well then, until we ascertain Lynn Barrick's location or decisively eliminate him. That wretched insect's life must be preserved. St. Chimas's voice was icy. You know what to do next. Indeed, the peculiar individual nodded. I will eliminate all those who are privy to this information. How dare such a mere insect negotiate with me? This matter must not be allowed to spread. St. Chimas was seething with anger, yet he could not act against Clo and his group at that moment. He still required their assistance to deal with Lynn Barrick. The Navy, after all, was not the private army of the Celestial Dragons, even if St. Chimas believed this to be the case. Nevertheless, he had to ensure that the necessary FAAD was maintained. The Navy could not mobilize a substantial force solely for the purpose of hunting Lynn across the seas. Thus, he needed a seemingly independent third party to assist him. At that moment, Chloe, that insignificant insect, managed to reach him through the convoluted layers of government communication. Unbeknownst to Chloe, he was conversing with a celestial dragon. Subsequently, Chloe expressed that he was aware of Lynn Barrick's whereabouts and was willing to procure Lynn's head for the promised reward. However, he mentioned that Lynn Barrick was formidable and that he required assistance from the world government. St. Chimas acquiesced and dispatched a member of CP0, masquerading as belonging to CP5, to establish contact with Chloe's faction. Once the task was accomplished, St. Chimas's plan was straightforward: eliminate all who were in the know. Understood, the peculiar individual continued. Chloe's side requests a substantial supply of sea prism stone weaponry. Fulfill all their demands. After all, they will soon be corpses. We can reclaim the weapons afterward. Indeed. Remember this: as long as Lynn Barrick is killed, we celestial dragons can afford any price. With a snap, St. Chimas ended the call. Rocktown, a small settlement in the East Sea, was on the brink of unleashing an unimaginable storm. Meanwhile, Smoker donned his beach attire, ready to fully embrace his holiday in Roguetown. Roguetown, here I come. The notorious Smoker, a 22-year-old Navy lieutenant commander and wielder of the smoke fruit, was mentored by the legendary former Admiral, Zefa. As a rare natural-type fruit user, Smoker undoubtedly stood out among the younger generation of the Navy, with a serious demeanor and a commitment to rigorous training. He was almost the epitome of a perfect Navy recruit, aside from his notorious smoking habit. Thus, when the Navy headquarters tasked Garp with assembling an elite new recruit unit for training in the 6 styles, it was only natural that Zefa recommended Smoker for inclusion. With the prospect of being personally trained by a Navy hero, Smoker was undeniably thrilled and exhilarated. At least, he was at the beginning. However, after more than 10 days of training on this deserted island, he found himself engulfed in a state of existential doubt. He had witnessed a notorious criminal, with a bounty exceeding 100 million, casually wandering the island and participating in Garp's special training alongside them. The purpose was made abundantly clear by the criminal from the outset: to cultivate Haki, the latent, formidable power within the human body that signifies true strength. Even among this elite cadre of Navy recruits, they were far from reaching the level necessary to wield Haki. Now, the Navy hero intended to impart Haki to a wanted fugitive with a bounty exceeding 100 million? The most perplexing aspect was that this criminal appeared to be nearly the same age as him. How could someone so young be deemed worthy of cultivating Haki? Smoker found the situation incomprehensible, resorting to sitting on the ground, puffing one cigar after another. At that moment, dusk had settled, and the Navy soldiers were taking a break to eat. Nearby, one of the soldiers coughed several times from the cigar smoke, waving his hand in protest. Hey, Smoker. Why do I feel like your smoking habit has intensified? Frowning, Smoker chose not to respond. On the other side, a fellow soldier jested, of course. He.S. a smoke man. Smoker, uninterested in their banter, rose to retrieve a special weapon known as the Tenshodo, designed specifically to counter swords. Leveraging his smoke fruit abilities in conjunction with the Tenshodo, Smoker had developed a unique combat style. Smoker, where are you off to? One of the soldiers inquired. To the forest, Smoker replied. Wait, really? I remember you fought those beasts in the forest all day. Aren't you tired? The soldier scratched his head. Admiral Garp wants us to push our physical limits. Only then can we transcend them, Smoker said, his gaze fixed on the Tenshodo in his hand. A serious expression upon his face. My training is far from sufficient. The mere thought of that notorious fugitive, with a bounty surpassing 100 million, stirred a wave of discontent within Smoker's heart. He must surpass him. Just as Smoker was preparing to depart and return to the forest for further training, a chorus of astonished gasps erupted from the surrounding Navy personnel. It has begun. Oh, here it comes. How early today? Amidst the chatter of the Navy, Smoker felt an even deeper irritation. How could you fools cheer for a criminal? Don't be so serious, my friend Smoker, said a fellow Navy officer, throwing an arm around Smoker's shoulder with a hearty laugh. You may not favor that fugitive, but this is a rare opportunity to witness Vice Admiral Garp in action. After a moment of contemplation, Smoker conceded that this was indeed the case and suppressed his annoyance, directing his gaze towards the horizon. There, a figure stood clad in a Navy uniform, robust in stature, undoubtedly the heroic Vice Admiral Garp. Beside Garp lay a large circle, approximately 10 meters in diameter, drawn with his toe. Over 10 days prior, Garp had made a promise to Lynn. Young lad, Behold this circle. Use all your strength. The moment I am propelled out of this circle by you will mark the awakening of your formidable spirit. Thus commenced Lynn's official challenge to Garp. Initially, the early contest concluded in Lynn's dismal defeats, with Garp not having moved an inch, let alone being forced out of the circle. In the beginning, the Navy personnel on the island regarded Lynn with considerable caution, as he was a notorious criminal with a bounty of 100 million berries. However, as time progressed, their attitude towards Lynn gradually transformed from wariness to sheer astonishment. It was impossible not to be amazed. Over these past 10 days, Lynn had charged into the forest at dawn to hunt ferocious beasts, prepared sumptuous meals from his hunts by midday, and indulged in hearty feasts. Once satiated, Lynn would plunge back into the forest to continue his training. This regimen would persist until dusk, at which point the day's main event would officially commence. Lynn would challenge Garp, and this marked a pivotal shift in the Navy's attitude towards him. The combat styles of Lynn and Garp bore a striking resemblance, both favoring unadulterated, direct confrontation. Each clash, each impact, resonated with a thunderous echo, causing the very air around them to tremble. The grassy expanse they occupied was ostensibly a safe zone on the island, yet during their exchanges, the surrounding forest, teeming with ferocious beasts, seemed far more secure. It was akin to two colossal monsters engaging in a ferocious brawl. The Navy personnel had never witnessed such a raw and brutal display of combat. While they were convinced that Rear Admiral Garp had yet to unleash his full potential, Lynn's progress was undeniably evident. Without resorting to any breathtaking maneuvers, 3 days into training, Lynn had forced Garp to retreat half a step after 7 days. A full step, and by the 11th day, he had succeeded in making Garp step back twice. Now, on the 15th day, as dusk approached, Garp stood with his arms crossed over his chest, within the circle he had drawn, patiently awaiting Lynn's arrival. Meanwhile, the Navy members, holding steaming bowls of freshly prepared soup, engaged in discussions regarding the potential outcome of today's encounter. Could this individual named Lynn truly compel Rear Admiral Garp to leave his circle? It seemed inconceivable, after all. He was the hero of the Navy, yet who among them possessed the confidence to defeat this man named Lynn? After much hesitation, the gathered Navy personnel ultimately shook their heads in uncertainty. The prowess displayed by Lynn has far surpassed that of his peers. His strength may very well be on par with that of a vice admiral from the headquarters, a Navy officer suddenly remarked. Fool. Smoker interrupted the Navy officer. He is a wanted criminal. Your duty is to capture him, not to commend him. Another Navy officer attempted to mediate. Come on, Smoker. Acknowledging other strengths is essential for our own growth. Humph. Smoker clenched his fists, a sense of urgency surging within him. Not enough. I am still not strong enough. Meanwhile, on the other side, Garp was resting with his eyes closed. Suddenly, strange noises emanated from the direction of the forest. Crash. It sounded as though something was being dragged along the ground. Garp opened his eyes and grinned. Is that you, you little rascal? From the forest, trees began to topple one after another, revealing a massive maw filled with sharp teeth. The Navy officers, who had been dining, immediately prepared for battle upon seeing the owner of that colossal mouth. It was one of the kings of this forest, a gigantic crocodile weighing several tons. Its speed and strength reached terrifying levels, and its tough hide was impervious even to cannon fire. Over the past few days, many Navy officers had fallen victim to this crocodile, barely escaping with their lives. Smoker's brow furrowed as well. Even with the powers granted by the Logia-type devil fruit, he found himself at a loss against the crocodile's tough, resilient flesh. The giant crocodile has emerged? I thought the beasts of this island would not tread upon the grassy plains. Yet, the Navy officers soon noticed something amiss. The crocodile lay there, its tongue lolling out. Its eyes rolled back, clearly dead beyond any doubt. Beneath the crocodile's massive form, a figure was dragging it forward with deliberate steps. This person bore an exposed upper body, muscular and marked with numerous scars of varying sizes. Lynn Barrick emerged from the dense thicket, exerting her strength to cast the colossal crocodile onto the adjacent clearing. With a thunderous thud, the ground trembled beneath the feet of the naval personnel. Gentlemen of the Navy, shall we indulge in a barbecue this evening? Lynn twisted her neck and gently hopped a little, then fixed her gaze upon Garp. Garp couldn't help but chuckle. You little rascal, aren't you going to take a break? Lynn, however, shook her head, revealing an expression of sheer exhilaration. How could one possibly contain such excitement? Lynn Barrick, indeed, the 15th challenge against Monkey D. Garp begins. Lynn spread his arms wide and leaned forward slightly, advancing step by step towards Carp. His pace was not hurried, yet each footfall was remarkably steady. Meanwhile, the sailors in the distance hastily found comfortable positions and began sipping the freshly brewed hot soup. They dined while observing the fierce clash between Carp and Lynn, a routine that had become part of their daily lives. It was not merely a meal. Time was exceedingly scarce, for after dinner, they would return to the forest to continue their training. However, the sailors were reluctant to miss the spectacle of the battle between Carp and Lynn, prompting them to adjust their dinner schedule to coincide with the unfolding drama. On the other side, Lynn had leisurely stepped into the circle, now standing merely a step away from Carp. Observing this, Carp chuckled. "You little rascal, it seems you've reduced your unnecessary movements." Lynn nodded. What Carp referred to as Lynn's habitual sprinting motion. For a master capable of utilizing observation hockey, Lynn's offensive intentions were exceedingly apparent, especially when his opponent was Carp. Lynn has suffered numerous setbacks in this regard. Thus, she has distilled her experiences into valuable insights. The actions of offense are dictated by the objective, with the aim taking precedence over the action itself. Lynn spoke softly. If that action is superfluous to the objective, then it should be discarded. This principle is, in fact, quite straightforward. Lynn's objective in battle was to compel Carp to vacate the circle beneath his feet, regardless of the offensive strategy Lynn employed initially. Carp was bound to remain within that circle. Thus, rather than resorting to a sprint with a trajectory easily anticipated, it would be far more prudent to leisurely stroll into the circle and launch an assault on Carp from the closest range. Carp nodded, recognizing that Lynn's grasp of this concept exceeded his expectations by a considerable margin. Was it the wealth of experience accumulated from countless battles that informed such insight? Carp looked down at Lynn, a grin spreading across his face. "Are we about to begin, you little rascal?" He mused. "What a ridiculous notion, old man." Lynn raised his head, gazing at Carp, and replied with a smile, "Hasn't it already begun?" Suddenly, a suffocating sense of pressure enveloped the space between Carp and Lynn. "Am I seeing things?" A naval officer rubbed his eyes, bewildered. It seems as though the air between Vice Admiral Carp and Lynn has become distorted. The other naval officers, upon hearing this, looked over and confirmed the observation from various angles. The two men were locked in a gaze, their palpable aura causing the very air around them to warp. "What are they doing?" a naval officer inquired, perplexed. "They're waiting," Smoker replied, lighting a cigar and frowning as he continued. "Are you familiar with the concept of drawing a gun?" The naval officers nodded. It was a method of duel between gunmen. Two shooters stand opposite each other, each anticipating the moment the other will draw and fire. In that fleeting instant, one seeks to outdraw the other, achieving victory and glory. "They are now preparing to draw," Smoker said slowly. Some of the naval officers failed to grasp the meaning behind his words. Both Lynn and Admiral Carp are masters of hand-to-hand combat. What relevance does firearms hold? Yet, it did not take long for them to comprehend the truth. Within that circle, they witnessed the unfolding reality. Lynn's arms hung loosely at her sides, her hands naturally splayed open. In contrast, Carp embraced himself with crossed arms, his smile unwavering. In an instant, swish, Lynn clenched his left fist, his core suddenly engaging with power as he unleashed an uppercut aimed squarely at Carp's chin. Simultaneously, Carp raised his left hand to shield his jaw, effectively intercepting Lynn's punch. Bang! Lynn's left fist was intercepted. However, in the blink of an eye, his right hand formed a fist, launching a faster and more powerful right straight punch aimed at Carp's chest. The display of force. Yet Carp suddenly twisted his left arm, using the strength of his forearm to deflect Lynn's heavy blow. Whoosh! A punch missed its target, causing Lynn's body to momentarily lose balance. His pupils constricted sharply as he hurriedly adjusted his movements, but it was already too late. Carp's fist had seized that fleeting instant, arriving before Lynn. Bang! The fist struck, and with a dull thud, Lynn was sent flying backward. Although it may seem lengthy to recount, to the distant Navy personnel, this scene unfolded in the blink of an eye. In less than 3 seconds, Lynn and Carp had exchanged blows multiple times. The Navy finally understood Smoker's intention. For Lynn and Carp, drawing a weapon required no actual firearm. Their fists were sufficient. Witnessing this spectacle, the Navy members questioned themselves whether they could withstand Lynn's recent assault. Aside from Smoker, a natural type user, the answer for the others was a resounding no. As for Smoker, although he had confidence in enduring Lynn's 2 punches, he would only barely escape. Achieving a counterattack like Carp's was utterly impossible. Lynn Barek, with a bounty of 100 million berries, the man who dared to declare war against the celestial dragons, Smoker sighed, pondering the multitude of monsters that still lurked in this era. Meanwhile, Lynn, having been struck by Carp, sustained little injury and immediately stood up. He cracked his neck, exclaiming, "No, no, possessing observation haki is simply unfair." "Ha ha." Carp responded with hearty laughter, saying, "Thus, if you can force me out of this circle, it proves you have indeed mastered haki." Bang! Before Carp's words could settle, Lynn propelled himself off the ground, diving towards Carp with fervor. Heroic skill, awe-inspiring. Lynn's most formidable move had previously forced Carp to retreat a full 2.5 steps. However, this time, Carp had no intention of taking the blow head-on. With a graceful leap, he soared into the air, effortlessly evading Lynn's swift advance. Lynn missed his target and soon heard Carp's voice resonate directly above him. "You little brat. This trick of yours is far too sluggish for a master adept in observation haki." With a swift motion, Carp descended from the heavens, his feet together, forcefully driving Lynn into the ground. The impact created a substantial crater beneath him. Standing before the pit, Carp admonished, "Youngster, do not forget your battle experience. It is through experience that one discovers the essence of haki." Lynn quietly emerged from the pit, dirt of various sizes cascading from his shoulders. He gazed at Garp and slowly remarked, "Old man Garp, this haki business is truly troublesome." Garp raised an eyebrow in response. "What I have learned from this brief training is that the more one forces oneself to comprehend haki, the more likely one is to forget where their true strength lies. Unless one forgets the existence of haki altogether." Garp furrowed his brow. "What exactly are you trying to say, kid?" In an instant, a significant amount of energy was depleted from Lynn's body, causing the surrounding air to drop several degrees. "I want to learn haki, Garp. Heroic skills, ready to go?" Even with Lynn's confidence, he had to admit that Garp's training was indeed arduous. Within the forest of this deserted island, countless ferocious beasts lurked, some of which posed a genuine threat to Lynn's life. Garp's decision to have the Navy train in such a perilous environment was undoubtedly extreme. However, alongside the danger came opportunities. Under the intense practical training, both the Navy and Lynn experienced rapid growth in their abilities, with a select few talented Navy members even grasping the fundamentals of the six powers. Yet, Lynn's training in haki had reached a bottleneck. No matter how hard he punched, he could not manifest the armament haki akin to Zefa's. The ability to predict an opponent's attack trajectory stemmed solely from extensive combat experience, having nothing to do with observation haki. As for Conqueror's haki, that was far beyond his reach. Ultimately, after being defeated by Garp for the 7th time, Lynn chose not to rush back into the forest for further combat, but instead sought a quiet spot on the grassland to sit in meditation. Observing this scene, Garp nodded in satisfaction. "You were too hasty before, you little brat. The cultivation of haki is not something that can be achieved overnight. Even the most exceptional geniuses require long-term, diligent practice." Before starting this training, Lynn was virtually ignorant of haki, making it nearly impossible for him to master this skill in a short period. Garp had long prepared for the prospect of training Lynn over the long haul. How many years could he dedicate? 1 year? 2 years? At most, no more than 3, he thought to himself. After 3 years, surely there would emerge another top-tier master of haki on these seas. Yet, Garp could never have anticipated that after 3 days of meditation, Lynn would present a completely different conclusion. The cultivation of haki was exceedingly difficult. It would be better to delve deeper into developing his fruit abilities. After all, Lynn had only 2 objectives for mastering haki: to enhance his overall strength and to possess means to counter those wielding Logia-type devil fruit powers. If his fruit abilities could satisfy these 2 criteria, then perhaps haki would become inconsequential. Thus, under the astonished gaze of Carp, Lynn once again ventured into the depths of the forest. This time, he set his sights on the kings of the woodland. Only by engaging in combat with truly formidable beasts could he swiftly unlock the potential of his abilities. Finally, on the morning of the 15th day, Lynn found himself once more confronting the colossal crocodile. This formidable creature had, with its astonishing strength and impenetrable hide, bested Lynn on numerous occasions, even inflicting a grave injury upon him once. Upon seeing the diminutive challenger return, the crocodile seethed with rage, determined to devour the little one this day. After an entire day of fierce battle, it was Lynn Barrick who emerged victorious. Amidst the frost-laden ground, he delivered a powerful blow that concluded the confrontation. He hoisted the giant crocodile's carcass and made his way step by step out of the forest. Along his path, no beast dared to impede Lynn's advance, for they had all witnessed the fall of one of the kings of the forest. The frost spread beneath Lynn's feet, much like the present moment. Under Carp's slightly astonished gaze, the energy within Lynn began to deplete rapidly and continuously. The surroundings of Lynn began to grow increasingly frigid. A chilling frost started to spread from beneath his feet, gradually forming a vast circle with a diameter of approximately 20 meters, centered around Lynn. Lynn found herself enveloped in an ethereal mist, each breath she took exuding wisps of white vapor from between her teeth. In the distance, the sailors gazed in bewilderment at this extraordinary spectacle. What exactly did Lynn Barrick accomplish? This is a question that perhaps Carp can elucidate. As a seasoned veteran with years of experience, Carp possesses a unique insight. Feeling the chill in the air, he couldn't help but recall the little rascal named Kazan, who, having consumed the ice fruit, wields the formidable power to freeze anything. However, the cold surrounding Lynn is fundamentally different from Kazan's. Such a degree of chill is harmless, Carp remarked. He had long been informed by Zefa about the type of devil fruit Lynn had consumed, a Zoan-type, mythical beast, the human fruit, in its heroic form. This particular devil fruit is exceedingly rare. Perhaps only the celestial dragons could afford the luxury of using a devil fruit for amusement, allowing Lynn, who was then a slave, to consume it. Moreover, Lynn's abilities starkly contrast with those of the natural type, bearing a striking resemblance instead to his old friend Sengoku the Buddha. Both belong to the human fruit series, both are mythical beasts, and both are Zoan types. Even the rarest of mythical beasts do not alter the characteristics inherent to Zoan-type devil fruit users. Zoan users cannot become elemental nor possess bizarre abilities. Their sole capacity lies in transforming themselves. Carp grinned, remarking, "The cold is merely an accessory. The true essence of this technique must lie within you, you little rascal." Lynn's lips exhaled a frosty mist, remaining silent. What an unexpectedly clever little imp. Carp marveled, to have developed the devil fruit to such an extent. What is this technique called? Frozen domain. Lynn slowly uttered these 4 words. It was not that he was unwilling to respond to Carp's inquiry. Rather, in his current state, any unnecessary movement would exacerbate the depletion of his internal energy. The true full name of this technique should be heroic form. Troll King Trundle. Heroic skill. Frozen domain. Lynn continuously expended the energy within his body, utilizing the resultant low temperatures to conjure an icy domain within a certain radius. Based on this foundation, when Lynn engaged in combat within this frozen realm, he could significantly enhance his speed of movement, rate of attack, and self-healing abilities. This technique was devised by Lynn during his recent battle with a colossal crocodile, yet he had not tested it against a human adversary until now. However, the finest opponent was now before him. Suddenly, Lynn propelled himself from the ground, charging towards Carp in the manner he was most familiar with. Observing Lynn's approach, Carp's expression shifted to one of mild disappointment. Is the little brat merely posturing? He mused. But almost immediately, Carp's demeanor altered. Something was amiss. The boy's speed had dramatically increased. In fact, even the distant Navy personnel could discern that Lynn's current charge was unlike any he had executed previously. Both his velocity and strength seemed to have multiplied several times over, reaching a level almost imperceptible to the naked eye. Nevertheless, with his observation hockey, Carp could still easily perceive Lynn's movements. "Found you, little rascal," Carp declared as he launched a punch, intent on sending Lynn sprawling once more. Yet this time, Carp had miscalculated. Lynn, with an exceptionally keen combat instinct, anticipated the trajectory of Carp's punch. Swiftly, he sidestepped and evaded the attack with remarkable speed, launching a counterstrike in the very next moment. The velocity of his punch was unfathomable. Carp, caught off guard, could only bring his arms together in a futile attempt to absorb the blow. With a resounding thud, the punch landed, propelling Carp approximately 3 steps backward, a distance he had retreated the furthest since the training commenced. The outcome was undeniably impressive. In Lynn's eyes sparkled a glimmer of excitement. The frozen domain is a sustained ability, consuming approximately 10 energy points per second. Through her recent training, Lynn has achieved a maximum energy capacity of 1,800 points within her body. In other words, while maintaining the state of the frozen domain, Lynn engaged in a fierce battle for a duration of 180 seconds, 3 minutes. It unfolded within a vast circle, approximately 20 meters in diameter. Frost clung to the ground, and a delicate layer of ice enveloped the grass. Lynn Barrick, during his 15th challenge against Carp, finally unleashed a brand new heroic skill, the frozen domain. As long as Lynn engages in combat within the frosty expanse, he can significantly enhance his speed, attack rate, and self-healing capabilities. However, this ability necessitates a continuous consumption of Lynn's internal energy, meaning that he can sustain the frozen domain for a maximum of 180 seconds, just 3 minutes. Chilly white vapor continuously emanated from Lynn's mouth as his battle with Carp escalated to an intense climax in the blink of an eye. Empowered by the frozen domain, Lynn's speed reached astonishing heights. He darted around Carp, relentlessly seeking an opening to strike him out of the ring. In an instant, a tempest of frost swirled around Carp. Witnessing this spectacle, the naval soldiers set aside their bowls and chopsticks, unable to resist the urge to rise and draw closer for a better view. At this moment, Lynn's speed had reached, and even surpassed, the formidable six styles technique known as shave. The naval officers were filled with curiosity, pondering how the illustrious Vice Admiral Garp would respond to such extraordinary velocity. However, as they drew closer, they were astonished to discover Garp with his arms folded across his chest, eyes closed, and a series of snores escaping his lips. He was, astonishingly, asleep while standing. The bewildered naval personnel could not help but cover their foreheads, utterly speechless. Only a true naval hero could manage slumber in such an environment. Suddenly, Garp jolted awake from his dream, extending his right hand. At that very moment, Lynn's figure materialized beside Garp, and with a swift motion, he launched a punch, only to have it caught squarely by Garp's right hand. Garp yawned, bursting into hearty laughter. "Old man has been waiting for you so long that I fell asleep." No sooner had the words left his lips than Garp's left hand formed a fist, enveloped in the dark hue of armament hockey, and he aimed a punch squarely at Lynn. "Do not underestimate hockey, you little brat." Boom. Lynn was once again sent flying by a punch. Yet this time he did not crash to the ground. Instead, he regained his composure midair, swiftly pivoting his body and launching himself back into the fray. Bang! Bang! Two powerful strikes landed on Carp's body, who merely grinned widely, retaliating with his fist enveloped in the formidable hockey. Boom! It resonated like the thunderous sound of a drum. Lynn felt a tightness in his chest, a wave of suffocation washing over him, yet he showed no inclination to cease his assault. With his feet firmly planted on the ground, his knees slightly bent to stabilize his stance, he clenched his fists tightly. Empowered by the frozen domain, he launched a relentless barrage against Carp. This was a complete abandonment of defense, showcasing Lynn's swiftest and most ferocious series of punches to date. The rain of fists descended upon Carp's robust frame, yet instead of yielding even an inch, it elicited an excited grin upon his face. Truly, this young lad possessed remarkable talent, worthy of Zefa's attention. "Little brat, should I emerge victorious today, you shall obediently dedicate a few years to honing your hockey." As Carp gradually raised his arms in response to Lynn's fierce onslaught, his fists tightened, shrouded in the ominous hue of his armament hockey. Then, with a swift motion, his right fist descended, crashing into Lynn's face. Bang! Lynn's face was forcefully turned to the side, yet his gaze remained unwavering, fixated intently on Garp. A cloud of white mist escaped his lips. "I have my own path, old man Garp." This statement instantly recalled to Garp the memories of his own troublesome offspring. One had joined the Revolutionary Army, while the other two were adamant about becoming pirates. Their words echoed similarly, all declaring their desire to forge their own destinies. A peculiar emotion surged within Garp's heart. Was it a sentimental feeling of kinship towards Lynn? No, certainly not. Rather, it was the complete antithesis, irritation. Garp was exceedingly displeased. "Ah, this is infuriating," Garp suddenly bellowed, his voice resonating with fury. "Why won't any of you heed my words?" The surrounding Navy personnel immediately felt a chill run down their spines. "You? Any of you?" It seemed that aside from Lynn and his comrades, there was no one else on the island. "We're doomed." Enraged Vice Admiral Garp. "It must be because we haven't trained hard enough." With this thought, the Navy swiftly consumed their dinners, eager to retreat into the forest for further training, though they were reluctant to miss the confrontation between Garp and Lynn. Meanwhile, Garp's irritation had reached its zenith. "I order you to be Navy, and you comply. I command you to train in hockey, and you obey. Can I not guide you?" Garp glared at Lynn, veins bulging on his forehead. "You little brat, if you refuse to submit, I shall beat you until you do." As he spoke, Garp's fist, enveloped in armament hockey, descended upon Lynn. "I will make you willingly go and hone your hockey." Bang! Another powerful strike landed squarely on Lynn's abdomen. Yet, simultaneously, Lynn's assault showed no signs of abating. In fact, it continued unabated. Garp's iron fists rained down upon Lynn. In contrast, with each of Garp's mighty blows, Lynn retaliated with 5 or 6 strikes of his own. Thanks to his incredible speed, the surrounding Navy halted their advance towards the forest, each person profoundly astonished by the spectacle before them. In terms of sheer volume of strikes, Lynn was utterly victorious. However, each of Garp's heavy punches was sufficient to counter several of Lynn's attacks. From the Navy's perspective, both Lynn's speed and Garp's strength had transcended their understanding. Could it be that this Lynn could stand toe-to-toe with Vice Admiral Garp? One Navy officer gasped in disbelief. "Fool, can't you see?" Smoker shook his head, lighting up another cigar. For Vice Admiral Garp, this was merely a pre-meal exercise. Upon hearing the words, the naval officers turned their gaze once more. Indeed, although there had been exchanges of strength and speed, it was evident that Lynn had exhausted all his energy, blood trickled from the corner of his mouth, and his body was marred with bruises of various sizes. In stark contrast, Garp had not taken a single step back, even breaking into a wide grin. He was beginning to understand Zefa. It had been a long time since he encountered someone daring enough to engage in such a spirited brawl with him. What an amusing little rascal. However, it was time for the lad to obediently serve as a practice target for his hockey. Garp bellowed, preparing to conclude this confrontation. He could distinctly sense the surrounding frost growing thinner, while Lynn's speed was evidently diminishing. He must be approaching his limit. Garp contemplated silently. That astonishing speed could likely be maintained for about 3 minutes, truly an impressive technique. But it ends here. Garp abruptly retracted his right fist to his waist and then unleashed a powerful punch, intent on utterly vanquishing Lynn. Yet, it was precisely this moment that Lynn had been waiting for. "It ends here." Lynn echoed the same words. Suddenly, he pivoted, utilizing the final moments of the frozen domain to evade Garp's frontal assault. With a swift kick, he unleashed his heroic form, the blind monkey's sin. Heroic skill, Dragon's Rage. Bang! That unexpected strike caught even Garp off guard. Instinctively, he raised his arm to block what felt like a cannonball's impact. Yet, as he regained his composure, he realized that his foot had already crossed half of the circle he had drawn. After a prolonged silence, Garp gazed at the fallen Lynn and uttered 2 words, "Impressive." Bang! With a dull thud, Lynn's sudden kick sent Garp sprawling out of the circle. The surrounding Navy personnel were momentarily stunned. Gulp. It was unclear who swallowed first, but in an instant, the stagnant atmosphere shattered. Garp, a vice admiral, had been knocked out of the circle? The Navy began to murmur among themselves. Just days prior, they had all heard Garp decree that the moment Lynn had the ability to eject him from the circle would signify the awakening of his hockey. Yet, the present circumstances seemed markedly different. Lynn succeeded in knocking Garp out of the ring, but it was not through sheer willpower. Rather, it was through the newly developed abilities of his fruit. Has he compensated for his lack of willpower with these abilities? Not far away. Smoker furrowed his brow and murmured, "But in that case, the drawbacks are quite apparent, aren't they?" Returning our gaze to Garp, he stood with his arms crossed, looking down at Lynn, who lay sprawled on the ground, gasping for breath. The intense exchange of blows had left Lynn significantly injured, rendering him nearly immobile. Yet, surprisingly, his spirits seemed high. With a wide grin, he burst into laughter, exclaiming, "I did it." Garp could only shake his head in resignation, thinking, what a hot-headed little brat. With Garp's seasoned insight, he could easily discern what Lynn had truly accomplished. Lynn Barrick, utilizing the unique powers bestowed upon him by his devil fruit, has discovered a distinctive substitute for hockey that is entirely his own. In terms of observation hockey, Lynn has amalgamated his combat experience with superhuman reflexes, augmented by the enhancement of his speed through the frozen domain, granting him a perception ability that rivals that of observation hockey. As for armament hockey, Garp still needs to conduct further verification. He inquired of Lynn, "Hey, you little rascal, can you still execute that move?" Lynn comprehended Garp's intent and reluctantly nodded. Having rested sufficiently for perhaps a few fleeting seconds, Garp then called out to the nearby Navy personnel, "Smoker, come over here." Although puzzled, Smoker extinguished his cigar and approached Garp and Lynn, saluting Garp with military decorum. The pivotal aspect of Kinbunchika hockey lies in its ability to enable the user to grasp the physical form of a Logia-type devil fruit user. Garp remarked to Lynn, "He is Smoker, the smoke man, who has consumed the smoke fruit. You little rascal, if you can seize him, show me what you can do." It was then that Smoker realized the purpose of Garp's summons. Just as he had previously considered, substituting formidable devil fruit powers for hockey was not without merit. However, it harbored a fatal flaw, the lack of means to counteract Logia-type devil fruit users. Without the assistance of Kinbunchika hockey, ordinary attacks were utterly ineffective against an elementalized body. Could there truly be a devil fruit ability capable of replacing Kinbunchika hockey? Amid Smoker's astonished gaze, Lynn nodded and, with great difficulty, propped himself up, uttering, "Let us begin." Smoker promptly elementalized his arm, billowing clouds of white smoke rising forth. As a proud user of a Logia-type ability, he found it difficult to believe in this endeavor. "Lynn Barrick, if you can accomplish this, then prove it." Suddenly, as if in response to Smoker's words, the surrounding air dropped several degrees, and frost began to spread once more. This maneuver truly demanded immense effort. Lynn smiled weakly, then reached out to grasp Smoker's elemental arm. In an instant, Smoker's expression shifted to one of shock, for he distinctly felt his physical form being touched by Lynn. In other words, Lynn's maneuver had, to a certain extent, supplanted the use of haki. But why was this so? Smoker pondered in confusion. Perhaps it was a characteristic of the devil fruit's power. Karp explained. Mythical Zoan fruits are exceedingly rare, and our understanding of this series of devil fruits is still woefully insufficient. At that moment, Karp had no inkling that years later, the fruit that would stir the world's tides, the dark fruit, possessed not only the ability to seize the essence of Logia users, but also harbored a terrifying power that could rival that of Sea Prism Stone. However, one thing was certain. Karp gazed at Lynn and smiled broadly. "You little rascal, you've graduated." Upon hearing these words, Lynn finally relaxed his spirit, collapsing onto the ground. A chorus of hearty laughter erupted around him. After a span of 15 full days, he, Lynn Barrick, had finally acquired a power on this deserted island that could rival both the observation haki and the armament haki. Thus, to commemorate my graduation, Lynn grinned widely and exclaimed, "Let us host a barbecue party on the prairie tonight." A profound silence ensued. The sailors turned their gazes toward Karp, and only after he nodded in assent did an uproar of jubilant cheers erupt. "Oh, how exhilarating!" Lynn is a boisterous and remarkably affable individual. Initially, the Navy harbored considerable apprehension towards this notorious criminal, whose bounty stood at a staggering 100 million berries. However, following a period of camaraderie, particularly after Lynn's valiant rescues of several Navy personnel from ferocious beasts, they gradually embraced him. Witnessing the fierce clash between Lynn and Karp further deepened their respect for his formidable prowess. Consequently, the evening's banquet was exceedingly lively. Lynn devoured the roasted crocodile meat, replenishing the energy he had expended. Although some wished to indulge in alcoholic beverages, it was still a time for training. Thus, the group raised their glasses of water to celebrate the birth of Lynn's new technique. Observing this scene, Smoker could only draw one cigar after another, grumbling, "TSK. Do these people forget that he is still a wanted criminal?" In response, Garp erupted into hearty laughter, exclaiming, "Ha ha ha, Smokey, your stubbornness truly mirrors that of your mentor, Zefa." The banquet continued until midnight. After a brief respite, the morning sun ascended, marking the commencement of another day of grueling training for the Navy. The previous night's festivities were merely an interlude. For these elite recruits, the pursuit of strength remained their foremost objective. The only ones appearing to still be in slumber were Garp and Lynn. The latter was recovering from the severe injuries sustained the previous day. Even with his monstrous self-healing abilities, the exhaustion of his body lingered, necessitating additional rest. As for Garp, he harbored a different reason. The aide rushed to Garp's side and whispered, "Vice Admiral Garp, you have lingered on this island too long. Numerous documents requiring your approval have accumulated, and Admiral Tsuru is pressing for your response." Garp lay with his eyes tightly shut, snoring. "Vice Admiral Garp, the ship dispatched from the base is awaiting you. Please accompany me to attend to your duties." Garp merely rolled over. "Vice Admiral Garp, you have many matters to address. It is not yet time for rest." Garp scratched his belly. "Vice Admiral Garp, are you feigning sleep?" This time, Garp could no longer maintain the charade. Rubbing his head, he slowly rose from the ground and yawned broadly. I sustained injuries yesterday. I need several days of rest." "Vice Admiral Garp, you only received a minor abrasion yesterday." Garp was rendered speechless. Truly, little Tsuru had assigned him an aide who was thorough in his arrangements. With no other option, Garp left a note to continue training and followed the aide aboard the ship that had been sent specifically to retrieve him. Thus, the training on the deserted island continued, albeit with the absence of Garp and his aide. Garp's warship and the small boat Lynn had borrowed from Makino remained moored at the makeshift harbor, gently swaying with the waves. Soon, 3 days had passed. Lynn found himself ensnared by boredom. In the absence of Karp, he was left to venture into the forest to hunt the ferocious beasts that roamed there. However, after mastering the frozen domain and the dragontail technique, the creatures of the island no longer posed any threat to him. Day after day, he hunted and roasted meat, quickly growing weary of the monotony. He yearned for Windmill Village and missed the culinary delights crafted by Magino. At that moment, a naval officer reminded Lynn that Carp's warship possessed a log post pointing towards Windmill Village, as well as a telephone beetle connected to Magino's tavern. Lynn eagerly rushed over, intending to call Magino and request a splendid array of delicacies, while he would row back to Windmill Village for a change of taste. Bloop, 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 click. Soon enough, the telephone bug connected. Hello, Magino, have you missed me? I've brought back some local specialties from the island, so be sure to prepare something delicious for me. However, a man's voice unexpectedly came through the receiver. Is this Lynn Barrack? We've been waiting for you for quite some time. Lynn's expression suddenly darkened. Who are you? The Windmill Village, nestled within the kingdom of Goa, had always been a tranquil little hamlet. It was neither affluent nor impoverished. The villagers lived simple yet contented lives. Occasionally, amusing incidents would unfold, such as the recent arrival of a mysterious man who had clashed with Vice Admiral Carp. Following that encounter, the man accompanied Carp on a voyage, claiming to seek some form of training, and he has yet to return. Marcy often pondered what Lynn and Mr. Carp were truly engaged in. On this particular day, a dilapidated vessel unexpectedly appeared at the port of Windmill Village. From it disembarked a dozen individuals, all clad in tattered garments, gaunt and pallid, as if they had just survived a shipwreck. Kind-hearted villagers promptly brought them back to Windmill Village, and the village chief, Upslap, graciously hosted them. He led them into a room and offered them several bowls of hot soup to warm their bodies. After a brief respite, the group eagerly inquired, "Have you heard of a man named Lynn Barrack?" Upon hearing this, the chief felt a surge of caution and questioned, "Who are you?" To his surprise, the group suddenly erupted into tears, wiping their eyes as they explained, "We are the crew of Captain Lynn. Our pirate crew encountered a calamity at sea, and we became separated from our captain. We have been searching for him for quite some time." Marcy was taken aback, exclaiming, "Wait, Mr. Lynn is a captain?" "Indeed." The leader, sporting a small beard, replied with a grin. "He is a notorious pirate." "But Mr. Lynn never mentioned such a thing," Marcy remarked, puzzled. "Perhaps he concealed it to protect his identity," the bearded man suggested. "How did you become separated?" Marcy inquired. Upon hearing her question, the bearded man began to weep profusely as he reminisced. What followed was a tale of poignant maritime adventures. The kind villagers of Windmill Village nodded in agreement, stating they recognized the man named Lynn, who had resided in their village for quite some time before recently setting sail, unaware of his destination. The group continued to seek information from the villagers regarding Lynn Barrack, including his arrival aboard Granny Sia's ship and his brief employment at Marcy's tavern. However, village chief Upslap sensed something amiss. As someone who harbored a deep disdain for pirates, he could often discern their identities at a glance. The man named Lynn Barrack exhibited not a trace of a pirate's demeanor. Was he concealing his true identity? No, the chief furrowed his brow in concern. Lynn Barrack, indeed a notorious fugitive with a bounty of 100 million berries, has never claimed to be a pirate. Moreover, that man is not one to deliberately conceal his identity, nor is he likely to resort to deceit. Thus, there is but one conclusion: that group is lying. Alarmed by this realization, the village chief's pupils suddenly constricted as he discreetly sought to distance himself from the group, intending to find an opportunity to inform Mr. Carp. Once Mr. Carp arrives, there would be no need to fear whatever schemes they might be plotting. However, the leader of the group, a man with a small mustache, discerned the chief's intentions. He signaled to his companions, who, despite their previous fatigue, swiftly rallied and secured the door. Chief Upslap, along with Machino and several villagers who had come to assist, found themselves confined within the room. The chief furrowed his brow, shielding the villagers behind him. "What do you intend to do? You were about to call the Navy, weren't you?" The mustachioed man approached the chief and forcefully kicked him out, following up with several more kicks. "Why not just tell us the whereabouts of Lynn Barrack, instead of harboring such nefarious thoughts?" With this display, the villagers within the room began to grasp the reality. This group was not Lynn's crew, but rather ruthless pirates searching for Lynn for their own ulterior motives. The chief, having endured the kicks, rose with pain etched on his face and addressed the mustachioed man. "Lynn Barrack did stay in our village for a time, but after venturing out to sea, he has not contacted us since." "Are you mocking us, you filthy old man?" The mustachioed man scoffed. "He escaped from the Sabaody archipelago in the Grand Line and then arrived at Log Town. If he had no acquaintances here, how could he possibly come to such a remote village?" His gaze swept across the assembly before settling on Machino. "Miss, you mentioned that Lynn Barrack worked at your tavern for a spell, correct?" What do you intend to do? The chief interjected, positioning himself in front of Machino, shouting, If you have grievances, direct them at me. Do not harm my villagers. Bam! Another kick sent the chief flying once more. You old fool, do you wish to die? Stop! Machino exclaimed. Do not lay another hand on the chief. I know Mr. Lynn. What do you want from me? The mustachioed man chuckled. We merely wish to get in touch with Lynn Barek. That is impossible, Machino responded. Mr. Lynn simply set sail in a small boat and did not specify his destination. Ah, truly troublesome, the mustachioed man sighed, rubbing his neck. It seems we must resort to Captain Kuro's plan B. Subsequently, the man with the small mustache instructed two individuals to bind Marquino, chuckling as he proclaimed, In that case, my dear lady, we must regretfully insist that you accompany us. Release Marquino. The village chief stepped forward, prepared to confront them. Bang! With another kick, the chief was sent sprawling once more, crashing against a nearby pile of debris. The small mustached man drew a knife from his waist and struck it forcefully against the adjacent wooden table. You old fool. Do you wish to see the people of this village perish alongside you? Upon hearing this, the village chief comprehended the true malevolence of the pirates, who were unflinching in their murderous intent. Consequently, his concern for Marquino deepened. Rest assured, this lady shall be safe for the time being. Our sole objective is Lynn Barek. The small mustached man waved his hand, and the two pirates began to escort the bound Marquino away. Gritting his teeth, the village chief demanded, Where are you taking her? The small mustached man sipped from the soup on the table and replied, To Rogue Town. The village chief's expression tightened. In contrast, the small mustached man and the other pirates showed no signs of leaving. I find the scenery of this village quite pleasant. It is well suited for a respite. The small mustached man continued addressing the village chief. Hey, bring forth your finest wine. This village is now under our dominion, if you wish to avoid casualties. Do not alert the navy. The time it takes for their ships to arrive will be ample for us to claim many lives. Thereafter, the small mustached man settled into a comfortable chair. We shall remain here, resting while we await news of Lynn Barek. Approximately a week later, the telephone bug in Marquino's tavern rang. Blurp, 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 blurp. Click. Hello, Marquino, have you missed me? I've brought some local specialties from the island. Prepare something delicious for me. Upon hearing the voice on the other end, the small mustached man was certain that Captain Clo's plan was indeed unfolding as anticipated. He then burst into laughter, exclaiming, Lynn Barek, we have been waiting for you for quite some time. The voice on the other end fell silent for a moment before a deep tone responded, Who are you? Who are you? Lynn, holding the phone book, returned from the warship to the grassy expanse of the deserted island. The resting sailors, noticing her presence, gathered around, eager to speak, but were silenced by a wave of Lynn's hand. Lynn gestured towards the telephone insect, forming several shapes with her lips. Silence, listen. The sailors quietly gathered around her. You aren't from Windmill Village, are you? Why have you answered this telephone insect? Meanwhile, the little mustachioed figure on the other end of the line did not respond to Lynn's inquiry. Instead, he erupted into laughter. Ha, Boss Lynn Barek. Our Captain Clo instructed me to send his regards. That cunning Clo? Lynn furrowed his brow, recalling his previous encounter with Crocodile's Black Cat pirate crew aboard Old Lady Zaya's merchant ship on his journey to Windmill Village. However, according to Zhang Ao, Crocodile was not present on the vessel at that time, so Lynn did not give it much thought. After all, aside from the so-called silent steps that piqued Lynn's curiosity, Crocodile was merely a minor character, unworthy of concern. Yet, in retrospect, the circumstances were clearly not as they appeared. What are you doing in Windmill Village? Lynn inquired, his brow still knitted. Visiting, chuckled the bearded man. Captain Crocodile anticipated that you would reach out to Windmill Village again, so he sent us here to wait and deliver a message. What message? You know a woman named Machino, don't you? As the bearded man uttered these words, a sudden chill enveloped the naval officers surrounding Lynn. This was not due to a drop in temperature, but rather stemmed from a psychological oppression. They had never witnessed the usually boisterous Lynn Barek don such an expression. It was a visage of fury that had reached its zenith, only to transform into an eerie calm. Speak, what is your demand? At this, the bearded man erupted into hearty laughter. It seems you truly do know her. That woman did not deceive us. I warn you. Lynn's countenance was chillingly fearsome. If anyone I know suffers because of you, I swear I will pursue you to the ends of the earth. Why the urgency, boss? The phone bug revealed the smug expression of the little mustached man. That woman is now in Rogue Town, and Captain Crow hopes you will meet him, but you must go alone, otherwise. Captain Crow would not hesitate to tear up the ticket. Lynn scoffed. A mere 16 million berries, and they dare to cast their eyes upon me? Ha ha. Captain Kuro anticipated your inquiry long ago. Little Beard exclaimed. He asked me to convey a message to you. What? With the right utilization of all resources. Even an ant can shake a tree. Do you truly wish to be crushed? Lynn replied slowly. Ha 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 ha. Little Beard laughed heartily. Lynn Barrick. The town of Rogu eagerly awaits your esteemed presence. By the way, the wine in this village is exquisite. With a sudden click, the call was abruptly terminated. Meanwhile, the deserted island fell into an eerie silence as the entire naval contingent absorbed the recent revelations. At that moment, Lynn rose and began to stride towards the port. Smoker called out, Hey, where are you headed? Isn't it obvious? Lynn clenched his fists and responded to Rogu Town. On the other side, the Navy had already unearthed Kuro's bounty notice and dossier. Kuro, with a bounty of 16 million berries, known as the Master of Schemes, wielded the tin-bladed cat claws and was adept in the art of deception, having evaded naval pursuit on multiple occasions. Smoker lit a cigar and remarked, If this Kuro intends to threaten you through kidnapping, a more conventional meeting place would be on some deserted isle, ideal for ambushes or staging personnel, rather than Rogu Town. He flicked the ash from his cigar, convinced that Kuro harbored a sinister plot. Lynn understood this all too well. The selection of Rogu Town, a bustling hub with extensive transportation, was indeed peculiar. Yet, to Lynn, it bore little consequence. He tightened his fists, veins bulging, and grinned at Smoker. Do you think you know who I am? I am the boss, Lynn Barrick. In the face of absolute power, all schemes are rendered futile. Smoker was taken aback by the unwavering confidence of the man before him, but he took a puff of his cigar and inquired, What about the villagers of Windmill Village? This question brought Lynn to a moment of silence. The current predicament was clear. A faction of pirates had abducted Machino to Rogu Town, while another faction remained in Windmill Village. In other words, both Machino and the villagers were hostages in Kuro's scheme. Even if Lynn triumphed over one faction, the hostages in the other location could still face dire consequences. Furthermore, if Lynn ventured alone to Rogu Town, Kuro could easily manipulate him with the villagers as leverage, leaving Lynn utterly powerless. Calm down, he reminded himself. No matter how formidable one may be, it was impossible to attend to both fronts simultaneously. Lynn furrowed her brow and inquired, What do you suggest we do? We shall rely on ourselves, Smog replied. Utilizing his abilities, he summoned a table from a distance. Additionally, a naval officer presented a map depicting the vicinity of Rogu Town and Windmill Village, laying it upon the table. Subsequently, without any verbal communication, the naval personnel swiftly inscribed the information and data they possessed onto the map. Lynn gazed at the scene before him, rendered momentarily speechless by the astonishing spectacle. The Navy coordinated their efforts as if they had meticulously rehearsed beforehand. Hey, I've heard that your faction consists of individuals solely adept at fighting. Surely you can comprehend the symbols I marked, right? Are you underestimating me, you scoundrel? Rather, I would advise against misjudging my combat prowess. I do not wish for my battles to be dull. Silence. I am analyzing the course of action. I had already established a plan. You were simply too tardy. This strategy is inadequate. Mine is tenfold superior. There were no commands from anyone. The Navy swiftly devised several rescue plans for Windmill Village with remarkable speed. You wish to assist me? Lynn inquired, somewhat taken aback. Aid for a fugitive? What just is this? Smoker scrutinized the map, his brow furrowed. With a disdainful huff, he declared, This is a grave incident of pirates abducting civilians. As members of the Navy, we cannot turn a blind eye. One of the Navy personnel patted Smoker on the shoulder and smiled at Lynn, saying, Pay him no mind. He is perpetually glum. However, when it comes to dealing with pirates, none are more suited than us in the Navy. Indeed, it is the perfect opportunity to test our training results from our time on the island. I suspect you've been slacking off. You insolent fool. Let us settle this after the matter at hand. Bring it on. Who fears you? The Navy personnel chattered excitedly, all expressing the same sentiment. They collectively decided to pause their training and first rescue the hostages taken by the pirates. This was splendid news, with sufficient manpower. The safety of the hostages would be assured. Contemplating this, Lynn stepped forward to analyze. The warship cannot approach Windmill Village directly, or else the pirates will detect us beforehand. An extended silence followed his words, yet no response came from the Navy. Lynn looked up at them with a hint of confusion, only to find the sailors' expressions had soured considerably. displaying an unmistakable desire to disregard him entirely. Had he perhaps spoken out of turn? At that moment, Smoker let out a disdainful grunt, retorting with Lynn's earlier words. Lynn Barrick, do you truly believe you know who we are? At this moment, Lynn recalled that the naval personnel before him were elite recruits, meticulously chosen from various branches to learn the 6 styles under the tutelage of Carp. In other words, they represented the Sea Army de la Sea Army of the new generation of the Navy. Each individual on this island, including Lynn, harbored a pride that was not to be trifled with. Ultimately, these naval officers, through their remarkable synergy, completed their entire plan in less than 10 minutes. Although protocol dictated that they should first contact Rear Admiral Carp, the urgency of ensuring the safety of the hostages precluded any delays. Smoker, with a cigar emitting thick smoke from his mouth, utilized the 2 maps on the table to elucidate the Navy's strategy to Lynn, excluding Lynn himself. There were precisely 50 naval personnel on the island, and the few minor injuries sustained during training did not impede their combat readiness. The Kuro faction demanded that Lynn proceed alone to Log Town, a stipulation that must be accepted, lest it jeopardize the safety of the hostages. Considering Lynn's formidable capabilities, the Navy resolved to designate Windmill Village as the primary attack location. Lynn set forth to Rog Town to rescue Machino, while the Navy hastened to Windmill Village to save the remaining villagers. However, it was unwise to allow Lynn to venture alone to Rog Town, as the true intentions of Crocodile's faction remained unclear. Currently, there were only 2 vessels on the island, the warship of Captain Carp and a small boat borrowed by Lynn from Machino. The warship could accommodate a considerable number of people, yet Machino's small boat could only hold 2 at most. Given these circumstances, the Navy decided to dispatch their most formidable individual, who would accompany Lynn in the small boat to Rog Town. He would disembark at a distance from the port, stealthily infiltrate Rog Town, and provide assistance to Lynn as the situation warranted. As a user of a Logia-type devil fruit, the smog-wielding Smoker accepted this mission. I simply cannot allow a notorious fugitive to wreak havoc in town. Smoker furrowed his brow and declared, Lynn Barrick, should I detect even the slightest threat to civilian safety, I will, with all the honor of the Navy, arrest you immediately. Lynn had long grown accustomed to this and merely shrugged. However, it is worth noting that few individuals in the East Sea possess the mastery of Haki, rendering Smoker's Logia abilities nearly insurmountable in this region. As an ally in combat, he is undeniably reliable. Meanwhile, the remaining 49 Navy personnel boarded Carp's warship, hastening towards Windmill Village to swiftly eliminate the pirates there, and subsequently, they would proceed at full speed to Rogue Town to support Lynn and Smoker. The uninhabited island they occupied was approximately half a day's journey from Windmill Village. Thus, the warship would arrive ahead of Lynn and Smoker at Windmill Village. However, considering the potential communication between the pirates of Windmill Village and those in Rogue Town, they would have to wait for Lynn and Smoker to reach Rogue Town before launching a coordinated assault. The specific timing of the operation would depend on when Lynn and Smoker arrived at Rogue Town. Initially, Ramashiya's merchant ship took a full 5 days to travel from Rogue Town to Windmill Village, accounting for mid-journey stops for supplies and various trifles. Eliminating those delays, combined with the extraordinary performance of the Navy's warships, it would only take a matter of hours to traverse from Windmill Village to Rogue Town. In other words, if Lynn and Smoker were indeed to encounter peril in Rogue Town, reinforcements would arrive within a few short hours. Yet, speaking of danger, one is a monster capable of exchanging blows with Admiral Carp and earning his acknowledgement. The other is an elite rookie of the Navy, a wielder of a Logia devil fruit. For Lynn and Smoker, the notion of danger may well be the furthest concept from their minds. The battle plan has been established. Only execution remains. The Navy personnel still training in the forest were called out by their comrades. After a brief respite to absorb the situation, they joined the combat team. These sailors, having endured over 10 days of rigorous training, were eager to showcase their prowess. They rubbed their hands together in anticipation, donned their gear, and ascended the warship. On the other side, Lynn and Smoker were also prepared, bringing provisions and water as they launched a small boat into the sea. The sailors aboard the warship handed Lynn the navigational pointer marked for Rogue Town and provided Smoker with a din-din mushy for communication. Once the two reached Rogue Town, Smoker would utilize the din-din mushy to inform the Navy stationed at Windmill Village, enabling a simultaneous surprise attack on the pirates. Suddenly, Lynn seemed to recall something. He returned to the island, and upon his return, he held a book in hand. Once again, that mysterious tome Lynn had been perusing while sailing. Although the Navy personnel were quite curious about the contents of that book, time was of the essence, and they could only suppress their inquiries, hoping that Smoker would reveal what the book truly was later on. Lynn, Smoker, if you find yourselves in a tough spot, remember to hold on until we arrive. Humph. Are you still dreaming? Smog furrowed his brow, but nonetheless remarked, in any case, exercise caution. Ha ha ha. The Navy personnel chuckled as they waved goodbye and subsequently maneuvered their warship away from the harbor. On the deck of the vessel, one sailor grinned widely, saying, "Sneaking away from training, we are surely going to hear a severe reprimand from Vice Admiral Garp." Another added, "It's not merely a scolding. Our training will undoubtedly be intensified." "Isn't that splendid?" A tall sailor chimed in, having witnessed the battles of Vice Admiral Garp and Lynn these past few days. "I have come to realize that this vast ocean is teeming with formidable monsters. If we do not strive harder, we shall never catch up to them." Meanwhile, another sailor tightened his grip on the hilt of his sword, laughing heartily. "The innocent civilians we are to protect are currently under threat from vicious pirates. Our duty as Navy personnel cannot be overshadowed by that wanted criminal. Brothers, our destination is Windmill Village. Full speed ahead." Oh, approximately 10 minutes earlier, in Windmill Village. Click. The little beard pirate ended the call with Lynn, concluding their conversation. He and a number of his pirate companions found themselves in Makino's tavern, indulging in the fine wine they had pilfered from the storeroom. The pirates had confined the villagers of Windmill Village to several rooms, rotating guards to keep watch. Those not on guard duty had gathered in Makino's tavern, reveling in the libations. Ha 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 ha. Conversing with a notorious criminal boasting a bounty exceeding 100 million is truly exhilarating. Little Beard boasted to a companion nearby, "Lynn Barrick is a man bold enough to challenge the celestial dragons. Does this mean I can consider myself a living legend as well?" "Oh, absolutely, boss." His underlings flattered, just as Little Beard was basking in his glory. A burly figure pushed open the door to Makino's tavern. "Oh dear, managing work is such a hassle. I might even get scolded by Little Crane. It's far more comfortable to change clothes and secretly row out in a small boat to slack off." The man's voice echoed, "Hey, Makino, bring me a cold beer." No one responded in the tavern, for Makino had already been taken to Rogue Town. The man seemed still half asleep, rubbing his eyes to comprehend the scene before him. He inquired in puzzlement, There are so many people in the tavern. Where is Makino?" The little beard pirate, already intoxicated, felt his enjoyment hindered by the intruder and, in a fit of anger, drew his sword from his waist. "Hey, old man, can't you see? This tavern is ours today." The surrounding pirates, witnessing this, hastily brandished their weapons. "Oh, is that so?" The old man scratched his head and laughed heartily. "Come now, don't be so stingy. Let us drink together." The old man, reeking of arrogance, had provoked his demise. At the command of the little mustached figure, the pirates surged forward, eager to impart a brutal lesson upon this audacious elder. Observing the unfolding chaos, Carp merely fiddled with his ears. After the warship had departed, Smoker and Lynn prepared themselves, boarding a small vessel en route to Rogue Town. Smoker glanced at the somewhat flustered Lynn, a frown creasing his brow. "Hey, let me ask you in advance, you do know how to operate a boat, right?" "What are you joking about?" "Of course I do," Lynn replied with considerable confidence. "I have been rowing alongside the warship all the way. Surely you have witnessed it." Smog pondered for a moment and realized that it was indeed the case, which put his mind at ease. After all, the conditions at sea are notoriously intricate. In comparison to the steady warship, a small boat is far more challenging to navigate. Even he, not particularly skilled in this regard, acknowledged the difficulties. With an experienced sailor adept at maneuvering the small craft aboard, the journey would undoubtedly be much safer. Lynn positioned the recording pointer at the bow of the boat, gently pushing off from the dock as he sat aboard, allowing the small vessel to glide away from the harbor. He then picked up the oars and spread open his book, resting it upon his lap while navigating the waters. Seizing the opportunity, Smog indulged his curiosity, having long wished to uncover the title of the book Lynn perused as he steered the boat. However, after merely glancing at it, his expression shifted uneasily. The text read, Introduction, Chapter 3, How to Control the Direction of a Vessel on the Water. Realizing the content, Smog called out to Lynn, inquiring, "Is that not the beginner's guide to navigating small manual boats?" Lynn nodded slightly. Smoker's expression grew even more grim. "Wasn't that book intended for inexperienced novices who were unfamiliar with sailing?" Lynn nodded thoughtfully and remarked, "Indeed, this is an excellent book, with its content explained in great detail." Smoker remained silent for a considerable time before cautiously inquiring, "Hey, you are an ability user, aren't you?" Lynn nodded. "You are aware that I am also a person of ability, are you not?" Smoker inquired once more. Lynn nodded once more. Are you aware that those with abilities are incapable of swimming? Lynn regarded Smoker with an expression of incredulity, as if he were a fool, and absent-mindedly dug at his ears, questioning whether the Navy had neglected to impart even this fundamental knowledge. Smoker fell into silence once more, grappling with an overwhelming urge to erupt. Yet, the receding island served as a constant reminder that he must restrain himself. Should their vessel capsize, he might become the most woeful natural-type devil fruit user to have perished. Moreover, the very culprit responsible for his potential demise would likely share the same fate. There could be no greater indignity than that. Thus, Smoker maintained a stoic demeanor, seated at the rear of the boat, his silence unwavering as he gazed at the vanishing landmass, silently praying that the book he had acquired proved to be truly beneficial. Propelling their small boat from the deserted island to Low Town would typically require over 20 hours of human effort. However, Lynn's remarkable stamina and minimal need for rest allowed them to reduce this duration to a mere handful of hours. Fortuitously, neither storms nor tumultuous waves interrupted their journey. Consequently, after what Smoker deemed a harrowing voyage, the two finally beheld the sight of land, in accordance with their plan. Lynn did not proceed directly to the port of Rogue Town. Instead, he anchored his small vessel at a secluded stretch of coastline. Smog leaped from the boat, rubbed his shoulders, and finally exhaled in relief. Next time you think of acting recklessly, I shall not accompany you. With that customary remark, Smog turned away. He sought a place to change his attire, intending to infiltrate Rogue Town as an ordinary individual, biding his time for the right moment to act. On the other side, Lynn bid farewell to Smog and embarked on a small boat, skillfully navigating a large detour, feigning a direct approach towards Rogue Town, landing squarely at the harbor. The moment Lynn set foot on the port, not far away, a surveillance snail transmitted the scene to a certain location within Rogue Town. In a dimly lit room, Kuro gazed intently at the footage displayed on the monitor, a faint smile curling at the corners of his mouth. At last, he has arrived. If that man could be eliminated, his plan would come to fruition, allowing him to completely shed his identity as a pirate and escape the perpetual anxiety of his current existence. With this thought, Kuro couldn't help but burst into hearty laughter, savoring the exquisite wine he had meticulously chosen. However, when he lifted his gaze back to the screen, he noticed a shift in the surveillance angle. The perspective of the surveillance snail was now moving up and down, as if it had been taken by someone. Alarmed, Kuro quickly seized a nearby ordinary snail and dialed a number. To avoid any surprises, he had already stationed surveillance personnel near the harbor and carried another snail for communication. BRR, 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 BRR. Click. What is happening over at the harbor? Kuro inquired. Yet, an unexpected voice emerged from the other end of the line. Is this Kuro? This is our first conversation, isn't it? In an instant, Kuro recognized the voice's owner. Their target, the notorious bounty of 100 million berries. Boss Lynn Barrick. Kuro's brow furrowed. Lynn Barrick? How did you come by this snail? I acquired it. Lynn answered honestly, yet an utterly inopportune voice emanated from the communicator. Yes, boss, 50 skewers, and make sure to add extra spice. After a brief moment of silence, Chloe inquired with confusion, what are you talking about? Oh, it's nothing. Both rowing and fighting are exhausting endeavors, hence the need for a preemptive meal, Lynn replied through the communicator. Subsequently, as he spoke, he began to fidget with the surveillance device he had acquired. How does one operate this contraption? Oh, like this. After a series of adjustments, Lynn's face appeared on the monitor. At that moment, he was heartily chewing on a skewer while still holding the communicator in conversation with Chloe. Can you see me? Chloe adjusted his glasses with a hand and replied with a sardonic smile, truly. One cannot judge the actions of a figure who has caused a ruckus in the Chambered Islands and declared war on the celestial dragons by ordinary standards. Oh dear. You flatter me, Lynn responded with a chuckle. Lynn devoured the skewers with astonishing speed while inquiring, what about Marcy? Is she all right? Of course, came the reply. I need to hear her voice. With a wave of his hand, Chloe summoned Marcy, and his subordinate swiftly removed the tape from her mouth. Upon seeing Lynn on the screen, Marcy exclaimed urgently, Lynn, don't come over. However, before she could utter more than a few words, Chloe ordered his subordinate to silence her once again. We are both individuals who honor our commitments, Lynn Barrick, Chloe remarked with a smile. Now, can you reveal how you discovered my men stationed at the port in this surveillance bug? Do you truly believe you know who I am, Chloe? There should be limits to underestimating others. Lynn consumed the final skewer, savoring the taste. In the next moment, however, a shadow of profound anger darkened his countenance, an overwhelming fury threatening to burst forth from the screen. Do you realize? You have antagonized those who should not be trifled with. In front of the port, 3 members of the Black Cat pirates, tasked with surveillance, were forcefully smashed into the cobblestones in an inverted position. Crack. The sound was not that of a phone being hung up, but rather the shattering of the surveillance device and the voice transmission apparatus, leading to a loss of signal. The image on the monitor ultimately froze on Lynn's furious expression. Marquino had never witnessed Lynn in such a state. His tone was calm yet laced with an uncontrollable wrath. The legs of the nearby pirate trembled at Lynn's words. He quivered as he addressed Kuro, saying, "Captain. He is a notorious criminal with a bounty of 100 million berries." Swiftly, before the pirate could finish, 5 glimmers of cold light flashed, and a blade suddenly sliced across his chest. Blood gushed forth, and the pirate's body crumpled to the ground in a lifeless heap. Unbeknownst to anyone, Kuro had donned his tin-blade cat claws, the sharp blades still dripping with fresh blood. Marquino looked on in terror at the scene before her. This man showed no mercy even to his comrades. TSK, useless trash. Kuro gazed at the monitor displaying Lynn's face and, after a brief silence, erupted into maniacal laughter. How amusing, Lynn Barek. Do not make me feel too bored. He, Kuro of 1,000 schemes, was fully prepared for this operation. Even against a monster with a bounty of 100 million berries, Kuro was confident in his ability to triumph. Meanwhile, in the corner of the room, Captain Click of the Click Pirates, allied with Kuro's crew, furrowed his brow as he observed the unfolding events. He was not surprised by Kuro's violent actions towards his crew, for rumors suggested that Kuro was indeed a cold-blooded and ruthless individual. Click was far more concerned about his own situation. "I still cannot comprehend." Click murmured, "Why did you choose to set the location in Logtown? And why disclose this location in front of those from the world government?" To be frank, Click was not particularly astute. Yet even he, after a brief moment of excitement, quickly grasped the gravity of the situation. Once this matter concluded, the world government would undoubtedly renege on their promises. They would surely resort to silencing witnesses. "Ha ha ha, you're not so foolish after all, dear Click." Kuro laughed heartily. Seeing this response only heightened Click's irritation, prompting him to rise and coldly declare to Kuro, "I warn you, if you continue to be cryptic, I will take my crew and leave immediately." He indeed desired the treasure of gold and the navigational charts of the Great Route. Yet this did not imply that he would serve Crocodile in a state of ignorance. Observing this, Crocodile merely smiled and took a seat. "Brother Click, it is not that I am unwilling to reveal the details, but the entire plan must be executed in secrecy. Any leak could spell our demise. Now that the plan is underway, can you divulge it to me?" Click snorted in response. Of course, Crocodile nodded, then inquired, "Brother Click, what do you believe our standing is in the eyes of the world government?" "Ants," Click replied, his answer devoid of hesitation, despite his reluctance to admit it. To the colossal entity that is the world government, a mere bounty of several million for a pirate holds no more significance than that of ants. Yet Crocodile chuckled and said, "Indeed, we are but ants. Ants cannot negotiate with the world government. Thus, we must rely on another formidable force. Brother Click, allow me to introduce you to my second partner." As his words resonated, Click suddenly felt a peculiar presence locking onto him and quickly turned his gaze. In the far corner of the room stood a man clad in a naval uniform, having appeared there unbeknownst to him. The man sported a shiny mushroom haircut, with what appeared to be a skewer of grilled meat stuck to his cheek. "What is the Navy doing here?" Click exclaimed in astonishment, looking towards Crocodile. If the world government had some reason to employ pirates, the Navy and pirates were irreconcilable adversaries. Crocodile could not possibly possess the means to broker cooperation between the two. And indeed, the reality was as such. "Brother Click, this friend's allegiance does not lie with the Navy, but rather with a significant figure from the North Sea," Crocodile explained. "He is known in the underworld by the codename Joker." Joker? Click had only heard whispers of this name from other nefarious individuals. He was a legend in the underworld, the undisputed Emperor of Darkness. Such a figure indeed seemed capable of contending with the world government. But why would Joker choose to collaborate with Crocodile? Sensing Click's doubts, Crocodile responded, "Even if he seeks to exploit us, the alliance between pirates and the world government remains an indelible scandal, a potential leverage against the world government. Joker requires a means to threaten the world government. And we are willing to become that leverage, provided our safety is assured." Crocodile laughed heartily, declaring, "In truth, it was Joker who first contacted me after I relayed the information to the world government." At this moment, Click finally comprehended the situation. It turned out that the gathering orchestrated by Crocodile on that deserted island, along with a series of subsequent actions, was all supported by the enigmatic Joker. Crocodile was merely a puppet dancing to Joker's whims. It seems even the insignificant have their own ways of survival. Click chuckled to himself, turning to the peculiar individual whose mouth was smeared with skewered delicacies. Pray tell, how shall I address you? The odd fellow nodded slightly and replied, Virgo. Meanwhile, in a certain part of the North Sea, at the Don Quixote family stronghold, the sunlight streamed through the window, bathing Don Quixote Doflamingo in its warmth. This newly ascended monarch of the dark underworld was relishing the gentle rays. Behind him, Tori Pole, a member of the family and a user of the sticky fruit, bowed and said, Young master, Virgo has made contact with Crocodile's faction. Hee. The intelligence that Virgo intercepted from the Navy. I initially thought it was the ramblings of some unknown pirate. Doflamingo laughed heartily. It appears we've indeed hooked a substantial catch. Once Lynn meets his demise, the scandal of the world government collaborating with pirates will be substantiated. All we need to do is protect Crocodile, and we shall possess leverage over the world government. Tori Pole chuckled, a bit sticky in demeanor, and inquired, But young master, why do you require leverage over the world government? Doflamingo handed Tori Pole the documents in his possession. After a few glances, Tori Pole's eyes widened in disbelief. Young master, are you suggesting we could become one of the 7 warlords? Once we obtain leverage over the world government, those fools will have no choice but to accept me. The world government has truly created something amusing. Doflamingo laughed uproariously, exclaiming, Isn't it the most ironic thing in this world to have a pirate recognized by the world government? His signature laughter echoed throughout the stronghold. At that moment, a commotion arose outside the room. Doflamingo raised an eyebrow and grinned. Is that law? Tori Pole nodded. Indeed, that lad, feeling he has but a few years left due to his platinum lead disease, has been running amok. That's precisely what makes it entertaining. Doflamingo rose, smiling. Let us go and meet the new member of our family. Virgo, a high-ranking officer within the Don Quixote family and a master of armament hockey. Once heeded the orders of Don Quixote Doflamingo and infiltrated the Navy as an undercover agent several years ago. In the future, this man would become one of the reasons behind the demise of the Navy's undercover agent, Don Quixote Rocinante. Subsequently, he devoted over a decade to ascending to the rank of Vice Admiral, earning the trust of the Navy and ultimately becoming the commander of the G5 base. However, during an encounter in Punk Hazard, he was defeated by Smoker and Trafalgar Law, his body torn apart by the powers of the surgery fruit, and he was caught in a catastrophic explosion within the laboratory, presumed dead. As for the present, Virgo remains diligently engaged in the undercover mission assigned by Doflamingo, now having attained the rank of Commodore. A few days ago, he intercepted a call from his subordinate, who relayed that Crocodile claimed to have discovered the whereabouts of the elusive boss Lynn and expressed a desire to negotiate some form of transaction or cooperation with the world government, provided it could be done safely. As a senior officer of the Don Quixote family, Virgo was well aware of certain insider information. He understood that the bounty placed on Lynn did not originate from the world government, but rather from the celestial dragons who pull the strings behind the scenes. Doflamingo had always been particularly attentive to matters concerning the celestial dragons. Thus, with his keen intellect, Virgo ignored the stake clinging to his face and promptly contacted his master. Upon receiving the news, Doflamingo swiftly devised a strategy. For reasons of his own, he needed to join the 7 warlords of the sea and become a legally recognized pirate by the world government. Therefore, to achieve this objective smoothly, he required a reason that the world government could not refuse his admission, preferably a scandal involving the celestial dragons and pirates colluding. If he could substantiate this claim, Doflamingo would possess sufficient leverage to compel the world government to acquiesce to his request to join the 7 warlords. This matter was of utmost significance to his future plans, prompting Doflamingo to directly command his high-ranking officer, Virgo, to execute this plan. Initially, he instructed Virgo to approach Crocodile under the guise of the Joker agent. Subsequently, he directed Crocodile's faction to engage with CP0 of the world government to confirm an assassination plot against Lynn. Throughout this endeavor, Virgo diligently gathered evidence of the collusion between the celestial dragons and pirates. Once Lynn was eliminated, he would take care to safeguard Crocodile's group, solidifying this evidence into a powerful weapon for Doflamingo against the world government. In order to ensure the smooth execution of the plan, Virgo took advantage of his position and personally arrived at Rogue Town, where he met with Kuro and his pirate alliance, Click. Gazing upon these 2 insignificant individuals, each with a bounty of 20 million berries, Virgo's eyes, concealed behind his sunglasses, flickered subtly. He recalled the last words imparted to him by his master. Virgo, whether you wish to be an observer or a participant is entirely up to you. Assess the situation and act accordingly, for I trust your judgment. Virgo understood that his master intended for him to determine how to handle the circumstances at hand. Thus, this meticulous man had long since made his decision. Should Kuros' gang succeed in claiming the head of Lynn Barrack, everything would proceed according to his master's plan, utilizing a warship to secretly transport Kuros' crew to the North Sea. Conversely, if Kuros' gang were to fail, then all who had glimpsed his true visage, including Lynn Barrack, would be executed without exception. Virgo remained silent. Click, observing him, shook his head in resignation, deeming him a peculiar individual. Be cautious, my friend Click. Kuro remarked with a smile, perhaps Lord Virgo is contemplating the execution of us all should our plan falter. Virgo continued to maintain his silence, neither confirming nor denying. Failure? Aha. Click laughed broadly, saying, while I may worry about other matters, I possess complete confidence in our ability to take Lynn Barrack's head. After all, the world government has provided us with a plethora of interesting items. As he spoke, Click stood up, the armor he wore clanking noisily. Suddenly, Virgo discerned something amiss. According to intelligence, Admiral Click was known to don a suit of golden armor concealing various weapons. However, Kuro, despite also being clad in armor, wore a black suit. The twilight's remnants filtered through the curtain seams, casting a metallic sheen upon Kuro's armor. Virgo's gaze sharpened. Was that sheen a manifestation of sea prism stone? Click was, in fact, adorned in specially crafted armor infused with sea prism stone during its forging. It appeared they had requested numerous items from the world government to confront the ability user Lynn Barrack. Virgo pondered silently. The value of sea prism stone armor was undoubtedly astronomical. Perhaps only the celestial dragons possessed the capability to forge such a creation. Wait. No. It was more than that. Virgo's gaze shifted to the cat claws in Kuro's possession and even the sword of a pirate lying nearby. These weapons, astonishingly, emanated the essence of sea prism stone. At that moment, Virgo's expression finally shifted. He furrowed his brow slightly. Unable to suppress his astonishment, the celestial dragons have indeed spent a considerable fortune. Meanwhile, Click had already limbered up, hoisting a nearby battle rifle, and remarked with a grin, I'll go lie in ambush on the street. With that, Click exited the room. Observing this, Virgo abruptly turned and departed as well. Chloe, somewhat taken aback, inquired, Mr. Virgo, where are you going? It's none of your concern, came Virgo's succinct reply, before he vanished without a trace. Chloe felt beads of cold sweat forming on his forehead. No wonder he is Joker's agent. That speed is unparalleled, even outstripping his own silent steps. Meanwhile, on the streets of Rogtown, Lynn placed the 2 telephone bugs, which he had crushed in his grasp, beside the street. And then a figure strode purposefully into the heart of the town. As a place of beginnings and endings, Rogtown thrived with a labyrinth of intricate streets. Lynn finds himself in a predicament. Relying on a single individual to locate the whereabouts of Chloe's gang seems nearly impossible. He is now somewhat anxious, wondering if the 3 unfortunate souls he had ensnared in the port's cobblestones were specifically dispatched by Chloe to establish contact with him. The crowd is indeed overwhelming. Lynn scratched his head. It was now evening, the time when the streets of Rogertown were most bustling with activity. Lynn stood in the middle of the street, suddenly feeling akin to a villager who had just arrived in the city. Some others seemed to share this sentiment. A spirited young man grasped Lynn's shoulder and cheerfully exclaimed, It appears this young fellow is visiting Rogtown for the first time. Would you like a guide? For a mere 100 berries, I can ensure you have an unforgettable experience exploring Rogtown. Lynn gazed at the young man and calmly remarked, The scent of blood from the dagger at your waist has already permeated the air. In an instant, the youth, who had just moments ago worn a face of goodwill, suddenly revealed a fierce glint in his eyes as he retracted his right hand, intending to draw the blade from his side. However, his grasp seemed to grasp nothing but air. What? The young man looked down only to discover that his wrist had been broken without his awareness, and his entire right arm hung limply at his side. Who sent you here, CLO? Lynn furrowed his brow and rolled up the sleeve of the young man, revealing a tattoo emblazoned with the emblem of a skull and crossbones. It was not the Black Cat. The Click pirate crew? Lynn raised an eyebrow and chuckled. So, Chloe has forged an alliance with a band of pirates. Subsequently, Lynn reached towards the young man's waist and retrieved a dagger concealed there. As his fingertips lightly grazed the blade, a wave of weakness washed over him. Lynn has now finally comprehended the source of Crow's unwavering confidence. It emanates from the formidable sea stone weapon. Lynn delicately handled the sea stone dagger. The sea stone, a mysterious gem imbued with the power of the ocean, possesses the ability to render any wielder who comes into contact with it utterly defenseless. As if they had sunk into the depths of the sea, it is typically employed to subjugate those with abilities. However, this rare stone is exceedingly precious and exceptionally challenging to process, which is why only colossal entities such as the world government and the Navy can manipulate it, even crafting it into weapons. Yet now, this invaluable weapon forged from sea stone has found its way into the hands of an inconspicuous pawn. It appears that Chloe has made contact with a formidable force indeed. Lynn pondered in silence. It could very well be the world government, or perhaps even the celestial dragons. The existence of a single sea prism stone weapon seems implausible. Otherwise, Kuro would not have dispatched an insignificant pawn to target him. The only logical explanation is that members of the Black Cat Pirates and the Click Pirates have infiltrated Log Town, each armed with weapons infused with sea prism stone, lurking in the shadows with watchful eyes fixed upon him. Are they plotting to assassinate me? Lynn cast a glance around, and at first sight, the surrounding inhabitants of Rog Town appeared to be utterly ordinary. Even the young man before him was dressed in a manner befitting the common folk. In such a convoluted environment, all Lynn could do was passively endure the assassination attempts from the Crow faction, unless he were to confront every single person in Rog Town. Yet, this was clearly an impossibility. Hey, my friend. Lynn embraced the young man's shoulders and inquired with a smile, where is your base of operations? The young man furrowed his brows defiantly and replied, do you think I would divulge that information? It was then that he witnessed Lynn exerting brute strength to drive the sea stone dagger into the ground, ultimately leaving not even a trace of his hand behind. Lynn smiled kindly and asked, do you wish to be planted in the ground as well? The young man paused for a moment in silence before responding. Number 5 on Back Street. The captain mentioned he would await you there. Thank you for your cooperation. Lynn continued to embrace the young man, and then, without warning, delivered a powerful punch to his abdomen. The young man let out a muffled groan, and shortly thereafter, his eyes rolled back as he succumbed to the pain, losing consciousness. Lynn gently placed the young man upon a nearby bench, as though supporting a drunken friend, and then hastily departed. The throngs of common folk in Rog Town were exceedingly numerous. Lynn wished to avoid inciting further chaos and simply aimed to swiftly address the true culprits of the matter, Chloe. Now, he must also contend with the Admiral Clique. The pirates of the East Sea were predominantly a rabble of timid knaves, lacking in courage. Thus, by eliminating those two, the remaining rabble would surely disband without a fight. With this thought in mind, Lynn quickened his pace, heading towards number 5 on the back street at the opposite end of Rog Town. Lynn had encountered that location on the naval map. It was a rather secluded neighborhood. The port of Rog Town lay at the far west, while the back street was situated at the extreme east, representing two entirely divergent directions from the port. If Crow had indeed established his headquarters there, his conspiracy would be laid bare, transforming into an overt scheme. To traverse from the port to the back street, Lynn would have to navigate through dozens of intricately complex streets. Crow was evidently intent on using the townspeople of Rog Town as a shield along this route, aiming to claim Lynn's life. Upon crossing a street, the appearance of two individuals behind Lynn further corroborated his suspicions. You have been following me for quite some time. Haven't you? Lynn turned his head and beheld two familiar faces, the feline brothers, the spotted cat Butch and the Siamese cat Sam. How did you find us? He inquired. Intuition, Lynn replied. He certainly couldn't divulge to these two frogs at the bottom of the well that his ability to perceive sense had reached a level comparable to that of observation hockey. Meanwhile, the brothers, dressed as commoners, appeared astonished, yet they donned their sea stone cat claws, bracing themselves for battle. Sam, the Siamese, chuckled and remarked, I must thank you for your previous assistance. That swipe of yours gave me a headache that lasted 3 full days. With a hint of surprise, Lynn inquired once more. Chloe mentioned he would be waiting for me at number 5 Back Street? Sam nodded and, licking his cat claws, sneered, I've uncovered the weakness of ability users. This weapon is infused with sea stone. Should it pierce your flesh, you, all alone, will be utterly defenseless. According to the plan known to Butch and Sam, they intended to exploit the sea stone weapon's restraint over ability users to eliminate Lynn. However, suddenly, Sam felt an itch on his skin. So cold? He instinctively looked up, only to see the ground blanketed in frost, while Lynn had vanished without a trace. Sam, Butch. The voice of Butch rang out, just as Sam turned to look. A familiar hand seized his head once more. Lynn, at an indeterminate moment, found himself amidst the Catman brothers. A chilling aura erupted from his lips, followed by a deep, resonant voice. I have no time to indulge in feline antics. Heroic skill, cranium shatter. Bang. In an instant, Sam and Butch's heads collided, and both men simultaneously rolled their eyes back and fainted. Subsequently, Lynn exhaled a final breath of frost, dispelling the icy domain, all accomplished in less than 3 seconds. This sudden spectacle did not escape the keen eyes of the residents of Rogue Town, however, before any cries of alarm could be uttered. Lynn had already vacated the scene at remarkable speed. Throughout this encounter, his vigilance remained unwavering, for he distinctly sensed that, aside from the 2 ineffectual Catman brothers, another presence had locked onto him. This aura conveyed a singular impression: extreme peril. Who could it be? The only forces Lynn could conceive capable of producing an abundance of sea prism stone weaponry, even in the New World, were exceedingly rare. Among them, the most probable were undoubtedly the world government or the celestial dragons behind them. If they had indeed dispatched agents to Rogue Town, it would pose the gravest threat to Lynn. He also wondered where Smoker had gone. Lynn, ever vigilant of his surroundings, pressed onward towards number 5 Back Street. Along the way, he encountered several minions wielding weapons crafted from sea stone, attempting to impede his progress, yet they were each dispatched with a single punch, despite brandishing such rare armaments. Their lack of true strength rendered them incapable of posing any real threat to a genuine powerhouse. Nonetheless, an ominous presence, one that even Lynn found profoundly perilous, lingered persistently, unwaveringly fixated upon him. Lynn unobtrusively surveyed her surroundings, yet found nothing of consequence. After traversing approximately half the distance, she arrived at an abandoned street devoid of any human presence. At that moment, a figure clad in a brown robe suddenly obstructed her path. Lynn broke into a smile, no longer concealing her intentions. Just as her words faded, she prepared to unleash her full force to vanquish her opponent with utmost speed. However, a single phrase from her adversary halted her advance. "Hold on, Mr. Lynn. I come representing the Revolutionary Army." The Revolutionary Army? Lynn's initial thought was not why the Revolutionary Army sought him, but rather whether the menacing aura emanated from the very individuals before him. The answer was negative, for the Revolutionary Army displayed no hint of hostility towards Lynn. But who then could it be? Around the corner of the alley, Virgo skillfully concealed his presence. Observing the scene on the street, he found the entire situation increasingly intriguing. The Revolutionary Army was, astonishingly, attempting to engage with Lynn Barrick. This formidable anti-government organization, led by Monkey D. Dragon, father of Luffy, aimed to dismantle the oppressive rule of the world government. If pirates could be regarded as lawless renegades beyond the jurisdiction of the world government, then the Revolutionary Army was undeniably orchestrating a genuine plot to overthrow that very regime. Thus, the Revolutionary Army was perceived by the world government as the most significant threat to global stability. Lynn once declared war on the celestial dragons in the Sabaody archipelago, an act akin to that of the Revolutionary Army. Thus, he had anticipated that he would inevitably encounter the Revolutionary Army upon these vast seas. In his foresight, such an event was not expected to occur until he reached the Grand Line. Yet now, the Revolutionary Army has sent representatives to contact him in Rogue Town. It is both premature and exceedingly unfortunate. Lynn gazed at the man who had suddenly appeared before her, a stranger whose face was unfamiliar. He seemed to be merely an ordinary liaison or official. She stepped closer to him and murmured, "Step aside, regardless of whether your identity is genuine or not. I have far more pressing matters to attend to. It concerns the residents of Windmill Village being kidnapped by pirates, does it not?" The revolutionary, adjusting his cloak, replied, "Time is of the essence. I shall speak plainly. The rescue operation is to be handled by our revolutionary forces. For your safety, I implore you not to involve yourself in this matter any further. Please leave Rogue Town at once." Lynn remained unfazed, responding, "I shall say this one final time. Step aside." TSK, the leader's intuition was correct. He truly was a man difficult to engage in conversation. The Revolutionary Army furrowed their brows and murmured, "Mr. Lynn Barrick, are you aware of who is involved behind this matter?" "Who?" "The world government." "Oh." Lynn nodded slightly and continued to walk forward, only to be halted once more by a member of the Revolutionary Army. "Perhaps you are not yet aware, Mr. Lynn, that your bounty in the underworld has escalated to a terrifying degree, and the ones who have placed this bounty are the celestial dragons who lurk behind the government." Lynn raised an eyebrow and gazed at the revolutionary soldier, slowly articulating, "Who has bestowed upon you the misguided impression of my ignorance?" Upon hearing these words, the revolutionary soldier was momentarily stunned. Could it be that Lynn Barrick was aware of the world government's involvement behind the entire kidnapping incident? If so, why would this man dare to venture alone into Rogue Town? Mr. Lynn, please wait a moment, the revolutionary soldier urged, seizing Lynn's shoulder as he sensed Lynn's intention to depart. However, in an instant, Lynn's hand swiftly reversed and grasped his wrist. How quick! The soldier's pupils dilated in shock. He was, after all, one of the combat officers of the Revolutionary Army, possessing physical prowess that surpassed that of an ordinary Navy member. Yet, at this moment, he found himself ensnared by Lynn's grip, which felt as unyielding as a vice, pinning him firmly in place. On the other side, Lynn had grown weary of this soldier's penchant for riddles. He now resembled a perilous beast, frost emanating from his mouth as a cloud of white vapor escaped. His voice resonated with a low intensity, whether you represent the Revolutionary Army or the world government. The words you utter next will determine whether you leave this street on your feet. At these words, the revolutionary soldier could not help but swallow hard. He had no doubt that if his forthcoming words lacked sufficient value, this man before him would not hesitate to eliminate him. After a moment of contemplation, the soldier retrieved a document from his pocket. This is the information obtained by the leader. Lynn took the documents and glanced at them, immediately furrowing his brow. The information contained within demanded his attention. According to intelligence obtained by the Revolutionary Army, it was indeed true that Clo's faction had secured not one, but two influential backers. One of these was the world government, with speculation suggesting the involvement of the celestial dragons. The other supporter, however, was someone Lynn had never anticipated, Joker. Lynn was certainly familiar with the name. Don Quixote da Flamingo? How did he become entangled in this murky affair? After a moment's contemplation, Lynn released the revolutionary soldier and gently patted his shoulder in a gesture of apology. Thank you, he said, intending to continue on his path. The revolutionary, nearly in despair, recalled the assessment made by their leader, Dragon. Just days prior, Lynn Barrick was a madman who dared to challenge the celestial dragons alone, a creature utterly devoid of fear. Initially, the revolutionary had deemed Dragon's praise of Lynn somewhat excessive, yet now it seemed the leader's words were spot on. Confronting both the world government and the enigmatic Joker of the underworld, this man pressed forward without hesitation. The revolutionary soldier hastened to catch up, remembering the leader's command. If that man could not be stopped under any circumstances, explain the entire truth to him and allow him to choose his own fate. Thus, the revolutionary addressed Lynn. This is an order from our leader, Mr. Dragon. As revolutionaries, we must ensure your safety. This time, curiosity compelled Lynn to pause. He truly wished to understand why, after Doflamingo, even the revolutionaries had turned their attention towards him. The soldier took a deep breath and explained, "You liberated a vast number of slaves in the Sabaody archipelago and declared war against the celestial dragons. Therefore, for the oppressed people suffering under the government's tyranny worldwide, aside from the hidden revolutionary forces, you are the first to boldly challenge the authority of the world government. You may not be aware, but in several places across this world, individuals inspired by you have chosen to rise against oppression. The name Boss Lynn Barrick has begun to resonate. And though it is merely a flicker of a flame at present, as long as you draw breath, it will inevitably ignite into a conflagration. Thus, we must protect your safety, even at the cost of our own lives." The revolutionary's eyes were fixed intently on Lynn. In that moment, Lynn discerned the truth in the soldier's gaze, including the sincerity of his final declaration. Lynn pondered for a moment and inquired, "How many soldiers does the Revolutionary Army have in Rogue Town?" The Revolutionary Army did not provide a specific figure, merely responding, "Sufficient numbers." Then, "Ensure the safety of the civilians," Lynn commanded. Lynn patted him on the shoulder and then continued toward the back street. The revolutionary soldiers wished to say something more, but Lynn suddenly spread his arms wide and laughed heartily. "Tell Long that there is no need for a so-called call to arms, for those slaves have walked out of the arena on their own legs." Lynn could not help but reminisce about the imposing figure of Fisher Tiger, who was poised to wreak havoc in Mary Geoise single-handedly and liberate countless slaves. He was indeed the one who dared to stand alone against the might of the world government. Once matters here were resolved, Lynn silently wished to join Tiger in stirring up a tempest in that so-called Holy Land. As for the present, Lynn turned his head, and an overwhelming aura surged forth, causing the revolutionary forces to momentarily question whether they stood before a fearsome beast. The creature spoke slowly, cautioning, "Be wary of being caught in my battlefield." In an instant, Lynn's figure vanished around the street corner. He was not far from the entrance of number 5, Back Street. Meanwhile, hidden in the shadows, Virgo witnessed the unfolding events. He closed his eyes, contemplating for a moment, but ultimately chose to disregard the revolutionary soldier and turn towards the direction Lynn had departed. Since the young master had tasked him with assessing the situation, he would diligently execute the young master's orders. Compared to the revolutionary army, the man named Lynn commanded his attention far more. Approximately 10 minutes later, having dealt with a dozen pirates obstructing his path, Lynn finally arrived at the entrance of number 5, Back Street. The last rays of twilight illuminated the area, revealing an unexpectedly bustling marketplace teeming with people. As night descended, the residents of Rog Town engaged in vibrant nocturnal activities, with the streets aglow from various market stalls. This harmonious and stable atmosphere resembled the calm before a storm. Amidst the crowd, some revolutionary soldiers employed various tactics to subtly divert the townsfolk away from the back street of Rog Town. The revolutionary soldier who had previously encountered Lynn gazed anxiously towards that direction. Lynn has arrived at number 5 Back Street. Yet the reality he encounters starkly contrasts with his expectations. This is not a desolate street, but rather a bustling marketplace. As night falls, the lights of the various stalls illuminate, and the sounds of vendors peddling their wares fill the air incessantly. To trace the whereabouts of Chloe and his gang amidst such a chaotic bazaar is undoubtedly a formidable challenge. However, Lynn has now come to realize a more pressing issue. He is somewhat hungry. Since his arrival in Rogue Town, he has engaged in more than a dozen skirmishes, all of which were one-sided triumphs. Yet, the constant vigilance against that ominous presence has led to a more rapid depletion of his energy reserves than he had anticipated. As Lynn chewed on the jerky acquired from the deserted island, he entered number 5 Back Street. While observing the movements of Chloe's gang, he sought to procure some additional sustenance at the marketplace for unforeseen circumstances. Suddenly, Lynn's nostrils flared. It was a sin he recognized all too well. Lynn approached a grilled fish stall, where the proprietor, a young man adorned with a headscarf and bearing slight dark circles beneath his eyes, greeted him with a warm smile. "Hey there, my friend, would you care for some grilled fish?" he inquired enthusiastically. Lynn gazed at the grilled fish on the stall, her lips curling into a smile. "Is that the golden salmon?" she inquired. The young proprietor nodded, adding a few pieces of charcoal to the fire before him. "Indeed, it was just caught this afternoon. It's exceptionally fresh. I would like 2 skewers of the grilled fish, please." Lynn smiled, yet her gaze remained fixated on the proprietor of the grilled fish stall. The golden-hued salmon was indeed an exceptionally rare delicacy, typically reserved for the nobility. Indeed, the young owner nodded in agreement. "How long have you been operating this stall?" Lynn inquired suddenly. The owner hesitated briefly before responding. "I have been selling grilled fish in Rogue Town alongside my father since childhood. I have been managing this stall for nearly a decade now, and he taught me the art of grilling." "What a coincidence. I know a fisherman who has been catching fish for over 20 years. His grilling technique is unparalleled," Lynn remarked as she observed the young owner's method of preparing the fish. The owner skillfully placed the fish on the grill, cooking each side for a while before brushing it with sauce, causing the fat to drip onto the charcoal, releasing an enticing aroma. However, when the owner handed the grilled fish to Lynn, she did not take it. Instead, she suddenly grinned and said, "That fisherman once told me that the golden salmon is a delicate ingredient. When grilling, only the skin side should be cooked, lest the flavor of the flesh be compromised. This is a fundamental truth known to any fishmonger, yet you seem unaware." The young owner's eyes flickered, and he replied, "I apologize. I may be lacking in skill." Indeed, he was lacking in skill, and his mind was clearly not focused on the art of grilling fish. Lynn suddenly leaned in closer, observing the muscles on your arms and the calluses on your hands, suggesting that you seldom wield a fishing net. The boss silently bent down, murmuring, "What exactly are you trying to convey?" Lynn gazed at his boss's actions, a grin spreading across his face. "Who are you?" The young boss's expression grew utterly composed. "My friend, such a question is ill-advised." He retrieved 2 canes, each adorned with a spherical design, from a box beneath the stall and, with a calm demeanor, continued, "You ought to inquire, who are you all?" Upon hearing these words, Lynn's pupils suddenly constricted. Around him, the once bustling street fell into an eerie silence. Every individual at the market, be they vendor or visitor, fixed their gaze upon Lynn, as if drawn by an unseen force. So it was. At this moment, Lynn finally comprehended why the back street, which ought to have been a desolate and sparsely populated area, was bustling with activity, particularly on 5th Street. It dawned on him that the crowd consisted solely of members of pirate crews. Currently, Lynn stood at the entrance of 5th Street. Before him stretched a seemingly endless avenue, teeming with thousands of pirates brandishing weapons forged from sea prism stone, their eyes gleaming with menace. Moreover, on either side of the street, within the dilapidated buildings. Numerous pirates brandished their own gleaming blades. A young man wielding twin crutches emerged from a stall and approached Lynn, with 2 pirate crews combined. There are at least 4,000 of them. Do not even think of fleeing, my friend Lynn, the young man remarked with a composed smile. After all, the person you seek lies at the end of this street. Lynn gazed at the young man, a broad smile spreading across his face. Thank you, Akin. Akin was taken aback. You know me? He asked. I've seen you on the wanted poster, Lynn replied. At this moment, Akin had yet to be swayed by Sanji's meal. He remained a thoroughly obedient spectre to Click. Therefore, Lynn did not intend to persuade him with mere words. Moreover, the ominous aura emanating from the street surged towards them like a tidal wave. In such a situation, there was only one course of action: battle. Lynn brought her fists together with a resounding thud. The dull sound reverberated through the tranquil streets like an invitation to battle. Akin was momentarily taken aback, incredulously exclaiming, Do you intend to challenge us, for 1,000 strong, all by yourself? Upon hearing this, Lynn chuckled and said to Akin, Are you aware of my nickname? Akin nodded and replied, Boss. Lynn slightly lifted her chin. Do you comprehend the true essence of the boss? Suddenly, a powerful punch struck Akin squarely in the chest with a resounding thud. He barely managed to react in time, raising his crutches to block the blow. Yet the force of the fist penetrated through the supports and collided with his body. Akin let out a pained howl, and before he could fully process the impact, his peripheral vision caught a glimpse of an icy shimmer. In the next moment, an uppercut landed squarely on Akin's jaw, sending him hurtling through the air. Heroic skill, intimidating presence. After 2 consecutive heavy punches, a frost began to spread beneath Lynn's feet. Heroic skill, frozen domain. Lynn's speed and perceptual abilities have been significantly enhanced. Before Akin could even descend, Lynn's fists collided once more with a resounding thud. A mist of frost encircled Lynn, and he grinned at the 4,000 pirates on the street, exclaiming, Come forth, let the battle commence. He then surged forward, charging ahead with fervor. The back street, though lengthy, was narrow on both sides. Consequently, the pirates positioned at the rear were oblivious to the unfolding events ahead. Some were even shouting for their comrades to hold back a bit, yearning for an opportunity to face the notorious bounty of 100 million berries. Suddenly, the pirates at the back beheld an incomprehensible spectacle. People were soaring through the air. Rubbing their eyes in disbelief, they confirmed that their comrades were indeed flying in various postures. Even more bewildering and terrifying was the realization that those airborne figures were gradually drawing closer to the depths of the street. What on earth was happening? Perhaps only Akin, who had fallen to the ground and was barely clinging to consciousness due to his physical endurance, could provide an answer. In his fading consciousness, Akin incessantly recalled Lynn's earlier words. Do you understand the true meaning of boss? A boss is the ultimate objective of a game. Thus, a boss is eternally the challenger. Therefore, you have misphrased your statement. Lynn's eyes radiated a dark golden glow, brimming with excitement as he proclaimed, It is not I who shall challenge the 4,000 of you, but rather, it is you 4,000 who should dare to confront me, the boss. On this day, in Rogtown, at number 5 Back Street, wherever Boss Lynn Balak tread, people soared through the air. Astonishing events were unfolding in Rogtown, at number 5 Back Street. If the 4,000 pirates gathered there were akin to ferocious, hungry wolves, then Lynn, rushing into the street from the entrance, resembled a savage beast plunging into a pack of wolves. The dozens of pirates, including Akin, positioned at the forefront of the street, merely caught a fleeting glimpse of Lynn's figure. Before they could comprehend the moment, they found themselves soaring high into the sky. As they fell to the ground, losing consciousness, those pirates gazed at Lynn, who continued to advance, and were suddenly struck by the surreal nature of the entire affair. After landing heavily, Akin stared at Lynn's retreating figure, unable to suppress his astonishment. Is the disparity truly this vast? Upon entering the state of the frozen domain, Lynn swiftly dispatched the dozen or so pirates before him, only to subsequently exhale a few puffs of white mist, thereby dissolving this state. After all, the frozen domain represents his most potent sustained offensive technique, and within this state, Lynn's maximum duration of full combat is merely 3 minutes, not accounting for the energy expended on other techniques. Faced with this horde of insignificant pirates, there was no necessity for Lynn to perpetually maintain the frozen domain. Why wield a cleaver to slaughter a chicken? What truly demands Lynn's vigilance is the terrifying aura of death that has persistently shadowed him. Moreover, Lynn has already accomplished his objective. With a speed nearly imperceptible to the naked eye, he sent dozens of adversaries soaring into the air, a sight that inflicted profound psychological pressure upon the pirates who witnessed it. Their sole assessment of Lynn could be encapsulated in 2 words: monster. Even though they clutched their precious sea prism stone weapons, an indescribable terror permeated their ranks in the face of an opponent they could not even touch. Fear not. A bolder man with a scruffy beard called out from the front of the crowd. We are 4,000 strong. Let us attack him with our sea prism stone weapons. After all, abilities are most vulnerable to the power of sea prism stone. Ha! Upon hearing this, Lynn let out a hearty laugh, then immediately spread his arms wide, bending forward as if transforming into a formidable war chariot, charging fiercely ahead. The moment he collided with the pirates, an immense force propelled the front line of pirates backwards, causing them to jostle against one another in the crowded street, creating a chaotic mess. Taking advantage of the moment, Lynn seized the outermost pirates on either side with both hands, then exerted force with his arms to draw them together, simultaneously compressing the 6 or 7 individuals in the middle. Immediately thereafter, the pirates witnessed a scene that defied their comprehension. While it is conceivable that patrons might cause a disturbance or overturn tables at an unsatisfactory eatery, what unfolded before them was an entirely different spectacle. Lynn spread his arms wide, harnessing an astonishing strength to embrace the 6 or 7 pirates. Then, with a powerful thrust of his waist and abdomen, launched his entire body upwards. The pirates, along with a dozen others behind them, were inexplicably sent soaring into the air. A cacophony of bewildered cries erupted from those airborne pirates, who felt dizzy and disoriented. Just as they began to realize they were unharmed and prepared to adjust their positions for a descent back to the ground. Before the watchful eyes of the crowd, Lynn firmly grasped a handcart intended for street vending. With a powerful twist of his waist and abdomen, he spun not only himself but also the 2 handcarts. After completing 2 or 3 revolutions, accumulating an astonishing velocity, Lynn aimed at the pirates soaring above and hurled the wooden carts with all his might. Bang! Bang! Upon striking 2 unfortunate pirates directly, the shattered remnants of the carts scattered, raining down upon the others aloft. As the debris descended, it caused chaos among the pirates on the ground, creating a tumultuous scene as the fragments and the pirates landed almost simultaneously. Lynn stood resolutely in the middle of the street, advancing step by step. Anyone who ventured within Lynn's striking range was sent flying by a single powerful blow, either soaring into the air or crashing violently against the walls on either side of the street. Behind him, not a single pirate remained standing. Before him, every pirate was in retreat. By the time Lynn had covered roughly 1/10 of the distance, hundreds of pirates lay defeated at his feet. Gradually, Lynn sensed something amiss. Bucky Clout was an astute individual, and given Lynn's compelled arrival in Rogue Town, Clout should have had ample time to select an advantageous battleground. Clearly, employing a strategy of sheer numbers against Lynn in Backstreet Number 5 was an unwise choice. As Lynn had previously observed, while Backstreet Number 5 was notably lengthy, it lacked spaciousness on either side. Consequently, no more than a few dozen pirates could confront Lynn simultaneously. Any additional numbers would simply crowd the street. Lynn once again entered through the street entrance. Therefore, regardless of the number of pirates, it was impossible for them to encircle Lynn from all directions. A fundamental flaw in the tactics of overwhelming numbers. Lynn harbored no belief that Clock would commit such a blunder. The only plausible explanation was that the cunning adversary concealed some special method to counter Lynn. After all, we operated in the light while the enemy lurked in the shadows, compelling Lynn to remain vigilant. At that moment, the ground began to tremble. A towering figure pushed through the ranks of pirates, standing before Lynn. This behemoth stood a staggering 4 meters tall, his muscular frame resembling an explosive inverted triangle. It was the colossal Balth. Upon seeing the giant, the pirates immediately felt emboldened. Take down that little punk, Balth. Let him experience your iron fist capable of piercing 5 layers of steel. The giant named Balth cracked his neck and, amidst the cheers of the pirates, looked down at Lynn with a hint of disdainful amusement. I heard from Captain Click that you also fight with your fists. Lynn cast a glance back at him, cracking her fingers with a series of crisp sounds. Very well. Let us engage in a game, Bart suggested slowly. We shall stand still and take turns striking each other until one of us is completely defeated. What do you say? The pirates, upon hearing this, instantly erupted with excitement. Oh, it is the fearsome Bart's game, they exclaimed. Haha, no one has ever withstood a blow from Bart. Lynn cast a glance at the pirates behind Bart and, after a moment's contemplation, acquiesced. Very well. Bart produced a coin, grinning widely. In that case, let us decide who shall strike first with this coin toss. The pirates exchanged knowing smirks. Bart's coin was a specially crafted cheating piece, guaranteed to yield results favorable to him regardless of how it was tossed. In essence, Lynn was compelled to concede the first attack to Bart. However, Lynn's subsequent words took everyone by surprise. "No need for that. I am pressed for time. You may go first." Humph. Bart perceived the disdain in Lynn's tone, a cold snort escaping him as the veins on his right arm bulged ominously. "Dare to underestimate me? You shall pay." With a resounding thud, a fist, larger than that of an ordinary man's, struck Lynn squarely in the face. It connected directly. Lynn's hands hung limply at her sides, making her punch, from any angle, strike true at the heart of the target. The pirates could not help but feel a surge of glee within. After all, that was a fist capable of penetrating 5 layers of steel. Yet, in the next moment, Lynn's tranquil voice resonated. "Is that all?" Something felt amiss. The imposing Bart thought to himself. From any perspective, it appeared wrong. His fist had undeniably struck the diminutive figure before him. A fist capable of shattering 5 layers of steel in a single blow. Why then did the little one not so much as flinch? After a moment's reflection, Bart arrived at a conclusion. Yes, it must be that he utilized the powers of a devil fruit for defense. Bart reassured himself. Otherwise, my fist, having struck his head, would assuredly have claimed his life. However, as Bart scrutinized the situation before him, a cold sweat broke out across his brow. He observed that Lynn's hands were tucked into his pockets, showing no signs of utilizing any fruit powers or even a semblance of defensive measures. He had simply absorbed Bart's punch with his forehead. At that moment, the astonished Bart realized, to his horror, that his knuckles had indeed fractured, the jagged bone piercing through his skin, leaving his fist drenched in blood. An agonizing, piercing pain surged through him like a tidal wave, and Bart clutched his wounded hand, wailing in despair. He could not comprehend how, despite being the one to throw the punch, it was his own fist that lay in ruins. Was Lynn's head truly harder than his own fist? Lynn gazed at the wailing Bart, slowly withdrawing his hands from his pockets, murmuring, "It's my turn in the second round." In an instant, Lynn lunged forward, delivering a fierce punch to Bart's abdomen. Bang! Bart felt his insides churn violently, as if his entire being had been distorted by the blow, propelling him backward. This unexpected flight caused quite a commotion among the pirates behind him, as the sheer bulk of his figure created chaos, leaving hundreds of them jostling in a tangled mass, unable to extricate themselves. How peculiar. Lynn furrowed his brows. The current situation further corroborated his conjecture. It was indeed a grave misstep for Chloe to select this location as their stronghold. In such terrain, not only was the numerical advantage of the pirates rendered ineffective, but it also became a constraint upon them. Rather, this confined landscape was far more conducive to Lynn's individual combat prowess. Regardless of Chloe's schemes, a gift delivered to his doorstep could not be refused. Lynn raised his right hand, fingers splayed, and then charged towards Bart, who was at the bottom. Bart, still clutching his right hand in agony, was taken by surprise as Lynn effortlessly lifted him with one hand and hoisted him onto his shoulder. Heroic skill, breathtaking. Lynn executed this maneuver with minimal effort. For in comparison to Zefa and Garp, the lackluster adversaries before him were utterly insignificant. He hoisted the formidable bulk of Bart onto his shoulders, taking 2 deliberate steps forward before leaping with great force. "Strike!" He bellowed, and in an instant, Bart's immense form was forcefully driven into the ground. A resounding crash echoed as the earth was indented, sending shockwaves that obliterated several dilapidated structures in the vicinity. The pirates near Bart's landing zone were caught entirely off guard by this devastating blow, plunging the scene into utter chaos. Upon landing, Lynn casually discarded 2 pirates and seized the opportunity to advance while the pirates were engulfed in chaos. He was not here to engage in a battle of annihilation. For the sake of Machino's safety, he needed to locate Crow as swiftly as possible. Only after that would Lynn have the energy to confront the greatest challenge of his journey, the source of that perilous aura. Lynn understood that, regardless of who it was, they would not be an adversary she could easily contend with. She must eliminate all distractions. Lost in thought, Lynn had already arrived at the central area of 5th Street. Here, compared to the entrance, the terrain was far more intricate, with numerous hidden pirates lurking about. Lynn seized a hapless pirate with one hand, employing a powerful blow to collide them together, effortlessly dispatching them while maintaining his swift pace. His patience for indulging Chloe's games had worn thin. "Chloe, click. Come forth at once." Lynn's thunderous roar reverberated throughout the entire street, causing the surrounding pirates to wince in pain from the overwhelming sound. He then seized one individual by the collar, Where is your captain? The man, initially intending to retort defiantly, found his words cut short. As soon as he attempted to refuse, Lynn hurled him through the air. With a resounding crash, the pirate was forcefully embedded into the wall, unable to extricate himself. Lynn captured another individual and inquired, "Where is your captain?" This time, the pirate dared not respond carelessly and could only muster the courage to say, "I truly do not know." They left immediately after issuing orders. However, before the pirate could finish his sentence, a shadow darted past, and 5 deep wounds suddenly appeared on his back. Flash! The wounds burned fiercely. The pirate grasped Lynn's arm, struggled for a brief moment, and then succumbed to unconsciousness. Lynn was undoubtedly aware that when a blade inflicts a wound, the affected area tends to feel unnaturally warm. As for who had dealt the blow to the pirate, Lynn surveyed his surroundings and observed that the pirates nearby had begun to flee in a frenzy. Thus, the answer to the question was clear. Apart from that man, there would be no others. After all, it was only he who could instill such a terrifying impression in the hearts of his subordinates. The captain of the Black Cat pirate crew, Crow, possessed a formidable skill known as death by spoon, which was an indiscriminate attack executed with silent steps. Utilizing his swift movements and the razor-sharp claws on his hands, he could eliminate numerous foes in an instant. However, the flaw of this technique lay in its speed. It was so rapid that even Crow himself could not discern what he had struck. Whether ally or adversary, anyone within range became a target of Crow's onslaught. When Crow faced Lynn Barrick, he was so cautious that he did not reveal himself and directly unleashed his lethal technique. This was precisely the reason the surrounding pirates fled, for they wished to avoid being ensnared in the horrific attack of Captain Crow. Is this how it is? Lynn felt the rush of air swirling around her, prompting her to raise an eyebrow in intrigue. You were well aware that those insignificant foes could not vanquish me, which is why you intended to send them forth to deplete my stamina, only to exploit the narrow terrain of the streets, employing the deadly combination of the shovel and sea stone weaponry to ultimately bring about my demise. Lynn broke into a smile. Chloe, is this your scheme? Indeed. Chloe's voice resonated from all directions. The speed of his movement was astonishingly swift. Not only was Chloe himself invisible, but even the source of his voice was indistinguishable. With the incorporation of the hockey-infused claws of my 10 blades, Lynn Barrick, you shall meet your demise. Chloe, poised for a lethal strike, surged towards Lynn. However, a frosty heel abruptly materialized before Chloe's eyes. Huh? In an instant, Chloe was taken aback. Before he could utter another word, Lynn's heel struck his face with tremendous force. Bang! Chloe was sent hurtling backward, crashing to the ground only to bounce back up, akin to a stone skipping across water, repeatedly rising and falling until he collided with a wall, finally coming to a complete stop. The look of astonishment lingered on Chloe's face. Without affording him a moment to recover, Lynn dashed to Chloe's side, seizing his collar with his left hand while his right fist clenched tightly, delivering blow after blow to Chloe's face. Bang! 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 Lynn, while engaging in combat, remarked, Tiger, Zefa, and Carp are either remnants of a bygone era or legends of the new age. Pray tell, which little kitten do you consider yourself to be? Each punctuation mark signifies a moment of pause, and with every pause comes the weight of a powerful blow. How unsatisfactory. Lynn is presently in a state of profound displeasure. The reasons he refrained from confronting the Black Cat pirates aboard Granny Xia's merchant ship were threefold. First, he was concerned that a skirmish might inadvertently affect Granny Xia and the crew, as she is of advanced age and the crew members each have their own families to protect. Second, there exists a code of conduct upon the seas. While Lynn possesses the capability to drive the Black Cat pirates away, he cannot remain in perpetual attendance to safeguard Granny Xia and her crew. Should a rogue pirate seek vengeance against them, Lynn would be unable to respond in time. Thus, avoiding conflict was the wisest course of action. Third, his disinterest in Kuro stemmed from the latter's insignificance. Lynn's only intrigue lay in Kuro's silent steps, which rivaled the speed of one of the 6 forms, Soru. Consequently, Lynn had intended to seek out the pirates at a later time, approaching them in his personal capacity. However, he never anticipated that Kuro would audaciously collaborate with Click to target the residents of Windmill Village. Did Kuro truly believe he was so easily trifled with? Kidnapping, intimidation, seastone weaponry, schemes, and hidden support. Kuro's intricate web of chaos suggested he fancied himself a puppet master, while Lynn found himself ensnared in his machinations. This, indeed, is what vexes Lynn the most. Engaging in such frivolous theatrics, he intends to impart a crucial lesson to Kuro. Lynn Barak is affectionately nicknamed Boss. which positions him as an eternal challenger. He is ever the one who is challenged, never the one to issue challenges to others. Lynn seized Chloe by the collar. His fist, as large as a sandbag, aimed mercilessly at Chloe's face. With each strike, he exclaimed, "You count. Bang. Which bang? Little cat. Bang. 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 Bang." One heavy punch after another rained down upon Chloe's visage. The lenses of Chloe's glasses had been shattered by the blows, leaving only the frame dangling from his ear. His once meticulously groomed hair was now in disarray, with strands clinging to his forehead, matted by the blood that trickled down. At this moment, Chloe was consumed by a singular thought, or perhaps it was the only thought that emerged. What is happening? The pirate, who had navigated the East Sea with cunning and earned the title of the Master of Schemes, was now utterly bewildered. Although he had long heard of the man before him, a notorious figure with a bounty of 100 million berries, Chloe had confidence in his own strategies to subdue him. After all, he had the support of the world government and the infamous Joker backing him. Yet now, Lynn's relentless barrage of punches ruthlessly shattered Chloe's illusions. The excruciating pain seemed to convey a clear message. Stop with the frivolities. They are of no avail. Chloe felt his consciousness dimming, his mind becoming increasingly hazy as he was battered into a daze. With every ounce of strength he could muster, he finally shouted, "Stop." Lynn's fist surprisingly halted in midair. At that moment, Kuro finally found a moment to catch his breath. After a few seconds of respite, he summoned the last remnants of his strength to swing his Shichibukai claw at Lynn. His claw, also imbued with sea stone, promised victory for Kuro as long as it struck Lynn, regardless of the previous toll he had endured. However, in the next instant, Kuro found himself confronted with the sole of Lynn's shoe. Just as the Shichibukai claw was about to make contact, Lynn delivered a swift kick aimed at Kuro's face. Bang! Kuro was sent flying once more, crashing heavily against the wall. The Shichibukai claw he wore slipped from his hand, clattering to the ground on either side of the street. Accompanied by the cacophony of blades hitting the pavement, a stifling atmosphere enveloped the street. The pirates, witnessing this scene, were rendered utterly speechless. The infamous and ruthless Kuro, renowned throughout the East Blue, was now sent flying by the man named Lynn, his entire body embedded in the wall. Lynn massaged his shoulders, stepped forward, and extracted Crow from the pile of rubble, once again seizing him by the collar and lifting him up. "Release him, or else." Lynn gazed at him calmly and slowly inquired, "Are you still going to fight?" Chloe struggled to pry away Lynn's fingers that clutched his collar. But without the threat of high loose stone, Lynn's grip felt like an iron vice, firmly holding Chloe in place. Bang! Another punch struck Chloe's face. He felt an overwhelming ache and swelling, his nasal bridge already crooked from the blows. The face that once could be deemed gentlemanly was now rendered utterly disheveled. Lynn drew Crow's face closer, fixing his gaze upon it, and continued to inquire slowly, "Are you going to fight back?" Crow gasped heavily, as if still reeling from the punches he had just endured. Once he finally collected himself, his eyes locked onto Lynn's, and through gritted teeth, he declared, "I can still." Before the final word could escape his lips, Lynn's fist once again struck Crow's face. This time, after taking the blow, Crow suddenly grasped Lynn's arm, swiftly locking his legs around Lynn's right arm, his entire body tensing up. Even Lynn was taken aback. The notorious pirate Crow, famed for his assassination skills and cunning in the East Sea, had surprisingly utilized his agile physique to execute a modified crosslock in midair. This maneuver is notably effective in close-quarters combat, where the attacker pins the opponent's arms against their chest and applies pressure, compelling submission or risking the immobilization of an arm. The principle behind this silent step is akin to the shave, characterized by rapid footwork that allows swift movement. Thus, Crow's leg strength was undoubtedly superhuman. In essence, Lynn found himself contending with a modified crosslock propelled by that extraordinary leg strength. The position of the crosslock was firmly established, rendering escape impossible for any ordinary individual. However, Lynn was far from ordinary. Veins bulged on his right arm as he lunged forward with his left leg, lowering his center of gravity, and let out a fierce roar. Subsequently, an astonishing scene unfolded. Lynn astonishingly lifted Chloe entirely with the strength of his right arm, only to slam him down with tremendous force. The ground quaked as fissures spread several meters, and the dust was violently thrown into the air. When the dust settled, Lynn was taken aback to discover that Chloe had protected the back of his head with both hands, his eyes tightly shut, barely enduring the impact without losing consciousness. His legs remained tightly coiled around Lynn's right arm, forcing Lynn to exert considerable effort to counter his grip. Yet, just as Lynn prepared to strike Chloe against the ground once more, Chloe suddenly opened his eyes. Lynn's terrifying prowess, akin to that of a monstrous entity, indeed far exceeded Crow's expectations. However, Crow, ever resourceful, still possessed one final card up his sleeve. With all his strength, Crow bellowed towards the distance, "Brother Click, fire." In that fleeting moment, Lynn's head turned swiftly. He certainly did not believe that Crow thought a mere ordinary gun could vanquish him. Nevertheless, the pirates present were armed with sea stone weapons. Thus the gun Crow referred to must surely be loaded with sea stone bullets. In the future, Zefa had once relied on a stealthy strike with sea stone bullets to defeat a self-assured Luffy, with Chopper having extracted the sea stone bullet for Luffy at that time. Lynn now finds herself utterly alone. Should she be struck, she would instantaneously lose all capacity for resistance. It is imperative that she evade such a fate. The bullets crafted from sea stone are notoriously difficult to manufacture, thus their scarcity renders them a formidable weapon, which is precisely why Clo holds them as a final trump card. Lynn, while hoisting Clock, directed his attention to the surroundings. He was confident that once Click fired the first shot, he would be able to pinpoint Click's location and swiftly eliminate him. Evading that initial shot would signify victory for Lynn. However, a resounding boom indeed echoed. Though to label it as a gunshot would be an understatement, the sound was far too muffled. It resembled the noise made when Lynn slammed pirates against the wall. At that moment, a series of dull thuds emanated from his right rear, as if someone were relentlessly battering the wall. And the source of the commotion was drawing ever closer. Ultimately, the sound was separated from number 5 Back Street by merely a wall. With a final, thunderous crash, bricks scattered, and 3 figures emerged amidst the dust before the crowd. One was an admiral clad in heavy sea stone armor, another, a white hunter in civilian attire, cigar in mouth, and the last, a somewhat handsome individual draped in a bath towel, with blue hair. Who could they be? Approximately an hour prior, a man had entered Rogue Town from the northern entrance. He sported a mane of silvery white hair, donned a tourist's beach shirt, and wore sunglasses. Most strikingly, every pocket on his person was stuffed with cigars, totaling dozens in number. To top it off, he was also puffing on 2 freshly lit cigars. As a user of the smoke smile fruit, Smoker had an insatiable craving for tobacco, yet today marked the first time he felt such an urgent desire to smoke. Perhaps it was due to that man, Lynn Barrick. The mere mention of that name stirred an unsettling disquiet within Smoker. Rescuing people from the clutches of pirates was undeniably the Navy's duty. What right did a fugitive have to intervene? With a cigar clenched between his teeth and his brow furrowed, Smoker surveyed the familiar sights of Rogue Town. Returning to this place inevitably conjured memories of the past. Years ago, he had witnessed the execution of that man and the dawn of an era that he had initiated. As the revelry of that age commenced, Smoker felt an overwhelming sense of dread as he observed the crowd succumb to fervor. In the wake of that fear, he had resolved to join the Navy. Perhaps it was the haunting echoes of that day, or perhaps it was his commitment to his naval duties. Regardless, he harbored a profound discontent towards the man known as Lynn Barrick. This discontent was not born of animosity or hatred, but rather a fundamental disagreement with Lynn's actions and character. Although some of his naval colleagues remarked that Smoker took life too seriously, he had no intention of altering his nature. It was simply who he was. Consequently, Smoker had never anticipated collaborating with Lynn. He had long prepared himself to single-handedly rescue the hostages in Windmill Village. As a wielder of a Logia-type devil fruit, he possessed that confidence. The Navy should never be underestimated. Smoker inhaled deeply from his cigar, his gaze fixed upon the bustling streets of Rogue Town. Protecting the peace of these seas was the Navy's solemn duty, and he would not permit the beauty of the present to be trampled by pirates. First, he needed to locate their hideout. Exhaling a plume of smoke, Smoker began to search the streets quietly and diligently. The pirates had not arranged a meeting place with Lynn, so they were likely stationed throughout Rogue Town, prepared for his arrival. Smoker's initial task was to find them and ascertain the location of their stronghold. However, after several minutes of fruitless searching, he was left empty-handed. Just as he contemplated shifting to another street, a commotion caught his attention. Hey, it seems there's a fireworks display at the Western Port. Hurry and take a look, or you might miss it. Following the calls, the crowd began to drift towards the Western Port. Smoker sensed something amiss. He scrutinized those who were shouting, ordinary citizens clad in civilian attire, yet cloaked in hats and capes to conceal their identities. After their cries, they swiftly melded into the throng, vanishing from sight in the blink of an eye. Pirates? Smoker pondered for a moment, sensing that something was amiss. From the movements guiding the crowd, he could discern that those enigmatic individuals were remarkably well trained, their coordination reminiscent of a unified naval force. It seemed trouble had once again arrived at Logtown, gazing at the shadowy figures discreetly manipulating the flow of people. Smoker's mind incessantly churned with one question. Why were they doing this? Suddenly, he noticed a few individuals moving against the tide of the crowd, sprinting towards the eastern side of Logtown. Their appearances were somewhat menacing, and they showed no intention of concealing their presence, clearly not affiliated with the mysterious figures. Who were they? Smoker's gaze flickered, and he swiftly resolved to follow them. Given that Lynn had landed on the western port of Logtown, he had delayed his pursuit due to changing clothes and conducting discreet patrols. If one were to consider Lynn's usual pace, he should not still be lingering at the western port, especially since the throng heading towards it had not raised any cries or alarms. Thus, the port must still be tranquil. Smoker seized a passerby and inquired, "Where does the eastern road lead?" The passerby replied, "It's the back street, but I advise against going there. It's quite chaotic, filled with ruffians." That was it. Smoker's eyes narrowed, uncertain of what the pirate named Crow was plotting. But the events thus far signified one thing. Something was undoubtedly unfolding in the east. Given Lynn's temperament, perhaps he had directed those mysterious figures to divert the crowd westward, thereby avoiding entanglement and conflict. But who were those individuals? Despite the myriad questions swirling within him, Smoker was inherently action-oriented. He refrained from overthinking and sprinted towards the eastern backstreet of Logtown. Along the way, he encountered several disturbances. Reports of brawls where the beaten lay sprawled on the ground, their fates uncertain. The direction was correct. A surge of exhilaration coursed through Smoker, and to hasten his pace, he sought a place to leap onto the rooftops. Utilizing his devil fruit ability, he transformed into smoke and glided across the rooftops, progressing directly towards the backstreet. As he neared the backstreet, the cacophony of noise reached his ears, shouts from the fray, the sound of objects shattering. Had combat already commenced? Smoker furrowed his brow, instinctively accelerating his speed. Just then, a shadow atop the roof caught his attention. Smoker focused intently, realizing it was merely a heap of debris. However, upon closer inspection, he discerned that within the clutter lay a concealed figure. As night falls, visibility diminishes. Smoker stealthily approaches, finally discerning more details. He observes a man with purple hair clad in black heavy armor, concealing himself among the debris, gripping a long-barreled sniper rifle aimed toward the alleyway. Who could he be? Friend or foe? Utilizing his abilities, Smoker moves closer, ultimately unveiling the man's full visage, and immediately recognizes him. The notorious pirate, Captain Click, with a bounty of 17 million berries. Smoker had encountered Click's wanted poster during his research. In the East Blue, this man's name is infamously notorious. Although Smoker often finds himself annoyed with Lynn, he simultaneously trusts that Lynn would not associate with such a disreputable pirate. Thus, he is undoubtedly an adversary. Concealed here with a sniper rifle, is he laying in wait for Lynn? Smoker gradually crouches down, searching for the opportune moment to strike. Just as Click adjusts his stance to continue aiming, Smoker's right arm transforms into smoke, fingers clenched into a fist, and he strikes decisively. A white blow. This elemental punch, honed through countless practices, is rarely withstood even by the beasts of the uninhabited islands, aimed at swiftly incapacitating the enemy. However, the instant Smoker's fist connects with Click's armor, an overwhelming sense of weakness engulfs him. Ugh. Smoker's eyes widen as he instantly identifies the material of that armor, sea prism stone. After consuming the natural-type devil fruit, his mentor Zefa had explicitly warned him not to overly rely on his fruit abilities. Zefa had also elucidated a series of weaknesses and limitations of devil fruit users to Smoker, including that peculiar stone, sea prism stone. This stone harbors the power of the sea, and upon contact, a devil fruit user experiences a sensation akin to plummeting into the ocean. Although they do not drown, they instantaneously lose their combat capabilities. Smoker had personally touched sea prism stone and experienced that sensation. Thus, when his fist struck Click, the familiar feeling allowed him to deduce that the black armor the man wore was laced with sea prism stone. Is this their trump card against Lynn Barrick? Smoker retracts his fist, unable to suppress a frown. Both he and Lynn are devil fruit users, and facing an enemy clad in sea prism stone armor places them at an inherent disadvantage from the outset. Meanwhile, the commotion continues in the distant streets. On the other side, despite the effects of the sea prism stone armor preventing Smoker's punch from fully landing, Click is still staggered by the unexpected blow. He turns to see a silver-haired man standing on a nearby rooftop, a cigar clenched between his teeth, furrowing his brow as he gazes at him. Who is that? Click let out a furious roar. Could it be that Lynn had accomplices? Did that fellow crow not claim that Lynn arrived alone in Rogtown? This certainly deviated from the plan. Unlike the adaptable crew, Click was not versed in the subtleties of schemes and cunning. Nevertheless, he held a firm confidence in his combat prowess. Thus, he aimed to eliminate all distractions and proceed with the original plan. Click hefted the nearby black battle spear, casting a glance at Smoker and lifting his chin. Hey, this does not concern you. If you wish to avoid death, I suggest you step aside. Upon hearing this, Smoker cracked his knuckles, producing a series of sharp, crisp sounds. Admiral Click, in the name of the Navy, I hereby place you under arrest. The mention of the Navy caused Click to instinctively take a step back, but upon noticing Smoker clad in civilian attire and the absence of any allies, he sneered. Oh, what a surprise. You must be a Navy officer on holiday in Rogtown, stumbling upon me by chance, right? Smoker retorted, Does this concern you? Of course it does. Click laughed heartily, realizing that while he feared being besieged by numerous Navy officers, in a one-on-one confrontation, he had no reason to be afraid. Smoker's gaze was fixed on Click, contemplating how to deal with the troublesome sea prism stone armor. Click likely had not yet realized that he possessed abilities. So Smoker needed to strike before he became aware of this, targeting the unprotected head for a decisive blow. With this thought, Smoker leaped into action, drawing his jit from behind and diving toward Click. To avoid revealing his powers, Smoker chose not to elementalize immediately, opting instead to rely on pure martial arts to close the distance. However, Click met him with his colossal battle spear, weighing a ton. Click laughed as he swung the spear with one hand, aiming to crush Smoker's skull. Under normal circumstances, such a heavy weapon would have been easily countered by Smoker's elementalization. Yet now, due to the constraints of the sea prism stone, Smoker was forced to withstand the blow with his jit. The jit, designed to counter blades, was at a disadvantage against such a heavy polearm. As Smoker absorbed the impact, his right hand went numb, and he felt as though his palm might shatter. Yet, conversely, he had closed the gap between himself and Click. With just a few more steps, Click's head, exposed beyond his helmet, would fall within the range of Smoker's elemental attack. Without a moment's hesitation, Smoker surged forward once more. Click, noticing the relentless advance, sensed that something was amiss. He couldn't allow him to get any closer. Suddenly, Click brandished his formidable weapon with one hand, the tip slicing through the air with a resounding whoosh. Navy, I have no time to play with you today. Nor do I intend to cause trouble in Rogtown. Let us retreat a step each, and I shall pretend I did not see you. Click bellowed. The man before him, with silver hair, was no ordinary naval officer. He possessed the strength to match Click's own, and defeating him would require considerable time. However, Click had to keep an eye on the situation in the backstreet, as it pertained to his very life and could not be delayed. Yet, Click was destined to miscalculate, setting aside the fact that Smoker had come to Rogtown precisely for them, even if he were genuinely on holiday. His stubbornness would prevent him from overlooking any pirates he discovered. How troublesome. Smoker inhaled deeply from his cigar and suddenly hurled his jutty towards Click's swinging weapon. The jutty struck the tip of the formidable weapon, the unexpected force causing Click's arm to momentarily falter, revealing a slight opening in his previously impenetrable defense. Seizing this opportunity, Smoker instantly transformed his right arm into smoke and aimed a punch at Click's head. However, in the next moment, Click abruptly ducked his head, bringing his shoulder guards together to shield himself. This unforeseen maneuver caught Smoker off guard. His pupils constricted as he prepared to retract his hand. But Click had already grasped his fist. The contact with sea prism stone brought a wave of helplessness over Smoker, forcing him to half-kneel as he struggled to stabilize himself. Haha. This armor is truly remarkable, with no weak points whatsoever. Click laughed heartily, turning to regard the kneeling Smoker. So, Navy, you are also a devil fruit user. No wonder you are so confident. But now, Click lifted his formidable weapon, aiming directly at Smoker's head. It's futile. Before the words could fully escape his lips, the one-ton weapon descended upon Smoker's head. At that very moment, something extraordinary occurred. From a distance in the backstreet, Lynn had hoisted the hefty individual named Bart, leaping high before slamming him down onto the ground. Boom. The tremendous roar and the tremor beneath Click's feet momentarily stunned him, distracting him just enough. It was precisely this distraction that allowed Smoker to muster all his strength to break free from Click's grasp. With a roar, he aimed once more for Click's head, launching another elemental punch. White fist. Bang. The punch collided with Click's face, and the elemental smoke swirled around the sea prism stone armor, attempting to envelop Click's head entirely. Just as the outcome seemed imminent, a second deafening sound erupted. Bang. It was not the sound of a fist striking flesh, but rather the sharp crack of a gunshot. It emanated from the firearm in Click's grasp. The dark barrel emitted smoke, which slowly dissipated around Click's head. The elemental transformation was forcibly undone, and a wave of helplessness washed over Smoker's entire being. He touched his right shoulder and discovered blood seeping from the wound. In stark contrast, Click had risen from the ground, shouldering his formidable weapon with a grim expression. He was resolute in his intent to eliminate the Navy officer before him. Because of him, the last precious sea stone bullet meant to deal with Lynn had been expended. Damn it! Damn it! Damn it! Click's visage contorted with fury. He had once thrived in the East Blue, commanding a fleet of thousands, with plans to traverse the Grand Line in carefree delight. However, not long ago, he had been summoned by Crocodile to establish a pirate alliance targeting a notorious bounty of over 100 million. This was already a precarious situation. But that madman Crocodile had sought the backing of the world government and the underground world's Joker, even attempting to profit from their conflict. Had he foreseen the enormity of this predicament, he would have chosen to remain the undisputed ruler of the East Blue. Now, he found himself ensnared with no means of escape. He was compelled to fulfill the demands of the world government and Joker, for failure meant certain death. The sea stone bullet he had just discharged was originally intended as a last resort against Lynn, regardless of how formidable an ability user might be. If struck by a sea stone bullet, which lodged itself within their body and lacked external assistance for removal, the user would be rendered powerless. This was precisely why Crocodile had insisted Lynn must come to Log Town alone. Yet now, that invaluable sea stone bullet had been misappropriated against a seemingly inconsequential Navy officer. If Crocodile failed to eliminate Lynn, Click would ensure that he too would meet his demise. Fueled by escalating rage, Click's twisted gaze fell upon the beleaguered Smoker. At that moment, Smoker was not faring well. Struck in the right shoulder by the sea stone bullet, though not a fatal wound, the bullet remained lodged within him, effectively binding him with the shackles of sea stone. Waves of weakness surged through him, and he found it increasingly difficult to maintain his position on one knee. He attempted to rise, but as he stood halfway, he was sent sprawling by a powerful strike from Click's weapon. Bang! Smog's body collided with a heap of debris. Coming to a reluctant halt, Click dragged the great gun along the ground, the metal scraping against the surface emitting a cacophony of harsh sounds. He approached Smog, once more lifting the great gun with a single hand, its blade aimed squarely at Smog's head. There is no inexplicable earthquake to save you now. Once I sever your head, I shall turn my attention to Lynn. Once again, it is he. Upon hearing this name, an inexplicable fury ignited within Smoker's heart. During his training on the deserted island, Lynn had previously vanquished a ferocious beast with a well-timed strike, claiming victory with a mere roasted meat. Just moments ago, the cause of that inexplicable earthquake was vividly clear to Smoker. It was indeed Lynn. He had just been indirectly rescued by Lynn due to his own carelessness and lack of strength. How could he now await another's assistance? What kind of protector of the Navy would he be? Lynn, I acknowledge the favor you just extended, but I do not require your rescue now. Smoker muttered to himself as he rose from the pile of debris. The sensation of helplessness from the sea stone bullets still lingered. Yet he could no longer afford to dwell on it, or rather, he forced himself to disregard it. After all, his mentor Zefa had repeatedly cautioned him against relying too heavily on the powers of the devil fruit. Zefa, once again, I have learned a valuable lesson today. Smoker gritted his teeth, his gaze fixated on Click, and slowly declared, is it true that without the powers of the fruit, I cannot serve as a Navy officer? With that, Smoker clenched his right fist and struck it against his left palm. A low roar, fueled by his utmost effort, reverberated from the rooftop. How could that be possible? Are you speaking nonsense? Click momentarily paused, then burst into hearty laughter. Don't force it. The sea stone bullets are still lodged within your body, aren't they? Without that troublesome devil fruit ability, you are merely an ordinary person devoid of any combat prowess. Ordinary person? Smoker, for the first time since the battle commenced, broke into a wide grin, his expression a fearsome visage. If his Navy comrades were to witness this scene, they would surely exclaim, that poker face, usually so stern, can indeed contort into such a terrifying expression. Gazing at Click, Smoker spoke, do you know? Ever since I consumed the devil fruit, others have come to call me the smoke guy or the white hunter. He picked up the cigar that had just fallen to the ground, inhaling deeply and exhaling a cloud of white smoke as if reminiscing about the past. Click, witnessing this, felt a surge of anger and raised the sea stone war gun, aiming it directly at Smoker's head before bringing it down with all his might. Die. Suddenly, a hand gripped the barrel of the war gun with fierce determination. Smoker leaped into action, seizing it before it could strike him down. As the body was already constrained by the C-Prism stone bullets, any further contact with other C-Prism weapons bore diminished consequences. Taking advantage of the massive firearm, Smoker leaped into the air, positioning himself directly above Kurek. In that fleeting moment, his roar reverberated across the rooftop. Before I was known as the White Hunter, I was nicknamed the Navy Mad Dog. With a resounding impact, Smoker's fist crashed into Kurek's face. This strike was devoid of any fruit-based abilities. It was a pure manifestation of raw physical strength. Kurek was instantly enveloped in darkness, swiftly followed by a blinding flash, as if his mind had short-circuited. The only sound piercing through was Smoker's furious shout. C-Prism? Ah. Bullets? Ah. Armor? Ah. Summoning every ounce of strength against the debilitating sensation brought on by the C-Prism stone. Smoker relentlessly pounded Kurek's face. Ultimately, he seized Kurek's shoulder guards, hoisting him off the ground before slamming him down with tremendous force. This was not an irrational act of fury. Rather, it was a calculated response to the current predicament. Regardless of the limitations imposed by the C-Prism bullets within him, his strength diminished to less than a tenth of its usual capacity. He had managed to catch Kurek off guard and incapacitate him. Thus, he could not allow Kurek the luxury of regaining his composure. He must press the advantage and eliminate him entirely. Continuous strikes. Continuous strikes. Not a moment to pause. The method of attack mattered little. Allowing Kurek to recover would mean defeat for himself. With a thunderous roar, Smoker clenched his fists tightly and delivered a heavy blow to Kurek's chest. Boom. Crash. With a cacophony of shattering stone, the entire rooftop succumbed to Smoker's assault, creating a vast hole as both he and Kurek plummeted through it. Beneath the roof, a haze of steam enveloped the renowned hot springs of Roguetown. Mere moments ago, a young man with flowing blue hair, having donned a towel, stepped into the bath and settled down. The warmth enveloped him, and he could not help but feel a wave of relaxation wash over him. Ah, it feels splendid to take a break now and then. My subordinates must be preparing for the barbecue feast. Once I finish my soak, a delightful feast awaits. Bucky mused, reveling in his rare moment of leisure. Moments later, the ceiling shattered. Kurek and Smoker descended from above. To Buggy, the world government is an insufferable nuisance that can be avoided. Thus, when Crocodile expressed their intention to collaborate with the world government, Buggy promptly declined. Not only did he refuse, but in order to prevent the ominous implications of those 4 words from tainting his fortune, he even granted himself and his crew a holiday. They all set off to Logtown to indulge in drinking, feasting, bathing, and merrymaking. On this day, while the rest of the pirate crew busied themselves preparing for a barbecue feast, Buggy took it upon himself to reserve one of Logtown's renowned hot spring baths. Eager to unwind in solitude, although he still sported his trademark red nose, he surprisingly washed away the rest of his makeup, draping a towel around himself as he luxuriated in the hot spring. As a devil fruit user, immersing himself in the water left him with a sense of lethargy. Yet perhaps this was the essence of relaxation. He felt as if he had transcended into a higher state of being. Buggy could not help but exhale a contented sigh. Ah, blissful. Suddenly, a commotion erupted from above. Buggy furrowed his brow, and before he could utter the words, "It's too noisy. Do you dare to provoke me?" A fissure appeared in the ceiling. Soon after, he watched as the crack widened, culminating in a thunderous crash that left a gaping hole in the ceiling, through which 2 figures plummeted. What? Buggy was taken aback and leaped out of the hot spring, still wrapped in his towel. He swiftly activated the powers of the chop-chop fruit, separating a hand to retrieve his trusty dagger from a nearby changing room. With a weapon in hand, he felt a modicum of reassurance and focused his gaze on the direction where the figures had landed. There were 2 men, one with silver hair clad in beach attire, and the other with purple hair donned in imposing black armor, wielding a colossal battle gun. Both appeared disheveled, and with dust swirling around them. Buggy struggled to discern their faces. It seemed the 2 were embroiled in a fierce altercation, the intensity of their conflict reaching a boiling point. The silver-haired man abruptly rose from the ground, his left hand gripping the purple-haired man's throat while his right hand seized his face, lifting him off the ground and hurling him towards the wall. Crash! With a muffled thud, the wall cracked, and it was evident that a second impact would likely result in its collapse. What on earth is their grudge? Buggy observed the scene, momentarily at a loss for words. Glancing at the now muddied hot spring, his irritation mounted. His rare moment of relaxation had been abruptly shattered by these two inexplicable intruders. It seemed that Buggy had indeed been underestimated. Baki observed the two individuals. The man in purple armor was now on the brink of collapse, while the silver-haired man was gasping for breath, his stamina clearly at its limit. With this realization, Baki swiftly made a decision. He would first bind the two of them and then present them to his subordinates at the banquet, allowing these two who had dampened his spirits to experience a most arduous ordeal. The mere thought of this brought a wide grin to Baki's face, and he split his upper body, aiming a dagger at the silver-haired man's back. However, due to the angle, the battle rifle in the purple-haired man's possession obstructed Baki's assault. He reached out, intending to deflect the weapon aside. But the moment his hand made contact with the rifle, a wave of weakness surged through his entire body. Was this sea stone? The rifle in the purple-haired man's grasp was indeed a weapon forged from sea stone. Baki was momentarily stunned, and upon closer inspection, he discovered that the purple-haired man was none other than the Admiral Click he had encountered not long ago. What was going on? Though surprised, Baki's reaction was swift. He instinctively fell toward the ground, knowing that as long as his hand was removed from the sea stone, he would regain his ability to move. The possession of such a precious sea stone weapon indicated that Click had undoubtedly formed a pirate alliance with Crow, while also reaching some form of cooperation with the world government. Damn it, I had already withdrawn. How could they have reached Rogue Town? This matter involved the world government, and he could not afford to intervene. They had yet to discover his presence, so his priority was to escape quickly and leave Rogue Town with his subordinates. However, an odd sensation around his waist disrupted Baki's thoughts. He realized that the barbs on the rifle had somehow snagged the towel around his waist, making contact with his skin. As a result, even if Baki fell as intended, he would find himself ensnared by the barbs, unable to free himself. Moreover, due to being a devil fruit user, he lacked the strength to extricate himself from the weapon's grasp, helplessly hanging there. To add insult to injury, Click instinctively tightened his grip on the rifle, causing Baki to sway helplessly along with the weapon's movements. Thus, a bizarre yet coherent scene unfolded. Smoker exerted all his strength to grasp Click's shoulder, propelling them both forward, shattering wall after wall in their path. Meanwhile, Baki dangled from the end of Click's rifle, compelled to follow Smoker and Click as they charged ahead. Ultimately, the three of them burst through the final wall, arriving at Back Street number 5. Here lay the primary battleground of Lynn Barrack. The arrival of Smoker, Click, and Baki disrupted the rhythm of all present. At that moment, Chloe, who was being held by Lynn with one hand, seized the opportunity to break free from his restraints, rolling several times on the ground before managing to stand, creating distance between himself and Lynn. Lynn gazed at Smoker while Chloe fixed his eyes on Click, both simultaneously uttering the same inquiry. What transpired? However, the distinction lay in the fact that Click had been thoroughly rendered unconscious, whereas Smoker managed to rise unsteadily. Wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth, puffing on his cigar, and coolly uttering two words, law enforcement, Lynn was certainly aware of Smoker's temperament, and thus, based on the dire state of Click, he had surmised the general sequence of events. Smoker must have discovered the concealed Click, only to be caught off guard by his sea stone weapon. Ultimately, relying on his unwavering strength, he had nearly incapacitated Click, who was clad in sea stone armor. However, as Crocodile had mentioned, Click should have possessed firearms equipped with sea stone bullets. Indeed, Lynn discerned a gunshot wound on Smoker's shoulder. Upon closer inspection, he found the injury to be quite severe. It would require specialized medical equipment for extraction, which was utterly unfeasible given the current circumstances. Your presence has been immensely helpful. Lynn approached Smoker and gently patted his shoulder. You've been shot. Take a moment to rest. Leave the rest to me. This is precisely what irks me about you. Smoker took a puff from his cigar, surveying the surrounding pirates with a furrowed brow. It's merely the inability to utilize my powers. Dealing with these pathetic scoundrels can be accomplished with nothing but my fists. He tore his shirt into strips, hastily binding the wound on his shoulder to staunch the bleeding. Seizing the opportunity, a recovering Crocodile suddenly dashed deeper into the street. Noticing this, Smoker tightened the makeshift bandage with his teeth and continued, If you're going to save someone, hurry and pursue. I'll handle things here. Lynn gazed at the receding silhouette of Chloe, feeling the energy within him begin to deplete, yet his aura surged dramatically. Just 3 minutes would suffice. 3 hours would pose no challenge. Smoker ignited the last cigar tucked away in his pocket, placing it alongside the half-finished one that lingered in his mouth. Lynn did not hesitate and immediately pursued the direction in which Chloe had departed. The street was now deserted except for Smoker, who was smoking, the fallen clique, and over 2,000 pirates armed with weapons made from sea prism stone. Wait, is there someone else left behind? It was at this moment that Smoker noticed that Clique's battle spear seemed to have someone hanging from it. A civilian? Smoker was startled, but when he saw the figure wielding a dagger, he felt a sense of relief. Was this person one of the mysterious individuals guiding the crowd away from the back streets? Or perhaps a companion of Lynn's? Regardless, as long as they were not unwittingly caught up in the conflict, that was all that mattered. However, why were they only wearing a towel? At this moment, Buggy held his breath, exerting all his strength to finally free himself from the barbed hooks of the battle spear, sitting on the ground and gasping for air. Clique. Was it? I'll remember you. And that fellow named Chloe. I will settle the score with you eventually. Buggy muttered menacingly to himself. Upon hearing this, Smoker became even more convinced that this red-nosed individual was indeed a friend Lynn had summoned to confront Chloe's group. He then addressed Buggy. Hey, are you looking for Chloe? Buggy's eyes widened in surprise. Huh? Who are you? I'm also someone seeking retribution against Chloe. Smoker picked up a handy iron rod from the ground and cracked his neck. If you're going to fight, then get up and help. Only then did Buggy notice the surrounding environment. Countless pirates had surrounded them, and he could faintly sense the perilous aura of sea prism stone emanating from their weapons. Hey, wait a minute. Is Chloe really planning to kill and silence us? Buggy was thoroughly flustered by the scene before him, and could only settle on a conclusion that he could barely accept, that the world government had learned of Buggy's knowledge of the secrets and, unwilling to cooperate, had dispatched Chloe's group to eliminate him. This silver-haired man before him must also be in the same predicament, having been tricked by Chloe and unwilling to cooperate. Now surrounded here. However, judging by his appearance, he seemed quite formidable, having single-handedly dealt with Clique. Well, facing so many pirates was still better than the certain death of negotiating with the world government, so I shall break out with you. Buggy stood up and bumped fists with Smoker. Oh, brother, I'll leave my back to you. Smoker looked at the man before him, clad only in a towel, and found it hard to maintain a serious demeanor. The two stood back to back, readying themselves, each keeping a watchful eye on the pirates in front of them. By the way, brother, Buggy suddenly recalled and casually asked, I haven't seen you before. Where are you from? Smoker replied nonchalantly, the Navy. Buggy exclaimed, huh? Regardless of Buggy's willingness, the situation in Rogtown has gradually come into focus. At number 5 on Back Street, Smoker and Buggy stand back to back, confronted by nearly 2,000 pirates wielding weapons imbued with sea prism stone. One of their main combatants, Admiral Clique, lies unconscious on the ground, having been thoroughly defeated by Smoker. Meanwhile, the severely injured Kuro, having broken free from Lynn's grasp amid the chaos, makes a desperate dash deeper into the street. At the same time, Lynn Barrick follows closely behind. Out of the corner of his eye, Kuro catches a glimpse of the clown Baki, which only fuels his anger further. This fellow had rejected his alliance proposal, claiming he did not wish to collaborate with the world government. It appears, however, that he has opted instead to ally with Lynn Barrick. The silver-haired individual beside him is likely one of his subordinates. Clown, how dare you scheme against me? Kuro bellows to the surrounding pirates. Eliminate those 3. Otherwise, we shall all meet a grim fate. The pirates, still reeling from Clique's defeat, snap into action at Kuro's command. Although they are uncertain about their captain's alliances, acquiring such valuable sea prism stone weaponry undoubtedly indicates a formidable figure. Those who have navigated the treacherous underbelly of piracy for years are acutely aware that should they align with such powerful individuals, success is paramount. Failure, however, spells doom for any of them. They must swiftly dispose of those 3. Yet, the psychological impact Lynn had previously left on the pirates is so profound that they hesitate to engage him, instinctively redirecting their focus towards the suddenly appearing Smoker and Baki. Hey, are you Navy? Baki exclaims, his eyes wide with confusion over the unfolding events. What troublesome predicament have those 2 rascals, Kuro and Clique, drawn me into? Regardless, the 2,000 vigilant pirates, armed with sea prism stone weapons, have already encircled them. Take them down. Charge. With that command, the pirates surge forward. Baki unleashes the power of his chop fruit, while Smoker wields his iron staff, the 2 standing united in their defense. Barely evading the razor-sharp sea prism stone blades with their abilities, Baki finds himself on the verge of tears. All I wanted was a relaxing bath. Deep within number 5 street, Lynn unleashed a flurry of punches, clearing away the pirates who had mustered the courage to stand in his path, and charged fiercely towards Kuro. With Click already defeated, all that remained was to vanquish Kuro and uncover the hidden Machino. The remaining rabble would inevitably fall apart without a fight. At that moment, the lesser pirates would be too preoccupied with their own escape, granting Lynn the opportunity to confront the source of that menacing aura. Kuro, having pushed the silent step to its utmost limit, found himself unable to shake off Lynn, who drew ever closer. Suddenly, Kuro took a sharp turn and darted into an alleyway at the street corner. Lynn, unwilling to decelerate, resolutely pressed his foot against the ground ahead, harnessing the reaction force to adjust his trajectory and continue his relentless pursuit. Kuro, hearing the thunderous noise behind him, felt a cold sweat bead on his forehead. He could not allow himself to be overtaken. He was Kuro, a master strategist, and he still possessed a final trump card, provided he could reach that designated location. Bursting through a door, Kuro bellowed inside. "Zango, bring that woman out and contact the people from Windmill Village. We need to use those villagers as hostages." Inside, Zango, tasked with guarding Machino, felt a sinking feeling upon hearing Kuro's words. The arrival of Captain Kuro indicated that the situation at the front lines was dire. Otherwise, he would not resort to such desperate measures as hostage-taking. Had the pirate alliance of 4,000 fallen? Zango adjusted his hat's brim and turned back into the room, emerging with the bound Machino and a den mushi. Kuro's expression was grim, his mood plummeting to its lowest. Employing hostages to threaten Lynn was indeed the most foolish and precarious strategy. After all, Kuro was not familiar with Lynn's character. He had no inkling whether Lynn would yield to the threat of hostages or respond with even greater brutality. Yet, with the monstrous man so close behind him, Kuro could not afford to hesitate. Any glimmer of hope warranted a desperate gamble. However, just as Zango prepared to hand Machino and the den mushi over to Kuro, a frost-encrusted fist suddenly materialized before him. Lynn, ensconced in the realm of ice, leapt forward, entering the room ahead of Kuro. Bang! Zango was struck squarely by that punch. Sent flying backward, Lynn seized Machino and with a powerful strike, shattered the wall before them, guiding her into the adjacent forsaken street. Upon seeing Lynn, the pent-up emotions within Machino erupted. Beyond her fear lay a profound concern for the residents of Windmill Village. Tears streaming down her face, she exclaimed, "Lynn, I am so frightened. There are still people in Windmill Village." After unbinding Machino, Lynn affectionately ruffled the girl's hair and smiled reassuringly. "Do not worry. A group of quite dependable individuals is taking care of matters in Windmill Village." At that moment, Chloe had picked up the telephone book, intending to contact the pirates in Windmill Village, hoping they would use the villagers to coerce Lynn and ensure his own safety. However, the telephone bug rang for a considerable time without a single response. Swift actions indeed, Lynn mused, truly deserving of their reputation as the new elite of the Navy. "Zango? Zango, what is happening? Answer me." Chloe gritted his teeth, only to discover that Zango had been sent crashing into the wall by Lynn's punch, his fate uncertain and incapable of responding. Witnessing this scene, Chloe, stripped of all his cards, felt his sanity unravel. With a pirate alliance numbering over 4,000, Lynn Barrack had single-handedly dispatched nearly 2,000, and the remaining individuals, even without the sudden intervention of Buggy and his crew, could never hope to match Lynn's prowess. The seastone weaponry obtained from the world government proved useless. The crucial seastone bullet had, unbeknownst to him, been squandered by that foolish Clink on some other target. In terms of hostages, Machino had been rescued, and the inability to contact anyone from Windmill Village suggested further complications. "Have I lost?" Chloe gazed at Lynn, a manic expression spreading across his face. "Impossible. I will not be defeated. I can manipulate both the world government and Joker. Can others achieve what I can?" Lynn gazed in the direction of Chloe and slowly uttered, "At last, you are willing to reveal your true self?" Subsequently, Lynn instructed Machino to depart first, making her way towards the port on the western side of Rog Town, where she could seek assistance from the crowd in case of danger, as there were members of the Revolutionary Army present, ensuring her safety. Chloe paid no heed to Machino's departure. Instead, he picked up a knife from the ground and pushed his glasses up with his palm, attempting to banish the fear within him through a roar. "Lynn Barrack, as long as I can end your life, I shall not be defeated." Lynn continued to gaze in Crow's direction and spoke. "What? Do you wish to fight me as well?" At that moment, Crow sensed something was amiss. It appeared that Lynn's words were not directed at him. Suddenly, a deep voice resonated from behind Crow. "Ah, do not misunderstand," the voice slowly intoned. "I merely wish to end your life." Who is it? Before Crow could turn around, a black bamboo stick swept toward him with great force. With a resounding thud, Crow was struck and sent flying, crashing against a distant wall with a cry of agony before collapsing to the ground, unconscious. Meanwhile, Lynn's gaze was fixed intently on the wielder of the black bamboo stick. The master of the menacing aura had finally revealed himself, the highest-ranking member of the Don Quixote family, Ghost Bamboo Virgo. In the abandoned streets of the back alleys of Rog Town, Machino, having only run a short distance, heard the sound of someone being struck and felt a surge of concern for Lynn. Just as she was about to look back, Lynn's voice boomed. Machino. Do not turn back. Keep running. Understood. Though Machino had not turned to see what had transpired, she summoned her courage and replied, Mr. Lynn, be careful. With that, she hurried toward the direction of the port. Do not worry. Lynn gently massaged her neck, her gaze fixated on the towering figure before her. With a mushroom-shaped haircut, sunglasses, and remnants of a hamburger patty clinging to his face, stood Virgo, a high-ranking officer of the Don Quixote family, an unparalleled master of both armament hockey and physical combat. Observing the Navy uniform he donned, it was evident that he had infiltrated their ranks as an undercover agent. To her astonishment, she never anticipated that Don Quixote da Flamingo would send him personally to Lobetown. Virgo, watching the direction in which Machino had departed, smiled and remarked, I had thought she would be too frightened to stand, truly a courageous young woman. Lynn smiled broadly. Indeed, she had encountered more prominent figures than you might expect. I'm sorry, I'm not quite following, Virgo replied, shaking his head gently while softly swaying the bamboo stick in his hand. But could you please ask her not to run away? It would be quite troublesome to locate her later. Upon hearing this, Lynn's expression darkened instantly. He understood all too well that Virgo would eliminate anyone who had glimpsed his true identity to prevent exposure. She didn't turn back. She didn't see her face. Lynn furrowed his brow, unwilling to involve Marquino in deeper troubles. However, Virgo shrugged. Really? I don't believe it. Upon hearing those words, Lynn's demeanor transformed into one of complete calm. He gestured towards his own cheek, indicating to Virgo, You just had a hamburger, didn't you? Yes, that is my favorite. The hamburgers in Rog Town are delicious, though the portions are rather small. It was only then that Virgo noticed the hamburger patty on his cheek. Upon removing it, he observed it was covered in dust and no longer edible. With a gentle sigh, he remarked, What a pity. Subsequently, Virgo turned his gaze back to Lynn. Shall I introduce myself? Lynn nodded. Lynn Barrick Virgo. Lynn scratched his head, then addressed Virgo. Well, Virgo. Suddenly, Virgo furrowed his brow and coldly replied, It should be Mr. Virgo. In truth, it was of little consequence. By the way, Virgo, haven't you had enough to eat? Lynn inquired abruptly. Virgo, somewhat perplexed, nodded in response. Observing this, Lynn let out a hearty laugh, cracking his knuckles, which emitted a series of sharp, popping sounds. However, his expression darkened abruptly. If you haven't had your fill, then allow me to serve you a few more punches. Boom. No sooner had the words left his lips than the icy domain was unleashed, and the ground around them was cloaked in a thin layer of frost. Simultaneously, Lynn stomped forward, raising his fist to strike at Virgo's head. Heroic skill, intimidation of the opponent. With 2 consecutive heavy punches landing on Virgo's cheek and chin, the deserted street echoed with 2 muffled thuds. Bang, bang. Following swiftly was a stifled scream of agony. Lynn took several steps back, creating distance between herself and Virgo. She then swung her arms back and forth, striving to dispel the pain that lingered above. How excruciating! Lynn could not help but exclaim. Not far away, Virgo maintained his stance, his entire head enveloped in an armament, exuding a metallic black sheen. The young master was indeed correct. He was a truly arrogant man. Lynn twisted his neck and exhaled softly, contemplating how one who had yet to master even the slightest semblance of power dared to prance upon the grand stage of the world. One should not underestimate others. Virgo roared, his black armament instantly enveloping his whole body, tearing through the fabric of his upper garments, transforming both his physique and the bamboo staff in his hand into a lustrous black that reflected a metallic glow. This was the ultimate technique of Virgo, a high-ranking member of the Don Quixote family, the complete armament hardening. In the face of Virgo's current state, ordinary blades and firearms were utterly ineffective. Virgo's thoughts were quite straightforward. Execute the contingency plan. The individual named Chloe had already failed. Thus, there was no longer a necessity to secretly transport them out to sea aboard a warship. As for Lynn Barrick, Virgo believed that if he were to perish, it would serve his young master's interests far more favorably. The primary objective of obtaining leverage against the world government had already faltered. Therefore, how to maximize the benefits for Don Quixote da Flamingo became Virgo's foremost concern. Consequently, Virgo set his sights squarely on Lynn. After dispatching Lynn Barrack, Virgo intended to eliminate Chloe, Click, and all those pirate crew members who might possess knowledge of the underlying events. Ultimately, under the guise of the Navy, he would apprehend the pirates of Rogue Town. This would undoubtedly elevate his standing within the Navy, paving a smoother path for his future promotions. Only by ascending to greater heights could he render more substantial advantages to Don Quixote da Flamingo. However, all these plans hinged upon one crucial premise: Lynn Barrack, who had made contact with the Revolutionary Army and potentially possessed knowledge of da Flamingo's involvement in the Rogue Town incident, must die. There could be no risks left to jeopardize his undercover operation. Not coming any closer? Virgo observed Lynn, who had adopted a fighting stance with clenched fists, and shook his head slightly, realizing that once confronted with the disparity in strength, he had lost his courage. Whoosh! Virgo suddenly bent low, aiming directly for Lynn's throat, thrusting the bamboo staff with lethal intent. Upon witnessing this, Lynn leapt abruptly, evading the strike, while the bamboo pole plunged into the ground with force. A thunderous sound resounded as the dark bamboo stick created a substantial crater in the earth. Upon witnessing this, Lynn could not help but narrow his eyes. With the enhancement of armament hockey, the bamboo stick had now transcended the hardness of an ordinary iron rod, transforming into an exceedingly formidable weapon. After missing his strike, Virgo glanced up at Lynn, already envisioning the look of terror on his adversary's face. However, Lynn's reaction was entirely unexpected for Virgo. He burst into hearty laughter, his eyes brimming with excitement, and shouted, "Bring it on!" Humph! Virgo scoffed, tightening his grip on the bamboo stick and swinging it fiercely through the air. Caught off guard, Lynn could only brace himself with crossed arms for defense. Bang! Lynn was struck by a bamboo pole, forcefully slamming him to the ground. With a thunderous crash, Virgo observed as Lynn slowly rose from the swirling dust, unable to contain his laughter. Ha! The young master is absolutely correct. You, Lynn Barrack, are indeed a born warrior, yet simultaneously the most unfortunate one. The Colosseum of Sabaody strictly forbids gladiators from learning or utilizing hockey. Thus you fought there for 4 years without even brushing against the threshold of hockey, nor have you ever faced someone capable of wielding it. Holding the bamboo pole, Virgo continued, "Lynn Barrack, you possessed the ruin 4 years." Amidst the rising smoke, Lynn maintained a stoic expression, silent and unyielding. Just as Virgo was about to speak, he suddenly felt a thin layer of frost creeping beneath his feet. In an instant, Lynn tightened his fists and charged at him. Virgo smiled slightly, positioning the bamboo pole horizontally before him, intending to block Lynn's punch. However, to his astonishment, at the moment Lynn reached him, he abruptly smashed his fist into the ground, using it as a pivot. With the force of his charge, he executed a sweeping kick. Heroic skill, Dragon's Tail. Bang! Enhanced by the frozen domain, the kick, imbued with terrifying force, struck Virgo's bamboo pole. The pole, enveloped in armament hockey and possessing hardness akin to steel, was instantaneously shattered, splitting into 2 pieces. With a resounding crack, Lynn's foot shattered the pole and subsequently landed a solid blow to Virgo's chest. Despite having fully activated his armament hockey, the moment that kick connected, Virgo was still taken aback by its overwhelming power. Ugh! Virgo grunted, half squatting as he attempted to stabilize himself, yet he could not halt his backward stumble. In a sudden surge, Lynn smashed his fist into the ground once more, using the momentum to adjust his stance without touching the ground, and delivered another kick to Virgo's chest. Bang! The heroic skill, Dragon's Tail, is Lynn's most potent single-target attack skill thus far. Even the formidable Garp would be pushed back several steps when caught off guard. Although Virgo is strong, he remains youthful and comparatively inexperienced against Garp. Lynn executed 2 powerful tail whip kicks in a manner beyond the capabilities of an ordinary person. The first kick, somewhat diminished in force by the bamboo stick enveloped in armed colors, nevertheless, the second kick landed squarely against Virgo's chest. Ack! Virgo erupted with a furious roar, veins bulging on his forehead, attempting to withstand the blow with sheer tenacity. Yet, his body ultimately succumbed to the terrifying power encapsulated within the kick. With a sound akin to thunder, Virgo was sent flying, crashing violently into the wall behind him. Ha! Ha! Lynn rose from the ground, gasping for breath as the encroaching frost rapidly receded. Energy level, 1,400, 1,800. Virgo indeed. lived up to his reputation as a high-ranking member of the Don Quixote family. His formidable strength far exceeded Lynn's expectations, compelling him to conserve his energy. Although the chaos at number 5 Backstreet was astounding, it did not deplete much of his energy reserves. Even the sporadic use of the frozen domain was but a fleeting endeavor. The true drain on Lynn's energy came solely from the formidable opponent before him, Virgo. It is no exaggeration to assert that Virgo was the most challenging adversary Lynn had encountered throughout his years of combat. In comparison to the foes in the Colosseum, Virgo's prowess was unparalleled, with both his hockey and martial arts reaching the pinnacle of excellence. Unlike Tiger, Zefa, and Carp, Virgo harbored a profound intent to kill Lynn. Confronted with such a formidable foe, Lynn had no choice but to intentionally expose a weakness, leaping into the air to entice Virgo into underestimating him. As anticipated, when Virgo struck him with a bamboo stick, he did not pursue further, which granted Lynn the opportunity to counterattack. Thus, in the state of the frozen domain, he unleashed his most potent attack, the Dragon Tail, striking Virgo squarely in the chest. Twice, Virgo was sent hurtling backward, crashing into the wall with such force that half his body became embedded within it. Lynn gazed at the fallen Virgo, gritting his teeth as he covered his swollen arm. Once again lamenting, the armament hockey is truly formidable. Yet, despite this, Lynn remained confident in his own devil fruit abilities, having endured 2 powerful tail whips head-on. There was no way his body, fully enveloped in armament hockey, could emerge unscathed. As expected, the incapacitated Virgo suddenly began to cough, clearly suffering from internal injuries to his lungs. However, after a fit of coughing, he erupted into hearty laughter. This trip to Rog Town has truly been fortuitous. Ha. Lynn Barrick, is there anyone more tragic than you in this world? For years, 4 years you fought in the Sabaody Archipelago as Colosseum, your strength grotesquely escalating. A genius in combat, you could have bloodied me with your fruit powers alone. Yet those 4 years as a slave to the celestial dragons deprived you of the best opportunity to comprehend hockey. If I am not mistaken, you are now striving to develop your fruit abilities to compensate for your inability to grasp hockey, am I correct? Virgo laughed heartily as he rose from the rubble, spitting out blood and wiping the corner of his mouth. He continued to address Lynn. If one possesses sufficient talent, they will exhibit a certain potential for hockey from the very beginning of their training. You should have had such potential. Yet the environment of the Sabaody Coliseum squandered it entirely. The cultivation of hockey should coincide with the enhancement of one's strength. But you have instead escalated your power to a terrifying level, while remaining a complete novice in hockey. One leg long, the other short. This is precisely why you cannot progress on the path to awakening hockey. How many years would it take you to truly master hockey? 20? 50? Ha. Virgo had not laughed so heartily in a long time, finding the situation unfolding before him to be profoundly ironic. Lynn Barrick, you are a man destroyed by the celestial dragons. Ha. His laughter echoed in Lynn's ears, who maintained a stoic expression, remaining silent. As Virgo's laughter gradually subsided, Lynn finally raised an eyebrow and inquired, have you finished, Virgo? You should refer to me as Mr. Virgo. Once again, Virgo's body was enveloped in black armament hockey. Do you think that breaking my bamboo staff means I am without a weapon? That was merely an ordinary piece of bamboo. Virgo clenched his fists, his muscles brimming with explosive power. The true weapon lies within me. Bang! Virgo's feet struck the ground as he charged fiercely towards Lynn. With the augmentation of his armament hockey, Virgo's physical resilience had transcended that of ordinary iron projectiles. In essence, he resembled a siege cannon weighing over 100 kilograms. Aimed directly at Lynn, clenching his fist, his gaze, concealed behind sunglasses, remained fixated on Lynn's movements. Whether Lynn attempted to evade upwards, backwards, or to either side, Virgo had a countermeasure prepared. He was determined to deliver a decisive blow, thereby bringing an end to the tragic existence of the man before him. However, contrary to Virgo's expectations, Lynn displayed no intention of dodging. Instead, he assumed a stance, his right hand drawn back in preparation to unleash a powerful strike. Virgo growled, if you wish to take my hit head-on, brace yourself for shattered bones. Whoosh! Lynn and Virgo, at the same moment, unleashed their right fists. Heroic skill, deliberate punch. Bang! At the moment their fists collided, a visible shockwave rippled through the air. As they retracted their fists, one of them could not withstand the pressure and began to tremble uncontrollably. The owner of this trembling fist, Virgo, finally displayed a change in expression. He gazed at Lynn's tightly clenched right fist, his heart filled with astonishment. Was that the hockey of armament? Lynn blew away the white smoke from his fist. What? What did you say? You spoke too much. I couldn't hear you clearly. On the desolate alleyway, Lynn exhaled a puff of white vapor from his clenched fist. Pardon? What did you say? You spoke too much. I couldn't quite catch that. Virgo's right hand, which had just launched a punch, continued to tremble uncontrollably. He gazed at Lynn's fist, still emanating a chilling white mist, and exclaimed in astonishment, "Armament hockey?" Yet, almost immediately, Virgos shook his head, engaging in a dialogue with himself. No, it resembles it closely, but there are discernible differences. Could it be a fruit ability? Lynn flicked his wrist and turned his gaze towards Virgo. Virgo, you have indeed spoken two truths. First, my 4 years as a gladiator have not only endowed me with exceptional combat skills, but have also rendered my understanding of hockey severely lacking. This realization dawned upon me during my solitary meditation on the grasslands while training with Carp on the deserted island. Carp, possessing a heart of gold, was oblivious to the peculiar rules of the Sabaean archipelago's Colosseum. Otherwise, he would not have employed conventional training methods for my development. As Virgo aptly noted, the distorted training methods of the Sabaean Colosseum bestowed upon me remarkable combat prowess, yet left me as a complete novice in the art of hockey. It was akin to having one leg longer than the other, a critical flaw in my path of cultivation, leading me to perceive the threshold of hockey, yet remain unable to grasp it fully. To remedy this deficiency, one would typically rely on the accumulation of time and extensive training to rectify the damage inflicted over those 4 years. However, that is merely a solution for the ordinary. As for me, I have discovered a path more suited to my nature. Just as in those 4 years at the Sabaean Colosseum, it is a life solely dedicated to battle. Through a relentless series of confrontations, I accumulate experience, seeking answers, and thereby breaking through the bottlenecks imposed by my shortcomings. The accumulation of combat experience and awareness has granted me a reflex speed comparable to that of observation hockey. The ferocious beasts on the deserted island, along with Carp, have enabled me to develop my fruit abilities to a level that rivals the mastery of armament hockey. One fight after another has brought me ever closer to the true essence of hockey, until this very moment in the back streets of Rog Town, under Virgo's relentless onslaught. My understanding of armament hockey has ascended to new heights. I seized upon that fleeting sensation, intertwining it with my fruit abilities, ultimately creating a remarkably unique phenomenon. Generally, armament hockey is affixed to the body or weapon, enhancing one's defensive capabilities, akin to an invisible armor, while simultaneously evolving into an offensive force against foes. However, the variant armament hockey I now wield, blended with my fruit prowess, manifests like a mist, swirling around me in continuous surges with my breath. This is not merely the external manifestation of hockey. Rather, it is as if the hockey has been dispersed in the air from the very beginning. Virgo gazed at the figure of Lynn before him, whose form had become slightly blurred due to the dispersing hockey. After a brief moment of astonishment, Virgo suddenly erupted into laughter. Unsteady in presence, uncertain in hockey, unable even to attach it to oneself, your armament hockey is utterly incomplete. Virgo's brow furrowed as he growled. Lynn Barrick, are you jesting with me? Lynn shook his head, extending his arms wide as the chaotic and unstable hockey enveloped him. With a grin, he inquired, Virgo, don't you wish to hear your second point? At this, a vein throbbed on Virgo's forehead as he suddenly lunged forward, raising his fist with the intent to conclude the battle. Bang, bang. 2 consecutive punches landed on Lynn, yet the impact was evidently less formidable than Virgo had anticipated. At that moment, the hockey surrounding Lynn was merely an immature manifestation, lacking any defensive capability. However, Lynn merely twisted his neck and fixed his gaze upon Virgo, exclaiming, "Oh, truly, the hockey is remarkable. It hardly stings at all." Virgo, at this juncture, yearned to roar. If it can't even adhere to the surface of the body, it possesses no defensive function whatsoever. It cannot be deemed hockey. But then, Virgo noticed something peculiar. The chaotic hockey that had been dissipating around Lynn, alongside the surrounding frigid frost, began to converge towards him. With a hint of astonishment in his eyes, Lynn burst into laughter, proclaiming, "The second thing you were right about. I am indeed a genius." The frost, formed by the frozen domain, swiftly contracted. What had once stretched several meters now shrank to a mere meter around Lynn. A more intense frost, mingled with the dissipating hockey, coalesced around him, creating a tempest of fury. By forcibly compressing the immature hockey using the frozen domain and entirely relinquishing its defensive capabilities, Lynn significantly enhanced his speed and strength. The white frost and black hockey intertwined. And within this whirlwind, Lynn appeared as a tempestuous human storm. The amalgamation of his fruit abilities with hockey led Lynn's techniques into a novel form. Heroic skill, frozen domain hockey form. Lynn could not help but burst into hearty laughter. Let the second round commence, Virgo. You must address me as Mr. Virgo. Virgo's brow furrowed deeply. He had grown weary of the arrogance displayed by the man before him. However, what troubled him even more was the unmistakable sense of peril he felt amidst the tempest of frost and armed color hockey. Raising his obsidian fist, Virgo struck Lynn squarely in the face. Bang! Lynn did not evade. Instead, he braced himself with his forehead to absorb the blow, promptly retaliating with a fierce punch. Heroic skill, diminishing one's might. Thud! Thud! His powerful strikes landed on Virgo, who gritted his teeth in pain, yet could not suppress a cold smirk. At this moment, Lynn was undeniably in a precarious situation, but this peril was still in its infancy. To be more precise, Lynn's technique had only just been conceived and had yet to reach its full potential. Alas, what a pity. Virgo laughed heartily. Do you truly believe that your immature new technique can shatter my armament hockey? Lynn similarly opened his mouth wide, crouching slightly as he assumed a fighting stance, simultaneously shouting. Is it not possible? Transform me into minced meat. Virgo once again unleashed a powerful punch, striking Lynn squarely in the face. With a resounding thud. When Virgo retracted his fist, he discovered that Lynn remained steadfast, not having taken a single step back. Lynn pressed his finger against his nose, expelling the clotted blood with a breath, before wiping the bloodstains from the corner of his mouth. Phew, it seems this technique still requires refinement. He grinned broadly and laughed heartily. So, Virgo, shall it be you who reduces me to a pulp first, or shall I be the one to bring you down? Let our fists collide. Come, let us see. The surroundings were littered with scattered rubble and bricks. Lynn and Virgo stood facing each other, both unarmed, enveloped in an oppressive atmosphere. However, a closer inspection reveals that their senses of oppression were strikingly dissimilar. Virgo was cloaked entirely in a shroud of black hockey, leaving no space unguarded. His aura was calm and steady, reminiscent of an unassuming bomb, seemingly ordinary at first glance, yet harboring unimaginable destructive potential. In contrast, Lynn was surrounded by a swirling frost, intermingled with the imposing black hockey, leaving behind streaks of black and white in the air. His presence was wild and fierce, unabashedly flamboyant in its display. The clash of these two distinct forms of oppression seemed to warp the very space around them. How tedious, Virgo remarked, observing Lynn, who was engulfed in a tempest of black and white. If you were a paramecia type, I might be somewhat cautious, for there are many peculiar abilities in that category. But you are a Zoan type. Even if you possess a mythical beast form, you remain fundamentally a Zoan devil fruit user. Virgo continued. The only thing a Zoan type can alter is itself. No matter how fierce the storm surrounding you may be, it ultimately cannot inflict any substantial harm. Much like your previous chill, which may at most give me goosebumps. You are merely playing tricks. Virgo's gaze was fixed on Lynn, as if searching for evidence of his trepidation. How tiresome these pre-battle proclamations are, Virgo. Lynn laughed heartily for a few moments. Do you know? In the arena, such behavior cannot ignite the atmosphere. You ought to conduct yourself in this manner. Lynn extended his fist, raised his thumb, and then, with a hearty laugh, pointed his thumb down at Virgo, proclaiming, in 60 seconds, I shall bring you to your knees. Energy level, 10001800. Heroic skill, Icebound Realm Armament Color Form, completely relinquishing the defensive attributes of armament hockey, significantly enhancing one's speed and strength, consuming 10 energy points per second. After Lynn uttered his pre-battle declaration, the deserted street lay in profound silence. Suddenly, a fragment of stone fell to the ground with a soft thud. In that instant, both Lynn and Virgo seemed to receive the signal to commence battle, launching their assaults aimed precisely at each other's vital points. Lynn unleashed a fist enveloped in frost and armed hockey, while Virgo merely extended a single finger. 6 styles, finger gun. This was Virgo's secret technique, which he had long concealed. He initially believed that dealing with a novice who could not even utilize armed hockey would require minimal effort. However, the reality had far exceeded his expectations, and he was eager to conclude the battle swiftly. The so-called finger gun concentrates the entirety of one's strength into the index finger, which, once hardened, strikes with incredible speed, delivering the force of a bullet capable of easily piercing through flesh and even steel. with his hockey-infused fingertip aimed at Lynn's throat. He thrust forward. Yet, Lynn awaited precisely this moment. He was well aware of Virgo's signature move, having remained vigilant against it throughout their previous encounters, and now, he had finally seized his opportunity. As Lynn's fist and Virgo's finger gun intersected, his fist suddenly unfurled, deftly grasping Virgo's finger. Then, Lynn pivoted, hoisting Virgo's arm onto his shoulder and slamming him toward the ground. Virgo, caught off guard, had no choice but to brace himself with the 6 styles, iron block. With a thunderous crash, Virgo was slammed to the ground, yet this fall inflicted no harm upon him. Rather, it provided him with an opening. He swiftly supported himself with one hand and aimed a kick at Lynn's neck. In comparison to his fist, Virgo's kick was more rapid and perilous. Yet Lynn harbored no intention of evading. In terms of sheer strength, Virgo, in his fully armed hockey state, was undoubtedly on a higher tier than Lynn. Lynn's sole advantage against Virgo lies in the unparalleled technique achieved under the armed color form within the frozen domain. Lynn abruptly stamped his right foot, causing half of his calf to sink into the ground. Simultaneously, he raised his left forearm, gripping his left wrist with his right hand, forcefully using his left forearm to block Virgo's kick. Subsequently, Lynn's right hand formed a fist and struck down fiercely towards Virgo's face. Bang! Virgo gritted his teeth, continuing to defend against Lynn's assault with hardened armament. He initially intended to utilize the kick to create distance between himself and Lynn. Yet he was forcibly drawn into a close-quarters struggle that was decidedly unfavorable for him. All of this unfolded precisely as Lynn had orchestrated. In the context of close combat, Virgo primarily had 3 types of techniques: punches, finger jabs, and kicks. In response to the finger jabs, Lynn opted for a leveraging throw. Against the kicks, he chose to endure and then retaliate with a punch. As for the punches, overwhelmed by the relentless pressure, Virgo let out a roar, propelling himself off the ground with one hand while the other clenched tightly, aiming a punch directly at Lynn's chest. Bang! Lynn clenched his teeth, blood oozing from the gaps between them. He must not be afforded a moment to regain his composure. Virgo, resolute, tightened his fists, enveloped in the dark aura of hockey, delivering blow after blow upon Lynn. In contrast, Lynn had completely abandoned defense, his fists shrouded in frost and hockey, launching relentless counterattacks against Virgo. In the realm of combat where he excelled most, Lynn unhesitatingly chose to engage in a fierce exchange of blows. Thud, 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 thud. The 4 fists collided in a flurry, moving so swiftly that they seemed to blur into shadows. Both combatants endured each other's powerful strikes, their feet firmly planted on the ground as they exerted every ounce of strength to maintain their balance. Low growls erupted from their throats. Virgo, Lynn Barrick, bang, bang. Each received a heavy punch to the face, yet their gazes remained locked on one another. What formidable punches! They shared the same thought. Though Virgo's contemplation ran deeper, this guy's punches can harm me even in my hockey state. I cannot prolong this. I must conclude this battle swiftly. Prepare to meet your end. Virgo extended his index finger, the piercing strike poised to launch once more. Lynn once again transformed his fist into a palm, seizing Virgo's finger with a speed nearly imperceptible to the naked eye, and then executed a throw with remarkable force. In midair, Virgo's expression twisted in fury as he suddenly kicked off with great force, employing the moonwalk, one of the 6 forms, to slightly alter the trajectory of Lynn's throw, allowing him to break free and deliver a powerful kick aimed at the nape of Lynn's neck. The velocity of this strike was astounding, yet Lynn, with his superhuman reflexes, managed to respond in time. According to their previous strategy, kick, block, then strike. With a resounding impact, he used his already bruised and numb left arm to deflect the kick, immediately following up with an uppercut that landed squarely in Virgo's abdomen amid Lynn's furious roar. This was precisely what Virgo had been anticipating. In terms of ground combat, it was now impossible to create distance between himself and Lynn, regardless of the techniques he employed. Lynn would always close in and engage him in close quarters. However, the world is, after all, 3-dimensional. If ground combat was unfavorable, he could still take to the skies. The moonwalk, one of the Navy's 6 forms, allowed one to traverse the air as though ascending stairs. By utilizing the moonwalk to ascend, he could create the necessary distance from Lynn. With Lynn's uppercut propelling him forward, Virgo quickly activated the moonwalk, enduring the pain in his abdomen as he kicked several times in the air, soaring upwards. This feels right. Virgo took a deep breath, knowing that this maneuver could not be sustained for long. Once his stamina waned, victory would be his. Yet, in the next moment, a shadow suddenly loomed above Virgo, obscuring the light above. If you seek the head of Lynn, then come and claim it yourself. Does Joker revel in manipulating others from the shadows? Does he enjoy looking down from his lofty perch, watching the chaos unfold? What do you consider the fates of ordinary people? Virgo looked up and beheld a foot, enshrouded in a swirling storm of black and white, descending upon him with tremendous force. Such speed. This single thought crossed Virgo's mind before he was propelled to the ground by Lynn's kick from midair. Lynn's roar echoed, "Both you and Joker shall fall." Heroic skill, Dragon Tail Strike. Bang. Meanwhile, at Backstreet number 5, facing over 2,000 pirates wielding sea prism stone weapons, Buggy and Smoker found themselves in a fierce battle. They stood back to back, ever vigilant against the attacks that surrounded them. A pirate swung a blade toward them, but Smoker was quicker. Seizing the pirate's wrist and executing a precise Navy grappling technique, delivering a knee strike to the pirate's face. With a resounding thud, the pirate's face erupted in a spray of crimson, only to be carelessly discarded by Smoker. The debilitating sensation wrought by the sea prism stone bullets continued to assail him. Yet not a trace of fatigue marred Smoker's visage. Instead, it was contorted with a terrifying ferocity. "Come on," he bellowed at the surrounding pirates, who found themselves utterly cowed by his formidable presence, too intimidated to advance. Observing this scene, Buggy could not suppress a gulp, his thoughts racing. Hey. Does this guy really need to go to such lengths? We could simply collaborate to break free. However, as he witnessed Smoker swinging his iron staff, toppling one pirate after another, realization dawned upon him. This man was genuinely intent on single-handedly eliminating the 2,000 pirates before him. What a madman of the Navy. I shall not partake in this insanity. Buggy swiftly resolved to make his escape. At that moment, a furious shout echoed from the sky. "Both you and Joker, descend now." With a thunderous boom, a figure plummeted from the heavens like a cannonball, hurtling towards the ground of Backstreet number 5. Boom. The impact reverberated, creating a substantial crater as the figure crashed into the earth, sending dust billowing into the air, throwing the pirates into disarray. What has transpired? Who has fallen? Is it Captain Kuro? No, that's not him. It seems to be a behemoth. Those pirates closest to the impact zone, barely able to discern the figure's true identity, had scarcely uttered their thoughts when a black finger swept across their eyes. Puff. Ah. In an instant, the innermost circle of pirates clutched their eyes in agony, cries of despair echoing around them. Meanwhile, the fallen Virgo pressed a hand against his chest, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth as he surveyed his surroundings, swiftly devising an escape route. Damn, my ribs are broken. Lynn Barrick's prowess far exceeded his expectations. Continuing the struggle would only lead to mutual destruction, with the possibility of his own defeat looming large. Thus, the plan to eliminate the informed parties and subsequently apprehend the pirates under the guise of the Navy had already faltered. Virgo found no advantage in the unfolding events, and consequently, his objective shifted to minimizing losses, such as ensuring his continued infiltration within the Navy. The sheer number of individuals present made it imperative that he concealed his undercover identity. He had meticulously prepared an alibi before the operation commenced, and given that Lynn Barrick was a wanted criminal, his words would not garner the Navy's trust. Therefore, as long as no one else beheld his visage, he retained the potential to maintain his cover. With this thought in mind, Virgo stamped his foot decisively, stirring up a cloud of dust to obscure his figure. He then produced a din-din mushi from his pocket, placing it on the ground before employing one of the 6 styles, Soru, to swiftly dart into a nearby alley. As a high-ranking official of the Don Quixote family, Virgo executed this series of maneuvers with remarkable speed, completing the entire sequence in mere seconds. Almost immediately, a figure enveloped in a black and white tempest descended from above, delivering a powerful punch to the very spot where Virgo had just stood. The ground erupted with a resounding crash, the crater expanding and deepening instantaneously. The pirates felt a tremor beneath their feet, a familiar and terrifying sensation surging within their hearts. Was that man returning? Lynn Barrick. Has he truly vanquished Captain Clo? As the smoke dissipated, Lynn's figure indeed emerged amidst the street. What instilled even greater fear in the hearts of the pirates was the tempest of black and white swirling around Lynn's form, rendering him akin to a fearsome beast of terror. The frigid aura emanating from him caused the temperature in the vicinity to drop slightly. Lynn twisted his neck and surveyed his surroundings, but he could not find Virgo's figure. Instead, He spotted the phone bug lying on the ground. It runs remarkably fast. Is this phone bug a gift he left for me? After picking it up and securing it, Lynn turned his gaze toward the bewildered pirates around him. A grin spread across his face. Are you still eager to fight me? At this sight, the pirates erupted into chaos. Recalling their comrades who had been sent flying by Lynn earlier, causing cold sweat to bead on their brows. Wait, is this really happening again? I have no desire to soar through the skies. Did you see that punch he slammed into the ground? Is anyone still alive after taking that hit? I became a pirate to indulge in pleasures, not to court death. Suddenly, a sharp-eyed pirate noticed something amiss. The black and white storm surrounding Lynn began to gradually dissipate, and his imposing aura visibly waned. Has he been injured? Observing this, Smoker approached Lynn, whispering, Hey, what on earth happened? Don't tell me it was that crocodile who did this to you. Lynn gasped for breath, his arms hanging limply at his sides, trembling uncontrollably. Virgo had indeed inflicted significant damage upon him. To be honest, Lynn was already exerting every ounce of strength just to remain standing, striving to maintain the armament hockey in his frozen domain merely to intimidate the surrounding pirates. Lynn was well aware of Smoker's condition. Having been hit by a sea stone bullet in the shoulder, he was holding on solely through sheer willpower. As for Buggy, Lynn speculated that he was likely contemplating a swift escape. Wait, why is Buggy here? Is he involved in this matter? Why is he not in costume and merely wearing a bath towel? Why does it seem like he is at odds with Crocodile's crew? What in the world is going on? Lynn gazed at Buggy, his mind awash with questions. However, the sudden movements of the surrounding pirates interrupted his train of thought. Upon noticing Lynn's precarious state, they mustered a semblance of courage, brandishing their blades as they encircled the three individuals. Though they were oblivious to the precise circumstances, they believed that eliminating these three would alleviate a significant amount of trouble. TCH, mere pirates. Smoker, biting down on his cigar, inhaled deeply and furrowed his brow at Lynn, remarking, Do you truly require my assistance? Lynn burst into a hearty laugh, his fists colliding as he boldly proclaimed to the surrounding pirates, I am the boss. No sooner had he spoken than one of the pirates roared, He is done for. Take him down, charge. Instantly, dozens of pirates surged forward just as Lynn and Smoker braced themselves for a desperate fight, while Buggy prepared to make a hasty retreat. Suddenly, a fist struck with a resounding thud, sending one pirate flying. A familiar, boisterous laughter rang out across the battlefield. Ha ha ha, how lively it is. Allow me to be your opponent. An elderly man, clad in beach attire and sporting a robust beard, appeared before the pirates. Ha ha ha, how lively it is. Allow me to be your opponent. The old man cracked his knuckles, producing a series of sharp, popping sounds. The surrounding pirates were momentarily taken aback. But upon noticing his tourist garb, they erupted into jeers. Hey, old man, don't think just because you have muscles you can play the hero. This isn't your affair. Go sip your tea instead, you smelly old fool. Your grandson's calling you home for dinner. In stark contrast, Smoker and Lynn relaxed completely upon the old man's arrival. Smoker half knelt, while Lynn settled cross-legged on the ground, gently swaying back and forth, ready to observe the spectacle. After all, the current situation no longer required their anxious involvement. Grandson, Carp's forehead suddenly bulged with veins. That insufferable brat. He had intended to return to Windmill Village for a beer and a bit of leisure, perhaps to check on that troublesome boy, only to encounter a band of pirates instead. After delivering a thorough thrashing to them, Carp discovered that someone had kidnapped Makino and taken her to Log Town. Initially, Carp planned to rush to her rescue, but upon learning that this group of pirates had already made contact with Lynn, his anxiety dissipated. The participants in the Six Powers training on Sabaody were the Navy's new elite. If they couldn't handle such a minor kidnapping, they might as well retire. With this thought, Carp fully relaxed, sipping his drink while awaiting good news from Log Town. After a while, the warship tasked with rescuing the villagers from Windmill Village arrived at the port. Upon seeing Carp, the Navy personnel aboard understood that their involvement was unnecessary. So they briefed him on their operational plan and then proceeded with Carp to provide support in Log Town. During this time, Carp intended to contact Luffy, hoping to show him the valor of the Navy in rescuing civilians. However, that troublesome brat remarked that those pirates who kidnapped civilians were bad pirates, and he didn't want to be like them. Carp was instantly infuriated. What did it matter if they were good pirates or bad pirates? Every pirate deserved to feel the force of his iron fist. Bang, 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 bang. Kapu unleashed a flurry of punches, sending several pirates sprawling. It was at that moment the remaining pirates realized that this seemingly formidable elder was indeed a force to be reckoned with. What? Another monster has appeared. One exclaimed. He is alone. Let us all attack together and wear him down. Indeed. With that, Kapu grinned. It's almost snack time. A little pre-meal exercise will do me good. However, a series of orderly footsteps interrupted the impending clash between Kapu and the pirates. A well-trained battalion of Navy personnel had mysteriously appeared in every corner of Backstreet No. 5, nearly 50 strong, surrounding the pirates from various angles in a net of firepower. Some pirates, sensing danger, attempted to flee but were immediately met with gunfire as a warning. Pirates present. You are surrounded. Lay down your weapons and surrender at once. Kapu, on the other hand, laughed heartily. If anyone still wishes to fight, I shall gladly be your opponent. The pirates glanced at their comrades who had been knocked out by Kapu, lying on the ground, foaming at the mouth and convulsing. The old man's fists were even more terrifying than those of Lynn. Without a moment's hesitation, they cast down their weapons and raised their hands high in surrender. We yield. Following this, a lengthy and tedious process of apprehension ensued. Aside from the over 2,000 incapacitated, more than 1,000 surrendered. Fortunately, anticipating the influx of pirates needing to be detained, Kapu had previously contacted his overwhelmed deputy at the branch, urging him to send reinforcements. The deputy, eager to assist, promptly reported to Commander Tsuru. In short, with the arrival of personnel from the branch, the apprehension proceeded with remarkable efficiency. Kapu's deputy accompanied the branch team to Rog Town. After voicing his grievances, he resumed his serious demeanor, presenting Kapu with a pirate-esque knife, whispering, "This is a sea prison stone weapon." "Oh, the high-grade items that only the world government can afford," Kapu remarked, nonchalantly cleaning his ears. Regardless, even if these weapons were taken back, they would find a way to forcibly reclaim them. It's better to leave them here for the pirates to collect, saving us the paperwork. The deputy was left speechless, muttering, "Vice Admiral Kapu, involving the Navy in this matter seems rather inappropriate." "What?" Kapu raised an eyebrow, laughing heartily. "We merely responded to a civilian-esque call for help during our training and happened to capture a group of pirates." The deputy, maintaining a serious expression, pondered for a moment before replying, "I understand." Kapu nodded in agreement. "If anyone gives you trouble, just contact little Tsuru." "Understood." The aide nodded slightly and turned away, hastily attending to his tasks. With the likes of Baji Kuro, Admiral Click, and nearly 4,000 pirates, though they may be inconspicuous figures, the sheer volume of data was burdensome to process. Would this evening entail yet another round of overtime? The aide sighed deeply, rubbing his temples in exasperation. Meanwhile, Carp approached Lynn and Smoker. Smoker, puffing on a cigar, was having a Navy doctor extract the sea stone bullet from his body. "Mr. Smoker, if you sustain such injuries again, do not be reckless," admonished the young lady responsible for the extraction. "If you move any more vigorously, you might lose the use of your arm forever." Smoker nodded, lighting a second cigar for himself. Furthermore, no smoking for the injured, she insisted. Smoker merely nodded again, igniting a third cigar. The young doctor puffed out her cheeks in frustration as she bandaged his wounds. As for Lynn, he was relishing the Navy's special bento box. "This is delicious," he exclaimed. With each bite, his energy gradually replenished while simultaneously aiding in the healing of his injuries. His heroic ability, battlefield valor, was evident as the bruises on his body visibly faded. However, the few contusions and fractures would take much longer to mend. Carp observed the two. He first approached Smoker, clapping him on the shoulder and laughing heartily. "Huh? I thought Zefa's student would be more cautious when faced with sea stone weaponry. It seems I'll have some fun at his expense for a while. Mr. Carp, please be gentle. He is still a patient." The doctor interjected. "Oh, my apologies," Carp said, scratching his head. Meanwhile, Smoker lit a fourth cigar. The doctor glared at this scene, her face flushed with anger, as she tightened the bandage around Smoker's wound before storming off in frustration. Smoker furrowed his brow, feeling disgruntled yet unable to deny his own overconfidence. Had he been more vigilant, Click SC stone bullet would never have found its mark. After imparting a lesson to Smoker, Carp moved to Lynn's side, grinning widely. "Hey, kid, it seems you've finally crossed the threshold into hockey mastery." Lynn nodded with a grin. "Haha, you really thought I would say that?" Cap delivered a punch to Lynn's head, roaring, "Immature training will only lead you to perish on the battlefield. Do not presume that you will always enjoy such good fortune as today." Lynn grimaced in pain, clutching his smoking head, finally empathizing with Luffy's plight. It hurt immensely. Eventually, Carp approached the third party. Ah, it seems there is another formidable contender here, remarkably unscathed. Yet, why is he clad only in a towel? And what of that large red nose? Carp gazed at Buggy, who met his stare with wide eyes, blinking several times. Carp tilted his head, puzzled. Who are you? He scrutinized the young man before him. A red nose, blue hair, armed with a dagger. Gradually, recognition dawned upon Carp as the visage of a certain individual began to merge with the figure in front of him. Oh, Carp exclaimed, clapping his hands. I thought I recognized you. You're that little rascal with the red nose from Roger's crew. Buggy, staring at the bearded elder, blinked and suddenly clapped his hands as well. Ah, you're the one who has been relentlessly pursuing us, the Navy. Hilarity ensued as both men erupted into laughter. Yet, Buggy soon contemplated escape. In an instant, Carp delivered a punch that sent him sprawling to the ground. Hey, I heard that after your crew disbanded, you turned to piracy once more. Carp seized Buggy's towel, lifting him effortlessly. So, planning to atone for your misdeeds by turning yourself in, are you little red-nosed rascal? Who are you calling a red nose? Buggy retorted, gripping his dagger tightly and lunging at Carp. With a resounding crack, the dagger shattered, while Carp remained unscathed. Buggy gasped, realizing he had almost forgotten that this muscular elder was a source of great distress for even his captain. Unable to fight back or flee, Buggy promptly decided to surrender. Hey, over there, Navy brother. Buggy wailed, tears streaming down his face, calling out to Smoker, we were just fighting side by side. You can't abandon me now. Carp raised an eyebrow, turning to Smoker. Isn't he one of the pirates attacking you? Smoker, puffing on 4 cigars in succession, replied. It seems he was inadvertently caught up in the battle. Exactly. Buggy quickly interjected. I was unwittingly dragged into this, and even helped the Navy brothers out of a bind. You can't repay kindness with malice. Carp pondered for a moment before calling over a flustered lieutenant nearby, pointing at Buggy. Help me look into this little red-nosed rascal's criminal record. The aide, with a beaming smile, unearthed a document from a pile of materials and presented it to Garp. Garp accepted the document and perused its contents. The clown Buggy, a user of the Chop Chop fruit, with his pirate crew recently established. Their principal offenses include ambushing several minor pirate crews, which incited small-scale disturbances. They have built their reputation through attacks on their peers and have a notable record of purchasing treasure maps at exorbitant prices. Currently, there are no reports of civilian casualties attributable to Buggy's pirate crew. Upon meticulously comparing Buggy's and his crew's criminal records, Garp discerned that they were merely a band of young adventurers who had recently set sail, relying on Buggy's fruit abilities to pillage treasures in a rather playful manner. Oh, what a nuisance. Garp scratched his head and, amidst Buggy's fearful gaze, casually remarked, since they are all pirates, why not apprehend them all together? Wait a moment. Lynn suddenly waved his hand. He was the reinforcements I had summoned. Carp was taken aback. How do you know this little rascal? We happened to cross paths on the road, Lynn shrugged. This was, of course, a fabrication, yet Lynn's reasoning was quite straightforward. At this moment, Buggy had likely just established his pirate crew, engaging in underhanded dealings and treasure hunting, without committing any heinous acts. Moreover, Carp's records indicated that there had been no civilian casualties attributed to Buggy's pirate crew. Given this, Lynn saw no need to imprison Buggy, who had only recently formed his crew. After all, having more friends across these waters could only be advantageous. As for Buggy's presence in Logtown and his involvement in the current affair, Lynn suspected it might be akin to his reasons for participating in the Marineford War. Oh, so he is your friend. That's perfectly fine, Carp said, releasing Buggy's collar and heartily patting his shoulder. Well, you've worked hard, you red-nosed brat. Try saying red-nosed one more time. I dare you, Buggy retorted, adjusting the towel draped around him and obediently squatting to the side. Subsequently, Buggy discreetly elbowed Lynn and chuckled. Hey, brother, thanks a lot. What should I call you? Lynn replied with a smile. Lynn Barrick. Oh, that name sounds quite familiar. Buggy laughed heartily. It reminds me of that madman who declared war on the celestial dragons not long ago. Lynn nodded, affirming, that's me. Buggy inquired, can I not be your friend? Of course. Carp interjected, do you wish to spend time in prison? Buggy pondered momentarily, tears welling in his eyes as he embraced Lynn's shoulders, exclaiming, oh, dear brother. With the assistance of the branch personnel, the apprehension of the pirates proceeded swiftly, and before midnight, they were all confined aboard the military vessel. As for Makino, it was she who encountered Karp and his companions at the port, relaying the events that transpired at Backstreet Number 5. After receiving preliminary medical attention, Makino was escorted by the Navy and set sail ahead to Windmill Village to recuperate. Subsequently, the personnel from the branch departed, leaving behind Karp, his aide, Lynn, and 50 naval officers who participated in the training at Logtown. Their military ship remained anchored at the port. At this moment, the aide was buried in a mountain of paperwork, overwhelmed by the task at hand. After all, it was he and Karp who were responsible for the naval forces involved in the rescue operation at Windmill Village and Logtown, necessitating a thorough accounting of the damage incurred during the battle and a detailed report of the entire skirmish. Given the circumstances, their statistics might not be entirely accurate, for Karp was not one to handle work effectively. It fell solely to his aide. After completing the report on Windmill Village, the aide summoned Lynn, Smoker, and Buggy, inquiring about the details of the battle at Logtown. Occasionally, Karp would interject with sardonic remarks. The aide silently noted Karp's words, preparing to relay them verbatim to Vice Admiral Tsuru. The process of compiling and summarizing the data continued in an orderly fashion. Meanwhile, atop a distant rooftop, 3 shadowy figures observed the scene through binoculars. More precisely, it was 2 individuals accompanied by a lion. They were none other than the members of Buggy's pirate crew, the acrobat Kabeji, the beastmaster Machi, and his pet lion, Ricky. Hey, what on earth is happening? Let me see. Machi clamored, attempting to snatch the binoculars from Kabeji's grasp. Have we located Captain Buggy? We agreed to celebrate once he finished his bath. Silence. Kabeji grinned. I suspect something is wrong with my eyesight. What? Machi raised an eyebrow, seizing the binoculars to peer in the direction Kabeji had just been observing. Instantly, he was taken aback, for he clearly saw their Captain Buggy amidst a throng of Navy officers, seemingly confronting several high-ranking officials. Wait, didn't the captain say he was going to take a bath? How did he end up mingling with the Navy? Kabeji speculated. Could it be that he is secretly meeting with them? Impossible. He must have been captured by the Navy, though one might not wish to believe it at first glance. The scene was lively, filled with laughter and conversation. Hand me the telescope. Let me take a look, one said. Ultimately, the 2 arrived at the same astonishing conclusion. Their captain, Buggy, was engaged in jovial discourse with the Navy. The turmoil in the back streets of Road Town had been explained by the Navy to the public. It was attributed to a gang of pirates causing a ruckus, all of whom had been apprehended. The Navy personnel, including the captured pirates Clique and Kuro, returned to the naval headquarters. The remaining Navy officers in Road Town were reduced to 50, all of whom were participants in a special training on an uninhabited island. They belonged to various naval divisions. Yet until the training concluded, they were under the sole command of Garp and were obliged to adhere to his directives. In Building Number 5 on Backstreet, after assessing the damages incurred during the skirmish and ensuring that no civilians were caught in the fray, the lieutenant organized the 50 Navy officers into formation, awaiting Garp's address. Meanwhile, Buggy donned his clown attire and prepared his makeup, while Lynn devoured his 20th serving of the Navy's special boxed meal. As they were not Navy personnel, they squatted in a corner. Ahem. Garp cleared his throat, taking the stack of reports regarding the street damage from the lieutenant. We formed this unit for special training in the East Sea. Even in the event of a civilian kidnapping, protocol dictates that we report it immediately to the headquarters, which would then coordinate with the local branch for rescue. This is the rule, Garp declared with a grave expression. You acted without orders from your superior, devising plans and taking action on your own. Do you comprehend the extent of the damage caused? Have you considered the repercussions of mobilizing naval vessels without authorization and disrupting the training schedule? He waved the documents in hand, reprimanding the Navy personnel. Have you thought about the consequences of reporting this to the naval headquarters? Upon hearing this, the Navy officers present could not help but lower their hats and grit their teeth, bracing themselves for Garp's reprimand. As Garp noted, they had assembled this unit specifically for the Six Styles training. Acting independently without superior approval would certainly lead to severe consequences should the naval headquarters launch an investigation. Even Lynn felt that Garp's words were rather harsh. He appeared angrier than ever before. To move troops without superior orders is to disregard the regulations set by the naval headquarters. Garp's expression darkened, pausing for a moment before slowly adding, however. Suddenly, he raised his hand dramatically, scattering the reports across the room, much to the lieutenant's dismay, and then burst into hearty laughter, proclaiming, "Let the regulations of the naval headquarters take a back seat. The essence of the Navy is to protect every individual upon these seas, regardless of time or place. You must honor the title of Navy and uphold the concept of justice. Those who merely adhere to rules yet fail to protect the populace are unworthy of being called Navy. There is no need to fear the fools at Navy headquarters. Thanks to your efforts, there have been no reports of civilian casualties in this battle. Therefore, take pride. You little rascals! You are indeed competent sailors. Amidst the scattering papers, the first sound to resonate was Lynn's boisterous laughter. Ha 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 ha. Soon, others joined in, and one by one, all 50 sailors succumbed to laughter. Indeed, Vice Admiral Garp remains the same Garp. Among them, only the aide maintained a serious demeanor, whispering to Garp, Vice Admiral Garp, please collect the papers you just scattered, one by one, or you shall rewrite them yourself. Garp dug into his ears. I'm feeling hungry. Upon hearing this, Lynn also set aside his empty 25th box of meals and enthusiastically proposed, let us all go for a midnight snack. A chorus of cheers erupted among the Navy personnel under Captain Garp's leadership. The aide diligently continued to note everything in his little notebook, preparing to report back to Admiral Crane. At that moment, a commotion erupted from down the street, where the sound of approaching footsteps could be heard. The crowd turned to see a band of individuals clad in pirate attire charging towards them. The Navy personnel, initially mistaking them for stragglers, promptly readied themselves for combat. In the blink of an eye, as the two groups collided, the pirates found themselves subdued on the ground, with none managing to escape. However, upon recognizing the faces of the pirates, Buggy felt a surge of emotion. These were his own crew members, who had mistakenly believed that their captain had been captured by the Navy and had rushed in to rescue him without a second thought. Yet, the leading figures, Kabeji and Moji, simultaneously exclaimed, I am willing to surrender, to repent and rectify my ways, to earn redemption through service. Buggy, taken aback, responded, Huh? Kabeji, spotting Buggy, hastily explained, Captain, you cannot blame us. You were captured by the Navy, leaving us no choice but to seek leniency through confession. Moji added, Indeed, we do not wish to end up in prison. We have heard tales of the Navy's dungeons being utterly terrifying. Kabeji continued, We possess valuable information about many pirates in the East Blue, surely revealing it would mitigate our punishments. Moji interjected, Captain, you cannot monopolize the chance for redemption. Buggy exclaimed, What in the world is going on here? Suddenly, a thought struck him. You little ones must be trying to divert the Navy's attention in order to make your escape. With that realization, Buggy waved his hand with a grin. It's all right. My little ones, these Navy gentlemen are not here to apprehend us. Just this once, you mischievous little rascal. Garp reminded them, fortunately. Your crew managed to guide the civilians of Rogue Town to the harbor. Otherwise, many would have been caught up in the fray, placing them in grave danger. I suppose that could count as an act of redemption. Lynn heard Garp's words and initially intended to clarify that the responsibility for attracting attention fell to the Revolutionary Army. However, considering the complexity of such an explanation and the Revolutionary Army's indifference to the matter, he opted to continue enjoying his boxed meal. As for Buggy, though his mind was filled with questions, the pressing circumstances forced him to reluctantly accept the situation. After all, what was the harm in acquiescing? Oh, rest assured, my preparations are indeed meticulous. Upon hearing this, Kabeji nudged Moji with his elbow and inquired softly, What exactly does the captain mean by preparations? Moji pondered for a moment and speculated, It must be a barbecue feast. Indeed, that seems reasonable. Subsequently, Kabeji laughed heartily at the surrounding Navy personnel, exclaiming, The barbecue feast is ready. Let us all go together. Buggy was taken aback. What is this? How could the barbecue feast be ready? Yet, it was too late to contest now. Lynn possessed remarkably keen hearing, and with a hearty slap on Buggy's shoulder, exclaimed, It seems we are quite well prepared. He then called out to the surrounding Navy personnel, Come on, let us feast on some late-night snacks. Behind him lay the remnants of his 30th box meal. Thus, under Buggy's bewildered gaze, a banquet orchestrated by both pirates and Navy commenced in a courtyard. The members of Buggy's crew believed their captain had struck an agreement with these Navy folk, considering them all comrades. Conversely, the Navy assumed that these pirates were merely friends summoned by Lynn for assistance, mere greenhorns fresh from their maiden voyage, devoid of any criminal records. Consequently, what should have been an irreconcilable enmity between the two factions transformed into an unexpected coexistence, influenced by various factors. During the banquet, as Lynn savored a colossal piece of meat with bones, feeling somewhat satiated, an individual approached him. Lynn looked up and was surprised to find that the person before him was a familiar face, someone he had just encountered moments ago. He did not belong to either the Navy or the pirates, but rather to a third-party faction, the Revolutionary Army. After surveying his surroundings to ensure no one was paying attention, Lynn finally asked, "Is there something you need?" The Revolutionary Army member nodded and handed Lynn a transponder snail. "Lynn Barrick, a fisherman named Fisher Tiger has entrusted us with the imperative task of reaching you." Seeing the transponder snail, Lynn was taken aback. "Tiger? How could he have contacted you?" "Our companion, a fisherman karate master named Haku, was the bridge through which Mr. Tiger reached us," the Revolutionary Army member explained in a hushed tone. "Mr. Tiger wishes to convey to you that, if time permits, he would like to speak with you before undertaking a certain task." Upon hearing this, Lynn felt a jolt of realization. That task? What else could it be but the assault on Mary Geoise? The Revolutionary Army continued, "As for the specifics of what Mr. Tiger meant, we are not privy to those details, but he expressed confidence that you would understand. We intercepted intelligence indicating that you are currently in the East Blue, and that the world government and Joker plan to take action against you in Logtown. Therefore, we hurried here. You are aware of what transpired afterward. We could not prevent you, so we focused on guiding civilians away from the backstreets to minimize casualties. Due to the urgency of the situation, we could not elaborate on Mr. Tiger's matter, and we ask for your forgiveness." Lynn nodded, carefully stowing away the red transponder snail. "Then, Mr. Dragon has one more message for you." The Revolutionary Army member slightly bowed and continued, "If we were to directly invite you to join the Revolutionary Army, it is likely you would refuse, as destiny must be shaped by one's own choices. Others cannot dictate it. However, when you find yourself in need of support, please remember us, for your actions have garnered the respect of the entire Revolutionary Army." Subsequently, the Revolutionary Army handed Lynn a second transponder snail, signifying their trust. "So, Mr. Boss Lynn Barrick, we wish you safe travels. Farewell." With that, the Revolutionary Army member glanced around to ensure they remained unnoticed and hurriedly departed. However, as he reached the entrance of the courtyard, a deep voice called out to him, "Halt!" The Revolutionary Army member instantly recognized the owner of that voice, Navy hero, Carp. Cold sweat drenched his back as he contemplated fleeing, but Carp's hand swiftly pressed down on his shoulder. "Don't move. Just listen to me. Then nod or shake your head." The Revolutionary Army member swallowed hard. "Is your leader, Dragon, all right?" The revolutionary soldier nodded slightly. Did he wish for Lynn to join the revolutionaries? The soldier nodded again. Had he joined? The revolutionary shook his head. "I see," Carp chuckled. "It's all right, kid. Remember to send a message to Dragon, and tell him to avoid crossing paths with me, or I shall split his head open." The revolutionary nodded once more. Subsequently, Carp released his grip on the soldier's shoulder, watching him depart. Truly, that impetuous little brat remains restless. Carp chewed on the barbecued meat in his hand, letting out a helpless sigh. His son had formed the Revolutionary Army, while his grandson and Ace incessantly clamored to become pirates. Here I am, a Navy man. What sort of minds do these youngsters possess? Sigh, what I worry about most is, ugh, forget that. What a load of nonsense. Carp rubbed his face and turned to drink his beer. On the other side, Lynn stealthily procured a basket of grilled meat and ventured alone to a secluded corner of the backyard. After ensuring that neither the Navy nor pirates were in sight, he retrieved 3 transponder snails from his pocket, a pink one, a red one, and a green one. The first snail had been discreetly left by Virgo. Lynn surmised it was tied to the enigmatic figure known as Joker, presumably the orders from Don Quixote da Flamingo himself, suggesting it could establish direct communication with the notorious captain. The second snail was capable of reaching Tiger, although it was not the one entrusted to the Revolutionary Army. Rather, it was likely routed through the Revolutionary headquarters, connecting Lynn to the headquarters before ultimately reaching Tiger. The third snail was specially provided to Lynn by the Revolutionary Army, allowing him direct contact with their operatives. Lynn first secured the third transponder snail, then gazed at the remaining 2. Without a moment's hesitation, he carelessly set aside Doflamingo's transponder snail. His mind was not inclined to concern itself with that elusive pirate madman, for Tiger had mentioned, while requesting the Revolutionary Army to contact Lynn, that he wished to speak with him prior to undertaking that particular task. He lifted the receiver of the crimson transponder snail. Bloop, 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 bloop. Lynn waited in silence. In stark contrast to the lively gathering in the front yard, the backyard was deserted, thus enveloping her in a profound stillness. The tranquil night was punctuated only by the incessant buzzing of the red telephone bug. Bloop, 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 bloop. After a considerable time, Lynn could no longer restrain herself and shook her head, pondering. Tiger must be asleep by now. After all, it is quite late. Perhaps I shall reach out to him tomorrow. However, just as Lynn prepared to terminate the call, the telephone bug abruptly connected. Click. Lynn was taken aback for a moment, then swallowed hard as an inexplicable sense of worry surged within her. Tiger? A familiar voice echoed from the other end of the line. Ha, Lynn. I knew it was you. It seems the Revolutionary Army of Humanity is indeed quite dependable. Lynn finally felt relieved and burst into laughter, exclaiming, I truly was taken aback. With your character, I never expected you to seek the assistance of the Revolutionary Army, composed of mere humans. This must be reported in the newspapers. Speaking of newspapers, do you know why I reached out to you? Tiger inquired. Frankly, I have no idea why you insisted on contacting me before undertaking that endeavor. Lynn replied with a grin, a hint of excitement in his voice. I suppose you are inviting me to join you? Just as Lynn had anticipated, he genuinely wished to join Tiger in causing a ruckus in Mary Geoise. To his surprise, Tiger burst into hearty laughter, declaring, Oh, you are mistaken, Lynn. Oh. Lynn raised an eyebrow. You can't possibly be suggesting I offer you some encouragement, can you? Unexpectedly, Tiger responded, Close enough. I merely wish to have another conversation with you. Lynn suddenly shivered, pondering the intentions of that rascal, Tiger. However, in the next moment, Tiger exclaimed loudly, Lynn Barrick. You are the only human being who has ever acknowledged me, Tiger. Upon hearing this, Lynn burst into laughter. Indeed, it was hardly a surprise. Yet, almost immediately, the smile on Lynn's face began to fade. The crackling and crashing sounds of a raging fire and the collapse of something could faintly be heard from the telephone line. Lynn's smile utterly froze, and his hand holding the telephone bug trembled slightly. He opened his mouth, yet no words emerged. Instead, Tiger's voice resonated from the other end of the line. I truly apologize, Lynn, but I cannot join you in wreaking havoc in Mary Geoise, Tiger said slowly. Because I'm already here. At that moment, a crimson scene unfolded before Tiger. It signified the opulent towers of the celestial dragons and the world's aristocracy collapsing in a cacophony of flames. Crackle, crash, boom. From the other end of the telephone bug, the sounds of roaring flames engulfing everything reached his ears, followed by the ominous sound of something collapsing. Lynn listened intently to the voice on the other end of the line, her emotions surging suddenly. Hello, hello, hello? Tej, where are you now? Tej let out a long sigh and replied with a smile. The Holy Land, Mary Geoise. In terms of splendor, it far surpasses our dragon palace in Fishman Island. However, he continued with a serious expression, this place is a veritable hell on earth. Lynn tightly grasped the phone bug and spoke in a low voice. Why did you act before contacting me? The opportunity was too fortuitous, just swimming along with the current. Tiger chuckled. Besides, I had no way of knowing when the Revolutionary Army would reach you. What if you vanished into thin air? Lynn's forehead was marked by prominent veins, and with one hand, he crushed a nearby brick into dust, coldly stating, Speak the truth, Tiger. After a moment of silence, Tiger erupted into laughter, exclaiming, Oh, I forgot. You are certainly not like those dull-witted brats from Fisherman Street. If we were to compare, your instincts appear to be even more accurate than those of Princess E.G. Tell me the truth, Tiger. Lynn roared. Tiger scratched his head, contemplating, and ultimately offered a wry smile. Mary Geoise is situated in a unique region of the Red Land. Even as a fisherman, utilizing the currents to approach, I nearly lost my life in that elusive undercurrent. It is utterly impossible for humans to enter from the outside using ships without permission, let alone you, a power user and a landlubber. Thus, after much contemplation, I decided it would be best to come alone. Tiger's candid revelation was met with silence from Lynn. Hey, Lynn, are you still listening? Tiger casually dispatched a celestial dragon's guard. Came Lynn's voice from the transponder snail. Then, Lynn's furious roar followed. Fisher Tiger. Did you protect me, Lynn Barrick? Taken aback, Tiger laughed heartily. I suppose you could say that. Hey, you're not angry with me, are you? Tigray shook his head in resignation, for the man named Lynn Barrick was indeed as eccentric as ever. In the brief silence that ensued, Lynn took several deep breaths. He was well aware of the fate that awaited Tigray. After causing an uproar in Mary Geoise and liberating countless slaves, Tigray returned to Fishman Island, rallying a group that included Jinbei, Arlong, and Shachi to form the Sun Pirates, symbolized by the emblem of the Red Sun. It was during this time that Tigray explicitly conveyed to his crew that the essence of the Sun Pirates lay in liberation and freedom, emphasizing that they would not take the life of any individual. Driven by this ideology, the Sun Pirates traversed the seas, leveraging the inherent advantages of the fishmen to repel wave after wave of both the Navy and other pirates. On a subsequent occasion, Tigray aided the residents of an island by escorting a girl named Clara, who had once been a slave, back to her homeland. During the journey, the fishmen aboard the vessel forged profound bonds of friendship with the young Clara. However, when Tigray escorted Clara back to her home on Fushade Island, he fell victim to the treachery of the island's inhabitants and was besieged by the Navy, who had been lying in wait. After seizing a warship and breaking through the encirclement, Tigray was gravely injured and lost a significant amount of blood, as the human warship contained only human blood reserves. Tigray declined the offer of human blood, leading to his demise. In an effort to conceal Tigray's past as a slave, Arlong and the others publicly claimed that he died due to the refusal of humans to provide him with a transfusion. This justification further fueled the animosity that fishmen held towards humans. Thus, this encapsulates the life of the legendary fishman. Lynn is a person who lives in the moment. He has no inclination to ponder fate or consider the potential certainties that may exist. He is acutely aware of one undeniable truth: Fisher Tiger is his friend, and he cannot simply stand by and watch Tiger march toward a tragic end. At the very least, he must make an effort. However, it is too late for words now. Tiger is already in Mary Geoise, while Lynn finds himself in the East Sea, the distance between them immeasurable. After much contemplation, Lynn took several deep breaths to calm his racing heart and slowly uttered, "Hey, Tiger, do you think you can manage?" Tiger, momentarily taken aback, quickly responded with a grin. "You're not underestimating me, are you?" "Ha ha ha ha." Lynn joined in the laughter. "The boss of Fishman Street, let us share a drink sometime." "Spare me. I have no desire to clink glasses with you again," Tiger hastily retorted. "But a meal together sounds delightful. The desserts of Fishman Island are renowned worldwide." "I'll be waiting for your treat," Lynn replied with a nod. "So, farewell?" "Yes, farewell," Tiger affirmed. "We shall meet again upon the sea." "Until we meet upon the sea." Click. The phone bug was shut off. Subsequently, Tiger crushed the receiver to prevent anyone from tracking the Revolutionary Army or Lynn's whereabouts through the phone bug. Phew. It was somewhat worrisome to leave a capable individual alone at sea, but thankfully, all is well. Tiger exhaled deeply and picked up the fallen battle knife beside him. The opulent palace crumbled with a thunderous roar. Before Tiger lay a raging inferno. Around him, the cries of celestial dragons mingled with the hurried footsteps of approaching guards. Yet, the most prominent sounds were those of the slaves crying out, "Run! Run! I never want to go back. Find the key to the collar. It must be nearby. I found it. Quickly, unlock the shackles." As Tiger gazed upon the scene before him, conflicting emotions surged within him. Among the slaves were fishmen, humans, longarms, and giants. Regardless of their races, they all shared a singular, fervent desire, the yearning for freedom. What a ridiculous world this is, Tiger mused. His brow furrowed as he prepared to delve deeper into Mary Geoise, where many more captives awaited liberation. Suddenly, he felt a sudden jolt against his leg. Turning to look, he discovered 3 young human girls. "Oh, I'm so sorry." The leading human girl caught sight of Tiger and promptly offered her apologies. Tiger lowered his gaze and discovered the shackles binding the feet of the 3 girls. The girl explained, "The lock on the explosive collars has been released, but we have yet to find the key to the shackles, so we cannot run swiftly." Tiger crouched down, realizing that the shackles were merely ordinary iron ones. With a powerful tug, he shattered them apart. Subsequently, Tiger gestured in a particular direction and said, "Run that way, and you shall escape Mary Geoise. Exercise caution while fleeing." "Thank you, Uncle Fishman," the girl exclaimed with delight. "You're welcome," Tiger replied, ruffling the hair of the charming girl. "My name is Tiger. What is yours?" "Boa Hancock." The girl answered, "I am Boa Hancock." Meanwhile, in the East Blue, Lynn remained blissfully unaware of the events transpiring at the Holy Land Mary Geoise. However, he vividly recalled the turmoil that Tiger had instigated there, an uproar that soon astonished the entire sea. An incident that would later be referred to as the Mary Geoise attack. The future Empress Boa Hancock, along with her 2 sisters, and figures such as the Golden Emperor Guild Tesoro, as well as many other prominent personalities, regained their freedom because of Tiger's audacious actions. Yet, that was a tale for another time. Lynn understood that Tiger was not a person to disregard his commitments, since they had agreed to meet again upon the vast ocean. Any further words seem superfluous. Perhaps, as Longqing often remarked, destiny is shaped by one's own choices, and ultimately, others cannot alter it. So, tiger, let us meet once more upon the sea. Lynn held up the skewer of meat in his hand, offering it to Tager in place of wine. After consuming the morsel, he rose and silently gazed at the wall before him. Suddenly, Lynn unleashed a powerful punch, creating a significant dent in the wall. A low growl erupted from his throat. He respected Tager's personal choices, yet this did not quell the tempest of emotions raging within him. Frustration. The grand spectacle of Mary Geoise, revered as a holy land by the world, was now collapsing in flames, a sight he would likely never witness again. With a heavy breath, Lynn returned to sit on the wooden crate, carefully stowing away Tager's snail phone, his gaze shifting to the last pink snail phone. This particular device had been left behind by Virgo during his escape, and its appearance suggested it could directly connect to Virgo's enigmatic boss, Don Quixote da Flamingo. The Night Demon, Joker, a mad pirate bearing numerous titles, was undoubtedly a formidable presence across these seas. Under ordinary circumstances, Lynn might have contemplated a conversation with him, perhaps even involving carp, or simply retaining the snail in case of unforeseen circumstances. However, at this moment, Lynn hesitated not at all, promptly lifting the receiver of the snail phone. His irritation demanded an outlet. Bring. Click. Unlike Tager's snail, this one connected swiftly. A signature laughter echoed through the receiver. He, is this the boss? Our first conversation, greetings. Ah, Lynn grinned, responding, Joker? That is merely my alias in the underworld, Da Flamingo replied. If it pleases you, I would prefer we address each other by our formal names. Lynn Barek, Don Quixote da Flamingo. Lynn nodded and inquired, so, is there something you wish to discuss? Lynn, your reaction is far more composed than I had anticipated. Da Flamingo chuckled. The true name of Joker is known by fewer than 5 individuals in this world. And now you're among them. Lynn furrowed his brow and inquired, is this truly significant? Certainly, Da Flamingo replied, for it embodies my sincerity. Lynn raised an eyebrow, finding a hint of intrigue in Da Flamingo's words. Sincerity? You wish to demonstrate sincerity to me? Da Flamingo's statement indeed took Lynn by surprise. If one were to speak of the most notorious pirate in these vast seas, Don Quixote da Flamingo would undoubtedly be among the names mentioned. In his youth, he committed patricide. In his young adulthood, he ruthlessly took the life of his own brother, Rosinante. Subsequently, in pursuit of the Ope no Mi, he wielded the power of the Ito no Mi to unleash a deadly birdcage, indiscriminately slaughtering countless innocents. After some time, leveraging his status as a celestial dragon, Da Flamingo orchestrated an attack on ships carrying tributes meant for the celestial dragons, using this as leverage to extort the title of Warlord of the Sea from the world government. Upon receiving their acknowledgement, he arrived at the Dressrosa kingdom in the New World, where he manipulated the power of the Ito no Mi to control King Riku, orchestrating a massacre of the populace while he assumed the guise of a hero, ruling over the entire Dressrosa kingdom. Subsequently, his subordinate Sugar transformed some of the residents into toys, brainwashing those who remained human to erase their memories of those who had been changed. Concurrently, he purged those who dared to resist him, as well as the Riku royal family, leading to the tragic fate of Kairos and Princess Scarlet's family. Such a cold-blooded, cruel, and deranged man wishes to display sincerity to me? Lynn couldn't help but find it somewhat amusing. Pray tell, what is the true purpose of the sincerity you speak of? Da Flamingo replied, Lynn Barrick, do you not find this world rather tedious for individuals like us? Lynn responded, do not speak of we are different. Different, are we? Da Flamingo retorted. For one who once bore the chains of a celestial dragon, no matter how well you disguise it, deep within your soul, there must linger a semblance of hatred. Da Flamingo continued, I know not what measures you have taken to suppress that hatred, but I present you with an opportunity to unleash that very fury in its entirety. Lynn wore a composed expression, urging, please continue. I am listening. The fact that you have acquired this telephone bug indicates that Virgo has personally validated your capabilities. Da Flamingo chuckled softly before proclaiming, Lynn Barek, on behalf of the Don Quixote family, I extend an invitation for you to join us. Upon hearing these words, even Lynn could not suppress a jolt of astonishment. First, the Revolutionary Army sought to recruit him, and now Da Flamingo desired his inclusion in his family as well. Ha. It seems I am indeed quite in demand. Lynn could not help but burst into laughter. Da Flamingo joined in the mirth, saying, reflect on this, Lynn Barek. You harbor a profound hatred for the celestial dragons. You ought to join us in turning this world upside down. He then added, I possess a red heartseat. Would you care to take a seat and experience it? Lynn nodded slightly. With the formidable support of a powerful family and the opportunity to directly seek vengeance against the celestial dragons, I seemingly have no reason to decline. Doflamingo grinned, awaiting Lynn's affirmation, yet I must refuse. Lynn's sudden remark left Doflamingo momentarily speechless. What did you say? I refuse. Lynn reiterated, by the way. You just claimed that I harbor hatred within me, but that assertion is erroneous. Doflamingo furrowed his brow and retorted dismissively. Hey. Lynn Barrick, you aren't suggesting that after 4 years of enslavement, you have forgiven the celestial dragons, are you? I don't recall conversing with a saint. You are mistaken, Doflamingo. Lynn replied slowly, my feelings towards the celestial dragons do not encompass hatred. They are solely rooted in anger. Doflamingo, perplexed, pondered whether there was truly a distinction between hatred and anger. There is, Lynn affirmed. Lynn calmly replied, hatred drives one towards the weak, while anger propels one towards the strong. Doflamingo, those who are driven by hatred will ultimately unleash their animosity upon those weaker than themselves. Hatred transforms individuals into formidable beings. Justice invariably turns its back on the feeble. Yet, anger consistently positions me in opposition to the powerful. Upon hearing Lynn's words, the once upturned corners of Doflamingo's mouth finally faltered. This man, Lynn Barrick, was far more deranged than he had ever anticipated. He chuckled ominously. I see. Then, has the negotiation fallen apart? From the very beginning, success was never a possibility. Lynn smiled broadly and said, allow me to utter one final word before our farewell. Doflamingo chuckled coldly. Surely you are not bidding me adieu? Close enough, Lynn replied unexpectedly, nodding. I recently made a pact with a friend to meet again upon these vast seas. Shall we two rendezvous upon these waters? No, Doflamingo. Lynn chuckled heartily, saying, the word goodbye is meant for friends. What we ought to express is. Lynn's long-suppressed frustration finally erupted as he bellowed. You wait for me out at sea. Click. The call ended abruptly. Click. The phone call was severed once more. Don Quixote, Doflamingo slowly set down the den mushy, and with a sudden force, crushed the wine glass in his hand. Boss Lynn Barrick, are you challenging me? He exclaimed with a sinister chuckle, how utterly delightful. Doflamingo leaned against his forehead, unable to suppress his laughter. Noticing the commotion, Treble approached and inquired, what has transpired? No worries, just a lecture from someone, Doflamingo replied, shaking his head. Treble, filled with indignation, retorted, you are a born ruler. No one in this world has the right to lecture you. Who is he? Let us deal with him. Spare yourself, Treble, Doflamingo said, reclining in his chair with a grin. Virgo nearly fell at his hands. Unless the entire family mobilizes, capturing him is utterly impossible. Virgo actually lost. Treble found this hard to believe, yet he nodded slightly, as you command. However, the plan to leverage scandals to coerce the world government into accepting you as a warlord of the sea has now failed. Doesn't this present a bit of a dilemma? Doflamingo pondered for a moment before rising. There will be some complications, but they are manageable. Oh, do you have a contingency plan? Treble asked. Rather, the matter concerning Lynn Barrick is but a mere interlude. The true plan will not encounter such risks or upheavals. Doflamingo replied with a smile. Truly impressive, sir, Treble said, slightly bowing. May I inquire what your actual plan entails? Doflamingo gazed out the window and with a smile uttered 3 words, heavenly gold. Meanwhile, a conspiracy was quietly brewing in the North Sea. On the other side, the atmosphere of the banquet in the East Sea was vibrant. After all, these sailors had spent some time under Carp's command, and their spirits were high. Upon learning that Buggy and his crew, though pirates, had only recently set sail and were friends with Lynn, having committed no crimes and even assisting in the evacuation of civilians in Logue Town, the Navy quickly warmed to them. Hey, Kabaji, perform some juggling while grilling. One sailor called out. Sure. No problem. The juggler Kabaji, riding a unicycle, held a skewer of meat in one hand while swiftly gliding past the grills on either side, the sizzling fat producing a delightful aroma that wafted through the air. Meanwhile, the animal trainer Machi was directing his lion, Nikki, as it turned the grill, roasting an entire massive sea creature. Wow, setting sail is indeed quite entertaining. Machi remarked with a smile. Captain Buggy always says the Navy is terrifying, yet it seems he is quite friendly with them. Kabaji nodded in agreement. When I first set sail with Captain Buggy, I thought I would be living a life perpetually pursued, only to discover that everything was part of the captain's grand design. Oh woo. Lion Leaky expressed his sentiments. At that moment, not long after the establishment of the Buggy Pirates, The crew consisted of youthful, inexperienced lads who embarked on this maritime adventure with Buggy, driven by the allure of treasure and lacking a clear understanding of the distinctions between pirates and the Navy. Moreover, due to the nature of the pirate crew and their captain, they were all enthusiastic revelers. Thus, whenever a feast commenced, considerations of allegiance became irrelevant. Their sole concern was merriment, raising their goblets high. Machi, Kabaji, and the other members of the Buggy pirates shouted in unison, "Long live Captain Buggy!" Simultaneously. The very captain they cheered for sat trembling in a corner, clutching a cup of warm water, consumed by a singular thought: fear. What on earth is happening? How do these reckless youths have the audacity to engage with the Navy? Glancing nearby, Smoker was smoking his cigarette while fiddling with his jit, his gaze directed toward Buggy. At that moment, Buggy felt as though he were merely a walking military achievement in Smoker's eyes. "Do not fret." Smoker discerned Buggy's apprehension and said with a furrowed brow, "Regardless, we have fought together. I do not wish to owe the pirates a favor, so I shall let you off this time." Buggy sighed in relief, only to realize that Smoker was gesturing with his jit, adding, "However, the next time we meet, I shall certainly imprison you. Do you understand?" At this, Buggy nodded vigorously. Smoker retracted his jit, his mind replaying the events of the day's battle. Just as Garp had remarked, he had indeed underestimated the battlefield, relying on the abilities granted by his Logia-type devil fruit. On the battlefield, anything could transpire. Whether it be rare sea prism stone weapons or hidden firearms among the crowd wielded by masters of hockey, these were scenarios that training could not replicate. While he managed to persevere through sheer willpower this time, what about the next? He could not expect every opponent to be straightforward. Sea prism stone weapons? Smoker contemplated his jit, pondering whether he might implement a slight modification to his favorite weapon. Pure sea prism stone was far too precious. Given his current position, acquiring it was impossible. However, perhaps he could forge a piece of sea prism stone into the tip of his jit. Lynn terminated the call with Doflamingo. Subsequently, to prevent this clandestine device from being equipped with a peculiar tracking mechanism, he crushed the earpiece of the phone bug and set it aside, preparing to entrust someone with its return to the wild. After taking a few deep breaths, Lynn turned his gaze towards the corner. "Uncle Cap, you are not particularly skilled at eavesdropping, are you?" Cap emerged from the shadows, scratching his head and laughing heartily. "Ha ha. It's far more convenient to speak with my fists. Stealthy listening is far too troublesome." "So you did hear what I said?" Lynn inquired, looking at Cap. "I'm getting old. My hearing isn't what it used to be. I didn't catch much," Cap replied, digging into his ear. He then gestured towards the ceiling with his chin. "It's nearly dawn. Would you like to witness the sunrise?" Lynn was taken aback by the unexpected invitation from the rugged Carp to witness the sunrise together, yet he nodded in agreement. For Carp's formidable strength was still a formidable presence. The two leaped gracefully onto the rooftop. The courtyard was perched on a hillside, offering a close view of the bustling festivities in the front yard, while the distant horizon revealed the meeting point of sky and sea. At that moment, a delicate blush of dawn began to grace the eastern sky. Daybreak was imminent. "Where shall we go next?" Carp inquired. Lynn smiled broadly without a hint of hesitation, exclaiming, "The Grand Line." "So soon?" Garp replied, astonished. "It's rather early. I thought you would train for a few more years. The world does not wait for you. Rather than burying oneself in arduous preparation, it is far better to forge ahead." Lynn sat atop the rooftop, gazing at the gradually rising sun. The morning light kissed his face, and a gentle breeze caressed him, creating an atmosphere of exquisite tranquility. "In light of this, I shall not hinder you any longer," Carp said, his arms crossed over his chest, a broad grin spreading across his face. "Just do not forget the words you shared with Zefa." Lynn nodded, aware of the weight of being a hero. Cap pondered for a moment before inquiring, "Do you truly harbor such feelings?" "Which feelings?" Lynn responded. "Anger," Cap replied. Upon hearing this, Lynn nodded thoughtfully. Just as Cap was about to articulate further, Lynn abruptly gestured for him to pause. "Listen, Uncle Cap." Lynn gently touched his right shoulder, marked by the tattoo of a boss, a stark contrast to the brand that once symbolized his status as a slave. The heavenly dragon's hoof. He spoke slowly. "In the face of such a world, we ought not to harbor hatred, yet we have the right to maintain our anger. Do we not?" As dawn broke over Rogue Town, the celebration for the successful rescue of hostages came to a bittersweet end. At their departure, the Navy warned the newly minted young sailors, "Hey, henceforth, do not commit any crimes, or we shall personally see you incarcerated." The members of the Buggy Pirates were moved to tears, vowing on the spot never to harm innocent civilians. Smoker, burdened with his jit, stood helplessly on the deck of the warship, silently vowing to show no mercy when next they met. With a command from Garp, the warship gradually departed from the port of Rogue Town, and the mission to rescue the residents of Windmill Village was merely a minor episode. Their singular purpose in the East Blue remained to learn the Marine Six styles under Garp's tutelage. Thus, they were to return to the beast-ridden deserted island to continue their hellish training. Watching the warship fade into the sea, Captain Buggy finally breathed a sigh of relief. It seemed he had indeed gambled wisely. Had the Navy truly sought to capture them, Buggy would have been utterly helpless, especially considering the presence of someone who even Captain Roger found daunting. I, Buggy the Clown, remain unflustered in the face of danger, Buggy declared. Standing at the port, facing the rising sun, laughing heartily, "You lot, tidy up and prepare to set sail." Lynn interjected, "Aren't we going to have breakfast first?" Buggy scratched his head and replied, "I doubt we can eat now. After all, we feasted through the night. Didn't you enjoy the barbecue enough?" Lynn crossed his arms, responding, "We must have our meals on time. Otherwise, how will we have the strength to sail?" "Oh, indeed." Buggy nodded in agreement. "Then, you lot, go to town and fetch some breakfast for yourselves." It was then that Buggy realized, startled, he nearly fell apart, his body scattering into numerous fragments, save for his feet. As he stared wide-eyed at Lynn, "You are Lynn Barrick?" Buggy exclaimed, astonished. "Did you not leave with that group of Navy?" Lynn shrugged, remarking that it seemed rather ill-advised for a wanted criminal like himself to be mingling with the Navy. "Oh, wait." Buggy leaned closer to Lynn and exclaimed, "This isn't merely a matter of mingling, is it? By the way, why do you intend to stay here?" "I wish to set sail," Lynn replied. "Where to?" "The Grand Line." "Oh, I see. Thus, I require a vessel. There should be some for sale at the port, right? Purchasing a ship necessitates funds." "Indeed. But I am devoid of money." "Well then, lend me some." Buggy replied, "What if I refuse to lend?" "You may." Lynn mimicked Carp's posture, grinning widely. "In that case, I shall simply resort to theft." Buggy rubbed his hands together, laughing with excitement. "Ah, truly, you are a notorious criminal with a bounty of 100 million berries. Which ship do you intend to commandeer?" "No, I intend to seize you." Ultimately, Buggy could only relent, shedding tears as he bestowed upon Lynn a small, manually operated sailing boat from the Buggy pirates, realizing that if he did not comply, their larger ship might very well be at risk. Subsequently, with Lynn's considerate reminder, Buggy parted with a modest sum to equip Lynn with essential sailing supplies, a log pose, provisions, water, sails, and various other necessities. Following this, Lynn visited the bookstore in Log Town, purchasing several navigational guides. Once everything was nearly prepared, the time approached noon, signaling the hour for lunch. Lynn suggested inviting Bucky to a luncheon, and upon glancing at Lynn's clenched fist, Bucky cheerfully nodded in agreement. Little did he realize that the expenses of this meal would rival that of a vessel. As Lynn aptly stated, one must be well fed before embarking on a journey. Meanwhile, on the other side, Captain Carp's warship had been sailing at full speed for some time. Lynn Barrick remained in Rogue Town and did not board the ship, a fact well known among the naval forces. They had gleaned the entirety of Lynn's battle in Rogue Town through the confessions of captured pirates and the words of Smoker. "What a formidable man he is. When do you suppose we shall commence our training in hockey? If we adhere to Admiral Carp's training regimen, it should not be long before we see progress. First, let us focus on mastering the six styles." Oh, with a self-encouraging spirit, the sailors maintained their high morale. Carp, accompanied by his aide, stood at the bow of the ship and calculated the time, inquiring of his companion, "Shouldn't we be nearing the uninhabited island by now?" "Indeed." The aide replied, glancing at the log pose on his wrist, his expression tinged with confusion. "It is rather peculiar. By now, we should have caught sight of the island's silhouette." Carp paused, handing the telescope to his aide. The aide took the telescope and gazed in the direction indicated by the log pose, yet saw nothing. Suddenly, he glanced down at the log pose, his hair standing on end as he exclaimed, "Something is amiss." He then commanded the sailors aboard the warship, "All hands to alert status." The sailors instantly entered a state of vigilance. No anomalies at the stern. No anomalies on the port side. No anomalies on the starboard side. No anomalies in the air. Upon hearing this, Carp furrowed his brow, questioning, what on earth is going on? The aide's eyes remained fixated on the log pose, which now swung erratically before finally pointing straight down, indicating the waters beneath the ship. Isn't this phenomenon typical only when approaching Fishman Island? Carp mused, moving to the ship's edge, only to find no disturbances in the sea below. The aide then retrieved 2 spare log poses, both indicating the same direction, straight down. Impossible. Could that uninhabited island have sunk beneath the waves? The aide exclaimed in shock. Who in the East Blue possesses the power to submerge an entire island? Meanwhile, Karp had already stripped off his shirt and trousers, instructing his aide, if trouble arises. Our primary objective is to retreat with the warship and protect the new generation of sailors. Do not concern yourself with me. Understood. The aide nodded in agreement. As for worrying about Karp, the adjutant had never contemplated that the man before him might be one of the few individuals in this vast sea who warranted no concern. Karp seized a recording pointer and affixed it to his wrist before making his way to the bow of the ship, leaping into the water with a graceful dive. He took a deep breath, submerging himself as he activated his observation hotkey, searching for any potential clues. Following the direction indicated by the pointer, Karp swiftly descended into the deeper waters, where the light dimmed significantly, and he could only rely on his hotkey to perceive his surroundings. Suddenly, Karp detected an anomaly. Not far beneath him lay an uneven cross-section of land, resembling an ancient tree forcibly severed in half. As he swam closer to the cross-section and extended his hand to touch it, he discovered that the soil was still quite loose. Unlike the hardened earth typically eroded by the ocean over the years, this revelation ignited a chilling hypothesis within Karp. It was not that the uninhabited island had sunk to the ocean floor, but rather that someone had either moved or destroyed the island, resulting in the magnetic disturbance that caused the recording pointer to point toward the seabed. Upon returning to the warship, Karp dried himself with a towel as he recounted his underwater observations to the adjutant. Someone had indeed obliterated or relocated the entire island. The adjutant's eyes widened in astonishment. He was not questioning whether such a feat was possible. He knew that a few formidable beings in the New World possessed the capability to accomplish it. However, they were currently situated in the East Blue. What purpose could such a terrifying creature have in this tranquil sea? Considering this power and its connection to the East Blue, Karp pondered. And a figure gradually emerged in his mind. Could it be him? The adjutant was taken aback. Who? If it were truly him, it would spell trouble. Karp donned his clothing, his brow furrowing with concern as he ordered the naval headquarters to report the disappearance of the uninhabited island, delaying the special training. He intended to patrol the East Blue for some time. Yes, the adjutant nodded and turned to contact the naval headquarters. Karp gazed skyward, recalling the golden-haired man wielding twin swords, who had laughed maniacally amidst the wreckage of countless warships in Marineford just a few years prior. If it were you, indeed. You possess the power to uproot an entire island, but why would you do such a thing? It was merely an ordinary uninhabited island, albeit teeming with ferocious beasts. Karp murmured softly, Golden Lion Shiki, have you once again succumbed to your restless nature after such a long silence? Meanwhile, Buggy felt he should be quite pleased, as Lynn had only requested him to treat for lunch, sparing him the obligation for dinner. By the time lunch concluded, night had fallen. Lynn enjoyed a restful night, as the energy within him gradually diminished, slowly revitalizing his weary body. The following morning arrived. As Lynn faced the rising sun, she meticulously packed her belongings. Amidst the heartfelt gazes of her companions, she boarded the small, hand-powered sailboat that they had bestowed upon her. Baki rubbed his face, internally relieved to see off the voracious eater who had nearly drained their resources. However, driven by curiosity, he inquired, Hey, the sails on the boat are still white. Do you not have your own pirate flag? Lynn shook his head and replied, I am not a pirate. Buggy couldn't help but chuckle, do not jest. With a bounty of 100 million berries, what else could you possibly be? If I must categorize myself, Lynn scratched his head and said, I suppose I am a hero? What a peculiar individual, Buggy remarked, shaking his head in resignation. I have no desire to be a hero. Heroes must share their treasures with others, while pirates claim their riches for themselves. I yearn for treasure and have no intention of being a hero. Then, do your best. Lynn stood at the edge of the vessel, bidding farewell to Baki and the others with a wave, before delivering a swift kick to the wooden post at the dock, causing the entire ship to gradually glide away from the harbor. Subsequently, Lynn opened the guidebook titled How to Maneuver a Small Hand-Powered Sailboat, Even for Beginners. A recommendation from the shopkeeper, its name indeed quite lengthy. Lynn sighed as he chewed on the bread purchased from Rocktown, embarking on the familiar adventure of navigating the seas. Under the morning light, a small vessel carrying a solitary figure slowly made its way towards the entrance of the Grand Line, known as Reverse Mountain. According to the accounts recorded in books, the Red Earth continent and the Grand Line formed two intersecting rings, creating 2 points of convergence, the second being the fabled Holy Land of Mary Geoise, and the first, named Reverse Mountain, Reverse Mountain is characterized by 5 waterways, with 4 streams flowing into the summit and 1 flowing out, leading to the Grand Line. The 4 streams direct their currents towards the peak, connecting the East Sea, West Sea, South Sea, and North Sea, while the final waterway channels into the Grand Line. The mountain earned its name due to the overwhelming strength of the currents from all 4 seas, so powerful that they defy gravity, causing the water to flow upwards, a rare spectacle indeed. Many intrepid explorers from across the seas, even those hesitant to venture into the Grand Line, would choose to come here to catch a glimpse of this extraordinary sight. For these fervent adventurers, the allure of witnessing the waves flowing against the tide above the red earth is so compelling that they would willingly risk their lives. As for whether it is indeed a breathtaking view, Lynn could not ascertain, but he was certainly on the verge of risking his life. While he felt confident in his ability to navigate ordinary seas through the power of knowledge, he now faced the initial challenge of entering the Grand Line. Countless vessels had met their demise in these waters, with only the most skilled navigators able to chart a course through the tumultuous currents surrounding Reverse Mountain, safeguarding their ships. Regrettably, Lynn was not among them. The chaotic waters whipped the small sailing vessel into a frenzy, and with one hand steadying the oar, he frantically searched through his entry-level navigation guide, hoping to uncover something of value. At last, he found what he sought at the end of the table of contents, the author's words of wisdom for those navigating Reverse Mountain. This was it. Lynn turned to the page marked in the table of contents, her face alight with excitement as she gazed upon the words of the book, "Wishing you peace." What a dreadful tome. Lynn cast the book aside, gripping the oar tightly with one hand while deftly maneuvering the sail with the other. Amidst the chaotic and tumultuous currents, he struggled to steady the vessel, inching closer to the entrance of the upside-down mountain. After several minutes, Lynn finally glimpsed the passage leading to the summit. However, as he approached the mountain, the surrounding currents grew increasingly fierce and violent, dragged by the relentless waters. Lynn watched in dismay as his ship veered away from the path to the peak, hurtling straight towards the red soil continent. Possessing exceptional physical prowess, Lynn could undoubtedly leap onto the wall of the continent and scale it by hand, entering the Grand Line through the terrestrial route. Yet, would that still be considered venturing out to sea? I had even prepared to shatter the wooden barrel. Lynn let out a mighty roar, relinquishing the oars, and leapt forward to the bow of the ship. At that moment, the vessel was merely a few meters away from the Crimson Land, and this distance was rapidly diminishing. Lynn slightly bent her body, her right hand clenched in a fist, gathering strength. 10 meters, 6 meters, 4 meters, 3 meters, 2 meters, 1 meter. Now is the moment. Lynn's right arm bulged with prominent veins as he unleashed a powerful strike against the crimson earth before him. Heroic skill, intentional smash. This ability allowed him to accumulate the damage he had sustained and deliver a formidable punch in a singular direction, the greater the damage taken in a brief span, the more potent the blow. Although Lynn was not currently injured, the rigorous training under Carp had indeed bestowed upon him considerable advantages. Now, the force behind Lynn's punch far surpassed his previous capabilities. With a resounding impact, his fist struck the red soil, creating a significant crater in the scarlet wall. The recoil from the punch caused the hand-powered sailboat he was aboard to pivot, steering once more towards the waterways of the upside-down mountain. Success. Lynn's eyes sparkled with excitement, only to be swiftly followed by the realization that his previous punch had perhaps been a tad too forceful. The strength of the current could not alter the vessel's trajectory, and now it was hurtling directly towards the wall on the left side of the waterway. Lynn, while chewing on dried meat and gritting his teeth, made his way to the bow of the ship, clenching his right fist tightly. As he approached the imminent collision with the left wall of the waterway, he unleashed a forceful punch against it. However, he soon realized a new predicament. The current in the waterway was not as tumultuous as he had anticipated. Thus, while his strike altered the vessel's course, it had veered too drastically. The entire ship, which was on the brink of crashing into the left wall, had now shifted its trajectory, heading towards an impending collision with the right wall instead. Could this really be happening again? Lynn felt an immediate chill run down his spine as he stood once more at the bow of the ship, delivering a powerful strike against the right wall. This time, the sailboat veered once again, crashing towards the left. With the relentless current propelling the vessel forward, Lynn was left with no choice but to rely on his fists, striking repeatedly to safeguard the ship from colliding with the red soil continent. Thus, the sailboat traversed the waters in a peculiar zigzag pattern, ascending from the East China Sea to the summit of Reverse Mountain. Subsequently, it flowed down the Seoul waterway, akin to a roller coaster, plunging into the legendary route known as the Grand Line. Meanwhile, at the entrance of the Grand Line, at Twin Cape, a flower-like man, Kurokus, the former ship's doctor of the Roger pirates, had just calmed the whale laboon when he turned to hear a series of muffled booms emanating from the direction of the Red Soil continent. Was it cannon fire? Kurokus shook his head in resignation. These young adventurers had merely entered the Grand Line and already couldn't contain their excitement to celebrate with cannon fire. How naive they were. Retrieving his telescope, Kurokus prepared to discern which reckless youths had embarked upon the Grand Line. Soon, he spotted a small hand-powered sailboat navigating in a zigzag manner as it descended from Reverse Mountain. At the bow of the vessel was a man striking the stone walls on either side with his fists, using the recoil to manually adjust the ship's course. Witnessing this spectacle, even the seasoned Kurokus couldn't help but exclaim, "Another eccentric individual has entered the Grand Line." The ancient island, also known as the Little Garden, is a land that has remained unchanged for thousands, if not tens of thousands, of years. Due to the chaotic climate of the Grand Line, this island has retained the visage of the dinosaur era, inhabited by various large beasts, rendering its natural environment exceedingly perilous. However, this is merely one reason for its appellation as the ancient island. As for the nickname Little Garden, it is because, to its inhabitants, the island appears quaint and diminutive, much like a garden. Today, two warriors from the giant kingdom of Elbaf continue their long-standing duel, a contest that has persisted for nearly a century. At this moment, a vessel approached the quaint little garden with a graceful demeanor. The ship's embellishments were remarkably opulent, adorned not with the flag of pirates, but rather a pristine national ensign of the kingdom of Alabasta. This superpower, situated in the first half of the Grand Line, is governed by the Nefertari family, who have held the hereditary kingship for generations. This illustrious lineage was among the 20 royal families that established the world government 8 centuries ago. However, they declined the opportunity to reside in the holy land of Mary Geoise and thus did not ascend to the status of celestial dragons, as referred to by the populace. Under the rule of the Nefertari family, the citizens of Alabasta live in happiness and tranquility, currently presided over by King Nefertari Cobra, the 12th of his line. Notably, Cobra is the father of Nefertari Vivi, a companion of the Straw Hat Pirates. Consequently, the vessel flying the flag of the Kingdom of Alabasta is warmly welcomed in any nation, provided it is a land of humanity. In the presence of ferocious beasts or harsh natural environments, all beings are deemed equal. The so-called royalty in such circumstances are but ordinary humans. Regrettably, the quaint little garden is beset by both fierce creatures and severe natural conditions. A few minutes later, a small landing craft was lowered into the water from the ship. A petite figure with blue hair, accompanied by several guards and a curly-haired man, boarded the small boat, preparing to set foot on the garden. "Princess Vivi, are you certain about this?" The curly-haired man expressed his concern to the blue-haired girl, stating, "That island is far too perilous. It would be wiser for you to remain aboard while we venture forth." "On the contrary, it is I who should be saying that to you, Icolum," Vivi replied, lowering her gaze. "I do not wish for you to be harmed on my account." "You flatter us, your highness. It is our duty to protect you," Icolum asserted, adjusting the shotgun nestled in his curly hair. "If you are resolved, we shall remain by your side." "Indeed," echoed the 4 remaining guards in unison, seeing their unwavering support. Vivi nodded, her eyes glistening with unshed tears. "Icolum, I am so worried about my father and the citizens of Alabasta." "Fear not, Princess Vivi," Icolum replied with a reassuring smile. "The pirate's willingness to negotiate with His Majesty indicates he is not one to indiscriminately spill innocent blood. Things may not be as dire as they seem. Yet, I yearn to be beside my father and the people of Alabasta," she stated resolutely, gazing earnestly at Icolum. "It is my duty as the daughter of the King of Alabasta." Icolum nodded slightly, apologizing. "I am but a failure in this regard." "You must not speak of yourself in such a manner, Icolum," Vivi countered, shaking her head. "Such strength, I fear, even the guardians of Alabasta, Mr. Bell and Mr. Gaka, may not be able to muster. What a force capable of commanding the earth!" Icolum couldn't help but exclaim, "Princess Vivi, do you genuinely believe the rumors regarding the Little Garden are true?" According to the travelers' tales, on the island known as the Little Garden, 2 formidable giants engage in an unceasing battle day and night. Vivi nodded, stating, "At the very least, we now possess hope. If the legends of the giants are authentic, they surely have the power to shatter that wall and return us to Alabasta." Listening to Vivi, Icolum felt a surge of admiration. This young princess exhibited a maturity beyond her years. Is this the awareness that comes with being of royal blood? "I truly hope you do not overexert yourself, Princess Vivi." Icolum silently pondered, yet Vivi noticed the subtle shift in his expression. Puffing her cheeks in a display of irritation, she retorted, Icolum, please do not regard me as a mere child. My birthday is on February 2nd, which is soon. According to Alabasta customs, I am almost 5 years old. Icolum, somewhat exasperated, pressed his forehead with his hand, silently vowing to protect the little princess of their nation. Before long, the ship docked. For guards disembarked first, forming a protective barrier around Vivi, while Icolum stood by her side, ever vigilant against potential dangers. Indeed, this place bore the marks of an ancient landscape. Icolum mused. Paleontologists back home would surely revel in this sight. One guard, scanning the horizon, spotted a pterosaur soaring above and exclaimed, there are indeed dinosaurs. Then the legends of the giants must also be true. Unable to contain herself, Vivi called out into the island, hello, esteemed giants. I seek your assistance. Icolum felt a twinge of helplessness. Despite Vivi's maturity, she was still a child, and summoning the legendary giants seemed far too simplistic. However, two booming laughs interrupted Icolum's thoughts. Ha ha ha. Brokey, it seems someone is calling for us. Clap, clap, clap. Yes, yes, I heard it. My ears are not deaf yet. Dongli. Suddenly, the ground began to tremble. Two colossal shadows pushed through the trees, revealing themselves to the people of Alabasta. Two giants, towering over 20 meters, emerged. One wielded a long sword and shield, sporting a long beard, while the other brandished a battle axe, adorned with an exaggerated scruffy beard. The giants had arrived. Instinctively, Icolum shielded Vivi behind him and bowed slightly, addressing the giants, esteemed giants. I am Icolum, the captain of the Royal Guard of Alabasta. Alabasta? Brokey scratched his head and then erupted into laughter. Ha ha ha. Never heard of it, nor am I interested. By the way, were you the one who called for us just now? It is I who intrudes. Vivi stepped forward, approaching Dongli and Brokey. The petite Vivi appeared as insignificant as an ant before the towering giants. Gazing at the resolute expression on Vivi's face, Brokey suddenly leaned closer, menacingly stating, Kabababa. I absolutely adore munching on children. Vivi's pupils constricted as she nervously replied, is that true? False. Kabababa. Brokey erupted into hearty laughter, prompting Dongli to chuckle alongside him. Ha ha. It's Brokey's giant joke. After this brief encounter, Vivi, Icolum, and the other guards discerned that these legendary giants, known for their relentless battles, seemed somewhat different from the tales they had heard. Suddenly, a tremendous roar echoed from afar. A volcano had erupted. One of the guards cautioned, but it's quite distant. So it won't affect us here. Upon hearing this, Vivi exhaled in relief and turned to the two giants, stating, Gentlemen, I stand before you as the princess of the Alabasta kingdom, seeking your assistance. Wait a moment, Kabababa. The volcano has erupted. We have more pressing matters at hand. Brokey interjected, raising his battle axe. On the other side, Dongli brandished his great sword. Ha ha, let us go. Boom. The clash between the great sword and the battle axe generated a shockwave that nearly toppled the Alabasta entourage. Kabababa. By the way, if you're seeking assistance, there are more suitable individuals on this island than us. Brokey exerted his strength, attempting to overpower Dongli. Ha ha. Also, he mentioned that waiting a year for the record pointer is too long and advised us to keep an eye on the passing merchant ships. I almost forgot. Dongli grinned, sidestepping to alleviate Brokey's force. After a brief separation, the two resumed their battle through the collision of their weapons. Is there truly such a person? Vivi was taken aback by their words and hurriedly inquired, where is he? Dongli and Brokey continued to duel with one hand while pointing toward the volcano with the other. We shall duel when the volcano erupts, Brokey declared. And he will be enjoying hot pot at the volcano's mouth, Dongli added. The people of Alabasta were left in stunned silence. Even Vivi couldn't help but rub her ears. Excuse me? Yes, you heard correctly, Brokey grinned, repeating, that man. At the volcano's mouth, eating hot pot. Ching Oni Dongli, one of the former captains of the giant warrior pirates, carries a bounty of 100 million berries. And Chioni Brokey, also a former captain of the same crew, holds the same bounty. These two formidable warriors, along with the crew comprised of the giant race, were legends upon these seas. A century ago, Dongli and Brokey each captured a sea king and sparked a debate over who had caught the larger prey. Prompted by a little girl's innocent question, this led to a decision to settle their dispute through a duel, which has since evolved into a century-long contest. They agreed to battle whenever the central volcano of the island erupted, with the victor granted the right to return home. As time passed, they even forgot the initial cause of their conflict, The sole motivation driving their relentless duels became the honor befitting warriors, a profound realization unique to the giants from Elbaf, one that ordinary humans find difficult to comprehend. Meanwhile, Princess Vivi and her companions, who had recently arrived at Little Garden, were utterly bewildered by the unfolding scene. Unaware of the background that led to it, they watched in astonishment as the two giants, who had appeared to be close allies moments before, now wielded their great swords and battle axes with merciless intent against one another. Ha 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 ha. Brokey, did you indulge a bit too much in that fish soup last night? You seem rather sluggish. Clang, clang, clang. What can I say? That man's cooking is simply too exquisite. But you, Dongli, I recall you feasted on quite a bit of roasted meat. Surely, you're not too stuffed to move? The two giants raised their weapons and shields, charging at one another. Seeing this, Vivi hurriedly called out, "Gentlemen of the giant race, I have a request for you. Please, listen to me." Clang, clang, clang. Little girl, you're not afraid of us? I rather like you. Brokey laughed heartily. Very well, I shall assist you. Dongli joined in the laughter. I too shall oblige. However, both giants simultaneously lifted their weapons, unleashing a powerful strike towards each other, bellowing in unison, "Let me defeat this fellow first." Clang. The great sword clashed with the battle axe, generating a shockwave that caused the surrounding trees to sway violently. The thunderous sound of their metal collision reverberated painfully in Vivi's ears. Despite the discomfort, she did not cover her ears. Instead, she endured the pain, desperate to halt the battle between the two giants. "Gentlemen, are you not friends? Please, cease this fighting." In response, Dongli and Brokey echoed, "This is for the honor of the warriors of Elbaf." Vivi shook her head in confusion. "But that cannot be the reason. What are you truly fighting for? What are we fighting for?" Clang, clang, clang. Brokey and Dongli erupted into laughter. Ha 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 ha. It seems every human who sees us, and has fled, asks the same question. The two warriors once again brandished their weapons, the thunderous clash reverberating throughout the island. In unison, they bellowed, "Such matters have long been forgotten." Clang. The shockwave generated by their fierce confrontation surged forth, prompting Ikelam to shield Vivi behind him. "Your Highness, it is far too perilous here." Ikelam, using his robe to shield Vivi from the wind, shook his head and remarked, "It is futile, according to the legends of the giant race that I am familiar with. These two warriors will not depart without determining a victor." Though assistance was so near, Vivi lowered her head, appearing somewhat disheartened. Suddenly, a spark ignited in her eyes as she recalled the words spoken by the two giant warriors. "If we seek aid, there are those on this island more suited than us. During the volcanic eruption, we shall engage in combat, and he will feast on hot pot at the crater." With this thought, Vivi quickly exclaimed, "Ikelam, we must go to the volcano at the island's center." "What?" Ikelam's expression changed. "Your Highness, do you truly believe that? The crater will be the most dangerous place during the eruption. But the two gentlemen of the giant race mentioned that someone there could assist us. Is that so?" Ikelam pondered for a moment before affectionately ruffling Vivi's hair. "Very well, my lady, let the subordinates proceed. You should remain on the ship." "No, we are not seeking mercenaries. We are seeking help, and thus I must go." Vivi shook her head resolutely, declaring, "For the people of the Alabasta kingdom." Upon hearing this, Ikelam paused and finally rose to address the guards, "Protect the princess." "Yes." The remaining 4 guards replied in unison. Subsequently, the group of 6 maneuvered around the battlefield of East Blue and Brokey. They traversed the ancient jungle, gradually drawing closer to the volcano at the island's center. Although they occasionally faced attacks from dinosaurs, the royal guards of Alabasta were not to be trifled with. They swiftly dealt with the creatures, and at last, the group approached the volcano's mouth. This was an active volcano, known for its frequent eruptions, which rendered the surrounding environment exceedingly harsh. Though the sea breeze carried away much of the harmful gases, the volcano posed a fundamental threat to humanity: intense heat. Layers of volcanic rock were interspersed with molten magma that had yet to solidify. The stifling heat enveloped the area, as if each breath threatened to sear their throats. Gasping for air, Ikelam turned to Vivi. "Your Highness, are you all right?" "I am fine." Vivi stubbornly nodded, her deep blue eyes scanning the surroundings, searching for the man referenced by the giants. He must also be a member of the giant race. Vivi and her companions shared a similar sentiment. After all, it was nearly inconceivable for any human to survive in such a harsh natural environment, let alone indulge in a hot pot meal. Consequently, their gazes instinctively drifted upward, searching for the silhouette of a towering giant. However, instead of spotting a colossal figure, they were first greeted by a tantalizing aroma that wafted into their noses. Vivi could not suppress a few coughs, exclaiming that it was spicy. Following the enticing scent, they pressed onward, eventually discovering activity at a volcanic crater. Before them lay a pot, more accurately, a massive vessel hewn from a single block of rock, devoid of any seams, with a diameter exceeding 10 meters. This pot was positioned atop a volcanic vent, with bubbling lava churning below. The lava's heat seeped through the stone into the pot, causing the red oil within to bubble vigorously, intermittently revealing swirling peppercorns, chilies, and an assortment of other ingredients. At that moment, a bare-chested man sat before the pot. His back turned to Vivi and her group. Beside him, on a wooden platter, lay fresh slices of dinosaur meat and a selection of small marine delicacies. It dawned on Vivi and her companions that the giant's earlier claims had not been exaggerated. There truly existed someone capable of enjoying a hot pot at the edge of a volcanic crater. In this small garden, amidst the volcanic crater, the remnants of the eruption emitted a lingering heat that distorted the surrounding scene. This oppressive warmth was starkly different from the desert of Alabasta. If one were to draw a comparison, the heat of the desert resembled scalding bathwater, while uncomfortable. It was bearable for humankind. In contrast, the extreme temperatures surrounding the volcano felt akin to countless knives, each searing and piercing the skin with relentless precision. Not only Vivi, but even the rigorously trained royal guards felt as though they were undergoing a torturous interrogation in such an environment. The heat penetrated their very beings, shredding their lungs with every breath. In such a merciless natural setting, merely inhaling demanded immense courage, let alone attempting to savor a hot pot meal. As the group beheld this extraordinary sight, they found themselves momentarily at a loss for words. Who, they wondered, was the man seated with his back to them? Regardless of his identity, he undoubtedly embodies strength. At this moment, the man stood bare-chested, his muscular back exuding an explosive sense of power, marred by numerous scars that attested to his battle-hardened past. A tattoo spiraled around his right arm like a tempest, ultimately converging at his shoulder, forming an eye of the storm. He remained still, waiting for the hot pot before him to reach a full boil, and only then did he spring into action. Grasping a massive wooden skewer, he pierced a sizable piece of dinosaur meat, expertly placing it into the bubbling broth. After a brief moment of cooking, when the meat had completely changed color, he retrieved it, shook off the excess broth, and brought it to his lips, taking a hearty bite. In mere seconds, what could have constituted a full meal for an individual vanished into his stomach. However, he appeared far from satiated, as if his palate had merely been awakened. Piece after piece of dinosaur meat descended into the pot, while he continued to stir them with the skewer, preventing them from sticking. That face seemed familiar. At that moment, a guard from Alabasta appeared to recall something, leaning towards Vivi and Icolum to whisper, "I believe I know who he is." Subsequently, the guard rummaged through his belongings and produced a newspaper from not long ago. After a moment of searching, he extracted a wanted poster. The streamlined tattoo of letters was unmistakable. It had to be him. The guard presented the wanted poster to Vivi and Icolum, stating, "Boss Lynn Barrick." With a bounty of 200 million berries, a gladiator slave from the Sabaeity archipelago, who declared war on the celestial dragons upon escaping. Somehow, he ended up in the East Blue, where his bounty rose from 100 million to 200 million, and now he has returned to the Grand Line. A slave? Declaring war on the celestial dragons? Upon hearing this, Icolum's brow furrowed deeply, and his mood darkened. As the captain of the Alabasta Royal Guard, he had accompanied King Cobra to Mary Geoise, witnessing firsthand how the celestial dragons treated their slaves. He could only imagine the harrowing experiences endured by a man named Lynn Barrick. Given the circumstances surrounding such an individual, their royal position would merely make them targets of disdain, let alone seeking assistance. Icolum contemplated leaving with Princess Vivi to devise an alternative plan. However, to his surprise, Vivi stepped forward, slightly bowing towards Lynn's back. "Mr. Lynn, greetings. I am Nefertari Vivi, the princess of the Alabasta Kingdom. I have come seeking your assistance." The defiant visage of the little princess dissuaded Icolum from forcibly dragging her away. Subsequently, Icolum mustered his courage to address Mr. Lynn Barrick, stating, "Mr. Lynn Barrick, should you be willing to assist us, we can offer a satisfactory remuneration, guaranteed by the honor of the Alabasta Kingdom." Meanwhile, Icolum subtly gestured with his fingers, conveying a special signal to the four guards surrounding them, a communication only they could comprehend. Remain vigilant and be prepared for battle. After all, before them stood a man who had not only declared war against the celestial dragons but had also managed to survive in this world. The former indicated his madness, while the latter confirmed his monstrous strength. Icolum was compelled to deduce, in the worst possible light, the character of Lynn Barrick, a madman consumed by hatred for the world. His wariness reached its zenith as he resolved to flee with Princess Vivi at the first sign of trouble, even at the cost of his own life. On the other side, Vivi stood resolutely at the forefront, enduring the searing heat of the volcanic flames, the tips of her azure locks already singed. Yet her countenance bore no semblance of retreat. "Mr. Lynn, please save the citizens of the Alabasta Kingdom." The words hung in the air, and after a brief pause, time seemed to stretch. Lynn swallowed the seafood sashimi in his mouth, pointed a finger at Vivi, and growled, "Silence." Vivi quickly covered her mouth, just as Akarlam had surmised. Vivi did not truly comprehend Lynn's character. What if he indeed was an exceedingly uncontrollable threat? Despite her awareness as a princess, Vivi was still merely a child. And when Lynn uttered those two words, her expression shifted dramatically. Simultaneously, the guards led by Akarlam reacted instantaneously. Two of them were tasked with protecting Vivi, while the other two, along with Akarlam, anxiously gazed at Lynn, poised for confrontation. However, Lynn appeared oblivious to the commotion behind him and continued. "One must remain quiet while dining. This is how meals become more delightful. If you understand, then close your mouths." Upon hearing this, Vivi nodded vigorously while covering her mouth. The other guards, at Akarlam's signal, sealed their lips, not daring to utter a sound. The situation became ensnared in an awkward silence. Seconds ticked by, and the bubbling of the hot pot and magma resonated sharply in the tranquil atmosphere. The tension in the air thickened. 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds. Suddenly, a burst of laughter erupted. "Ha ha 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 ha." Lynn was slapping his thigh, laughing heartily. "I was just joking. A lively meal is the best. That is how food tastes delightful. Ha 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 ha. Uncle Brokey's giant jokes are truly amusing. Ha 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 ha." Amidst Lynn's boisterous laughter, Vivi was bewildered. Akarlam was perplexed as well. The four guards were equally taken aback. Only Lynn, while laughing uproariously, stuffed freshly cooked slices of meat into his mouth, and in a moment of distraction, accidentally inhaled some chili oil, causing him to cough. Cough, cough, cough. Ha ha, cough, cough, cough. So spicy, cough, cough, cough. I'm choking. Vivi turned to Akarlam, and in each other's eyes, they saw a large question mark. This man named Lynn Barrick seemed somewhat different from their initial expectations. Lynn had to concede that he had somewhat miscalculated. After navigating the treacherous reverse mountain unscathed, he had finally entered the Grand Line. Unlike the Straw Hat Pirates, who encountered a tempest upon their first entry, his fortune was remarkably favorable, as he was greeted with splendid weather and optimal winds throughout his journey. Armed with the power of knowledge, Lynn pressed forward and ultimately arrived at the ancient Isle of Little Garden a month ago. Due to their similar dispositions, he quickly forged a friendship with the two giants residing on the island, Dori and Bragi. However, challenges soon arose. The log pose, which records the magnetic fields between islands in the Grand Line, directs ships to their next destination. Each island possesses a unique magnetic force, requiring the log pose to record for a certain duration before it can point to the next island. In the case of Little Garden, this recording period lasts an astonishing year. After Lynn concluded his strength contest with the two giants, he found himself lacking the patience to remain on this island for an entire year. Thus, he could only place his hopes on passing ships, yearning for them to tow his vessel to the next island. However, the natural environment of Little Garden was perilous. The constant battles between the two giants rendered it rare for merchant ships to dock here. Consequently, Lynn had no choice but to consume the island's unique dinosaur meat while he awaited salvation. As time elapsed, a month passed before anyone finally arrived. To Lynn's astonishment, among the newcomers, he heard a familiar name, Vivi. In the future, the Princess Vivi would sail alongside the Straw Hat Pirates, who had just embarked on their journey through the Grand Line. Together, they would triumph over Crocodile in her homeland of Alabasta, thereby rescuing her nation. Ultimately, due to her royal responsibilities, Vivi would choose not to board the ship, yet Lynn had retained a profound impression of this resilient young girl. Calculating the timeline, this little princess must now be merely 4 or 5 years old. Even though children in this world tend to mature early, her age was indeed quite tender. Nonetheless, to encounter her in person on Little Garden was genuinely unexpected for Lynn. He pinched Vivi's cheek and gently patted her head, unable to suppress a hearty laugh as he exclaimed, "It truly is Vivi, alive and moving." At this remark, Ikelam and the guards' expressions darkened, prepared to draw their swords, for no one had ever dared to speak of their princess in such a manner. However, Vivi raised her hand to halt them, enduring the sweltering air surrounding the volcano, and spoke, "Mr. Lynn, would you be willing to hear my request?" Of course. Lynn nodded, acknowledging that this volcanic region was not easily accessible. Even with his exceptional physical prowess, he found himself sweating profusely in the sweltering heat. The royal guard nearby was already flushed with crimson, not to mention the young princess before him. Her presence here was a testament to Vivi's unwavering determination. However, this was not the place for leisurely conversation. Lynn rose to his feet and poured the remaining slices of meat into the pot. Moments later, the meat was cooked to perfection. With a firm grip on the edge of the stone cauldron, Lynn, amidst the astonished gazes of Wei Wei and the others, lifted the entire pot along with its contents from the volcano's mouth with his extraordinary strength. Do not forget to take the sashimi from over there as well. Lynn held aloft the bubbling cauldron, a broad smile illuminating his face as he remarked, "It has been quite some time since you last dined, has it not? Please, indulge yourselves while we converse." Once assured of the non-hostile intentions of the two giants on the island, Akarlam promptly informed the other guardians aboard the vessel via a communication beetle, instructing them to anchor the ship and disembark for a much-needed respite on the island. Lynn spoke the truth. They had endured many days without rest, and the provisions aboard the ship were dwindling. Meanwhile, the battle between Dolly and Brokey had concluded, resulting in yet another stalemate, much like the past century. With the volcano now at rest, the two entered a brief period of truce. They cleared a patch of land on the island with their battle axes and great swords, where they welcomed guests from Alabasta. A dozen royal guards from Alabasta gathered together, relishing their first warm meal in over 10 days. In another part of the gathering, Vivi, Ikelam, Lynn, Dolly, and Brokey sat together. "Ha ha, is that so? My bounty has now risen to 200 million. Lynn gazed at his wanted poster, a broad grin spreading across his face. Such an outcome was hardly surprising. For behind Crow's faction stood the world government, and it was evident that his battles alongside Karp and others had been thoroughly reported. Lynn had never harbored any concerns regarding Karp, for the latter's standing in the eyes of the world was unassailable, and the world government was utterly powerless against him. As for Lynn himself, until an opportunity arose to deal with Karp personally, the only recourse the world government had was to raise his bounty. Boss Lynn Barrick, with a bounty of 200 million berries. Eastleigh chuckled heartily, exclaiming, "Ha ha ha. Lynn, your bounty surpasses ours by a factor of 2. Clap, clap, clap." He continued, "Speaking of which, the kingdom of Alabasta? I believe I have set foot there. It has existed for over a century, a nation steeped in history." Brokey, savoring the meat from the volcanic pot, joined in the merriment with a hearty laugh. Vivi nodded in agreement, responding with a smile. "Indeed, it is a wonderful country." "What transpired there?" Lynn inquired, sipping his coconut juice. "You just mentioned that Alabasta is in peril?" "Indeed," Ikelam affirmed. Having discerned from their brief interaction that both Lynn and the two giant warriors possessed rather magnanimous dispositions. Thus, he spoke plainly. 2 weeks ago, we set sail with Princess Vivi for a leisurely excursion, originally intended to last but a day and a night. However, during our journey, we abruptly lost all contact with Alabasta. Lynn was taken aback. Had the telephone bug gone silent? Indeed. Ikelam produced a telephone bug from within his pocket, and upon lifting the receiver, a jarring static noise erupted. This device was supposed to be connected to the royal palace of Alabastan, yet 2 weeks prior, it had been suddenly disrupted, severing all communication. Ikelam remarked, "It is not just this one. Every telephone bug capable of reaching within Alabastan has been interfered with by some unknown force." "Are you saying that you have completely lost contact with Alabastan?" Lynn furrowed his brows, perplexed. "Have you not considered returning to investigate? Surely the permanent pointer has not failed?" "Not at all. The permanent pointer functions as intended." And we indeed returned to verify the situation. Ikelam's countenance darkened, as if haunted by a chilling recollection. "Consequently, we encountered that entity." He slowly articulated a single word. "Wall." "A wall?" Lynn and the two giants were immediately filled with confusion upon hearing this. Ikelam nodded in affirmation, stating, "Indeed, it is a wall, a remarkably tall wall." Subsequently, he retrieved several photographs from his pocket and handed them to Lynn, saying, "Here, these are the current conditions of the Alabasta coastline, captured before our flight." Lynn took the photograph and examined it closely, unable to suppress a gasp of astonishment. Indeed, it was a wall, soaring several dozen meters high. A formidable earthen barrier rising from the ground. We had circumnavigated the entire coastline of Alabastan, and this was the prevailing scenario. Ikelam rubbed his temples and spoke in a grave tone. "These walls are interconnected, enclosing Alabastan so thoroughly that not a single drop of information can escape. The region has now been utterly severed from the outside world. Even through the photograph, Lynn could still sense the grandeur of that wall. Ikelam added, "We estimated that the wall stands approximately 50 meters tall. As for its thickness, we are uncertain, as it lacks any visible side." 50 meters. Lynn could not help but widen her eyes in astonishment. Dongli and Brokey, as members of the giant race, stood at an impressive height of over 20 meters. In other words, that wall was taller than both Dongli and Brokey combined. From the moment we set sail to our return in less than a day, Alabasta had been encircled by this imposing barrier. Vivi trembled as she gazed at the photographs, once again recalling the terror she felt upon first sighting that wall. A wall even taller than us. Had it truly risen overnight? Dongli also picked up several photographs, cautiously flipping through them with his enormous fingers. Could this be the result of some unknown natural disaster? No, it must be a man-made calamity. Lynn gently ruffled Vivi's hair, alleviating the fears of the little princess, and then turned to Ikelam. "You mentioned that you took these photographs before fleeing. Surely there must be more information." Ikelam nodded and explained, "Indeed. We have a companion named Belle, who possesses the ability of the bird fruit in its falcon form, granting him the power of flight. We spent a considerable amount of time navigating around Alabasta, ultimately discovering that there was no way to enter. Just then, we heard the sound of cannon fire from above the wall. When we looked up, we saw Belle attempting to fly over the towering structure. But it appeared he had been spotted by someone atop the wall and was subsequently met with fierce attacks." As Ikelam spoke, he produced a recording snail. In his falcon form, Belle had keen eyesight. When we saw him, he saw us as well and attempted to approach. But the gunfire from the wall was too intense for him to break through. He then dropped a recording snail from the sky, trying to establish communication with us. This is the entirety of that recorded conversation, though it seems the signal was disrupted, rendering it quite unclear. Ikelam activated the recording snail, and Belle's voice emerged, albeit faintly. "Hello, is this Ikelam? The king is negotiating with pirates. Protect Princess Vivi. We are temporarily safe. Do not inform the navy, or the citizens will be in danger." The transmission abruptly ended, perhaps due to a complete loss of signal. Although the message was fragmented, it was not difficult to deduce Belle's full statement. "Is this Ikelam? The king is trading with pirates. Protect Princess Vivi. We are currently safe. Do not report to the navy, or the citizens will be endangered." However, the implications of this statement left Lynn in deep contemplation. Pirates? When considering the pirates associated with Alabasta, one name came to mind. The man who formed the Baroque works in an attempt to seize the ancient weapon Pluton, the 7 warlords of the sea. The Logia-type Sansan fruit user, Crocodile. Yet, it was still 13 years before Crocodile would execute his plan and ultimately be defeated by Luffy. It was possible that Crocodile had not even arrived in Alabasta yet. Furthermore, even if he had, Lynn found it hard to imagine that the Crocodile of 13 years ago possessed the power to manipulate the earth and encircle the entire Alabasta kingdom with walls. If not him, then who could it be? Lynn furrowed her brow and pressed on with her inquiry. What happened next? Ikarim responded, after the call. Belle was compelled to retreat behind the walls due to the bombardment, severing our communication with him. Shortly thereafter, those who were firing from the walls detected our presence. And out of nowhere, a fleet emerged, relentlessly pursuing us with the intent to sink our vessel. Fortunately, the capabilities of the Alabastan ship were on par with those of naval warships, allowing us to narrowly escape. We initially sought assistance from the Navy. But as you heard from Belle, he is a man of considerable foresight and does not make frivolous statements. Thus, we dared not act rashly, lest we endanger our citizens. Additionally, the supplies on the warship were only sufficient for a week's duration, and we have been conserving them, barely managing to hold out until now. Meanwhile, the guards, having gone several days without food, had already devoured all that was before them. Seeing this, Donnelly shared some of his roasted meat with the guards. "Ha ha ha. Eat up. You've barely consumed more than I do in a single meal." Vivi, who was not fond of spicy food, was given some fish soup that Brokey had prepared the previous night. It was reheated for her to sip slowly. Simultaneously, Lynn was quietly compiling the current intelligence in her mind. A certain pirate was negotiating a deal with King Cobra in Alabasta. Perhaps to conceal his whereabouts, this pirate had, in a single day, completely altered the geography of Alabasta's coastline using his formidable powers. A towering wall, over 50 meters high, encircled Alabasta, rendering it inaccessible. While the pirate also disrupted communications both within and outside the nation, leaving Alabasta isolated from the outside world. As for the thickness of the wall, no one was certain. But it was at least broad enough to accommodate artillery. So, Are you looking to find someone to defeat that pirate? Lynn inquired. However, Vivi shook her head, stating, we merely wish to return to our homeland, so we need assistance to cross that wall. What about the pirate? Lynn pressed. Vivi shook her head again. The power that pirate possesses is far too terrifying. I do not wish to involve unrelated individuals. In that case, your intentions are contradictory, Lynn remarked, sipping coconut juice with a smile. You desire help while simultaneously wishing to keep innocents uninvolved. Oh, dear princess, how fantastical you are. Upon hearing this, Vivi set down her bowl, hugged her knees, and buried her face in them. Tears cascaded to the ground, and amid Kareem's concerned gaze, Vivi sobbed, I know. But Alabasta is in danger. I just want to return and face it with everyone. I'm so sorry, so sorry. Observing this, Kareem frowned slightly and said with displeasure, Mr. Lynn, your words were rather harsh. If there is an issue, direct it at me. Subsequently, Akarlam gently lifted the tear-streaked Vivi, whose eyes were swollen from weeping, and bowed in gratitude to the two giants and Lynn. Thank you for your hospitality, he remarked. Mr. Lynn is indeed correct. This is a matter for our nation, and it is our responsibility to resolve it ourselves. Vivi has been rather headstrong. We shall take our leave now. As Vivi pondered the situation, feeling increasingly aggrieved, she looked up at Lynn, tears streaming down her face, and implored, Mr. Lynn, I truly do not know what to do. Lynn crouched down and replied, you should seek assistance from your friends. However, my friends are all in Alabasta. Vivi's voice trailed off. Suddenly, Lynn broke into a grin, and at that moment, Dongli and Brogy erupted into hearty laughter. Ha 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 ha. This is precisely why we find humanity troublesome, Dongli exclaimed, devouring a chunk of meat with mirth. What about personal favors or interests? Forming friendship shouldn't be so burdensome, don't you think? Brogy added, for us, sharing a meal is enough to forge a bond of friendship. Is that so? Vivi pondered, still somewhat taken aback. So what you were saying is? Lynn gently ruffled Vivi's hair and grinned, little princess, I shall lend my assistance. Observing the still somewhat bewildered Ikalam and the others, Lynn and two giants of the tribe shared an even greater mirth. During their month together in the small garden, Lynn discovered that he truly resonated with the giants' robust personalities. Their boisterous demeanor exuded a refreshing authenticity. Furthermore, he could not deny that the circumstances of the Alabasta kingdom had indeed piqued his interest. A secluded realm? Mysterious pirates? The power to manipulate the earth? Truly, this vast ocean is a tapestry of intrigue. At that moment, Broky's keen eye caught a peculiar sight on the distant sea. Squinting, he let out a hearty laugh. What a lively day it is in our little garden. 3 enormous pirate ships, adorned with black sails, were racing towards the garden at full speed. What a lively day it is in our little garden. Broky, gazing at the distant waters, turned to Vivi and the others, inquiring, do you have any friends who are joining us? Upon hearing this, Vivi's expression instantly changed. It was that group of pirates. They had tracked them down to the garden. Ikalam furrowed his brow in concern. Damn it, it seems their vessel is quite swift as well. Have they already caught up? He then commanded the guards to prepare for battle, simultaneously cautioning Lynn, be vigilant. Their combat prowess surpasses that of ordinary pirates. Lynn turned to Dong Li and inquired, Uncle, can you discern the design of the pirate flag they are flying on their ship? Dong Li rose, squinted his eyes, and replied, it is too far to see clearly. But they are nearing the shore. Observing this, the lookout among the Alabasta guards requested the two giants, could you kindly lift me a bit higher? I possess a telescope that will allow me to see the situation more clearly. Dong Li nodded and extended his hand to the ground. But Lin suddenly interrupted the lookout's actions. Allow me, he said. Subsequently, Lin stepped onto Dong Li's hand, and as the lookout prepared to hand over his telescope, Lin directly shook his head in refusal. The others assumed Lin had his own telescope, and Dong Li lifted Lin to shoulder height, asking, can you see clearly? Lin instinctively shook his head, unable to discern clearly, but he could vaguely see that their vessel had approached the shoreline. Dong Li raised an eyebrow and remarked, did you not just say a telescope was unnecessary? Indeed, it was not required. Lin grinned broadly, suggesting, if we draw a little closer, we shall see clearly. Shall we not? However, even for us, it would take some time to walk over. As Dong Li spoke, he seemed to recall something suddenly and could not help but burst into laughter, exclaiming, you do not mean to suggest that, do you? They have already disembarked. It would be rather impolite not to greet them. Lin twisted his neck and hopped a few times, preparing himself. Upon witnessing this, Ikalam and the others were left utterly perplexed and inquired aloud, Mr. Lin, what do you intend to do? Lin's fists collided, and he uttered 3 words, Take a shortcut. Following this, he erupted into laughter, exclaiming, Uncle Dongli, toss me over. Remember to aim precisely. Ha ha ha. Lynn, I truly admire such spirited humans. Dongli replied, laughing heartily as well. He then grasped Lynn, bending down and preparing to launch him in a javelin-like posture. Witnessing this spectacle, not only Vivi but even the well-versed Icolum nearly dropped their jaws in disbelief, quickly interjecting, do not jest. How could a human body withstand a giant's throw? However, the warning came too late, for at the very moment Icolum spoke, Dongli had already locked his sights on the coastline. After a few strides, he propelled Lynn with all his might. Whoosh! Lynn soared through the air, producing a sound akin to the whistle of a cannonball. Goodness, this could lead to fatalities, exclaimed the onlookers from Alabasta, their mouths agape, momentarily at a loss for words. Vivi was so taken aback by the spectacle that she nearly fainted. After casting Lynn into the air, Dongli turned to glance at the distant volcano and chuckled. Well, it seems we have some time before the volcano erupts. What say you? Brokey? Why not entertain our guests? Ha ha ha. I do relish a bit of excitement. Brokey replied, hoisting his battle axe onto his shoulder. The two giant warriors strode side by side towards the coastline, under the watchful eyes of Icolum and the others. Meanwhile, on the shores of the small garden, 3 colossal pirate ships docked near a deep natural harbor, from which descended dozens of pirates. Unlike ordinary brigands, these marauders donned exceptionally fine gear, equipped with firearms, sabers, and an array of tools resembling a well-trained army. Upon disembarking, the pirate captain produced a transponder snail and inquired of the signal tracking department, Hello. The signal from that Alabasta ship should be in this vicinity, correct? Indeed, their signal has remained stationary here, came the reply from the transponder snail. Understood. In such a short time, they cannot have changed ships and set sail again, the captain nodded, concluding the conversation. He then addressed his crew. It is the captain's command that the princess with blue hair must be captured alive. The lives of the others are of no consequence. Above all, we must not allow them to relay any news of Alabasta. Do you comprehend? Yes. The pirates responded in unison, preparing their gear and getting ready to embark when, suddenly, an ominous sound pierced the air. Whoosh! It seemed to emanate from the sky, akin to the sound of a cannonball slicing through the atmosphere. The pirates looked up to see a dark speck in the sky, which was rapidly enlarging. Eventually, they discerned the true nature of the object. Goodness! Someone is flying towards us. Is that flying? It feels more like they were thrown. Surely, you jest. Regardless, it's about to collide with our ship. Be cautious. Brace for impact. A figure plummeted from the heavens like a cannonball, crashing onto the deck of one of the pirate ships. Boom. It was an impact reminiscent of a cannonball, even surpassing its force. The struck ship sustained catastrophic damage, with the deck and hull shattered to a considerable extent, and even the mast splintered. Wood shards flew as a gaping hole appeared in the side of the vessel, exposing the interior. That single collision nearly obliterated half of the pirate ship. What on earth had transpired? Forget about the ship. Be cautious. The fellow locked away in the cabin is about to make his escape. Hey, that man must be dead. He cannot possibly still be alive. Listen, there is a disturbance. The pirate captain has sensed something amiss. Suddenly, a figure emerged slowly from the wreckage, clutching the pirate flag of their crew. Before the pirates could react, a hearty laugh echoed through the air. Ha ha ha. To control the earth, so it is him. That explains everything. Lynn gazed intently at the pirate flag in his hand, contemplating that he had at least resolved one mystery, the identity of the pirate currently in Alabasta. The flag depicted a skull, adorned with disheveled golden hair, and behind the hair loomed a colossal ship's wheel. This pirate flag unmistakably signified the identity of the crew, the Flying Sky Pirates. Their captain was none other than the legendary pirate Shiki the Golden Lion, who had once contended with Roger and Whitebeard upon the same seas, and who also holds the distinction of being the first inmate to break free from impelled down, endowed with the powers of the float fruit. Lynn was about to exclaim once more when he suddenly felt a chill creeping up his spine, prompting him to swiftly roll forward to evade danger. In that fleeting moment, a sharp claw grazed the spot where Lynn had just stood. Alas, the creature's prison had been shattered. The surrounding pirates immediately erupted into cries of alarm. At this moment, Lynn recalled that after the Golden Lion's escape from prison, he seemed to have been scheming to employ artificial beasts to annihilate the East Sea. Raising his gaze towards the immense shadow before him, Lynn could not help but flex his wrist, excitedly inquiring of the pirates, "Is this merely your finished product? One of the legends of the vast ocean is the formidable Shiki, known as the Golden Lion, once a member of the Rocks Pirates. He later established his own flying pirate crew following the dissolution of the original group. Many years ago, in his quest for world domination, Shiki sought to ally with Gold Roger. However, upon being rebuffed by Roger, he was consumed by rage, leading to a fierce clash between their two pirate crews, famously known as the Battle of Edwar. A sudden tempest resulted in Shiki's crew suffering a bitter defeat at the hands of Roger, and a portion of the ship's helm became lodged in Shiki's head. Due to the peril of removal, that fragment remains embedded to this day. This confrontation dealt a catastrophic blow to Shiki's crew, yet he came to regard Roger as an equal adversary. Subsequently, Roger surrendered, but the Navy publicly claimed he had been captured, a notion Shiki found hard to believe. He boldly stormed the Navy headquarters at Marineford, where he clashed with both Garp and Sengoku. The battle between the three raged on, ultimately leading to the destruction of nearly half of Marineford, before Shiki was ultimately defeated and imprisoned in the deepest depths of Impel Down, known as the Infinite Hell. 2 years later, in a desperate bid for freedom, Shiki severed his own feet, shackled by sea stone, and fashioned prosthetics from his twin swords, Sakura Ten and Moku K. He then ventured to an island named Weatheria, where he discovered a plant known as IQ. This remarkable flora could induce evolution in the animals that consumed it, endowing them with enhanced combat abilities. Thus, Shiki harnessed his powers to elevate the entire island of Weatheria into the sky, where he, alongside his first mate and ship's doctor, Dr. Indigo, began researching the IQ plant. Building upon this foundation, he meticulously plotted his return, aiming to unleash these evolved beasts upon the East Blue, wreaking havoc and showcasing his wrath to the world government. Thus, 2 decades passed. One fateful day, Shiki crossed paths with the Straw Hat crew and recognized Nami's exceptional navigational talents. In an attempt to eradicate his singular weakness, storms, he abducted Nami to his floating island. Ultimately, however, he was vanquished by Luffy, who exploited Shiki's profound fear of thunderstorms, leading to his fall into the sea and subsequent capture by the Navy, resulting in his imprisonment. All his ambitions, meticulously orchestrated over 20 years, were thus extinguished. Now, returning to the present, it is approximately 13 years until the Straw Hat Pirates encounter Shiki. During the past 7 years, Shiki has diligently pursued his research on IQ. Although not yet as advanced as it will be in 13 years, he has already produced several successful specimens. Among them is an exceptionally evolved tiger, which stands out from the bizarre array of his other experiments. Unlike most, this tiger's evolution is confined to the fundamental aspects of size, skeletal structure, musculature, and brain development, making it potentially the strongest specimen among the recent batch if one were to solely consider combat prowess. Due to the fortification of its cerebral faculties, the creature comprehended this fact. Unlike other test subjects, it harbored no feelings of fear towards the lab-coated figure or the golden-haired one soaring above. To it, all living beings were mere prey. However, it lacked sufficient strength. Thus, it must exploit those humans, compelling them to continue administering that serum, enabling its body to evolve further. Once the opportune moment arrived, it aspired to reign as the sovereign of the floating island. On a related note today, they confined me within a cage and subsequently transported it into the shadowy confines of a ship's hold. Were they planning to relocate me elsewhere for experimentation? Let them proceed. I could discern sounds from the deck. It seemed they had received an urgent mission, perhaps to pursue a certain human. The vessel halted, and commotion ensued. Whoosh. Bang. What transpired? The hold was breached. The cage swung open, and brilliant light flooded in. What on earth was happening? I was enraged. A human stood with their back to me. It had been ages since I had feasted on one of their kind. I could easily flatten and devour this one. Yet, astonishingly, it evaded my claws. Surely, it was merely a stroke of luck. But why did it gaze upon me with a smile? Was it not afraid? Hey, tiny human. I could swallow you whole. You ought to be terrified. Why do you smile? Why do you not flee, instead approaching me? My anger mounted. I shall kill you. I shall consume you. Suddenly, my gaze ascended, shifting from the ground to the sky, and then swiftly to my own back. Was that my tail and rear? Pain coursed through my back. Why? This was my final consciousness. The subsequent events shall be recounted by the members of the aerial pirate crew present, for they bore witness to that extraordinary spectacle with their own eyes. The tiger-like specimen was the strongest among its peers, towering at 5 meters and stretching over 10 meters in length, effortlessly capable of rending steel plates, impervious to cannon fire, and possessing an intellect that was truly formidable. In the presence of such a ferocious and cunning beast, even they had to remain vigilant, fearing it might break free from its confines. Yet, the man who descended from the heavens revealed an exhilarating laugh upon encountering the creature. Is this merely your finished product? Regardless of how the man discerned that the creature was a mere subject of experimentation, one must consider his actions. A typical individual, upon encountering such a monstrosity, would instinctively flee, or at the very least, retreat a few paces. Yet, after evading the initial assault, this man boldly approached the beast. As a tempest of black and white fury raged around him, with an agile leap, he placed a single hand beneath the creature's jaw. What followed was a scene that would be etched into the memories of the pirates present for eternity. The formidable body of the creature began to contort, transforming from a crouched position to one of vulnerability, ultimately folding in half. The tiger-like monstrosity was bent at the waist by the man, its resilient cervical vertebrae snapping, as its head collided with its tail, akin to the delicate art of origami. This extraordinary spectacle left the pirates wide-eyed in disbelief. What, indeed, had that man accomplished? Subsequently, he stood beside the now-folded carcass of the tiger, turning to face the pirates with a grin, and proclaimed, "Do you wish to challenge me as well?" The pirates, momentarily taken aback, fervently shook their heads. They could fight for the Flying Sky Pirates, but combat did not equate to self-destruction. Meanwhile, the ground began to tremble as the giants, Easley and Brokey, rushed in with Vivi and Icolum. Upon witnessing the mangled remains of the tiger, Brokey burst into laughter and exclaimed, "Well, what a large little kitty. It would surely make a delightful hot pot." He added, "Indeed, let's enjoy hot pot together sometime." As for now, Lynn gazed at the multitude gathered in Alabasta and exclaimed with mirth, "Let us embark to Alabasta and meet that legendary figure." The current members of the Flying Sky Pirates, gathered after the audacious escape of the Golden Lion, comprise individuals of remarkable prowess from across the globe, many of whom are seasoned warriors. To them, formidable adversaries are not insurmountable. However, the foes they now confront transcend mere strength and can hardly be encapsulated by a simple term. The oppressive presence of the three giants looms over them like a relentless tsunami. Not only they, but even the experimental beasts aboard the other two vessels huddle in corners, trembling in fear. 3 giants? Indeed, 3. In addition to the 2 genuine giants. The man who descended from the heavens and obliterated half of their ship emanated an aura of terror that rivaled that of the giant race. After mercilessly severing the experimental subject in half, the monstrous man stood atop the wreckage of the vessel, laughing heartily as he proclaimed, "Let us set forth to Alabasta and meet that legendary figure." It goes without saying that the legendary figure he referred to must be their captain, the Golden Lion. Yet, at this moment, they found themselves powerless to intervene, merely observing as the other 2 giants carved gaping holes in their remaining vessels. Lynn grasped the collar of the pirate captain and inquired with a smile, "Pray tell, what business does the Golden Lion have in Alabasta?" The captain shook his head repeatedly. "Our previous duty at the base was the transportation of experimental beasts. All I know is that the captain intends to engage in a transaction with the king of Alabasta, but the particulars remain unclear to me." Lynn furrowed her brow, conveying a sentiment akin to that of Bell. Brokey gazed at the pirates and remarked with a smile, "By the way, what shall we do about them?" "There is no need to eradicate them completely." Ikaram replied, "At present, the internal situation of Alabasta remains unclear. Hastily exacerbating the conflict between the 2 parties would not be a prudent course of action." Lynn nodded in agreement. Subsequently, under the formidable presence of Lynn, Dongli, and Blokey, the pirates found themselves disarmed by the royal guards of Alabasta, who confiscated their weapons and transponder snails, leaving them with merely a few small boats and some provisions. Thus, even if the pirates were disregarded, they could never reach Alabasta before Lynn and his companions. Following this, under the command of Icolum, the guards took a brief respite, gathered their supplies, and boarded their vessels. Lynn accompanied Vivi to the deck. The 2 giant warriors, Brokey and Dongli, stood by the shore to bid farewell to everyone. "Ha ha ha. Safe travels, Lynn," Dongli exclaimed with a hearty laugh. "Let us enjoy a hot pot together sometime," Brokey added, waving and smiling. Lynn waved his hands in farewell to the 2 giant warriors. After heading towards Alabasta, he harbored no intention of returning to the little garden, instead choosing to forge ahead. Meanwhile, the 2 giant warriors would continue their battles on this island, as they had for the past century. Thus, should Lynn wish to see them again, it would likely be after he had circumnavigated the Grand Line. Farewell, my friends. The ship slowly departed from the little garden. After watching Lynn and his companions leave, The two giant warriors returned to the island, shoulder to shoulder. Donley gazed at the somewhat forlorn Broggy and laughed. Ha ha ha. You could always join them. Broggy chuckled heartily in response. Ha ha ha. Do not jest. What I desire most is to knock you down. I believe it is I who shall bring you to the ground, Donley proclaimed, grasping his enormous sword that lay beside him. Conversely, Broggy raised his battle axe. At that very moment, a volcano erupted. The duel between the two warriors commenced once more. As Donley caught Broggy's swing, he reminisced, speaking of which, that man named Lynn Barrick is truly remarkable. Broggy nodded in agreement, indeed. After all, his first meal on this island was a fish hot pot. They both simultaneously recalled a month prior, when that man named Lynn Barrick, stepping onto a small boat, had hurled an enormous goldfish, capable of swallowing an entire island, onto the shore. A light, please. I wish to eat fish. This was Lynn's first utterance upon arriving at the little garden. Vivi and her companions escaped from Alabasta to the little garden, taking a full 2 weeks due to the numerous detours. However, the return route was now established. And with the guidance of a permanent pointer coupled with the outstanding performance of the Alabasta ships, Icolum estimated that their journey time could be reduced by at least half. Lynn, with her affable disposition, seamlessly integrated with the guards of Alabastan. Initially, Icolum harbored concerns that Lynn, due to her past as a slave, might harbor some animosity towards the royal family. However, upon observing the harmonious rapport between Lynn and Vivi, he finally felt reassured. Yet, he couldn't help but wish that she would maintain some semblance of distance from the princess. The constant pinching of cheeks, playful head pats, and the occasional exclamations of finally encountering a living person felt rather peculiar. Time swiftly passed, and a week elapsed. During this period, Lynn had perused the newspapers, which indeed reported on the suspected disappearance of Alabastan. It is important to note that the term used was suspected. Icolum elucidated that the world government is an exceedingly vast and unwieldy organization, governed by its own operational principles, with each nation maintaining relative independence. Unless a royal family directly solicits assistance from the world government, they are unlikely to intervene proactively. One early morning, the lookout suddenly reported, "Land is now in sight." As Lynn savored his breakfast, he accompanied the others onto the deck. In the distance, a large black dot gradually emerged on the horizon of the sea. As it drew nearer, it became increasingly discernible to the naked eye. That was Alabasta, the nation of which we took immense pride. Ikaram turned to Lynn, bowing slightly, and expressed, "On behalf of the Alabasta royal family, I extend my heartfelt gratitude for your assistance, Mr. Lynn." "No, I must thank you, Ikaram," Lynn exclaimed, gazing at the distant Alabasta, unable to contain his laughter. How many in this world have the chance to connect with yet another legend? Ikaram furrowed his brow at Lynn's words. Another? Ah, indeed, Lynn nodded, offering no further explanation. About an hour later, taking advantage of the remaining twilight, the ship gradually approached the coastline of Alabasta. At that moment, Lynn finally beheld the magnificent wall that isolated Alabasta from the rest of the world. It was a towering brown wall, situated at the edge of the coastline, with waves crashing against it, creating a distinct boundary between the soil on the wall and the sand and stones along the shore. Just as expected, Lynn nodded slightly, further convinced that this was indeed the handiwork of the Golden Lion. The walls and the coastline were composed of different materials. Thus, the towering walls encircling Alabasta had not merely sprung up from the ground, but were rather manipulated by unseen hands, descending directly upon the shores of Alabasta. What a grand spectacle it was! Lynn could not help but exclaim. Meanwhile, Icolum was devising a strategy with his guards. Presently, there was no route to enter the territory of Alabastan. We must find a way. We are currently positioned at the corner of the wall, utilizing their blind spots, which allows us to scale the wall. With dawn breaking, it would be too perilous to act now. It is prudent to wait until nightfall. What do you think? That makes sense. It is settled then. After concluding their discussion, Icolum wished to hear Lynn's thoughts. However, as he turned around, he was taken aback to find Lynn stretching his arms, seemingly warming up. "What are you planning to do?" Icolum asked in astonishment. Lynn blinked and replied, "Just walk in." Upon hearing this, Icolum became even more perplexed. "A path? Where's the path?" "Well, that is certainly." Lynn's fists collided as he faced the towering wall, breaking into a broad grin. "Now, let it commence." Beneath the wall, along the edge of Alabastan's coastline, Ikarim was orchestrating the royal guards. He instructed them to maneuver the ships close to the wall, then cast the anchors into the depths of the sea, subsequently securing the vessels to the wall with steel cables. Their objective was to create a relatively sturdy platform, as per Lynn's specifications. The wall was nearly flush against the coastline, with barely half a meter of standing space available. Hence, if they were to undertake any actions regarding the wall, a sufficiently spacious foothold was imperative. After much contemplation, Ikarim ultimately resolved to employ Alabastan ships for this purpose. Once the anchors and cables were firmly in place, he directed the guards to submerge, adding several iron chains between the hulls and the seabed. With all preparations completed, the ships were nearly fused with the wall. Ikarim commanded the guards to conduct a final inspection, his gaze frequently drifting towards the man seated cross-legged upon the deck. Lynn Barrick sat cross-legged on the deck, his hands clasped before his chest, breathing steadily and evenly. Ikarim could immediately discern that this was no ordinary meditation. Lynn was meticulously calibrating every muscle in his body, preparing for the impending battle. His adversary loomed just ahead the wall. Half an hour prior, Ikarim, massaging his temples, expressed disbelief at Lynn's audacious claim that he intended to breach this impenetrable barrier. Lynn's astonishing rationale left everyone astounded. Alabasta is your home, naturally. One must enter through the front door. Initially, Ikarim suspected Lynn was jesting, but the resolute expression on his face revealed his sincerity. Gradually, Lynn's body warmed, beads of sweat forming on his brow, signifying that he was now adequately warmed up. Meanwhile, the final steel cable was secured, and the guards ascended from the sea onto the deck. Captain of the guards, we are ready. Indeed, Ikarim nodded, turning to Lynn. Mr. Lynn, all is prepared. In response, Lynn clapped his hands against the deck and, using the momentum, leapt into the air, performing a somersault before landing gracefully on his toes, palms down, upon the deck. Exhaling a warm breath, Lynn fixed his gaze upon the wall before him and addressed those around him. I hope your ship is sturdy enough. Step back. The guards hastily retreated, with Ikarim shielding Vivi behind him. Gazing at the towering wall erected by legendary pirates, Lynn clenched his fists, a broad grin spreading across his face as he proclaimed, Golden Line, I am here to knock. With that, Lynn stepped forward and struck the wall with his right fist. Boom. The sound that erupted was far beyond what mere flesh could produce, and the guards of Alabasta shared this incredulity. Lynn's fist collided with the wall, producing a sound akin to an explosive detonation. The guards were taken aback by the force of Lynn's strike, yet at that moment, his expression shifted to one of grave seriousness. The wall's hardness exceeded all his expectations. It was far from mere earth or stone, possessing a resilience that could rival steel. Even steel would not remain unscathed after enduring a blow from Lynn. As his fist made contact with the wall, numerous fissures radiated outward from the point of impact. And when Lynn withdrew his hand, a distinct imprint remained. However, this was still insufficient to create a breach in the wall. How remarkably resilient! A slight abrasion had appeared on Lynn's knuckles. Upon witnessing this, Ikarim furrowed his brows, exclaiming, TSK, is the effect so negligible? Vivi also felt a pang of disappointment, pondering how this could be, given that it was Mr. Lynn's full-powered punch. However, Lynn's voice suddenly broke the silence. Huh, full-powered punch. What are you all talking about? Lynn turned to face the crowd behind him, his lips curling into a broad grin as he laughed heartily. That was merely a casual punch to test the waters. Before his words faded, an overwhelming aura surged forth from him, a tempest of black and white winds swirling violently around his form. Heroic skill, Icebound Domain Armed Color Form. A cataclysmic power coalesced within Lynn, his pupils shimmering with a dark golden light, while white frost seeped through his clenched teeth. In that instant, Ikarim suddenly perceived that, in comparison to the man before him, even the most fearsome beasts of the Alabasta Desert seemed utterly insignificant. Within the body of Lynn Barrick lies a beast. Or perhaps he is a monster himself. Brace yourself, cover your ears. The sound of knocking at the door may be rather thunderous. Lynn extended his arms. His fists clenched tightly, and once more struck at the spot where he had previously made an imprint. This time, however, it was no mere punch. Countless blows descended upon the wall like a torrential downpour, causing a significant portion of the surface to cave in instantaneously. Boom, 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 boom. Each strike possessed a potency far exceeding that of the initial blow, the monstrous pressure evoking a sense of suffocation among the guards who bore witness to the scene. Such force could not possibly be generated by a mere human. If the door will not open, boom, then I shall enter. Boom. Fist after fist collided with the wall, the indentations growing deeper while cracks spread further afield. Simultaneously, the vessel afloat on the sea experienced violent tremors due to the recoil of his punches. The anchors and steel cables, which had previously secured the ship, now endured immense strain. Suddenly, with a sharp crack, a cable snapped. Crack, crack, soon followed by another, then a third. Ikarlum, witnessing the chaos, immediately commanded, "The wall is on the verge of giving way. Be cautious of the snapping cables, and report the ship's status at all times." Aye. The guards responded in unison. Meanwhile, Lynn continued to pummel the deck, acutely aware of the ship's oscillations beneath his feet. He understood that this makeshift platform, held by cables, could not withstand the pressure for long. Thus he hastened his strikes. He aimed to create a breach in the wall before the cables could completely snap. However, just as Lynn prepared to unleash a final, deliberate blow, he suddenly heard Ikarlum's alarmed voice. "Be careful. The wall is repairing." What? Lynn was momentarily taken aback. And at that very instant, the steel cables securing the vessel could no longer withstand the strain, ultimately snapping with a resounding crack. One after another, dozens of cables broke free, until only the anchor tenuously held the ship in place, preventing it from being swept away by the tumultuous waves. As the cables gave way, Lynn lost his footing, and his last few punches fell short, causing him to stagger. Yet, he distinctly heard Ikarlum's earlier words and quickly lifted his gaze. To his astonishment, the wall, which had been marred by countless imprints of his fists, was now in the process of self-repair, beginning from the outermost cracks and rapidly restoring itself to its former state. In a matter of moments, the marks of Lynn's earlier strikes had vanished without a trace. Lynn laughed heartily and exclaimed, "Golden Lion, just how determined are you to prevent anyone from entering this nation?" Observing the situation, Ikarlum could only shake his head and respond, "This wall possesses the ability to self-repair. It is impenetrable. With the cables now snapped, the ships can no longer serve as a point of leverage. It appears we must devise an alternative plan." To Ikarlum's astonishment, Lynn's momentum not only persisted but intensified, the sense of pressure growing ever more formidable. Impenetrable? A change of strategy? Lynn turned to Ikarlum and exclaimed with a broad smile, "Ikarlum, do you realize this is a declaration of war?" What? Everyone was taken aback. "If we cannot even breach a single wall, perhaps we should reconsider our journey to Alabasta." Lynn clenched his fists, gritting his teeth with a smile, and declared, "If it cannot be breached, we shall continue to strike until it is." He turned and re-entered the cabin, emerging with two formidable harpoons designed for hunting small sea kings. After removing the ropes, Lynn grasped one of them and hurled it forcefully against the wall. Whoosh! Boom! The harpoon embedded itself into the wall, creating a makeshift anchor. Subsequently, Lynn hoisted the other harpoon onto his shoulder and leaped, landing atop the first harpoon. Without hesitation, he inserted the second harpoon into the wall, alternating between the two like an adept climber utilizing ice axes, scaling the wall with remarkable agility. "You all wait here," Lynn remarked as he ascended. While they remained puzzled by Lynn's intentions, he swiftly climbed the 50-meter-high wall. Soon, his figure vanished over the top, disappearing from view. Ikarlum gazed at the scene before him, incredulity etched across his face. Did he really jump over? Approximately 5 minutes later, resounding thuds echoed from the other side of the wall. On the towering fortifications of Alabasta, the members of the Flying Sky Pirate crew commenced another day of patrol. This wall, encircling Alabasta, was constructed by their captain utilizing the abilities granted by the float fruit, possessing a hardness comparable to steel and even featuring self-repairing properties. The wall stood about 50 meters high and 20 meters thick, with battlements set at intervals, forming a formidable network of firepower that encompassed the skies above Alabasta. Aided by the advantageous terrain devoid of visual obstructions. "Hey, tall guy, it's time to switch shifts," called out a bearded pirate to his companion. The tall pirate nodded, relinquishing his position and stretching lazily, lamenting, "I've pulled an all-nighter. I'm utterly exhausted. I'll grab breakfast with the lads down by the wall, then catch some sleep." The bearded pirate chuckled in response, "You look utterly drained. You haven't been slacking off, have you? The captain won't allow anyone to cross this wall." "Of course not." The tall pirate raised an eyebrow, mirroring the smile. "Though, who would dare attempt to scale this wall, especially after that incident?" "You mean that Birdman?" The bearded pirate nodded. "I think he was a guard from the Alabasta royal family, an animal-type devil fruit user with a rather rare ability to fly. Haha. Too bad he pales in comparison to our captain." The tall pirate cracked his neck, seemingly eager to break through, yet regrettably thwarted by the overwhelming firepower of their battlements. "If it weren't for the captain's orders, which state we cannot engage the Alabastans unless they attack us first, we could have brought that Birdman down that day," the bearded pirate remarked. "Bombarding a Birdman? Intriguing. But wasn't there also an Alabasta ship spotted outside the wall that day?" "Indeed, the captain has dispatched individuals to pursue." and news should arrive shortly. The two engaged in light conversation while transferring their patrol duties. However, at that moment, they suddenly felt a tremor beneath their feet. Was it an earthquake? The tall pirate was taken aback, as he had not heard that Alabastan was prone to seismic events. The bearded pirate steadied himself and cautioned, "Be careful. If anything goes awry, the captain will not spare us." The tremors of the wall persisted for a while before ultimately ceasing. "I told you it was nothing." The tall pirate shrugged. Just as they exhaled in relief, the tremors returned with increasing intensity, seemingly encroaching upon them. The bearded pirate seized the communication snail and inquired of the other patrol teams nearby. "Hello, are you experiencing any strange seismic activity there?" A puzzled voice responded from the snail. "Earthquake? What earthquake?" At this, both the bearded and tall pirates felt a pang of dread. The bearded pirate cursed, "Damn it. We've got a situation here. Alert. All personnel on guard. What on earth is happening?" The tall pirate approached the inner wall near the land, scanning the area with his binoculars, yet found no abnormalities, leaving him utterly perplexed. Nevertheless, the vibrations of the wall continued, becoming increasingly pronounced. The bearded pirate's mind raced as he pointed towards the sea, exclaiming urgently, "It's not the wall near the land. The issue lies with the wall facing the sea." As they raised the alarm and armed themselves, they dashed towards the outer side of the wall. However, before they could reach the edge, a dark figure leapt up from the direction of the wall's exterior. Upon closer inspection, they beheld a burly man wielding 2 heavy harpoons, who deftly vaulted onto the wall and stood before them. "Who are you?" the tall pirate began, but before he could finish, the man swung his harpoons, and the 2 pirates were instantly sent flying, crashing into a nearby artillery platform. Lynn surveyed his surroundings, estimating the precise thickness of the walls. Ignoring the guards gathering above, he leapt towards the inner land. The commotion had already escalated, and since concealment was no longer an option, he deemed the lesser soldiers insignificant. Breaking through the walls took precedence. Approximately a minute prior, at the base of the towering structure, a pair of parents from a nearby city, cradling their ailing daughter, were fervently pleading with the captain of a patrol from an aerial pirate crew. These parents, resolute in their determination, were prepared to face death for the sake of their child. "Please, sir, grant us passage to the sea," the mother implored. The father echoed her desperation. "Our daughter has run out of medicine. Without it, her condition will worsen." The patrol captain furrowed his brow, responding coldly, "Is there not a doctor in Alabasta? Must you venture out to sea?" The father replied, "Only Drum Island possesses the medicine that can cure her. Its shelf life is short, necessitating our visit every fortnight. However, the blockade in Alabasta has persisted for 3 weeks, leaving us with no alternatives. How troublesome." The captain rubbed his temples, his irritation mounting. Holding a notable position within the aerial pirate crew, he understood that Captain Shiki's visit to Alabasta was solely for trade. The preparation of goods required time. Thus, Shiki erected high walls and deployed interference devices, completely isolating Alabasta from the outside world. Furthermore, during this interim before the completion of the trade, Shiki had prohibited any departure from Alabasta. The rationale behind this was twofold: to ensure the trade proceeded smoothly without interference from the troublesome navy, and to intimidate the royal family of Alabasta into compliance. The third reason was that Shiki had no intention of completely antagonizing a nation that was a member of the world government, knowing that war with Alabasta would inevitably lead to a cascade of complications. Thus, he issued a command forbidding any aggression against the people of Alabasta unless provoked. To the aerial pirate crew, Shiki's authority was paramount. Disobedience to the captain's orders would result in severe punishment. Therefore, despite the family's heartfelt pleas, the patrol captain, albeit reluctantly, maintained his firm refusal. "If I let you go, my head will be on the line." Regardless of the parents' desperate entreaties, he remained steadfast. Eventually, growing weary of their requests, the captain turned aside and said to the parents, "I can allow you to leave, but you must climb this wall on your own, then descend to the sea. Otherwise, return and wait." After a moment's thought, he added with a laugh, "Or better yet, dig your own hole through the wall." Before I proceed, I must mention that this wall possesses the remarkable ability to self-repair. Upon hearing this, the mother's expression fell into despair, while the father, casting a serious glance at both his wife and daughter, rushed forward, attempting to dig into the wall with his bare hands. Despite his palms becoming bloodied, he remained undeterred. Even the mother joined in, one arm embracing her daughter while the other assisted her husband in their futile endeavor. Witnessing this, the patrol captain was taken aback. Incredulity etched across his face. Are you jesting? Not even a siege cannon could breach this wall. Your efforts are in vain. You promised that if we breached this wall, we would be allowed to set sail. The father retorted through gritted teeth. I did say that, the patrol captain thought, feeling a chill run down his spine. Were these Alabastan people truly incapable of understanding reason? I must intervene before this escalates into a riot. Captain Golden Lion would not spare me if lives were lost. The captain pondered, preparing to have the family pulled away, planning to address the matter later. However, at that moment, an alarm blared suddenly. The captain was momentarily stunned. Then quickly grabbed the nearby communication device, inquiring, "What is happening?" On the other end, a voice filled with disbelief responded, "A man has jumped down." "What?" The voice continued. "This is the upper patrol team. Someone has climbed the wall from the outside and jumped down. Stop him." "What are you talking about?" The captain remained perplexed, intending to seek further clarification. Suddenly, something crashed down nearby, creating a large crater in the ground and sending dust swirling into the air. After a few seconds, Lynn emerged from the pit, wielding 2 heavy harpoons, and turned to the patrol captain with a broad grin, exclaiming, "Excellent. I was just about to make a hole in this wall." The Alabastan harpoon measured 4 meters in length with a diameter of approximately half a meter. Entirely forged from alloy, it is typically employed for hunting small sea creatures, and seasoned fishermen can even use it to slay medium-sized marine beasts. Such harpoons must be operated with a specific crossbow platform. It is impossible for one person to wield them alone, even to lift them. A common understanding among the Alabastan people, at least until the arrival of the man known as Lynn. Inside the high wall, amidst the gaze of many, a figure descended from above. With a single hand, he grasped a heavy harpoon, sweeping it around him in a wide arc, stirring up dust that caused those nearby to squint. Simultaneously, the patrol captain's communication device blared an alert. An intruder has climbed the wall from the outside and has now entered Alabastan territory. The identity of the intruder is unknown. All personnel remain on high alert. Alert update. The intruder is the wanted criminal with a bounty of 200 million berries, Boss Lynn. The intruder possesses formidable solo combat capabilities. All teams, assemble swiftly. I repeat, all teams, assemble at once. While chaos ensues on the phone line, the patrol captain merely gapes at the man before him, unable to utter a word. Taking a few deep breaths, the patrol captain finally regains his composure and cautiously inquires, "Lynn, what brings you to Alabastan?" Before he could finish his sentence, Lynn abruptly straightens up, seizing the hefty harpoon in his right hand. With a swift motion, he bends backward, gathering momentum, and hurls the harpoon toward the patrol captain. Whoosh! The heavy harpoon darts forth like an arrow released from a bow, traveling at a speed nearly imperceptible to the naked eye, aimed directly at the patrol captain. At that moment, the captain's mind races through a kaleidoscope of memories. Boom! The harpoon strikes the ground, and to the captain's astonishment, it lands squarely before him, nearly grazing his face as it embeds itself into the earth. Hiss! The patrol captain instinctively gasps in shock. Subsequently, Lynn transfers the harpoon from his left hand to his right, raising it menacingly toward the patrol captain and the reinforcements who have just arrived behind him. "Considering you did not take extreme measures earlier, I shall regard this as merely a warning." Lynn grinned and declared, "Regardless of how many of you intend to come, anyone who crosses that fish spear shall bear the consequences." Upon hearing this, the patrol captain and his crew could only grit their teeth and remain rooted to the spot. For the creature with a bounty of 200 million berries was far beyond their capacity to confront. With no alternative, the captain commanded his men to report the situation to the Golden Lion while keeping a watchful eye on Lynn, awaiting the unfolding events. After issuing his warning to the group of patrolling pirates, Lynn stepped forward, guiding a family eager to venture out to a relatively safer area. "Leave the wall demolition to me." Lynn playfully teased the girl in his mother's arms before turning to face the wall not far away. At this moment, he stood approximately 20 meters from the imposing structure, gazing up at the magnificent wall constructed through the ability of the floating fruit. Lynn could not help but marvel at its grandeur. Indeed, the Golden Lion is truly a legendary pirate of the rocks and Roger era, demonstrating remarkable ambition. The front wall is not only as resilient as steel but possesses an automatic repair function as well. If the legendary giant warriors, Dolly and Bragi, were present, their immense strength could surely unleash devastating techniques capable of breaching the entire wall. However, standing here is Lynn, who lacks the power to pierce through this formidable barrier, which is about 20 meters thick. Thus, he contemplated an alternative approach. If he could strike rapidly enough, the wall might not have time to repair itself. Lynn let out a thunderous roar as he activated the armament hockey of the frozen domain. Gripping the hefty harpoon in his hand and hurling it with all his might against the wall. The massive harpoon penetrated the wall with ferocious force, embedding itself nearly halfway in. However, at that moment, the wall's self-repair mechanism was triggered, instinctively expelling the foreign object that had invaded its structure, gradually ejecting the harpoon. Yet, before the harpoon could be fully expelled, Lynn suddenly lunged forward, his fist clenched tightly, targeting the flat end of the harpoon. He unleashed a flurry of powerful punches. Bang, 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 bang. His fists fell upon the harpoon's end like a relentless downpour, driving the entire harpoon deeper into the wall as if it were a mere nail. The wall now bore a network of cracks radiating from the harpoon driven into it. As the end of the harpoon was fully embedded, Lynn did not cease his assault. Rather, he accelerated his punches, using the harpoon as a fulcrum to completely disrupt the internal balance of the wall. Unlike his previous situation aboard the ship, this time Lynn was unencumbered by concerns over stable footing, as the very ground beneath him became his most steadfast support. Lynn concentrated all her strength in her feet, grounding herself firmly upon the earth. She channeled this power through her body, ultimately converging it into her fists, which she directed toward the harpoon with a resolute step and a powerful punch. With each forceful strike, she propelled her fists with unwavering determination. The relentless barrage of blows drove the harpoon deeper, causing an increasing number of fissures to appear within the walls, while the resistance from the harpoon visibly diminished. Meanwhile, within Lynn, the energy level surged, 2,000 out of 2,400. Lynn was grateful that he had not chosen to remain stagnant in silent cultivation for him. The finest practice lay in perpetually moving forward. During the past month since his return to the Grand Line, Lynn's physical prowess had ascended to new heights, particularly during a month of rigorous training in the small garden alongside two titans of the warrior race, which significantly enhanced his strength. This enhancement encompassed not merely brute force or speed, but rather, it was rooted in the invaluable experience garnered through combat, strategic thinking, knowing when to strike, when to defend, the optimal angles, and the appropriate force. Such insights cannot be attained through mere stable cultivation. The self-repairing walls continued their futile efforts, evidently unable to keep pace with Lynn's destructive capabilities. The once formidable barriers were reduced to countless fragments under the onslaught of his fists, while the heavy harpoon wreaked havoc on the internal structure of the walls. Ultimately, Lynn drew his right arm back, arching his body in a powerful bow, then stepped forward, unleashing his final and most ferocious punch aimed at the harpoon. Heroic skill, intentional thunderstrike. Break for me. Boom. His fist collided with the harpoon, the resilient alloy yielding to the force of his strike, leaving an indelible imprint upon its surface. The harpoon, propelled by the sheer might of that blow, penetrated further into the wall, ultimately overcoming every obstacle in its path. With a resounding crash, a beam of light streamed through the widening fissure, which soon expanded, causing the entire harpoon to soar forth. At that moment, Lynn finally ceased his assault. A passage wide enough for 2 or 3 individuals to traverse appeared in the wall. On one side stood a family from Alabasta, eager to set sail, alongside the members of the Flying Sky Pirates, their eyes widened in disbelief at the scene before them. On the other side, there was Vivi, her expression one of astonishment, accompanied by the royal guards of Alabasta, equally taken aback. Lynn drew a few breaths, gestured with his thumb behind him, and flashed a grin at Vivi, saying, "Little princess, allow your people to assist for a moment, and then I shall escort you home." With a resounding roar, the seemingly unbreakable high wall was forcefully breached by Lynn, creating a passageway. However, he had not entirely obliterated the wall, which continued to slowly mend itself. Vivi and Icolum had no time to marvel at Lynn's strength. They swiftly led the guards through the newly formed passage. Upon learning that the parents on the other side of the wall needed to take their daughter to Magnet Drum Island for medical treatment, Vivi promptly dispatched several guards to escort them, utilizing the royal vessel from Alabasta. One of the accompanying guards hesitated, expressing concern. "Is this appropriate, Your Highness?" "That is the royal ship. It is of no concern. My father will not mind," Vivi replied with a smile. "After all, he has always said that the kingdom is its people." "Well said, Your Highness," Icolum remarked with a smile. "You embody the spirit of His Majesty. He would be pleased to hear that." Yet, Vivi's mood was somewhat somber as she questioned, "Icolum, what has truly transpired in Alabasta?" "That is a matter best addressed by them," he responded. Lynn pointed at the members of the Sky Pirates, who were still reeling from the recent shock. Leaning casually against the harpoon he had just driven into the ground, he smiled at the group and said, "Well, Speak your mind if you have anything to share. The patrol captain pondered for a moment before retorting. If we choose to remain silent, would you resort to killing us? Lynn shook his head. Given that you did not harm the civilians just now, this time will be different. However, you shall take to the skies. Then we shall choose to fly. The patrol captain replied without hesitation, his crew members nodding in agreement behind him. If you were to send us crashing, we might only find ourselves bedridden for a few months, but if the captain discovers that we have leaked information, we would surely face dire consequences. Hearing this, Lynn scrutinized the patrol captain for a moment, realizing he was serious and could only shrug in resignation. I have no interest in battling those who do not wish to fight. Upon hearing Lynn's words, the patrol captain could not help but breathe a sigh of relief and continued, in truth, you need not inquire with us. Simply find any town in Alabasta, and the locals should be well informed. Lynn was taken aback. Was that transaction of a nationwide nature? Yet, the captain of the patrol refused to utter another word. Meanwhile, Vivi and her companions had also arranged for that family. Concurrently, the walls began to restore themselves, and the passageway grew narrower. Observing this, Vivi hastily addressed Lynn, saying, Mr. Lynn, I am immensely grateful for your assistance. We have now entered Alabaston, and you may accompany the ship to Drum Island. Alabaston may be perilously dangerous at this moment. Lynn, however, shook her head, interrupting Vivi's words, and with a broad smile remarked, Little princess, to reach magnetic Drum Island, one must retrace their steps. And I have never been one to traverse the path of retreat. As she spoke, the passage on the wall ultimately vanished completely, reverting to its original form. Lynn broke into a smile, realizing that there was no turning back. He resolved to press on. Ikelam, witnessing this, could not help but silently marvel. Lynn Barrick is indeed a reckless man. He possesses the capability to scale the highest walls unassisted. Yet he consciously chooses to remain and confront the legendary pirate. Moreover, there was no trace of fear or apprehension on Lynn's face. The only emotion radiating from him was sheer excitement. However, he was not a malevolent individual. Ikelam mused inwardly, confident in his ability to discern character, which is why he dared to allow the bounty of 200 million berries to accompany Vivi. Producing a map, Ikelam identified their current location and pointed to a specific spot, saying, We are in the vicinity here, closest to the city of Aluma. We must first replenish our supplies there before proceeding to the capital, Albana, to meet with the king. If that pirate spoke truthfully, we should also be able to gather some intelligence in Aluma. Upon hearing the name Aluma, Vivi chimed in. I recall that a squadron of Karu ducks is stationed there. With their assistance, we could reach Albana in less than a day. The Karu duck squadron, composed of land-dwelling ducks, is the fastest-moving unit in Alabasta. And one of those ducks had been Vivi's companion since childhood. Ah, no wonder you are the captain of the Alabasta Guards. Your plans are remarkably well thought out. Lynn gently patted Ikelam's shoulder. Subsequently, he turned his gaze towards the patrols of the Flying Sea Pirates, observing that they appeared to have relaxed. Engaged in reporting to the transponder snails. The walls surrounding Alabasta were under the dominion of the Golden Lion's powers. Moreover, it seemed that the Golden Lion's intentions were not directed against the nation of Alabasta itself. Consequently, Lynn had no intention of concealing their whereabouts from the very beginning. However, what occupied Lynn's thoughts was something else entirely. Lynn directed her fist towards the patrol team, striking the ground with a resounding force. Hey, you have crossed the boundary. The tremor beneath her feet sent a wave of cold sweat over the pirates, who suddenly realized that a few among them had unwittingly stepped beyond the limits marked by the harpoon. Let it not be forgotten. The rule against trespassing knows no temporal constraints. Lynn broke into a broad smile, then flicked her wrist and rose to catch up with Vivi and the others who had already set off. Time was of the essence. They aimed to reach the oasis city of Al-Ruma before noon, gather the necessary intelligence, and, under the cover of night, swiftly advance towards the capital, Albana, utilizing the Karu Duck Brigade. As for the Golden Lion, since their whereabouts could no longer remain concealed, it was best to observe the situation as it unfolded. After several hours of trekking, the group finally arrived at the oasis city of Al-Ruma. At this point, Alabasta had not yet succumbed to widespread desertification due to crocodile schemes, and numerous prosperous cities thrived around the oases, Al-Ruma being one of them. This city exuded a captivating charm, rich with the unique cultural essence of Alabasta. However, upon entering the city, an unsettling atmosphere began to permeate the air. It was nearing noon, a time that should have been bustling with activity. Yet the streets of Al-Ruma were eerily deserted. Where had everyone gone? Vivi glanced around, but not a single soul was in sight. Lynn leapt onto the rooftop and eventually discovered a commotion in a corner of the town. Upon rushing over, the crowd encountered a rotund gentleman with a beer belly, seemingly engaged in unloading some goods. Spotting him, Vivi waved enthusiastically, "Mr. Dotto." Hearing her voice, the man named Dotto turned around, his expression one of utter astonishment upon seeing Vivi. "Vivi, I was informed by His Majesty the King that you had set sail. How is it that you have returned to Alabasta?" Mr. Akaram stepped forward to greet him, saying, "The situation is quite complicated. We require a place to discuss it in detail." "Indeed, but first I must ensure the proper handling of this shipment. It is of utmost importance." "The shipment?" The group gazed at the sacks stacked nearby, which appeared to contain something inside. "Mr. Dotto, what is that?" Vivi inquired with curiosity. Lynn and Kareem approached a burlap sack, crouching down to inspect its contents. Uncle Dotto, while securing the sack, remarked, "You must already be aware that the king intends to engage in trade with a notorious pirate. This is but a small fraction of the goods involved." As Vivi peered inside, she discovered a pale green powder and inquired curiously, "What is this?" "This is dancing powder." Before Uncle Dotto could respond, Kareem suddenly interjected with a grave expression, "It is a contraband item strictly prohibited by the world government." In the oasis city of Alabasta, Lynn encountered a familiar face and a well-known substance. The man in question was the rotund Uncle Dotto. In the future, Alabasta would be engulfed in turmoil due to Crocodile's machinations, and the leader of the rebellion, Koza, is the son of Uncle Dotto. Dotto, one of Alabasta's ministers, had once guided the young Koza and a group of Alabastans in the establishment of an oasis city named Yuba. However, due to the catastrophic events instigated by Crocodile, Yuba transformed into a desolate city devoid of water, leading most of its inhabitants to harbor resentment towards King Cobra and depart. Yet, Uncle Dotto remained steadfast in his belief in the king's innocence. He stayed in Yuba, tirelessly attempting to excavate underground water. And the once portly figure eventually became a gaunt old man, even in the face of the massive sandstorms unleashed by Crocodile. Dotto defiantly clung to the city he had helped create, proclaiming that Yuba could never be vanquished by the desert. The pivotal item behind this series of events was the very substance that Lynn recognized, the contraband dancing powder, also known as the rain-calling powder. Long ago, a nation plagued by drought invented this green powder, capable of producing misty vapors that created what was termed artificial rain. Its name derived from the hope that the populace would dance in jubilation at the arrival of rain. However, the use of this powder would lead to drought in neighboring countries downwind, prompting war against the nation that had discovered it. Consequently, the world government forbade the production and possession of this powder. In the future, Crocodile would exploit the dancing powder to incite widespread drought, leading the populace to mistakenly believe that King Cobra had stolen their rain, thus fueling their animosity towards him, which ultimately culminated in the internal strife in Alabasta. In that event years later, the dancing powder served as a catalyst for inciting the resentment of the Alabastan citizens. Yet at this moment, Uncle Dotto insisted that this batch of dancing powder was a crucial shipment that could not afford any mistakes. Just as Lynn was grappling with her confusion, Uncle Dotto sealed the final sack containing the dancing powder and called out to everyone, "Come with me. My residence in Alabasta is just upstairs, and we can discuss this in detail there." Subsequently, the guards maintained their vigilance nearby while Lynn, Vivi, and Icarus accompanied Dotto upstairs. After recounting their experiences to Dotto in broad strokes, he extended a hand to Lynn with a smile. "Mr. Lynn, as the Minister of Alabasta, I express my gratitude for your assistance to Princess Vivi, and I welcome you to Alabasta, albeit at an inopportune time." Lynn grasped Uncle Dotto's hand and grinned. "No? I arrived just in time." Dotto, puzzled, remained silent. Having spent time aboard the ship, Vivi understood Lynn's temperament and chose not to dwell on his words. Instead, she inquired about matters concerning Alabasta. "What exactly is my father negotiating with that pirate known as the Golden Lion?" Regarding that," Dotto said, drawing the curtains of the room. He produced a projection snail and remarked, "Let us observe this. It is a live broadcast delivered to the nation by His Majesty over 20 days ago." "A live broadcast?" The group was taken aback. Dotto nodded and elaborated. "Approximately 24 days ago, coinciding with the day Princess Vivi and your party set sail, peculiar walls suddenly descended from the sky, completely sealing off Alabasta's coastline. Simultaneously, communications across the nation were disrupted, rendering us unable to connect with the outside world. At that time, I was not at the palace, but it is said that His Majesty swiftly mobilized the royal army to prepare for battle. Shortly thereafter, a colossal floating island approached, and the pirate known as the Golden Lion descended from the sky, hovering in midair as he articulated his demands to the king. He sought to engage in a transaction with Alabasta, offering 100 million berries for 1,000 tons of dancing powder. Upon hearing this, Lynn furrowed his brow and turned to Icolum. Dancing powder has been classified as a contraband by the world government. Does Alabasta possess the formula for its production? Icolum's expression deepened in concern as he replied quietly, Mr. Lynn, Alabasta's history is far more ancient than you might imagine, so yes. We indeed know how to manufacture dancing powder. Lynn pondered for a moment before inquiring, is this transaction equitable? I mean in terms of costs. Icolum replied, in monetary terms. 1 ton of dancing powder approximately costs around 90,000 berries, totaling 90 million for 1,000 tons. Based on the pricing provided by the Golden Lion, we even have a surplus of 10 million berries. Although it may not be substantial, it ensures we do not incur losses. Lynn nodded, understanding it pertains to time costs, doesn't it? Indeed, and there are also labor costs, Icolum added. The most challenging aspect of producing dancing powder is not its materials, but rather the exceedingly intricate production process that necessitates a considerable workforce and extensive time for refinement and grinding to transform it into a finished product. On average, it takes 10 individuals about a month to produce 1 kilogram of dancing powder. In other words, producing 1,000 tons requires a collaborative effort of 1 million people over the course of a month. Upon hearing this, Lynn turned to Icolum and asked, what is the resident labor force in Alabasta? Excluding the elderly and children, it is roughly that figure, Icolum responded. At this point, Lynn began to grasp the Golden Lion's intention behind the blockade of Alabasta. For some purpose, the Golden Lion required a vast quantity of dancing powder. However, even if he obtained the formula from Cobra, the lengthy production cycle and the intricate manufacturing process were unavoidable drawbacks. Therefore, to acquire a large supply of dancing powder in a short time, he needed a significant workforce, which led him to set his sights on the great nation of Alabasta. Did he intend for Alabasta to mobilize its entire strength to produce dancing powder for him? Precisely. Uncle Dotto nodded, affirming Lynn's conjecture. The pirate possessed terrifying power, capable of annihilating the entirety of Alabasta, and any reckless assault against him would undoubtedly result in countless casualties for Alabasta. Yet, the pirate's objective was merely to procure a substantial amount of dancing powder, harboring no hostility towards the Alabasta kingdom itself. Thus, after considerable deliberation, the king agreed to negotiate with the pirate, provided that the discussions occur in the presence of all the residents of the Alabasta kingdom. This is the recorded footage of that negotiation. Uncle Dotto activated the projection snail, revealing the circumstances of a negotiation between a king and a pirate. On one side stood the formidable Golden Lion Shiki, a legendary pirate who contended with Roger and forged countless tales of adventure. On the other, the descendant of the Nefertari family, one of the 20 royal bloodlines that established the world government 8 centuries ago, the king of the superpower Alabasta, Nefertari Cobra. Both parties bore equal intensity, and the details of their transaction were meticulously hammered out through a series of exchanges. The Golden Lion required the Alabasta kingdom to swiftly produce a substantial quantity of dance powder, while he would address the issues of materials and funding. Conversely, Cobra insisted that Shiki and his flying pirate crew must not harm any citizen of Alabasta. Otherwise, the agreement would be rendered void, and Alabasta would declare war on the flying pirate crew. Given that Alabasta is a member of the world government, the Golden Lion was reluctant to attract their attention before executing his plan. Thus, the terms of the transaction were swiftly finalized. The blockade by the flying pirate crew against Alabasta lasted 26 days. After this period, in the capital of Albania, Alabasta delivered 1,000 tons of dance powder to the flying pirate crew, who in turn paid 150 million berries. After deducting the cost of 90 million berries, the remaining 60 million berries, along with the resources from the treasury, would be utilized to soothe the affected citizens of Alabasta. During the course of the transaction, Alabasta severed communication with the outside world, and the members of the flying pirate crew were prohibited from harming any ordinary citizen of Alabasta unless they faced an aggressive attack. This encapsulates the essence of the negotiation. Once the projection concluded, Uncle Dotto stored away the projection snail and reassured Vivi, saying, "There is no need for excessive concern. Your Highness, the king knows his bounds." Vivi nodded, yet her apprehension remained unabated. However, Lynn expressed his curiosity, pondering how the entirety of Alabasta's populace was compelled to partake in this transaction. was there no dissent? As Icolum had articulated, producing 1,000 tons of dance powder within 26 days, while accounting for transportation and loading times, necessitated the involvement of all Alabasta's residents. Surely, there must have been those unwilling to comply, or even willing to strike. Dotto merely smiled and replied, Mr. Lynn, it is understandable that, as a non-Alabastan, you may not grasp this fully. His Majesty often states, a nation is its people. Alabasta is a nation formed by its people, and each individual is an integral part of the state. Every Alabastan holds a profound love for the land beneath their feet and for our homeland. Uncle Dotto smiled broadly. Thus, when we aspire to take action to save our beloved nation, we unite, and we become capable of anything. Upon hearing this, Lynn momentarily paused, then inquired, what if the Golden Lion unilaterally breaches the agreement? Do you truly place your trust in him? Mr. Lynn, you still fail to grasp the essence of my words. Dotto replied with a smile. For the love of our cherished homeland, we have come together, and we are unstoppable. Where brings death and suffering, every inhabitant of Alabastan, including His Majesty the King, cherishes peace. We choose to endure and compromise to safeguard our home from the ravages of conflict. Yet this does not imply that we fear war. Although the demeanor of that notorious pirate is indeed formidable, this remains a relatively equitable transaction. And should he choose to breach it unilaterally? Dotto smiled as he reiterated for the third time, for the love of our cherished homeland, we have come together, and we are unstoppable. Lynn discerned a profound strength in Uncle Dotto's words. As he stated, Alabasta is indeed a resilient and formidable nation, and the spirit of King Cobra undeniably influences every citizen of Alabasta. When the populace unites, coalescing into a singular entity, they become capable of achieving anything. Lynn could not help but marvel at the lengths to which Crocodile would go in the future to meticulously orchestrate his schemes. He first established the Baroque works, laboring diligently for years, and then employed a myriad of fruit abilities, harmonizing with countless fortuitous circumstances to successfully incite the internal strife in Alabasta. All of this was in pursuit of a secret buried deep within Alabasta, the ancient weapon, Pluton. Now, returning to the present, Lynn initially speculated whether the Golden Lion had come to Alabasta in search of clues regarding the ancient weapon, having heard news of it. However, based on the content of that negotiation, Lynn realized that the Golden Lion seemed genuinely interested in acquiring 1,000 tons of dancing powder. What could he possibly need such an immense quantity for? Lynn could not help but lower his head in contemplation. It was merely a powder capable of inducing artificial rainfall. Wait, rainfall? At this thought, Lynn's pupils suddenly contracted. The Golden Lion's float fruit possessed a significant weakness, which had led to his defeat by Roger during the Battle of Wall, storms. The characteristic of the dance powder was its ability to siphon rainwater from downwind. In other words, the dance powder could both create artificial rain and prevent precipitation in its downwind vicinity. With the collaboration of seasoned navigators and scientists, controlling the surrounding weather and precipitation with the dance powder would be a straightforward endeavor. Realizing this, Lynn's eyes widened in astonishment. Could it be that the Golden Lion intended to exploit the properties of the dance powder to overcome his fruit's inherent weakness? Meanwhile, as Lynn and his companions encountered Uncle Dodo, high above Alabasta, thousands of meters from the ground, several massive floating islands drifted among the clouds, the largest of which was comparable to 2/3 of Alabasta's territory. The roars of ferocious beasts echoed throughout these floating islands, all of which had evolved into more savage creatures due to IQ's experiments. At the heart of the largest floating island stood a grand and opulent palace, adorned with the flag of the flying pirate crew. Within the palace, the faint sound of metal clashing could be heard, clang, clang, clang. Two famed swords, Sakura-ten and Mukich, were poised on the staircase, wielded by a man who had lost both legs. He used these two swords as makeshift limbs, descending the stairs with exaggerated dance steps. Clenching a cigar between his teeth, he donned a long robe of orange and yellow hues, his golden hair cascading to the ground, with his sideburns and beard mirroring the same golden shade. Most striking of all was the ship's helm, vertically embedded in his head, a symbol of his lifelong disgrace and the evidence of his defeat at the Battle of Wall. He was none other than the legendary pirate, Shiki the Golden Lion, renowned alongside Joel D., Roger and Edward Newgate, and the first to escape from the infamous Impel Down. His raucous laughter echoed throughout the palace as he snapped his fingers, humming an unknown tune while dancing his way to his seat. Standing beside him was Dr. Indigo, the ship's doctor and combatant of the flying pirate crew, sporting a wild blue afro, clad in an ill-fitting white lab coat. and his face painted in exaggerated clown makeup. His clown shoes squeaked with each step. Dr. Indigo continuously performed exaggerated pantomimes for the Golden Lion, who raised an eyebrow and exclaimed, "What? What did you say?" "Oh, I was inquiring about the progress of our dealings with Alabasta, Captain." Indigo responded, "You can actually speak." The Golden Lion's eyes widened in astonishment, unable to suppress a gasp. This moment was merely a glimpse into the daily interactions between the captain of the Flying Sky Pirates and the ship's doctor. Returning to the matter at hand, the Golden Lion rubbed his temples and laughed heartily. "Ha ha ha. Things are progressing quite smoothly. After all, King Cobra is renowned for his benevolence towards his people. If I merely showcase my strength, it's inconceivable that he would refuse to engage in trade with me." Indigo inquired further, "Captain, do you truly intend to pay Alabasta 150 million berries? That is no trivial sum." The Golden Lion waved his hand dismissively. "Do you take me for a scoundrel? I have no interest in reneging on debts. Besides, Alabasta is a member of the world government. Were it not for the remarkable efficacy of the dance powder, I would prefer to remain incognito until the revenge plan commences. This green powder is indeed fascinating. With proper manipulation, one can control the ring. Had I possessed it back in the day, I would not have been bested by Roger." Subsequently, the Golden Lion calculated the time and remarked, "Moreover, the day of the trade is fast approaching. How tedious. I shall take the lead. You arrange the details. Let us complete the transaction swiftly and depart with the dance powder." "Understood, Captain," Indigo nodded, turning to present 2 reports to the Golden Lion. After glancing at them, the Golden Lion suddenly displayed interest. "Ah, these must pertain to the breaches in the wall." "Indeed," Indigo confirmed, continuing the report. "We have now besieged Alabasta for 24 days, and there have been 3 incidents of wall breaches. Ha ha ha. Another one has occurred." The Golden Lion, rarely excited, rose and paced. "This is intriguing. Do elaborate, Indigo." "Certainly." Indigo slightly bowed, picking up a nearby report. The first breach took place on the 2nd day of the blockade, transitioning from inside the wall to the outside. The perpetrator was an animal-type devil fruit user, named Bell, who possesses the ability of the Falcon. He attempted to soar over the high walls but was ultimately repelled by our cannon fire, resulting in a failed breach. He is of no consequence, so let us not dwell on him. The Golden Lion grinned broadly. "I've already heard about the 2nd incident from you. Let us move directly to the latest one." "Very well." Indigo flipped through the report in his hands and continued. "The 3rd breach occurred this morning. The intruder is a bounty of 200 million berries, known as Boss or Lynn Barrick." The Golden Lion pondered for a moment before exclaiming, "Oh, I recall. He is that little brat from the newspapers who declared war on those useless celestial dragons at Sabaody Archipelago." Indigo nodded. "Indeed, it has been confirmed that it is he." The Golden Lion raised an eyebrow, pondering how he had managed to breach my wall. According to the report, he first scaled the barrier using 2 harpoons, and upon entering the interior, he employed 1 harpoon as a makeshift stake, forcefully creating a breach in the wall with his fist. Accompanying him into Alabasta was the previously missing princess of the kingdom. Indigo, having perused the report, instinctively widened his mouth in disbelief. Breaching a wall constructed by the captain? Surely, the patrols must be jesting. Haha, not necessarily, the Golden Lion chuckled. After all, this sea is teeming with monsters. He inquired, "Is that little rascal named Lynn Barrick connected to the individual involved in the 2nd breach?" Indigo shook his head. The 2nd incident occurred 10 nights prior, also involving a breach from the outside to the inside. According to the patrol's report, someone indeed penetrated the wall that night, entering Alabasta. Yet their speed was so swift that the patrols failed to discern their visage. Their true identity remains unknown. Furthermore, investigations revealed that unlike the brute force employed by Lynn Barrick in the 3rd incident, the method utilized by the individual in the 2nd incident was rather peculiar, as a significant hole appeared to have been corroded into the wall. Haha, so now there are 2 outsiders capable of breaching the wall and entering Alabasta? The Golden Lion exclaimed, arms wide open, laughing heartily. It seems life in this country may not be so dull after all. Indigo, somewhat resigned, shook his head. "Captain, did you not just express your desire for this operation to conclude swiftly, as you found it rather tedious?" Yet, the Golden Lion snapped his fingers, twirling on the ground with the sword tip serving as a leg, and replied, Indigo, you are mistaken. I am merely weary of the weaklings in these waters. It is only the true strong that can invigorate me. The more strong individuals there are, the less tedious this sea becomes. Wouldn't you agree?" His laughter erupted once more. "Ha ha, ha, cough, cough. Choked on it, cough, cough." The golden lion laughed so heartily that he was seized by a fit of coughing. Witnessing this, Indigo animatedly gestured towards the others within the palace. Ft, ft, ft. The sound of his shoes was comically absurd. Yet the members of the Sky Pirate crew in the palace remained perplexed. Noticing their confusion, Indigo suddenly bellowed, "Did you not see the captain needs to rest? Hurry and get out." Who knew you could speak? The members of the Flying Sky Pirate crew gasped in astonishment. Soon after, the pirates departed from the palace, each attending to their own tasks. As the grand doors of the palace closed, Indigo surveyed the surroundings and, confirming the absence of others, spoke to Captain Shiki. "Captain, the coast is clear." Coughing softly, Shiki nodded but suddenly stumbled, clutching the armrest of a chair to prevent himself from falling. He pressed his hand against his head, a low groan emanating from his throat. "My head, it aches terribly." Meanwhile, Indigo hastily concealed himself in a corner, shielding his body with his helmet and shield. Bang! Boom! Instantly, every movable object within the palace began to levitate, subsequently hurtling through the air at an astonishing speed, wreaking havoc throughout the interior. Observing this chaotic scene, Indigo couldn't help but lament. The power of the float fruit is spiraling out of control. It appears the captain's old affliction has resurfaced. Shiki, the legendary Golden Lion, was a former member of the Rocks Pirates and one of the survivors from the Roger era. He once led a fleet into a climactic battle against the Roger Pirates, known as the Battle of Whitewall. That encounter ended in his defeat, with a ship's rudder accidentally impaling his skull. This marked the first significant injury in Shiki's storied life. Upon hearing news of Roger's capture by the Navy, he was incensed, believing that a formidable figure like Roger should not meet such a dismal fate. In a fit of rage, he single-handedly wreaked havoc in Marineford. Consequently, the two top-tier Navy forces, Garp and Sengoku, united to confront Shiki, resulting in a fierce conflict that devastated much of Marineford. Ultimately, Shiki was vanquished and captured, imprisoned in the underwater prison, Impel Down. This constituted his second grievous injury within the confines of Impel Down, before being condemned to the 6th level of hell. Shiki endured unimaginable torment during his imprisonment in the first 5 levels. Despite this legendary pirate enduring the tortures in silence, even yawning along the way, it was undeniable that those brutal trials left indelible marks on his body. This was his third significant injury. 2 years later, in a desperate bid to escape Impel Down, he severed his legs, which were shackled by sea stone, and thereafter utilized his famed sword, Yoru, and a wooden prosthetic as substitutes. This represented his fourth major injury. A legendary pirate, renowned across the seas, the Flying Admiral fought countless battles, crossing swords with numerous legendary figures, and ultimately became a legend himself on these vast waters. He is none other than Shiki, the Golden Lion. Countless battles have left this legendary figure with numerous minor injuries and 4 severe wounds, burdening his body beyond endurance. As the ship's doctor, Indigo is acutely aware that the Golden Lion has aged. Since his escape from Impel Down, the Golden Lion has suffered from debilitating headaches, the root cause being the ship's helm embedded deeply in his skull. Its removal would pose a grave risk to his life, necessitating a period of rest. However, the Golden Lion is not one to remain idle. His clash with Garp and Sengoku has exacerbated his head injuries. The harsh environment of Impel Down deprived him of adequate medical care, forcing him to witness the deterioration of his condition. The self-mutilation during his escape attempt has compounded his physical woes. After enduring multiple assaults, the Golden Lion's body is riddled with injuries, the most apparent manifestation being the recurrent headaches. During these episodes, his head throbs painfully, and the powers of the float fruit temporarily spiral out of control. Yet, this is not the gravest concern. Upon examination, Indigo discovered a terrifying complication of these headaches, which he referred to as the degradation of Haki. The Golden Lion had long been a master of Haki since the days of the Rocks Pirates. However, with the onset of his headaches, his ability to harness armament Haki has dwindled, and the range of observation Haki has diminished as well. Indigo even speculated that the Golden Lion might one day completely lose the ability to utilize Haki. Such a fate would be a source of profound dread for any formidable figure in these seas. Yet, the Golden Lion himself does not share this sentiment. After a brief loss of control, he regains mastery over the powers of the float fruit, directing the items within the palace back to their rightful places. Clutching his head as he commands Indigo, "Medicine." Indigo promptly retrieves syringes and pills from his medical kit. After the Golden Lion ingests the pill, Indigo administers a pain-relieving injection. Moments later, the Golden Lion exhales deeply, feeling much improved. "Your medical skills are quite commendable, Indigo." Indigo, momentarily setting aside his silent theatrics, furrows his brow and advises, Captain, you should heed my advice and rest. Refrain from extensive use of the float fruit's powers. What nonsense, Indigo, the Golden Lion retorts, raising an eyebrow and grinning. The frequency of my headaches has significantly decreased. I believe I'm almost healed. Yet Indigo grits his teeth and counters loudly. You should know your body better than I do, Captain. Ha ha ha. Don't be upset. Indigo, the Golden Lion chuckles, suddenly intrigued. You can actually speak. However, this time, Indigo refrains from engaging further and quietly implores, please use your armament haki, Captain. Upon hearing these words, the Golden Lion fell silent. Attempting to envelop the bindings around his legs, the Sakura-tin and the Muku with the dark hue of haki, the inky blackness slowly crept along the blades, ultimately covering only half of the renowned swords, leaving the other half untouched by the haki. Was he destined to transform his twin swords into mere black blades? Captain Indigo furrowed his brow, speaking in a grave tone. Perhaps in a few years, your ailments will render you incapable of wielding haki. At best, you may only be able to utilize it in limited amounts. At this point, Indigo hesitated to continue, fully aware of what the loss of haki meant in these treacherous waters. Yet, the Golden Lion abruptly slammed his fist onto the chair, roaring like a lion. Enough of this. He clutched his head, a hoarse voice emerging from his throat. Do you think mere ailments can bring me down? Who do you think I am? The Golden Lion's gaze shifted to the center of the palace, the dizziness from his headache conjuring fleeting illusions in his vision. A man seemed to stand at the heart of his palace. It was that man, the one who had rejected his invitation and defeated him amidst the tempest. Gold Roger. The Golden Lion descended step by step from his seat, approaching the phantom of Roger, and then grinned broadly. Hey, Roger, it's been a while. I heard some rather intriguing rumors while I was in Impel Down. They say that by the time the Navy imprisoned you there, you were already gravely ill. On the brink of death. A look of disdain suddenly crossed the Golden Lion's face, his eyes widening in fury as he bellowed, defeated by mere sickness? So, you were such a pitiful man after all. You were the one who rejected my invitation and bested me. How could you succumb to some trifling disease? The age of pirates? How utterly ridiculous. What a tiresome concept. Had I known this would be the case, why did you not collaborate with me to rule this world together, to banish the tedium that envelopes it? Hey, stop laughing and answer me. The Golden Lion lunged forward, only to grasp at emptiness, collapsing onto the ground. Indigo reached out to assist him, but the Golden Lion brushed him aside. He stood upon his twin swords, yet the apparition of Roger had vanished without a trace, a look of disappointment etched upon his face. How dull. The Golden Lion slowly rose, gazing at the empty center of the palace, growling, I am not like you, Roger. What can mere ailments do to me? I am the Golden Lion. I refuse to yield. In Alabasta, the oasis city of Aluma, Uncle Dodo recounted the recent events occurring in Alabasta to Vivi and her companions. It dawned upon Vivi that the reason for the desolation on the streets of Aluma was likely due to everyone being occupied with the production of dance powder. Uncle Dodo affirmed this, explaining that the process generates a considerable amount of dust, making it impractical for residents to remain in the city. Consequently, they had temporarily relocated to the nearby outskirts, residing in tents, with the king's army overseeing their accommodation. As they calculated the passage of time, Lynn suddenly remarked that the delivery deadline requested by the Golden Lion was in 26 days, implying that the trading day was rapidly approaching. Indeed, Uncle Dodo nodded in agreement, clarifying that the deadline was set for tomorrow afternoon. Time was of the essence, Lynn noted. Indeed, Uncle Dodo concurred, rising to address the group. Your Highness, you intend to journey to the capital of Albana to meet with His Majesty the King, correct? I, too, am preparing to transport the final batch of dance powder to Albana. Let us travel together. Yes, Vivi nodded, her concern for her father weighing heavily on her heart. However, based on the information provided by Uncle Dodo, it seemed that the pirate known as the Golden Lion did not harbor intentions of harming Alabasta, which alleviated some of her worries. Yet, Lynn held a different perspective. What manner of man was the Golden Lion? A formidable individual? Certainly. As he was a former member of the Rocks Pirates, a legend of the same era as Roger and Whitebeard. A hero? Perhaps, for he had attracted numerous notable figures to join his flying pirate crew, forming a vast fleet. A tyrant? Undoubtedly. As one must not forget that the Golden Lion had bided his time for 20 long years, merely to showcase his anger and hatred to the world government. But if one were to encapsulate the essence of the Golden Lion in a single term, Lynn would describe him as an ambitious man. With a clear objective and a willingness to employ any means necessary to achieve it, he utilized everything at his disposal. Yet, he also admired strength, was not petty, and possessed his own thoughts and principles that no one could sway. A man of such caliber, should the transaction proceed smoothly, all would be well. However, if any slip occurred leading to a failed exchange, one could not guarantee what actions he might take. Subsequently, the group departed from Uncle Dodo's home, assisting him in loading the last batch of dance powder onto the carriage. Beside them stood the already prepared Karoo Duck Brigade, one of the fastest terrestrial creatures in Alabasta. Tasked with escorting this batch of dance powder, Vivi skillfully leapt onto the back of one of the ducks, affectionately rubbing its head and cheerfully exclaiming, "I, too, have a duck companion. Though he is still young and unable to carry cargo, he should be at the palace now." Uncle Dodo chuckled and nodded. "Ah, I remember that little fellow has quite the appetite." Subsequently, Dodo directed the guards to connect the cargo truck with the land ducks, while he arranged for Lynn and Akarlam to mount 2 other ducks. The Karoo Duck Brigade of Aluma comprised only 6 ducks, 2 of which were designated for transporting the dancing powder, while the remaining 4 were assigned to Lynn, Vivi, Akarlam, and Dodo himself. As for the accompanying royal guards, due to the lack of transportation, Akarlam decided to have them temporarily remain in Aluma to assist the populace in settling the freshly produced dancing powder. After all, they were already within the borders of Alabasta, and with Akarlam and Lynn present, the guards harbored no concerns for Vivi's safety. Time was of the essence. So the quartet did not linger. They promptly mounted their land ducks and escorted 2 trucks laden with dancing powder, embarking on their journey to the capital of Alabasta, Alabasta. The journey was invariably lengthy and tedious. Fortunately, Uncle Dodo had prepared a variety of culinary delights unique to Alabasta for his guest, Lynn. Lynn rode forth on a chocobo, savoring a piece of cheese. After relishing the cheese, there remained some jerky. Once the jerky was consumed, only crisp biscuits were left. Upon finishing the biscuits, there was nothing more. All of Uncle Dodo's provisions had been exhausted. Fortunately, with the assistance of the chocobo, the group would reach Alabasta by dusk. Otherwise, Uncle Dodo would have already begun rallying the others for survival in the desert. Lynn consumed the final piece of the crisp biscuit and, feeling a touch parched, inquired, "Uncle Dodo, do you have something to drink?" Uncle Dodo nodded and handed his water flask to Lynn. Lynn opened the lid and inhaled, sensing something amiss. He inquired, "Is this alcohol?" Uncle Dodo shook his head, assuring him that it was merely ordinary yogurt. Relieved by his words, Lynn tilted his head back and drank the yogurt from the flask in one go. However, upon finishing, he began to feel something was indeed off. At this moment, Uncle Dodo added, "By the way, this flask was previously used for wine, so it might retain a hint of its flavor, but that shouldn't matter much, right?" After hearing Uncle Dodo's remarks, Lynn calmly nodded, then suddenly rolled over and leaped off the duck-like creature. The group was momentarily taken aback. Just as they were about to halt and check on Lynn's condition, they heard his voice calling from behind them. "Don't wait for me. I'm just going to jog a bit to loosen up, and I'll catch up with you shortly." That afternoon, Vivi, Dodo, and Ikelam, 3 native Alabastans, witnessed a human capable of matching the speed of the duck-like creature solely through sheer physical prowess. They couldn't help but marvel at the monstrous quality of his physique. Meanwhile, Lynn, as he sprinted to dissipate the alcohol in his system, silently mused, "Perhaps my tolerance for alcohol is truly quite poor." After this brief interlude, the group continued on their way for several more hours. At last, before the sun completely set, they caught sight of the magnificent city in the distance, Alabasta's capital, Alabasta. This city was remarkably vibrant. Its exterior hinted at prosperity, and upon entering, it became even more evident. This vibrancy extended beyond mere material wealth, encompassing the overall well-being of its inhabitants. Even under the looming threat of the Golden Lion, the residents continued their daily lives, crafting dancing powder in between their routines. The only notable difference was the presence of numerous royal soldiers deployed throughout the city, vigilantly monitoring the Sky Pirate crew in efforts to safeguard the populace. After escorting the 3 to Alabasta, Dodo proceeded to the warehouse to hand over the dancing powder. Meanwhile, Lynn, guided by Vivi and Ikelam, made his way directly to the royal palace of Alabasta. Unlike the opulent structures of the Sabaody archipelago, the Alabasta palace exuded a profound historical gravitas. The architecture was not lavish. Indeed, it could be described as somewhat worn, yet this did not diminish the weight of its existence. In front of the palace's grand entrance, Lynn gently caressed one of the pillars. Ikelam, who had just finished reporting to the king, approached and remarked, "Mr. Lynn, That represents the history of Alabasta, a splendid history indeed. With a slight bow, the Kalem gestured for Lynn to follow him, saying, "Please, allow me to escort you to meet His Majesty. He has heard of your assistance to Princess Vivi and wishes to personally express his gratitude. The king is too kind." Lynn replied with a smile. "By the way, does he partake in late-night snacks?" The Kalem was momentarily taken aback. "Surely you jest. You have already consumed 3 days' worth of rations on the journey. Do you still wish for a midnight meal?" Nevertheless, recognizing Lynn as the esteemed benefactor who had returned Princess Vivi home, the Kalem nodded and said, "I shall arrange for it at once." "Thank you." Lynn nodded and then stepped into the grand palace before him. This resplendent and formal edifice was adorned with opulence, and as Lynn's gaze traversed the crimson carpet, his eyes were immediately drawn to Vivi, who stood beside a seat. Next to her sat her father, King Kublai Nefertari of Alabasta, the 12th of his lineage. Clad in a simple yet elegant deep green robe, he draped a purple cloak over his shoulders and sported a neatly trimmed patch of beard. At this moment, Kublai had not yet transformed into the elder figure he would become in years to come. He was in the prime of his life, robust and vigorous, his voice resonating with strength. He rose and addressed Lynn, saying, "Mr. Lynn Barrick, on behalf of Vivi, I extend my heartfelt gratitude for your assistance." Lynn gazed upon the serious monarch before him, his mind consumed by a singular thought. Did this individual, in some future time, attempt to sneak a glimpse at the neighboring women's bathhouse alongside Luffy and his companions? However, Cobra's subsequent words interrupted Lynn's train of thought. "Mr. Lynn, I beseech your forgiveness for my abruptness, but time is of the essence, and I must be succinct. I hope you can serve as a guardian for the Alabasta side during tomorrow afternoon's negotiations. I assure you that I will endeavor to provide a reward that meets your expectations," Cobra stated. Taken aback, Lynn exhibited a hint of confusion. Yet he nodded in acquiescence and replied, "I am listening." Cobra continued, "The Golden Lion Shiki is undoubtedly a perilous pirate, and we cannot place our entire trust in his adherence to the terms of our agreement. However, we must at least ensure that he perceives our Alabasta faction as equally formidable. Therefore, at the location of tomorrow's transaction, I shall personally accompany a group to engage with Shiki, and those accompanying me must possess sufficient strength to guarantee that the Golden Lion refrains from reckless actions." Lynn nodded once more and inquired, "Who are the strong ones you mentioned?" Cobra replied, "Aside from yourself, there are 3 others. 2 of them are the deputy commander of the Alabasta Royal Guard, Bell, who possesses the abilities of the animal fruit, and Jackal. As for the 3rd, like you, he breached the walls of Alabasta from the outside after the blockade just 10 days ago." At that moment, a figure emerged slowly from the shadows of the palace. Cloaked in a black fur coat, he held a cigar between his lips, and on his left hand, he bore a golden hook. Cobra continued his introduction. "He is a pirate, but unlike the usual kind, he is recognized by the world government as a legitimate pirate, and thus we can place a certain degree of trust in him. He will join us for the handover meeting scheduled for tomorrow afternoon." Lynn gazed at the man who suddenly appeared before her, her pupils instinctively narrowing. Cobra spoke slowly, revealing that the identity recognized by the world government was that of the warlord of the sea. A man emerged slowly from the shadows of the palace. He donned a black fur coat, sported a slick-back hairstyle, and bore a long scar that traversed his face. An earring adorned his right ear, and a cigar was clenched between his lips. Lynn was undoubtedly aware of the identity of the man before him, one of the 7 warlords of the sea, Crocodile. The term 7 warlords of the sea refers to 7 formidable pirates recognized by the world government, possessing devastating destructive power and a terrifying combat strength that rivals that of entire nations. The 7 warlords stand alongside the 4 emperors and the navy headquarters as one of the 3 great powers of the Grand Line. This system has a long-standing history, and many illustrious figures have been members of the warlords in the future. However, Lynn was uncertain about the exact timeline of these prominent figures' affiliations with the warlords and could only speculate based on the information at hand. For instance, Jibei, who should still be with Tiger, the currently absent Don Quixote da Flamingo from the Grand Line, and Boa Hancock, who was recently liberated from Mary Geoise by Tiger. These future luminaries had yet to join the warlords. As for Crocodile, who stood before Lynn, it seemed, according to Cobra's words, that he had been a warlord for some time now. In the future, it would indeed be due to his status as a warlord that Crocodile would have the opportunity to incite turmoil in Alabasta using his dance powder, subsequently appearing as a hero to save Alabasta, all to ultimately seize control of one of the ancient weapons, Pluton. Throughout this entire scheme, Crocodile undoubtedly emerged as a cunning and ambitious strategist, orchestrating events so that both sides of the conflict became mere pawns in his game. With his intricate plots rendering his opponents powerless, faced with such a man, Lynn could not help but feel a sense of vigilance rising within him. Crocodile raised an eyebrow, scrutinizing Lynn closely, then took a puff of his cigar and quietly remarked to Cobra, Your Majesty, this transaction is of great significance to Alabasta. Are you truly comfortable allowing a third-rate individual of unknown origin to be involved? Upon hearing this, Cobra was about to explain on Lynn's behalf when Lynn interjected with a smile, speaking of unknown origins, aren't you one as well? Crocodile responded with a chuckle. The warlords of the sea are recognized pirates by the world government, thus our existence is legitimate, unlike a pirate such as yourself. Lynn shook his head and said, Allow me to clarify. I am a wanted criminal, but not a pirate. Crocodile raised an eyebrow. Is there a distinction? Indeed, Lynn replied with conviction. If I must categorize myself, I would consider myself a hero. A hero, you say? Upon hearing this, Crocodile erupted into laughter. How amusing. As one of the 7 warlords acknowledged by the world government, who aids the common folk in dealing with the perils of piracy, I too must be a hero. Wouldn't you agree? How remarkably coincidental. Lynn beamed widely, bursting into hearty laughter. Ah ha ha ha. He 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 he. Ha 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 ha. The echoes of their mirth resonated throughout the palace, while Vivi, seated beside the throne, gazed at the scene in bewilderment. In contrast, Kabla, situated next to her, had already comprehended the entirety of the unfolding spectacle with remarkable clarity. The tension between Lynn and Crocodile is palpable. Is this truly their first encounter? One has devotedly safeguarded Vivi's return to Alabasta, while the other, a warlord of the sea, has repeatedly aided Alabasta in addressing the peril posed by surrounding pirates. Logically, there should be no discord between them. However, in the interest of his daughter's safety, Cobra had no choice but to gesture for Vivi to leave the palace, remaining behind to witness their meeting. Their laughter echoed for quite some time until Crocodile ultimately broke the stalemate. He extended his unscathed right hand, grinning broadly as he said, A pleasure to meet you. What shall I call you? Boss Lynn Balek. Lynn extended his right hand, clasping it firmly with Crocodile's, while simultaneously emphasizing with a smile, the bounty stands at 200 million berries. He chuckled, I see. I recently heard your name. Crocodile did not release Lynn's hand but continued. A madman who dares to declare war on the celestial dragons, believing that a hefty bounty grants him the liberty to act recklessly upon these seas? Pray, do not speak so carelessly. I harbor no disdain for those with lesser bounties. Lynn did not release his right hand. Instead, he fixed his gaze upon Crocodile and laughed heartily, exclaiming, The truth is, your bounty of 80 million berries is indeed significantly less than mine. Oh, is that so? Crocodile's forehead immediately pulsed with veins, yet he maintained a smile. With a chuckle, he responded, You seem to be quite aware of my bounty, indicating your keen interest in current events. However, are you aware of another fact? Upon joining the Shichibukai, one's bounty ceases to increase. In other words, the 80 million berries is merely my bounty prior to joining the Shichibukai. Their handshake continued, with cordial and warm smiles illuminating both of their faces. Nevertheless, Kabura observed an anomaly between the two. A thin layer of fine sand began to materialize near Crocodile's right hand, while Lynn's right hand was enveloped in a flow of black and white energy. Were they engaged in a skirmish? Kabura could not help but swallow hard. Having collaborated for some time, he was aware of a portion of Crocodile's formidable power. The sand crocodile, was a user of the sand devil fruit, a natural type, capable of transforming any part of his body into sand. Furthermore, his right hand possessed the desiccating power to absorb moisture from living beings or objects, turning rocks or soil back into grains of sand or causing quicksand by draining underground water from deserts. If this ability were to be applied to a human, it would render them a mere mummy. Kabura had witnessed Crocodile unleash this terrifying power upon a pirate, resulting in the latter's instantaneous demise. Rubbing his eyes, Kabura realized he was not mistaken. At that moment, Crocodile was not wearing gloves. In other words, he was indeed capable of activating his desiccation ability. However, Mr. Lynn's right hand appeared unharmed, leading Kabura to surmise that Mr. Crocodile had not yet unleashed his power. Relieved, he thought to himself that since no genuine confrontation had occurred, there was no cause for alarm. Had Crocodile been able to hear Kabura's thoughts, he would surely have roared, I have already activated my ability. Crocodile gripped Lynn's hand, the desiccating power in full effect, attempting to drain Lynn's right arm. He aimed to teach this arrogant individual a lesson by incapacitating one of his arms. Yet, The ability that could transform an ordinary person into a desiccated corpse in an instant seemed utterly ineffective against the man known as Lynn Barrick. No matter how much Crocodile tried to draw from him, Lynn's right arm remained completely unresponsive. What a farce. Why do I feel as though I am attempting to exert my power against an immovable mountain? As Crocodile was enveloped in astonishment, Lynn's voice suddenly resonated. He broke into a wide grin and exclaimed, "Well, what a truly terrifying ability." Lynn's words emanate sincerity, as he currently channels the energy within his body to counteract the moisture absorbed by Crocodile. Remarkably, within just a few fleeting minutes, Lynn has expended an astounding 500 points of energy. To safeguard my right arm, I have drained the equivalent of 50 portions of energy. Lynn was genuinely expressing his sentiments. Yet these words fell upon Crocodile's ears as nothing short of derision. TSK, Lynn Barrick, I shall remember this. After all, the two were situated within the royal palace of Alabasta, and Crocodile needed to maintain his position as a warlord of the sea, making it imprudent to engage in open conflict here. Thus, Crocodile issued a menacing remark, preparing to retract his right hand. However, upon attempting to withdraw it, he found it remained firmly in place. Crocodile's gaze shifted toward Lynn, his voice icy, "Release me." Yet, in response, he was met with Lynn's boisterous laughter. "Ha ha. Sand Crocodile, we are kindred spirits, let us not be so aloof." The form of the icebound domain's armed color was activated. Lynn exerted a sudden force with her right hand, drawing Crocodile closer to her, and whispered slowly, "By the way, did I permit you to let go?" Lynn, having been a gladiator for an extended period, and indeed the strongest among them, retained several habits characteristic of his former life. One such habit dictates that when provoked, one must respond in kind, and then retaliate. Thus, when Crocodile derided Lynn as an obscure and second-rate individual, Lynn retorted by reiterating the bounties placed upon both their heads. As Crocodile seized the opportunity during their handshake to attempt to drain Lynn's arm of its vitality, Lynn had already devised his countermeasure. If Crocodile sought to assert dominance through this handshake, then, according to the decorum of such encounters, Lynn felt compelled to reciprocate with equal fervor. However, being a Zoan-type devil fruit user, devoid of peculiar abilities, his response was rather straightforward: sheer force. The handshake persisted. Crocodile attempted to retract his right hand, only to discover that Lynn's grip resembled that of a vice, steadfastly anchoring his hand in place. Simultaneously, the pressure emanating from Lynn's grasp steadily intensified. "Lynn Barrick, are you attempting to provoke me?" Crocodile hissed, leaning closer to Lynn's face, his voice a low growl. "You've hardly been at sea for a year. Do not become overly arrogant." Lynn raised an eyebrow. "Oh, is that so? 8001? You." Upon hearing this, Crocodile was instantly engulfed in fury. What do you mean by 8001? Was he not merely insinuating that his bounty amounted to a mere 800 million berries? Under normal circumstances, he would have dismissed such trivialities, for who would genuinely regard the Navy's bounty as a benchmark for one's own status? However, with his right hand firmly grasped by Lynn, escape was futile, and coupled with Lynn's remark, an inexplicable rage surged from the depths of his being. "Lynn Barrick, you scoundrel!" Crocodile's forehead throbbed with veins, and through gritted teeth, he demanded, "Do you wish to engage in battle with me here?" Lynn did not respond. Instead, she exerted more force with her right hand, ultimately applying a grip so powerful that it caused Crocodile to wince in pain. "Ugh!" Crocodile growled, his right wrist becoming veined and taut from the intense strain. Lynn gazed at Crocodile, a grin spreading across his face. 8100, do you dare to challenge me in my domain? In terms of overall combat prowess, Crocodile could not possibly compare to Lynn, especially when it came to sheer physicality. In this contest of handshakes, aside from the simple psychological duel, the fundamental determinant of victory lay solely in raw strength. Crocodile gritted his teeth as the pain radiating from his right hand intensified, eventually escalating into an unbearable agony. He could even hear the bones in his hand creaking ominously. Why? Why was desiccation ineffective against him? Crocodile's eyes locked onto Lynn, and in his fervor, he bit down so hard on his cigar that it shattered. Ultimately, just as he could no longer endure the torment and felt his body teetering on the brink of collapse, he resolved to raise his left hook and strike at Lynn. Whoosh! In an instant, Lynn released Crocodile's hand and stepped back half a pace, narrowly evading the hook aimed at him. "Oh dear, be careful," Lynn exclaimed, feigning surprise. Just as the hook was about to miss him, Crocodile's left arm transformed into an elemental form, slightly extending his attack range. It was precisely this marginal increase that allowed Lynn, who had initially evaded the hook, to once again find himself within its striking distance. However, it must be noted that such ranges are reciprocal. At the moment the hook was about to hit Lynn, he suddenly raised his right hand, attempting to grasp Crocodile's arm once more. Witnessing this, Crocodile broke into a cold sweat. Lynn's monstrous physical strength left an indelible impression on him. If he were to be captured this time, escaping would not be as effortless as a handshake. He could not allow him to close the distance again. With this thought, Crocodile immediately transformed his entire being into sand, retreating several steps in the form of a swirling sandstorm, before coalescing back into human shape a short distance away. Glancing around, Crocodile could not help but furrow his brow. The internal structure of the palace was excessively intricate, and the available space for maneuvering was too limited, making it all too easy for Lynn to approach. Furthermore, Crocodile did not wish to incur the wrath of Alabasta by destroying the palace. Thus engaging in battle here was far from a prudent course of action. Concealing his trembling right hand behind his robe, Crocodile sneered at Lynn, saying, "After all, this is the royal palace. Fighting here would surely create unnecessary trouble, wouldn't it? Are you truly here to assist?" Lynn nodded, retracting the combative stance he had just assumed. After all, he had only just arrived in Alabasta, and it would indeed be rather inappropriate to dismantle Vivi's home on their first encounter. How amusing, indeed. Crocodile chuckled softly, and then spoke to Cobra beside him, stating, "I shall take my leave now. Do remember to call for me tomorrow when we set off for the trade." However, just as Crocodile was about to exit the palace, Lynn suddenly interjected, "Hey, 8001, be sure to apply a cold compress to your right hand. Otherwise, it will swell by tomorrow." Crocodile remained silent, turning away as he departed. Meanwhile, under Cobra's hospitality, Lynn relished a royal midnight feast of Alabasta. During the meal, Cobra contemplated inquiring whether Lynn had any past grievances with Crocodile. But Lynn's mouth was so full that his words were utterly inaudible to Cobra. An hour later, amidst the astonished gazes of Cobra and Icolum, Lynn felt moderately satisfied and returned to the room that Icolum had arranged for him. Within the room, Lynn discovered a note inviting him to venture into the desert outskirts of Alabasta at that very moment. Lynn could not suppress a smile, realizing that Crocodile truly lived up to his reputation as an astute and ambitious manipulator of human emotions. How could he possibly resist such an intriguing invitation? Without hesitation, Lynn leaped from the window above, and after exiting the palace, he inquired with the residents of Alabasta for directions. Ultimately, it took him half an hour to arrive at the desert mentioned in the note. Meanwhile, the note's author, Crocodile, had been waiting for quite some time. Lynn Barek. "I knew you would come," Crocodile chuckled softly. "You are an exceedingly confident man, bordering on arrogance, and for someone like you, no elaborate strategy is necessary. A mere note is sufficient to ensure your presence here." Lynn raised an eyebrow. "So you wish to imply that this is your scheme?" "Incorrect." Crocodile corrected him. "This is a daylight plot." Ha. Upon hearing this, Lynn could not contain his laughter. Then, 8001, what is your purpose in inviting me here? "Quite simple." Crocodile extended his right hand, which had just undergone an ice compress, still slightly swollen. "I admit, in the first round, I was defeated." Crocodile let his right hand drop, transforming it into a sharp, gravelly scimitar. Now, with a cigar clenched between his teeth, he exhaled a cloud of smoke. "Let us commence the second round. To the esteemed readers who have perused this text, I extend my heartfelt gratitude, as you have likely journeyed through over 70 chapters. After more than a month of arduous toil, I am delighted to announce that my humble work is now available. It coincides with the release of the 1000th chapter of the One Piece manga, a fortuitous omen indeed. Adhering to my customary brevity, I shall be succinct. Firstly, I express my sincere appreciation to my editor, the illustrious Peng Lai. Secondly, writing a book is no small feat, and I kindly request your support through subscriptions. Your encouragement fuels my passion for storytelling. The battle in Alabasta has been long in the making, promising a grand spectacle of chaos and excitement. Moreover, I wish to share my perspective. To me, crafting a narrative is akin to telling a joke. A joke that requires explanation is a failed one. Just as a story that necessitates elaboration is unlikely to resonate. Hence, I shall refrain from addressing numerous questions and instead invite you to immerse yourself in the tale. Let me outline some unchanging principles that will govern this book. Firstly, regarding the main storyline, it is clear that Lynn shall ascend triumphantly. The plot is purely original, grounded in the characters of the original work, ensuring a refreshing experience. I shall strive to imbue each battle with distinct styles, creating visually captivating encounters rather than relying solely on overpowering advantages. After all, I too am an ardent fan of various genres, including those of Baki, Kengan Ashura. In JoJo's Bizarre Adventure, aesthetics and combat are paramount. Secondly, the conclusion has been firmly established, thus this tale shall not be abandoned, as I must sustain myself regardless of its brevity. Furthermore, I am not particularly adept at communication, and I apologize to those who engage in the comment section. My lack of understanding has rendered the interaction somewhat sparse. Tonight at midnight, I had intended to announce additional chapters, but alas, I remain constrained by time. With the year-end transition and a change in my work schedule, I find myself laboring until 9 in the evening, returning home to write until the early hours, only to rise again at 6 to catch the bus. Therefore, I assure you of updates at noon and 6 in the evening, with a commitment to deliver 2 chapters daily, regardless of the challenges. The first thing I do each morning is to relish the comments of my dear readers, which brings me immense joy. A reader group is being established, and I hope to have it ready by New Year's Day. You are warmly invited to join. The year 2020 has been remarkably surreal, and I wish for all good things in the forthcoming year. May fortune smile upon us. On a lighter note, shall we not be too serious? Let us rally together, dear friends, and seek a wave of initial subscriptions tomorrow. Whoa, let us take flight. In the vast desert, with its golden sands and the wind blowing gently, the distant capital of Alabasta shimmers with lights. The full moon hangs high in the sky, casting its silvery glow upon the desert. 2 silhouettes of men are delineated by the interplay of light and moonlight. One is draped in a black fur coat, a cigar clenched between his teeth. His left hand wields a golden hook, while his right transforms into a sharp, curved blade made of coarse sand, surrounded by a fine layer of dust. The other man stands barehanded, slightly raising his chin, his fists clashing together, and as he flexes his wrists, a crisp sound resonates in the air. Before us stand boss Lynn Barrick and the sand crocodile, locked in a tense standoff. Crocodile, with a cigar in his mouth, takes a deep drag and exhales a plume of smoke, chuckling softly. He, Lynn Barrick, the madman who declared war on the celestial dragons. What brings you to Alabasta? Lynn candidly responded, I came to offer assistance. No, that is not what I meant. Crocodile shook his head. What I wish to inquire about is the reason that brought you to Alabasta. Lynn pondered for a moment before responding, it is the Golden Lion. Of course. But we all recognize that as merely your superficial excuse. Crocodile shook his head in resignation. It is inconceivable that anyone would willingly provoke a pirate of such formidable stature merely out of a desire to meddle. What, pray tell, brings you to this place? Lynn was taken aback. Was it not you who summoned me? Well, Lynn Barrick, we are both individuals of intellect. Let us dispense with the jesting. Crocodile furrowed his brow and spoke coldly. After I departed from the palace, you must have dined with Cobra. What, pray tell, compelled you to share a meal with the king of Alabasta? Lynn replied earnestly, I am hungry. All right, I concede. Perhaps my method of inquiry was flawed. Crocodile took a few deep breaths, forcing himself to regain composure. What I should have asked is, what precisely does Alabasta possess that entices a madman like you to venture here? At that moment, Lynn appeared to have an epiphany, clapping his hands suddenly. Oh, so this is what you were referring to. He chuckled. Finally, you're no longer feigning ignorance. Crocodile smirked coldly, realizing that Lynn's purpose for coming to Alabasta was indeed far from trivial. He had played his part well, almost deceiving Crocodile into believing he was merely a meddlesome glutton. How could that be? After all, he was the mastermind behind the chaos at the Sabaody archipelago. A madman who dared to challenge the celestial dragons while ensuring his own escape. Surely, he must have received similar intelligence, arriving in Alabasta for that particular item. The ancient weapon, Pluton. He must be seeking the ancient weapon to exact revenge on the celestial dragons. Admit it, unveil your intentions, and then choose to collaborate with me. Once I have used you to my advantage, I shall find an opportunity to eliminate you. Crocodile mused to himself. Lynn gazed intently at Crocodile and remarked without hesitation. To be frank, the charcoal-grilled sandworm legs of Alabasta are truly delectable, especially when paired with the specially crafted grilled cheese. I could indulge in 100 servings and still crave more. Crocodile, after a brief silence, could no longer contain his laughter. Ha ha ha. Indeed, impressive. You are undoubtedly the mastermind behind the Sabaody archipelago incident, possessing remarkable depth. Having spoken so much, you have revealed not a single flaw. It seems you indeed possess the means to stand against the celestial dragons. Yet he was unwilling to expose his true intentions. With a grim expression, Crocodile coldly declared, I had contemplated that if our goals aligned, perhaps we could collaborate. However, it appears that is no longer necessary. With that, Crocodile slowly raised his sandy curved blade, intoning, "Lynn Barrick, you shall meet your demise in this desert." Whoosh. Before the words had fully escaped his lips, one had already made a move. It was not Crocodile, but Lynn. In the instant Crocodile lifted his sandy blade to strike, Lynn seized the moment, propelling himself forward with a powerful stomp. As he drew near, Lynn abruptly altered the angle of his ankle, leaping to Crocodile's side. Subsequently, he unleashed the icebound domain, enveloping himself in a swirling tempest of black and white. With his right arm slightly bent and fist clenched, he aimed a devastating blow at Crocodile's head. Crocodile, sensing the impending danger, swiftly raised his sandy blade for defense. Lynn's fist collided forcefully with the blade, producing a resounding thud as they became locked in a stalemate. Feeling the terrifying strength coursing through the blade, Crocodile furrowed his brow and growled, "It was merely a strike. It is futile." Unfazed, Lynn maintained a stoic expression, once again raising his right arm to strike the blade with renewed vigor. If one strike proved insufficient, then he would deliver many. Bang, 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 bang. Lynn's fist resembled a colossal hammer, striking relentlessly against the blade of the sand scimitar. The pressure radiating from his right arm intensified, while Crocodile's expression grew increasingly menacing, with cracks appearing on the once resilient blade. The sand scimitar was merely a manifestation of a devil fruit ability. Its durability paled in comparison to the renowned swords wielded by true masters. Ultimately, with a decisive blow, Lynn shattered the sand scimitar, reducing it to grains that seamlessly merged back into Crocodile's form. Deprived of the protection afforded by the scimitar, Crocodile's body lay fully exposed within Lynn's attack range. Once again, his fist, infused with the power of hockey, came crashing down. Crocodile let out a fierce roar as he transformed his right hand into a shield, positioning it to defend against the oncoming assault. Sand shield. The fist collided forcefully with the shield, transmitting a jolt of power that nearly numbed Crocodile's entire being. What startled him most was the realization that Lynn seemed to be growing more vigorous with each strike. The force showed no signs of waning. Was this power not a fleeting surge, but rather a constant state? Crocodile's eyes widened in disbelief. Just as he was taken aback, Lynn unleashed a flurry of punches, utilizing sheer brute strength to drive Crocodile to one knee. 8001. Lynn gazed at Crocodile, who brandished his shield, exhaling a breath of frost as he spoke slowly. "Do you know how to drive a nail?" Alarm coursed through Crocodile as he realized Lynn simultaneously raised his fists, arm slightly bent, and struck down fiercely upon his shield. With a thunderous crash, Lynn created a gaping pit in the desert before him. Yet, his expression remained unperturbed. For Crocodile's form was absent from the depths of the crater, the battle was far from over. Had he utilized elemental transformation to meld into the sands before being struck? Just then, Crocodile's voice echoed nearby. "Hee, what a pity, Lynn Barrick. Do not forget, this is indeed a desert." A gust of yellow sand swept by, rising from below to coalesce into Crocodile's figure. He looked at Lynn with a disdainful smirk and declared, "As you said, this is my domain." Hardly had his words faded when a spear formed of sand surged from the ground behind Lynn, aimed directly at his throat. Just as Crocodile believed this strike was certain to land, Lynn, with astonishing speed, extended his right hand and seized the spear. "You are mistaken, Crocodile." Lynn curled her lips into a smile, bursting into a hearty laugh that resonated throughout the vast expanse of the desert. "No matter where it is, it should be my stage." Lynn grasped the spear crafted from golden sand, and with a sudden exertion of strength in his forearm, he forcefully snapped it in two, discarding the remnants carelessly upon the ground. The fractured spear transformed back into grains of sand, returning to Crocodile, where it reformed into his right hand. He scrutinized Lynn anew, unable to suppress a frown, murmuring under his breath, "What a nuisance. He belongs to the same ilk as that person." Lynn raised an eyebrow, inquiring, "Who is that?" "Douglas Barrett." Crocodile replied, "His name bears a slight resemblance to yours. He was a former member of the Roger Pirates, a man consumed by violence and chaos, who, it seems, was eventually apprehended by the Navy and confined to Impel Down." Lynn was undoubtedly familiar with the name. Douglas Barrett. A man who once dared to confront the Demon Slayer with sheer physical prowess. In the future, after the infamous Blackbeard's assault on Advanced City, that man would escape from prison and, with the aid of Fiesta, convene a grand pirate summit, aiming to ignite a war that would engulf the entire world. Each step he took was akin to a supernova, referring to Kazuru, while each punch he delivered was reminiscent of Barrett. Ha ha. To be compared to one of the former crew members of the Pirate King is indeed a tremendous honor. Lynn positioned his fists, one forward and the other back. Ready for action. Come on, continue. Upon hearing this, Crocodile's expression turned icy. Lynn Barek, do you truly believe I am powerless against you? Lynn broke into a wide grin, proclaiming, if there is, then let us give it a try. With that, she charged forward. Energy level, 2200 to 2400. Heroic skill, subdue the opponent. Bang, bang. Two powerful hooks struck the very spot where Crocodile had just been standing. However, the sensation transmitted through her fist caused Lynn's brows to furrow. Did I miss? Lynn focused intently, and, as expected, Crocodile had indeed taken the initiative to elementalize, swiftly relocating to a nearby spot by utilizing the surrounding desert terrain. Just like Barrett. You brutes who only know how to rampage with your raw power, Crocodile remarked with a low chuckle. Even in battle, strategy holds great significance. Before his words had fully settled, Lynn surged forward once more, launching a fist aimed squarely at Crocodile. Boom. His punch created a substantial crater in the ground. Yet Crocodile once again vanished into the sand, disappearing from sight. Such terrifying power indeed. Crocodile re-emerged at a distance, elegantly puffing on the cigar in his mouth. Hey, that formidable power in its special form, you can't sustain it for long, can you? At this, Lynn's expression darkened. Crocodile truly deserved his status as a young member of the Seven Warlords, maintaining a clear mind even amid the chaos of battle. The mythical Zoan-type devil fruit, known as the hero fruit, grants its user the ability to maximize their internal energy, transforming it into enhanced skills and techniques for release. In other words, the essence of the hero fruit lies in the control of one's own internal energy. Through relentless battles and reflections, Lynn has cultivated a profound understanding of the energy within his body, manifesting this awareness as what is termed energy value. Concurrently, the amount of energy a person can store is intrinsically linked to their physical constitution. Along this arduous journey, Lynn has remarkably elevated his energy value to an astonishing 2,400 points, equivalent to the combined total of 240 individuals. When calculated against the standard energy of a single person, Lynn now embodies the energy of 240 individuals within him. This is not merely an aggregation of ordinary strength. If one were to draw a parallel, Lynn's situation resembles that of Luffy in his nightmare form. At that moment, Luffy consumed 100 shadows created by the moonlight manipulator, Moria, significantly amplifying his strength within a mere 10 minutes. Years of training, coupled with the powers of the Gum Gum fruit, have rendered Luffy's physical prowess formidable. Yet he could only sustain the presence of 100 shadows for that limited duration, although one must also consider the repulsion of foreign shadows. This serves to illustrate the unimaginable magnitude of energy residing within Lynn, necessitating his regimen of copious nourishment and intense training to maintain his physical condition. Consequently, as Lynn's strength escalates, the energy within him burgeons, rendering it increasingly challenging to master that energy with finesse. It is akin to a warrior wielding a 10-pound iron sword with meticulous precision. However, when tasked with handling a 100-kilogram greatsword, he may resort to clumsy, sweeping motions. As his training progresses, Lynn realizes he has encountered this same predicament. He can no longer manipulate his internal energy with the finesse he once demonstrated in the arena, instead witnessing his energy recklessly expending itself during battles, while the energy value is rapidly depleted. This is not a flaw, but rather a characteristic. When confronting third-rate adversaries like Kuro and Clock, this unrestrained release of energy proves advantageous, allowing Lynn to overpower them with sheer strength. Conversely, when facing formidable opponents such as Zefa, Tiger, or Garp, who favor direct confrontation, this trait ensures that Lynn consistently unleashes his utmost combat prowess. However, when pitted against a cunning strategist like Crocodile, who employs intellect during combat, this characteristic becomes a liability. Crocodile, through careful observation, has discerned this weakness and intends to exploit it to wear Lynn down. Lynn unleashed a barrage of punches, yet each was deftly evaded by Crocodile at the last moment, his fists crashing onto the ground and creating a series of deep craters in the desert sand. Boom, boom, boom. When you finally exhaust your strength, prepare to meet your demise in this desolate expanse, Crocodile remarked with a sinister grin. Observing the situation, Lynn ultimately ceased his pursuit, standing still to contemplate in silence. Should he strive to manage and minimize his energy expenditure? Lynn found herself shaking her head at the thought. The consumption of energy resembled a flowing river, with the energy within her body akin to the water coursing through it. As the flow increased, the river naturally widened. However, Attempting to narrow the river once it had expanded seemed nearly impossible. Caught in a moment of contemplation, the chaotic black and white storm surrounding Lynn gradually began to abate, ceasing its relentless assault. "Ha, ha, are you finally feeling fatigued, you monster?" Crocodile gasped, his breath heavy, clearly struggling to evade Lynn's relentless strikes. A single blow would decisively determine the outcome of their battle. His right hand once again coalesced into a scythe of sand, advancing step by step towards Lynn. The sight of that sand scythe suddenly ignited a spark of realization in Lynn's mind. A blade? Simultaneously, the terrifying aura that Lynn had been exuding dissipated entirely. Not only that, but it seemed that even her own presence had waned to the point of being nearly imperceptible due to the depletion of her energy. Lynn stood there, hands hanging naturally at his sides, resembling a statue. Crocodile approached him, raising his curved blade made of sand, when suddenly he sensed something amiss. Instinctively, he took a half step back. That very half step pulled him from the brink of a grievous fate. Lynn, whose breath had been nearly imperceptible, suddenly unleashed a more terrifying flow of energy from within, a black and white spiral erupting like a tempest into the sky. His right fist aimed directly at Crocodile's head with formidable intent. Due to his retreat, Crocodile, though caught off guard, instinctively twisted his body, allowing the fist to graze perilously close to his nose. Bang! The punch struck nothing but produced a muffled sound from above. Crocodile's eyes fixated on the terrifying fist, now mere inches from him, sending shivers down his spine. Instantly, he elementalized, creating distance between himself and Lynn. After catching his breath, Crocodile gazed intently at Lynn, incredulously asking, "What on earth have you done?" "I attempted to establish a gate within myself," Lynn responded. "When I close the gate, the energy within me ceases to be consumed, and my breath is reduced to its lowest ebb. However, when I open the gate, the energy that has been pent up will surge forth in an instant, unleashing a power far surpassing what I have exhibited before." As the storm subsides, Lynn's aura once again falls into a deep silence, akin to a blade sheathed, its sharpness concealed, awaiting the moment it is drawn forth to deliver a fatal strike to the opponent. This state, I refer to as Iedo. Lynn increasingly felt grateful for taking the first step towards the vast ocean. This world is indeed immense. Human beings are inherently flawed, and thus should not remain stagnant. Only through continuous progression can one uncover their shortcomings, overcome them, and persist forward. During the rigorous training under Karp's Iron Fist of Love, Lynn developed new heroic skills and grasped a power that could rival the advanced forms of Haki. In the confrontation with Virgo, Lynn surmounted the destruction of 4 years, employing a variant of Haki that entirely forsook defense, which he then fused with his fruit abilities to create the icebound domain form of Haki. Today, in his battle against the sand alligator crocodile, Lynn was once again compelled to confront his own deficiencies. Throughout his journey, Lynn's combat style has relentlessly pursued an extreme of swiftness and ferocity, striving to unleash the most formidable power in the briefest of moments to overwhelm his adversary. However, this approach bore a fatal flaw, an abundance of explosive power with a lack of sustainability, particularly when facing an opponent like Crocodile, who adeptly wielded his fruit abilities and exploited the advantages of the battlefield. Lynn found himself entangled in a war of attrition. Every move Lynn executed necessitated a substantial expenditure of energy. Once his internal reserves were depleted, he would be compelled to rely solely on his physical prowess in combat. Thus, was there a method to regulate the outflow of his internal energy? It proved to be a formidable challenge. Much like a river, when the volume of water increases, the banks naturally widen. However, if one wishes to control the flow, a dam must be erected. At Lynn's current level of strength, such precise control was beyond his reach. Consequently, Lynn devised a strategy. If he aimed to manage the release of energy while enhancing his endurance in battle, without constricting the riverbanks, why not install a sluice gate atop? This would effectively sever the flow. Yet, this was not a mere act of opening and closing. Even amidst combat, prior to engaging the enemy, the sluice gate would remain firmly shut, allowing Lynn to halt the majority of his energy expenditure, leaving him in a state of relative relaxation. At the moment Lynn clashed with his adversary, the gate would swing open, unleashing a torrent of accumulated energy. Should a master swordsman be present, he would undoubtedly discern the principle behind Lynn's technique, sheathing the sword to minimize unnecessary expenditure, then drawing it at the moment of confrontation to deliver a decisive blow. This was known as Iedo. Crocodile instinctively recoiled, narrowly evading the force of Lynn's Iedo strike. He touched the tip of his nose, feeling a sharp sting. That was close. Had he hesitated for even half a second longer, Lynn's formidable punch would have struck him squarely in the head. He chuckled softly. realizing that the bounty of 200 million berries was not merely a fabrication of the celestial dragons. Raising an eyebrow, Crocodile sneered, "You've concealed such a terrifying technique all this time, thinking little of me? Truly a presumptuous man." "Hey, what are you talking about?" Lynn replied, blinking in confusion as he advanced step by step towards Crocodile. "You underestimate yourself too much. How could I possibly hold back against a foe like you?" Lynn's aura gradually subsided, and he once again entered a state of readiness, grinning with excitement as he proclaimed, "Of course. I have been giving it my all from the very beginning." Upon hearing Lynn's words, Crocodile clearly expressed his disbelief, raising an eyebrow and scoffing, "Ha ha ha. You can't possibly be suggesting that move was just recently learned, can you?" However, Crocodile's expression shifted as Lynn's exuberant smile revealed the truth. Indeed, that technique was freshly acquired. At this moment, Lynn was completely drained, having entered a state of calm readiness, his aura entirely subdued, and the swirling black and white tempest encircling him began to dissipate. Ultimately, Lynn approached Crocodile like an ordinary passerby, raising his right fist. This punch was unlike any he had thrown before. It bore no force, was not even clinched, and its speed was exceedingly slow. It felt as though one were encountering a close friend on the street, playfully lifting a fist for a light-hearted jest. Crocodile's gaze was fixed on Lynn's fist, and at the precise moment it was about to make contact with his body, an inexplicable sense of unease surged within him. It was an instinct honed from years of navigating the vast seas. Without a moment's hesitation, Crocodile swiftly leaned to the side, moving diagonally downward to evade what appeared to be a mere light punch, subsequently retreating several steps. "Hey, what's the matter? Are you afraid of a punch that I didn't even put any strength into?" Lynn smiled broadly, his arms hanging naturally at his sides, gently swaying in the breeze as he pondered, Perhaps I can delve deeper into this state of relaxation. Yes, that's the feeling much better than before." Upon hearing this, Crocodile, who was not far off, felt a shiver run down his spine. From his observations, Lynn was not one to engage in idle bravado, thus. His recent soliloquy must have been rooted in truth. Wait. Could it be that the punch that merely grazed the tip of my nose was not the finished product? Feeling better than before? Does that imply that the potency of his strike has increased? After a brief moment of contemplation, Crocodile resolved he must not allow himself to be struck. Meanwhile, Lynn continued to approach Crocodile at a leisurely pace, once again raising his right fist. He executed a slow, sweeping punch. Crocodile crouched low to evade this blow, but suddenly felt his fur coat being seized. At the same moment, Lynn's voice echoed from above him. "Got you." Then, the right fist descended. Crocodile's eyes widened as he wriggled free from his fur coat, rapidly transforming his body into sand and merging with the ground beneath him. Almost simultaneously, Lynn's fist struck the earth. It soon became evident that Crocodile's instincts had served him well. At the moment of impact between the fist and the ground, the energy that had been suppressed within Lynn erupted in an instant, unleashing a tempest of black and white winds that surged around them. Boom! The fist met the ground, producing a thunderous roar, and the sandy terrain instantly caved in, creating a massive crater with a radius of approximately 10 meters. Lynn found himself ensnared within that vast pit, exuding an aura reminiscent of a wild beast, a terrifying presence that rendered those nearby breathless. This formidable energy lasted but half a second. After that brief moment, Lynn's intensity subsided once more, returning to the guise of an ordinary individual. Observing the terror-stricken expression on Crocodile's face, Lynn casually brushed the sand off his fists. "Alas, my cover is blown." When Crocodile first encountered the name Lynn Barak in the newspaper, he had deemed him a lunatic, a madman daring to challenge the celestial dragon single-handedly. Yet now, having engaged in genuine combat with Lynn Barak, Crocodile's opinion had evolved. He regarded him as a monster, a creature that perpetually evolves in the heat of battle. For an ordinary person, the outcome of a confrontation is merely a matter of victory or defeat. Winning signifies superior skill, losing reveals inadequacy, with no third option. However, the man named Lynn Barak seemed to blur the lines of such outcomes. After their initial clash, Crocodile discerned Lynn's weakness in sustained combat, intending to exploit this chink in his armor to overwhelm him. Typically, one might either fight valiantly to the bitter end or retreat to regroup in such circumstances. Yet Lynn presented a third, unconventional approach, to continue fighting while devising a strategy to reverse the tide of battle. An opponent of such tenacity is often the most formidable. Their next move is unpredictable, and estimating their upper limits becomes an elusive task. This is especially true for a combat enthusiast like Lynn, who knows not the meaning of retreat and seems to grow stronger with each exchange. Remarkable. Gazing at the immense sand pit created by Lynn's recent blow, Crocodile could not suppress his furrowed brow. How troublesome. One must ponder, why on earth did he come to Alabasta? Not long ago, Crocodile, who had long pursued ancient weapons, finally stumbled upon some clues. Within the superpower of Alabasta, there existed information regarding one of the ancient weapons known as Pluton. Upon receiving this news, Crocodile promptly set forth to Alabasta, and under the title of Warlord of the Sea, he met with King Cobra in the capital, Albana. Despite holding a title recognized by the world government, Cobra remained wary of Crocodile, a pirate. However, this lack of trust was anticipated by Crocodile. In the days that followed, Crocodile established his presence in Alabasta, sailing under the banner of Warlord of the Sea, and time and again thwarted the pirates that roamed near Alabasta, ensuring the safety of its citizens. Gradually, he garnered a reputation among the populace. They became aware of a formidable figure known as the Sand Crocodile who was safeguarding them. This, too, was part of Crocodile's cunning scheme. He aimed to slowly build his stature in Alabasta, systematically undermining the royal authority, and ultimately seize the entire nation to uncover its deepest secrets, the ancient weapon, Pluton. 10 days prior, Crocodile once again set sail to eradicate pirates, but suddenly lost contact with Alabasta. Upon returning to the coastline, he beheld the wall that isolated Alabasta from the outside world. It seems something intriguing has transpired. The current situation in Alabasta was peculiar, and peculiarities often coexist with opportunity. With this thought in mind, Crocodile concealed his ship nearby and, under the cover of night, commenced his operation. He removed the glove from his right hand and utilized his desiccation ability to erode a large hole in the self-repairing wall, granting him entry into Alabasta. Before being detected by the patrols of the flying pirate crew, Crocodile swiftly vacated the scene. He was a cautious individual. He would not act recklessly until he grasped the full scope of the situation. Thus, he chose to conceal himself, ensuring he could retreat unscathed even if the internal circumstances of Alabasta proved perilous. Upon returning to Albana, Crocodile learned from Cobra about the dealings involving the Golden Lion and the proposal of a transaction concerning the dance powder. Crocodile astutely recognized this as an excellent opportunity to gain Cobra's trust. Once he secured Cobra's confidence, his future maneuvers within Alabasta would be considerably facilitated. Consequently, Crocodile agreed to serve as one of Cobra's bodyguards, attending the meeting with the Golden Lion. Everything was proceeding according to Crocodile's design until the unexpected arrival of that man. Lynn, the madman who once wreaked havoc in the Shambody archipelago, has now resurfaced in Alabasta, whether he acknowledges it or not. His intentions can only be aligned with that of the underworld. And now, that man approaches me slowly, a smile lingering on his lips. Lynn raised his fist once more. With a resounding boom, he unleashed a powerful punch. Crocodile promptly evaded by transforming into an elemental form, yet Lynn's fist struck the ground, creating a substantial crater in an instant. Lynn exhaled a puff of white vapor. Unfortunately, it missed again. That's enough. Crocodile furrowed his brow and growled. Though I may not be able to bring you down, you cannot strike me either. Continuing like this will yield no results. Let us both cease hostilities. You must be mistaken, Lynn retorted with a raised eyebrow and a broad smile. The offensive party here is me. Whether to continue or to halt is solely my decision. Once more, he stepped forward, assuming a stance to strike. Boom. The ground erupted into a third massive crater, even larger than the previous two. This fellow was gradually mastering the technique. Crocodile immediately felt a chill run down his spine. Another strike missed its mark, yet Lynn remained unfazed, after all. Finding an opponent of Crocodile's caliber was rare, and it would be a shame not to practice a few more moves. He laughed heartily. 8001. How long can you evade this? Crocodile took several deep breaths to calm his emotions. He could not afford to continue fighting. It would only lead to his own detriment. Thus, he pointed skyward and coldly remarked, "The transaction is set for tomorrow. Do you wish to let that old fool up their benefit as a bystander?" The old fool Crocodile referred to was, of course, the Golden Lion. Upon hearing this, Lynn pondered for a moment and recognized the validity of his words. At this juncture, both he and Crocodile understood that neither could claim victory in the immediate future. Approaching the Golden Lion in a state of post-battle fatigue would be unwise. "Let us temporarily cease hostilities," Lynn declared with a flourish of his hand and a grin. "As you can see, the decision to halt our conflict lies with me." Crocodile, feeling immensely displeased at that moment, suppressed his frustration for the sake of the upcoming transaction. However, curiosity compelled him to inquire, "Hey, you seem rather displeased with me." "Quite so," Lynn replied. "Why?" "Because you have made me feel that way." Lynn stretched his arm, reminiscing about the words spoken by Uncle Duochuo. "For the nation we hold dear in our hearts, we unite as one, and together we shall achieve the impossible." Lynn could not help but smile broadly, saying, "Furthermore, allow me to remind you that this nation is far more resilient than you might imagine." "Oh, is that so?" Crocodile replied with a similar smile. "So, this is how you perceive it. Is there something amiss?" You truly are quite naive, Lynn Barrack." Crocodile adjusted his fur coat and lit a cigar, chuckling softly. "There are matters in this world that cannot be resolved with mere force." "Is that so?" "Indeed." "Then so be it." Lynn shrugged and, after taking only a few steps, turned back to remind them, "By the way, I won the first round, and I graciously let you have the second round, so it's a tie. In total, I still emerge victorious." Upon hearing this, Crocodile not only refrained from anger but erupted into hearty laughter, his mirth echoing across the vast desert. The following day, the agreed-upon time for the transaction was set for the afternoon. However, just after breakfast, Lynn was summoned to the palace by Ikarim, who claimed there was an urgent matter to discuss. Upon arriving at the palace, Lynn discovered that, in addition to Cobra, Bell the Falcon, Jackal the Wolf, and even Crocodile had been called to this assembly. In other words, everyone participating in the afternoon's meeting regarding the transaction was present. "What is the purpose of our summons?" "Your Majesty?" Bell inquired. At that moment, Cobra's countenance was grim, his brow furrowed as he stated, "There has been an issue with the goods." "What?" The group was taken aback. Ikarim added, 100 tons of dancing powder were damaged during transport, and there is no time to manufacture replacements. Lynn cast a glance at Crocodile beside him, frowning as he inquired, "Is it due to natural disasters such as sandstorms?" "No," Cobra replied, maintaining a composed demeanor as he shook his head, "it is because of a rumor." Upon hearing this, Lynn abruptly turned his gaze towards Crocodile, only to find the latter gazing back at him. Simultaneously, Crocodile formed several shapes with his lips, indicating, "The third round has commenced." Alabasta, the capital, Albania. It was precisely 7 in the morning. Only 6 hours remained until the transaction with the Golden Lion. In the royal palace, at the conference table, all unnecessary personnel had been cleared away. The 5 individuals set to partake in the transaction were gathered together, with Ikarim standing straight beside them. King Cobral's expression was grim as he shook his head and stated, "It is not a natural disaster. It is due to a rumor." At this, Lynn suddenly recalled the words Crocodile had spoken to him in the desert the previous night. There are certain matters in this world that cannot be resolved with mere fists. Lynn abruptly turned his gaze towards Crocodile, discovering that the latter was likewise staring back at him, with a cigar clasped between his lips. Crocodile leaned comfortably against the back of his chair, propping his elbow on the table and casting a sidelong glance at Lynn, then formed several shapes with his mouth, signaling that the third round had commenced. Observing this scene, a surge of fury ignited within Lynn's heart. He strode forward and seized Crocodile by the collar, yanking him across the table, and bellowed, "What on earth have you done?" Crocodile raised an eyebrow in astonishment, a cold smirk gracing his lips. "Lynn Barrack, have you lost your senses? We are on the same side. Are you questioning me?" However, to Crocodile's surprise, Lynn nodded in affirmation. "I am not merely questioning you. I intend to strike you." With that, Lynn raised his right fist, poised to deliver a blow to Crocodile's face. The latter felt a prickling unease, realizing they were under the scrutiny of many, and as a member of the 7 warlords, was this lunatic truly willing to act without regard for the consequences? Cobra hastily intervened, urging, "Gentlemen, I implore you to remain calm." Lynn finally restrained his fist and turned to Cobra, saying, "He's the one behind that rumor." Cobra was taken aback, as he had yet to disclose what the rumor entailed. Crocodile also sneered, "Do you possess any evidence? Do you intend to act against me without proof?" Lynn contemplated for a moment and found merit in Crocodile's words. Thus he rephrased his statement. "Very well. I merely desire to strike you. May I proceed?" Crocodile retorted, "Madman. Lynn Barrack is nothing but a lunatic." Ultimately, it was Kabira, standing aside, who intervened to mediate. "Mr. Lynn, without concrete evidence, one cannot hastily draw conclusions. Thus, I kindly urge you to remain calm." Lynn pondered for a moment before ultimately releasing her grip on Crocodile's collar. Crocodile straightened his attire and chuckled softly, "Exactly. With only a few hours left until the transaction with the Golden Lion. Attacking me now would only diminish our own combat effectiveness. However, As he spoke, Crocodile noticed Lynn squinting at him, muttering to herself, which prompted him to furrow his brow and inquire, "What are you doing?" "Counting." Lynn responded, "Count how many more words I can endure you uttering without striking you." Crocodile interjected, "All right, that is sufficient. Let us all take a moment to pause." Belle took a deep breath, wishing to prevent further chaos at the conference table, and thus redirected the conversation to a more formal tone. "Your Majesty, may I inquire what the rumors entail?" "It pertains to Vivi, to be more precise." "Regarding the vessel she sailed upon," Cobra replied. "The rumor asserts that the ship Vivi embarked on was laden with treasures from the Alabasta royal family. The pretense of her voyage is mere fade, while the royal family secretly transfers their wealth is the stark reality. There are even more sinister rumors suggesting that the Golden Lion is actually in collusion with our royal family, both parties conspiring together to exploit the commoners of Alabasta for the production of dance powder. This is merely a fraction of the rumors. Countless so-called whispers abound." Cobra unfurled a map of Alabasta, pointing to a small oasis, and stated, "This is an oasis station. According to the original plan, that shipment of 100 tons of dance powder was to pass through here in the early hours of the morning and then arrive in Albana by noon. However, when the shipment reached the oasis station, those rumors had also spread, resulting in a certain degree of unrest among the commoners responsible for transporting the dance powder." Lynn was taken aback upon hearing this. "Are you saying they ruined the dancing powder?" "No." Ikelam shook his head beside him. "They merely expressed their discontent briefly and staged a minor strike. However, after some reflection, they ultimately chose to trust our king. Yet, during their moment of unrest, an unfortunate incident occurred. A camel pulling a cart became startled due to the commotion and inadvertently caused 10 trucks, each laden with 100 tons of dancing powder, to overturn. Most of the bags filled with dancing powder tumbled into a nearby lake, where the powder dissolved into the water. The remaining bags, having ruptured, spilled their contents, mingling with the surrounding sand. In summary, recovering that 100 tons of dancing powder is utterly impossible, with only 6 hours remaining until the transaction. It is inconceivable to recreate 100 tons of the powder." Having finished speaking, Ikelam nodded, and Cobra sighed, saying, "In other words, we currently possess only 900 tons of dancing powder for the trade, while our initial agreement with the Golden Lion stipulated a requirement of 1,000 tons. Are we then short by 100 tons? Crocodile, puffing on his cigar, inquired, "So, Your Majesty, you have summoned us here to devise a means to compensate for that missing 100 tons of dancing powder? If any among you possess the capability to accomplish this, I would be most eager to comply. However, regrettably, there are no shortcuts in the production of dancing powder, thus rendering the recovery of that 100 tons unfeasible in a short time frame." Cobra's expression grew somber as he replied, "Therefore, prior to the afternoon's transaction, we can already ascertain that we will be unable to present a sufficient quantity of goods. Ha ha ha, so we are the ones who have defaulted first." Crocodile laughed, though his demeanor turned unusually grave. "In facing the Golden Lion, we find ourselves in the wrong. What actions he may take in response, none can predict." "Indeed." Cobra rose, placing his hands on the conference table, and spoke in a low voice. "Thus, I have gathered you all to ensure that you are properly prepared." Upon hearing this, the expressions of the 4 individuals at the table diverged into 2 distinct responses. Lynn and Crocodile remained composed, seemingly having anticipated Cobra's forthcoming statement. However, Belle and Jocko were momentarily taken aback, pondering what preparations were being referred to. Taking a deep breath, Cobra slowly replied, "Preparations for war." After the meeting, everyone retreated to their rooms to rest, awaiting the midday meal before embarking on their transaction with the legendary Golden Lion. At that moment, an unexpected visitor arrived in Crocodile's chamber. Despite Crocodile having securely locked the door, Lynn effortlessly twisted the doorknob and stepped inside. Observing the situation, Crocodile furrowed his brow and coldly remarked, "Hey, you mad, and you aren't seriously considering starting a fight with me before the transaction, are you?" To his surprise, Lynn's demeanor was remarkably stable. "Of course not. After all, we are to face that fabled pirate. An additional ally's strength is always beneficial." Lynn shook his head thoughtfully and found a place to sit. "I merely wish to pose a question." Crocodile raised an eyebrow. "What if I choose not to answer?" "Then we commence battle, right now. Please, proceed with your inquiry." "Did you have a hand in the 100 tons of dancing powder?" Lynn inquired. "Not at all." "That was indeed an accident," Crocodile replied, shaking his head. "Then, were those rumors disseminated by you?" Lynn asked again. At this, Crocodile suddenly broke into a grin. "Yes, but not entirely. Lynn furrowed her brow, pondering the implications. Hee. Lynn Barrick, Crocodile chuckled. Last night you remarked that Alabasta is a resilient nation. So I decided to put that to the test. However, the outcome was beyond my expectations. Crocodile continued with a hearty laugh. I visited a tavern in Albana last night and whispered the same rumor to just 3 individuals. To my astonishment, after a few hours of fermentation, it morphed into such a myriad of variations. Isn't that amusing? What did you say? Lynn inquired earnestly. Crocodile replied, I merely stated that prior to the nation's blockade, the ship departing from Alabasta was laden with treasures. Lynn was taken aback. Is that all? Just that. Crocodile's response left Lynn in a state of confusion. How could a mere piece of misinformation ignite such outrageous rumors? Indeed, Crocodile nodded and remarked with a smile, Lynn, have you ever heard a proverb? What is it? 1,000-mile dike may collapse because of an ant hole. Crocodile, puffing on his cigar, continued slowly. I concede that Alabasta is indeed a vast nation with formidable cohesion. Yet even the mightiest dam can succumb to the slightest ant hole. Observing Lynn lost in thought, Crocodile added with a grin, your fist cannot squash an ant. I see. You are absolutely right. Having listened to Crocodile's words, Lynn nodded and rose, preparing to depart. Upon witnessing this, Crocodile bellowed with laughter, so, does that mean I've won the 3rd round? In response, Lynn laughed heartily and shook his head. Ha, me? Lose? Don't be ridiculous. But you are correct. My fist indeed cannot crush an ant. Lynn waved his hand dismissively, casually remarking. However, just as Crocodile thought this was merely Lynn's stubbornness and was about to taunt him further, Lynn suddenly turned, his entire demeanor transforming into one of ferocity and menace. In that fleeting moment, Crocodile felt a chill run down his spine. Lynn smiled faintly, saying, Indeed, my fist cannot crush an ant, but it can certainly strike a lion. After his encounter with Crocodile, Lynn retreated to his quarters. He sat upon the bed, inhaling slowly, allowing his body to relax as he sought to recalibrate his state of mind. As Cobra had previously asserted, the absence of 100 tons of dancing powder could not be rectified in time, leaving them with a mere 900 tons to negotiate with the Golden Lion. Consequently, no one could predict how the Golden Lion would respond. The most favorable outcome would be that the Golden Lion would overlook the deficit or deduct a portion of the payment as a penalty for breach of contract. However, the worst-case scenario, as Cobra had plainly stated, would be the onset of war. Confronted with the deficit of 100 tons, the legendary pirate, who had once single-handedly wreaked havoc in Marineford, would unleash his fury upon everyone present. At that moment, every individual in Alabasta, be it Cobra, Lynn, Crocodile, or any other inhabitant, would be compelled to face the wrath of the Golden Lion. One could only hope that the situation would not escalate to such a dire point. Lynn let out a gentle sigh. Golden Lion Shiki, a wielder of the Superman-type floating fruit, possessed an ability that was both simple and pure. In addition to his capacity for flight, he could manipulate any inanimate object he had touched. Through this remarkable power, Shiki could navigate his ship through the skies, conjure floating islands, and mold the very earth into walls that enveloped Alabasta. It could be said that, should he desire, the complete annihilation of Alabasta would pose no challenge for him. However, dwelling on such thoughts was futile, and Lynn began to close his eyes in contemplation. After approximately half an hour, a knock on the door prompted him to open his eyes. Upon opening the door, he beheld Icolum accompanied by a retinue of attendants, along with the princess, Vivi. Forgive the intrusion, Mr. Lynn, Icolum said, bowing respectfully in accordance with the king's orders. We have come to assist you with a change of attire. Lynn was taken aback, pondering, what on earth? Icolum elucidated. After all, the afternoon's transaction involves the royal family. Your esteemed identity in this exchange is that of an escort to the king of Alabastan, thus the necessity for a formal attire cannot be overstated. In any transaction, the status of both parties should be equitable, and first impressions hold immense significance. Hence, an appropriate outfit will facilitate the smooth progression of the dealings. After a moment's reflection, Icolum added, of course, given the current circumstances, it would be more accurate to say it is best that everything proceeds smoothly. Lynn cast a glance at his attire. A garment gifted by Marquino during his time in Windmill Village, purchased from the town's shop. Despite his frequent laundering, the passage of time and the rigors of seafaring had rendered the clothing somewhat tattered. Indeed, donning such an outfit for the forthcoming trade would likely diminish his initial presence compared to the Golden Lion. Considering it was Kabura's suggestion, Lynn pondered for a moment before nodding in agreement. Very well, my size is rather large. Do you have anything that would fit me? Rest assured on that matter. Icolum replied, turning to introduce the attendants behind him. They were master tailors from the palace, capable of crafting a suit tailored specifically to Lynn's physique, to be completed before the afternoon trade. If you have any particular requests regarding the attire, feel free to convey them to them. That would be most appreciated. Lynn replied with a broad smile. Only doing my duty, Ikelam nodded, leaving behind 5 tailors before departing with the others. Judging by their direction, they were likely headed to Crocodile's chamber, as that sand alligator would undoubtedly require a respectable outfit as well. After Ikelam's departure, the group of tailors entered the room, requesting Lynn to rise and extend his arms, before bustling around him with their tools, measuring and adjusting from every angle. Could we use a more flexible fabric for the clothing? Lynn inquired. Of course, the lead seamstress replied with a smile. Having crafted garments for decades, I possess the discernment to choose materials that balance aesthetics with elasticity and durability, ensuring they do not hinder movement. Lynn then shared his envisioned design with the seamstress, who offered her own suggestions for improvement. Meanwhile, he noticed Vivi had not followed Ikelam but stood quietly to the side, her expression contemplative. What troubles you? Lynn asked. Mr. Lynn, Vivi pondered before finally speaking. Is it truly possible that Alabasta will be engulfed in war? Who can say? Lynn replied. All we can do is prepare for battle, as your father advised. Yes, I am aware of my father's words, yet they are precisely what concerns me, Vivi murmured, her lips pressed together. Father has always taught me that war is a brutal affair, extinguishing innocent lives. We must not allow Alabasta to descend into the flames of conflict. Upon hearing Vivi's words, Lynn nodded, signaling the tailors to pause their work. He approached Vivi, kneeling beside her and gently ruffling her hair. Listen, my little princess. Lynn spoke slowly. The ability to mobilize the entire nation to produce 1,000 tons of dancing powder is a testament to Alabasta's greatness. It boasts remarkable people. And your father is indeed a great king. Vivi was momentarily taken aback, yet he continued, at such a tender age, you have come to understand the preciousness of life, which is truly commendable. Lynn crouched down, pressing his forehead against Vivi's. However, dear princess of Alabasta, future sovereign, remember this. A great nation should cherish peace, yet remain unafraid of war. When friends arrive, we shall offer fine wine. When foes approach, we must draw our swords. This embodies the indomitable spirit of those who constitute an unyielding nation. Therefore, behold the future of this land with your own eyes. After uttering these words, Lynn rose and resumed his task of having the tailors take measurements. Meanwhile, Vivi pondered for a moment before bowing to Lynn. Thank you, Mr. Lynn. With that, she hurriedly exited the room. The elderly seamstress, witnessing this, smiled and remarked, Mr. Lynn, how fortunate it is for Her Highness to encounter you upon the sea. However, Lynn shook his head, replying, Madam, you are mistaken. I am not a commendable teacher. The seamstress was taken aback, inquiring, why so? Because I was once a slave to the celestial dragons. Lynn spoke slowly. My struggle is born from my anger, and as the future queen of this nation, Vivi should not be swayed by my fury. She must witness the world with her own eyes and tread the path of her own choosing. With Lynn's words concluded, the seamstresses completed their tasks. The elderly seamstress stepped aside and slightly bowed to Lynn, saying, Well then, Mr. Lynn, I retract my earlier statement. She smiled and added, I must say, you are truly a remarkable person. Before lunch, the bespoke garments tailored for Lynn were delivered to his room. After Lynn donned the outfit, she moved about slightly, marveling at the exquisite craftsmanship of the Alabastan tailors, designed for ease of movement during combat. The top was a simple sleeveless shirt adorned with a touch of desert-inspired embellishments and feathers. The trousers, crafted from high-quality material, allowed for vigorous kicking and running without the risk of tearing. Additionally, the tailors had created a special robe for Lynn, to shield her from the desert's biting winds and scorching sun. The entire ensemble, elegant yet practical, ensured both grace and agility in battle. Once attired, the attendants, following Cobra's instructions, delivered a lunch for 10 to Lynn's chamber. After her meal, she received word and made her way to the palace gates, where King Cobra awaited alongside 2 vice-commanders of the Royal Guard, Bell and Jaka. They too were clad in formal attire, with blades at their waists, signifying their readiness for any eventuality. A short while later, a gust of sand swept through, coalescing into the figure of Crocodile. As a user of the natural type abilities, he did not need to concern himself with mobility in combat, thus he remained draped in a black fur coat, though his inner attire had been replaced with a more formal black suit. Ah, everyone has arrived, Crocodile chuckled, cigar in mouth, addressing Cobra. So, where shall the transaction take place? Cobra replied, according to our negotiations with the Golden Lion. The site of the transaction will be near the tomb of the former kings of Alabasta, right beside Albana, just a short walk away. The warehouse for the dance powder is located there as well. Crocodile nodded, flicking the ash from his cigar, and remarked softly that terrain is expansive, making it an ideal battlefield for the Golden Lion. Indeed, Cobra responded, pressing a hand against the hilt of his sword. However, conducting the transaction indoors poses greater risks, as the Golden Lion could easily use his abilities to demolish structures and entomb us alive. So, my esteemed colleagues, as I have mentioned before, I entrust this matter to you. Lynn glanced around, her brow furrowed in confusion. Are we the only 5 engaging in this transaction? Cobra shook his head, explaining that a contingent of the Royal Army, approximately 5,000 strong, was stationed near the warehouse, tasked with guarding the dancing powder. We are here to negotiate, he continued, while they will oversee the transaction site and the transportation of the dancing powder. Crocodile interjected with a smirk. Or perhaps you would prefer to take on the role of a laborer all by yourself. Lynn grinned, remarking, you've donned the wrong attire. You ought to wear a green one. Crocodile paused in confusion, inquiring, what do you mean? Lynn responded, when I plant you in the ground, you will resemble a tree even more. Kabira, witnessing the impending confrontation between the two, could only shake his head in resignation. He interjected, the time is nearly upon us. We must set forth. Behind him, Bell and Gaka exchanged knowing glances, and cautioned Lynn and Crocodile, gentlemen, regardless of your quarrels, I implore you to refrain from causing a ruckus at the trading venue, for it pertains to the fate of Alabasta. Upon hearing this, both Lynn and Crocodile were momentarily taken aback, before erupting into hearty laughter. He, you still do not comprehend with whom you are to trade, do you? Crocodile exhaled a plume of smoke, stating, Gold Lion Shiki, now that is an ancient relic of a bygone era. Lynn gazed up at the sky, and today, Alabasta was adorned with a boundless azure expanse, devoid of any hint of impending rain. The tempest may very well be the only vulnerability of the Golden Lion, and one could scarcely fathom the terrifying combat prowess that would be unleashed in its absence. It seems we have quite a busy afternoon ahead, Lynn exclaimed with hearty laughter. Upon hearing this exchange, Bell and Gaka were left perplexed. Kabira, standing nearby, clapped the shoulders of his 2 old companions and reassured them, do not worry. Those 2 are not the type to botch things up. However, you 2 had best prepare yourselves mentally. Bell and Gaka's confusion deepened, but when they turned to Kabira, they noticed that he, Lynn, and Crocodile all emanated a similar aura. They couldn't help but recall Kabira's words from earlier that morning. Moments later, the 2 deputy officers of the Alabasta Royal Guard, known for their formidable powers as Zoan-type devil fruit users, finally discerned the commonality among the 3. Whether it was Bell or Gaka, both harbored a flicker of hope that the Golden Lion might acquiesce to this disadvantageous transaction and quietly depart from Alabasta. However, for Kabira, Lynn, and Crocodile, their fates were never reliant on the Golden Lion's merciful disposition. They only aspired to do what was within their control. And what they could manage was none other than preparing for battle. In the face of such a formidable adversary as the Golden Lion, both Lynn and Crocodile were compelled to remain in peak form, thus would never squander their vitality on futile endeavors. Icolum, I entrust the defense of Albana to you, and simultaneously instruct the royal armies across Alabasta to be ready for engagement. Kabira directed the head of the royal guards, then shifted his gaze to Vivi, do not fret. Remain in Albana, and I shall return swiftly. Father, and everyone, please take care. Vivi waved to the 5 men as they bid farewell at the palace gates, embarking on foot towards the tomb of the former king, situated near Albana. The journey was brief, taking approximately half an hour. The royal tomb was established in a notably expansive and serene locale, sparsely populated and devoid of any structures. 5,000 royal troops stood at attention, each armed and poised for action. Behind them lay the 900 tons of dancing powder intended for the transaction. Crocodile bent down to scoop a handful of sand from the ground, chuckling softly. Ah, what a splendid place, it suits me well. When selecting this trading venue, I consider this aspect, Kabira remarked. By choosing this location, even if conflict arises, civilians will remain unharmed. I have also ensured that the royal armies are on high alert, forming a vast network. Should any unforeseen circumstances arise, they will rush to the site with utmost speed. Haha, truly worthy of being the king of Alabasta, Crocodile remarked while puffing on his cigar. Cobra sighed softly, gently caressing the hilt of his sword. In my youth, I once commanded a fleet that vanquished many pirates. Yet alas, time is relentless. Lynn cast a glance around, appreciating the expansive view that surrounded him. After calculating the time, he realized that the moment of the transaction was imminent, yet not a single figure was in sight. How is the Golden Lion supposed to arrive? Lynn inquired. Cobra shook his head, indicating his own uncertainty. At that moment, both Lynn and Crocodile felt a peculiar sensation in their ears, as if they had heard a distinct sound. Above us, they exclaimed in unison, simultaneously raising their gazes to the heavens. There, a small black materialized against the backdrop of the clear azure sky, rapidly enlarging until it revealed itself to be a colossal rock, measuring several dozen meters in diameter. Bell widened his eyes in astonishment, exclaiming, "Is that a meteorite?" "No. It's merely an ordinary stone." Lynn's gaze was resolute, and he had already poised himself to leap forth and shatter the colossal boulder. However, Crocodile suddenly pushed Lynn aside, frowning as he remarked, "If such a massive stone were to be shattered, the resulting fragments would be exceedingly difficult to manage. Step aside." Immediately thereafter, Crocodile knelt partially, placing his hands upon the ground as he activated the powers of the sand fruit. Erosion cycle. The desiccating force permeated the point of impact of the boulder, transforming the surrounding earth into a vast area of sinking quicksand. Thus, even when the boulder descended, its impact would be considerably mitigated by the cushioning effect of the quicksand, preventing substantial destruction. Remarkably, less than half a second after the quicksand pit formed, the boulder plummeted. Yet, to everyone else's astonishment, the point of the boulder's descent did not produce any sound, nor was there any tremor. Only the dust raised by the pressure of its fall lingered in the air. Lynn raised an eyebrow and glanced at Crocodile beside her. "Was it you?" "I wish it were." Crocodile growled, his brow furrowed. "What an exaggerated old fool." Lynn cast her gaze once more, unable to suppress the tightening of her pupils. What appeared to be a colossal stone, measuring several dozen meters in diameter, was, astonishingly, a small island. Gradually, the soil composing the island began to morph, ultimately transforming into a staircase. Against the light, at the staircase's summit, sat an opulent and exquisite chair, upon which a figure was perched. As the swirling dust settled, accompanied by a metallic clanging, the figure rose and descended the staircase step by step. Simultaneously, an exaggerated laugh erupted from the man. "Ha ha ha ha. What a splendid sight," he exclaimed, only to cough abruptly. Cough, cough. Choked again. Suddenly, a small island descended from the heavens. Just before it struck the ground, it halted midair, and a boisterous, arrogant laughter resonated from above. Ha 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 ha. A silhouette rose from the throne upon the island, arms outstretched, laughter piercing through the swirling dust, echoing in the ears of everyone present. Ha 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 cough. Choked again. "Hey, Indigo, think of something. I'm choking here," he shouted. "Wait, did you stay on the island and not come down?" "Oh right, I have my own ways." Following a bout of nonsensical mutterings, the figure waved his hand, causing the heaps of leaves on the island to converge, resembling a large fan, which he gently waved toward the surroundings. With a whoosh, a fierce wind swept through, lifting the sand from the ground. Instantly, a sandstorm enveloped the area, reducing visibility to a minimum. Even a slight opening of the mouth would result in a mouthful of sand. "Cough, cough, cough. My eyes are blinded," he exclaimed. "Why choose such a place for a transaction? It's infuriating." The figure waved his hand repeatedly, maneuvering the entire island several meters to the left, finally escaping the sandy tumult. A somewhat disheveled man emerged into view, his head adorned with half a ship's helm, clad in a robe of orange and yellow hues, with golden hair cascading freely. Most strikingly, he was devoid of legs, replaced instead by two gleaming swords that shimmered ominously. Any seasoned swordsman or blade enthusiast present would instantly recognize these illustrious weapons as the renowned Sakura Tin and Moku-Kei. Thus, although the man was likely capable of shaking off half a pound of sand from his person, none dared to mock him. For he was one of the legends of these seas, a living myth, the Golden Lion, Shiki. Yet, the manner of his entrance left those present at a loss for words. Upon reflection, it could only be described as the peculiar penchant of the powerful. The Golden Lion shook his garments and, wielding his powers, manipulated the small island to conjure a staircase descending from the throne to the ground. The dual swords, serving as his prosthetic limbs, clanged rhythmically against the steps. With a dance-like grace, the Golden Lion snapped his fingers and descended step by step, finally standing before the assembled crowd. He first cast his gaze upon Cobra, spreading his arms wide with a broad grin, exclaiming, "Ha ha ha, Cobra, it has been nearly a month since we last met. How have you fared?" Cobra chuckled helplessly and replied, I've been working tirelessly with the entire nation to produce dancing powder overnight, resulting in a shortage of sleep. Ha ha ha. You have truly borne a heavy burden. The golden lion clasped his hands over his chest, laughing heartily. But fret not, for I am a man of my word. Once our transaction is complete, I shall reward you with additional compensation to ensure your profits. Thank you, Cobra began, intending to candidly disclose the deficit of 100 tons of dancing powder. But the golden lioness' attention was evidently diverted by others. His gaze shifted to Lynn and Crocodile, standing beside Cobra, as he grinned. If I am not mistaken, the wall I created was broken by the two of you. Wasn't it? Upon hearing this, both Lynn and Crocodile stepped forward and nodded. Ha ha ha. Not bad. The golden lion then turned to his left, laughing. You there? Smoking a cigar, are you, Crocodile? A young lad who has joined the Shichibukai. What do you intend to do with the power bestowed by the world government? Be wary not to let them place a leash upon you. He then glanced to his right. And you must be Lynn Baroque. To have escaped unscathed after attacking the celestial dragons, what luck you possess. I do not harbor disdain for audacious men. You resonate well with my temperament. By the way, did you not also assault my subordinate? At this, Lynn's brow furrowed, his fist clenched beneath his robe. Yet, the golden lion continued to laugh. Worry not. Even if you did attack my subordinate, I shall not seek retribution. After all, what intrigues me most upon these seas are the strong. Against true power, I am quite lenient. However, just as Lynn and Crocodile relaxed, the golden lion's tone shifted, his smile widening as he declared, But are you truly formidable, or merely a fade? I must verify this for myself. With that, the golden lion suddenly brought his hands together and clapped forcefully. In that instant, the floating island behind him split in two. As for your presumptuous claims of strength, prepare to receive this as a form of reparation. He bellowed, extending his arms wide and tightening his grip. The land of the two island halves abruptly morphed and contorted, transforming into two lion heads, which then opened their mouths to unleash massive, 2-meter-long earthen spears. Ha 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 ha. The golden lion erupted in laughter, his hands thrusting forward with great force. Whoosh, whoosh. Two enormous spears shot forth with remarkable speed, aimed directly at Lynn and Crocodile. The golden lion's demeanor shifted rapidly, yet the execution of this maneuver was notably slow, clearly allowing Lynn and Crocodile ample time to react. Crocodile furrowed his brow, the cigar clenched between his teeth, and remarked coldly, TSK, that decrepit monster. Lynn clashed his fists together, producing a resounding thud, and laughed heartily. Come on. Almost simultaneously, two massive spears struck their targets. Boom, boom. The deafening sounds of explosions echoed, intertwined with the boisterous laughter of the golden lion, who was using his abilities to accelerate the colossal spears further. Ha ha ha. Show me your true capabilities. As the golden lion's words resonated, Crocodile furrowed his brow, extending his right hand to firmly grasp the tip of one spear. The tremendous force generated by the float fruit caused Crocodile to slide backward several steps without moving his feet. Meanwhile, he activated the powers of the sand fruit erosion cycle. The desiccating force rapidly spread along the spear, draining its moisture until it became disjointed and loose, inch by inch. Subsequently, with a swift motion of his right hand, Crocodile conjured a small sandstorm. Sandstorm. Composed of grains of sand, the miniature tempest dispersed the loosened earth, blending Crocodile's sand with the scattered soil, liberating them entirely from the golden lion's control. Crocodile exhaled deeply, panting heavily. It was evident that the golden lion had not exerted his full strength. Yet the impact of this strike was still formidable. Indeed, a true monster, Crocodile mused, awaiting Lynn's next move. After all, a person so adept at mockery would surely seize the opportunity. However, after a few seconds of silence, Crocodile realized that Lynn had not uttered a word. When he looked up, he found that everyone, including the golden lion and Cobra, was gazing in confusion at Lynn's direction. Furrowing his brow, Crocodile turned to look as well, only to find himself equally perplexed. Lynn stood there, not making any attempt to evade or counter, arms crossed over his chest. As the gigantic spear struck him squarely on the head, blood streamed down the spear in Lynn's face, leaving everyone, including the golden lion, utterly astonished by the unfolding scene. Hey, isn't he the one who broke through my wall with sheer brute force? How could he not withstand that spear? Could he be a fraud? Just as the golden lion contemplated retracting the spear for a closer inspection, he felt an unexpected resistance as it moved. What? The golden lion's eyes widened as he saw Lynn raising his arms, positioning them to catch the spear. Ha ha ha. Truly fitting for a legendary encounter. This is impressive. Lynn grinned, licking the dripping blood with his tongue, and growled softly, "Now, it is my turn." The onlookers watched in astonishment as Lynn made no attempt to defend himself, instead allowing his own head to absorb the blow from the golden lion. Even the golden lion, after a moment of surprise, could not help but burst into laughter. "Ha ha ha, what a madman." Subsequently, Lynn maneuvered the spear, composed of earth and stone, with a deft motion of his arms, redirecting it entirely. The spear's striking range was immense, leaving various degrees of bloodshed on both his forehead and nose. Lynn steadied the long spear with one hand while using the other to pinch one nostril, gently exhaling to expel the congealed blood from his nose. "Hey, are you out of your mind?" Crocodile remarked with a composed expression, speaking in a low tone. "You possess the capability to mitigate such an attack entirely. Was it truly necessary to endure it head-on?" Lynn gazed at Crocodile and burst into laughter, exclaiming, "That is indeed a gift from legend. It would be a pity not to accept it." Upon hearing this, Crocodile chose to disregard Lynn, muttering something inaudible that likely included words like madman and incomprehensible. In the restaurant, Lynn raised the long spear, gripping it firmly with both hands, positioning his left foot forward in a stance ready to throw. "Hey, Golden Lion, this is my return gift." The Golden Lion, upon hearing Lynn's words, spread his arms wide, showing no sign of defense, and laughed heartily. "Ha ha ha, come on, little brat. I'm ready for you." Before his words had fully dissipated, Lynn shouted loudly, leaning back to gather all his strength, and hurled the spear towards the Golden Lion with all his might. Whoosh! The spear sliced through the air with a piercing sound, its speed rivaling that of the Golden Lion's earlier throw. However, the spear remained under the control of the Float Fruit's powers, and the Golden Lion made no move, merely adjusting his thoughts to halt the spear a mere inch from his nose. "Ha ha, little brat, your return gift lacks power." Yet, when the Golden Lion glanced back at Lynn, he found that Lynn had already leaped high into the air, aiming a flying kick at the spear's tail. The moment Lynn's foot struck the tail, a previously inaudible force erupted explosively. In a state of readiness, he executed his heroic skill, the dragon's tail swipe. Bang! A thunderous sound erupted as the spear propelled forward from Lynn's kick, just as the spear was less than an inch from the Golden Lion. Even the Float Fruit's abilities struggled to negate Lynn's extraordinary strength at such a short distance. Thus, akin to the moment Lynn had caught the spear with his head, the spear's tip collided directly with the Golden Lion's face. The Golden Lion's body jolted, yet he did not retreat an inch, clenching his fists tightly, a grin spreading across his face, allowing blood to trickle from his forehead and nose. Witnessing this, Lynn's pupils constricted sharply, and he stepped back several paces to stabilize himself. Simultaneously, the Golden Lion, with arms wide open, disintegrated the spear that had struck his face, returning it to its original earthen form. "You madman!" Crocodile bellowed. "You've already resorted to violence before negotiations even began. Do you wish to engage in battle with the Golden Lion directly?" Beside him, Cobra placed a hand on the hilt of his sword. Although he had anticipated that the negotiations would not end well, he had not expected the Golden Lion to strike before any terms were agreed upon. Nor could he have foreseen that Lynn would retaliate. Yet, what shocked Cobra and the others present even more was that the bleeding Golden Lion did not express anger. Instead, he opened his arms wide and laughed heartily. "Ha ha, it has been a long time since I felt such joy. Lynn Barrick, I graciously accept your token of appreciation." The Golden Lion casually wiped the blood from his face with his sleeve, lifting his chin to gaze at the formidable Cobra, feeling an even greater sense of delight. "What? Do you think I would be angered? I possess a generous heart towards the strong. But let us return to the matter at hand, Lynn Barrick. Let us share a few drinks together." Upon hearing this, Lynn pondered for a moment before finally nodding in agreement. "Very well, I shall endeavor to drink aboard your ship." "It is settled." The Golden Lion, in high spirits, leaped onto two renowned swords and soared into the air, landing at a location piled high with dancing powder. He unsheathed a dagger and made a small incision in the bag, carefully inspecting the quality of its contents. Moments later, the Golden Lion burst into laughter, exclaiming, "Excellent. The quality of the goods is remarkably high. Indeed, Alabasta is a nation that honors its commitments. Moreover, you need not assist in transporting the goods. I shall handle it myself." With a touch of his hand, he activated the powers of the Float Fruit, causing the bags filled with dancing powder to ascend into the sky. The Golden Lion glided over truckloads of cargo, drawing all those bags under his control. However, as he levitated the last truckload, the smile that had adorned his face suddenly froze. "Hey, what is going on here?" The Golden Lion approached Cobra, his brow furrowed. Do you think I cannot check the weight of the goods? How could there be 100 tons of dancing powder missing? In response, Cobra could only grimly inform the Golden Lion about the unfortunate loss of the final 100 tons of dancing powder. The latter remained expressionless and slowly replied, "Listen, this transaction is fair, and within the agreed time frame, I expect every ounce of the goods I desire. Do you understand?" With a sigh, Cobra replied, "Then please grant us a few more days within the agreed time frame." The Golden Lion reiterated firmly, no less than what was negotiated. Hearing this, Cobra could only grimace and say, "We can forego compensation or even offer some restitution." Restitution? The Golden Lion raised an eyebrow, stroking his chin in contemplation. He distinctly remembered Indigo lamenting about the scarcity of natural terrains on floating islands suitable for the evolution experiments of fierce beasts, particularly the rarity of deserts. Artificial deserts were inadequate, the data would be imprecise, and only naturally formed deserts would suffice. With this thought, the Golden Lion grinned widely, "Ha ha ha. In that case, restitution is not out of the question." Delighted, Cobra smiled and said, "Then the Nefertari family is willing to provide additional compensation." However, before Cobra could finish his sentence, the Golden Lion abruptly shook his head. "Who needs money? Do you think I lack funds?" He pointed to the ground and declared, "What I seek is this." Cobra gazed at the Golden Lion's gesture, puzzled. The Golden Lion clarified, "My floating island requires some naturally formed desert terrain. Therefore, if you wish to compensate me, grant me a portion of Alabasta's territory, including a naturally formed desert. Not too much, roughly 1/10 to 1/20 will suffice." Cobra inquired, "Is there no other solution?" "None. It is settled." The Golden Lion responded with a hearty laugh. Upon hearing his words, Cobra's smile gradually solidified. "You wish to claim the territory of Alabasta?" "Indeed." The Golden Lion nodded, his spirits high, and he had no intention of putting the king before him in a difficult position. Receiving the affirmative response, Cobra took a deep breath and slowly declared, "Very well, let us go to war." "Excellent. How straightforward." The Golden Lion paused, furrowing his brow. "What did you just say?" Cobra drew the longsword from his waist and faced the Golden Lion, resolutely stating, "This is Alabasta. Every inch of its land is soaked with the blood of its people. You wish to take a part of it from us? Apologies, but that is simply impossible." He raised his sword, pointing it at the Golden Lion hovering above. The king growled, "Not an inch shall be yielded. If it is war you seek, then let it be war." Cobra's roar echoed in the ears of everyone present. Hearing this, the Golden Lion raised an eyebrow, pulled out a cigar from his pocket, silently lit it, inhaled deeply, and then said slowly, "Say, King, have you lost your senses from drinking at lunch?" "No." Cobra shook his head. The Golden Lion exhaled a puff of smoke, flicked the lit cigar into the air, and then clenched his right hand tightly. With a crackling sound, the still smoldering cigar was twisted and torn apart, the scattered tobacco falling across the Golden Lion's sullen face. "Since you are not intoxicated, then do not speak nonsense to amuse me." He grit his teeth and exclaimed, "Do not forget, you were the first to breach our trust. Lacking a full 10th of the dance powder, I have been exceedingly lenient with you." The furious lion exuded an oppressive aura that was suffocating. Yet Cobra stood unyielding. "Of course, the fault lies with us," he nodded in response. "Regardless of the reasons, we indeed cannot provide sufficient goods. Therefore, we are willing to forego our remuneration and offer you a form of compensation." "Compensation? How fortuitous!" The Golden Lion roared. "I do not desire gold. Nor do I want berries. I simply wish for a small piece of your territory, even if it is merely a barren desert of no value." "Is that too much to ask?" "It is not possible," Cobra replied slowly, his tone resolute, devoid of any hesitation. "Mr. Shiki, understand this. There are certain things in this world that cannot be measured by money." Upon hearing these words, the Golden Lion idly rubbed his fingers together, nonchalantly asking, "Even if it cost your lives?" Cobra nodded, affirming precisely. Upon hearing Cobra's response, the Golden Lion burst into laughter, exclaiming, "Ha ha ha, what a joke." Subsequently, he cast his gaze upon the assembled forces of the king. "Hey, your king is in a stupor, ready to declare war over a mere patch of land. Are you truly willing to accompany him to his doom?" The response from the royal army was a uniform silence. Not a single soldier dared to voice dissent. They simply stood in unison. Gradually, the collective aura of the 5,000 royal soldiers converged, ultimately resting upon the tip of Cobra's sword. They were the royal army of Alabasta, and Cobra was their acknowledged sovereign. Thus, wherever the king's blade pointed, that was their destined path. Observing this scene, the Golden Lion raised an eyebrow in disappointment. He soared back to the ground, landing approximately 100 meters before Cobra. How vexing. While I do admire courageous warriors. The golden lion sighed softly, a suffocating pressure enveloping the air around him, distorting the very space he occupied. Do not presume to take liberties with me, he bellowed, arms outstretched in fury. At that very moment, dozens of colossal crossbow bolts, long prepared, were unleashed with a command, hurtling toward the golden lion. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Sensing the impending danger, the golden lion bent low and struck the ground forcefully, extending the powers of the float fruit beneath his feet. Instantly, shields of sand materialized and rose to intercept the bolts. Haha, do you think you can defeat me with a sneak attack? You underestimate me gravely. Just as the golden lion's words fell from his lips, an odd scent wafted into his nostrils, accompanied by a rustling sound. The golden lion was taken aback, looking up to see that the tips of the crossbow bolts were affixed with explosives, which were now ignited. Boom! As the fuses burned down. The very next instant brought forth a violent explosion. The thunderous roar reverberated painfully in the ears of all present, and the clouds of dust obscured the center of the blast. Did it work? The royal soldiers fixated their gaze on the heart of the smoke, not daring to relax for a moment. Meanwhile, a separate group was also scrutinizing the battlefield before the tomb of the former king of Alabasta, thousands of meters away. Aboard the floating island of the Golden Lion, members of the Sky Pirate crew were transfixed on the screen of a spyglass, watching the cloud of smoke that erupted from the explosion. One crew member hastily grabbed his sword, ready to rush out. Seeing this, the ship's doctor, Indigo, performed a series of gestures, but when the crew member remained oblivious, he finally spoke up. What are you doing? So you can talk, exclaimed the crew member, waving his hand dismissively while pointing at the screen. Our captain is under attack. Shouldn't we help him? Help? Does the captain require assistance? Indigo retorted. I am aware of the captain's formidable strength, yet his adversary is, after all, a nation. Upon hearing this, Indigo shook his head in resignation. Hey, you must be new here. The crew member nodded in affirmation. I had a feeling, Indigo sighed, cautioning, as a newcomer, you should heed this advice. What is it? The new crew member asked, taken aback. Indigo patted his shoulder and spoke slowly. Do not forget whose ship you are aboard. Boom. The second explosion erupted. But this time it was not caused by explosives. Rather, it emanated from within the epicenter. The ground heaved upwards, and the silhouette of the golden lion emerged, breaking through the smoke to present itself before the onlookers. He spread his arms wide, then clenched his fists. Dozens of earthen spears shot skyward, reflecting off the colossal crossbow platforms, shattering them one by one. Ha 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 ha. I am the Golden Lion. Spears pierced through the ranks of the king's army. And despite their ample preparations, the formation of the king's troops was still disrupted by that inhuman force. Ha 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 ha. Did you not wish to engage me in battle? Come forth. Reform. Assemble. Cobra commanded, and the king's army swiftly rearranged their ranks. Witnessing this scene, the Golden Lion could not help but exclaim, what a remarkable nation. Before his words could dissipate, the Golden Lion lunged towards Cobra with astonishing speed, his legs acting as the dual swords in this moment. Ha 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 ha. Cobra, let me take one of your arms. He then delivered a powerful slash. Clang. The sharp sound of metal colliding echoed, and the Golden Lion, taken aback, beheld a surprising sight. Cobra had managed to raise his longsword just in time to barely deflect the blow. This was indeed unexpected. The sword was not merely ornamental, and the king of Alabasta possessed such exquisite swordsmanship. The Golden Lion could not help but admire. After all, he was also a swordsman of these seas. And although he had not employed his full prowess in that slash, an ordinary swordsman would have surely faltered. Yet, while Cobra had managed to block the attack, it was a considerable strain. His grip was fractured from the impact, and he gritted his teeth, declaring, do not underestimate others. I have trained in the court swordsmanship of Alabasta for many years. At that moment, two figures suddenly appeared at the sides of the Golden Lion. Whoosh, whoosh. One on the left, one on the right. Crocodile gathered sand into a blade. Lynn tightened his right fist. The blade and fist simultaneously aimed at the Golden Lion's head. In that instant, the Golden Lion revealed an exhilarated smile, bellowing, come on. If one were to liken the entire battle to a complete Western-style meal, then the descending island would serve as the appetizing starter. The initial skirmish between the Golden Lion, Lynn, and Crocodile would represent the soup course. Cobra's declaration of war against the Golden Lion would be akin to the fish dish. The Golden Lion's solitary challenge against the Alabasta royal army would embody the meat course. And now, it is time for the main course. The golden lion soared through the air with a sword in hand, intending to sever Cobra's arm, but was met with Cobra's long sword blocking the blow. In that fleeting moment, Lynn and Crocodile appeared on either side of the golden lion. Crocodile transformed his right hand into a sand-encrusted scimitar, while Lynn clenched his right fist, allowing his body to relax as he entered a state of readiness. At the same moment, both targeted their attacks at the golden lion's head. However, witnessing this, the golden lion revealed an exhilarated smile and bellowed, "Come on." He then manipulated his body with his abilities, executing a complete turn mid-air, his legs, Sakura-ten and Moku-kage, tracing two elegant semicircles in the sky. With a swift motion, two renowned swords gleamed with a sharp glint, slicing towards Lynn and Crocodile. The former inclined his body at an exaggerated angle to evade the strike, while the latter, utilizing the powers of the sand fruit, preemptively transformed his neck into sand, allowing the blade to pass harmlessly through. "Ha ha ha, not bad at all," the golden lion exclaimed, flipping over and landing firmly on the ground. He then extended his hand towards Lynn and Crocodile, laughing heartily, as I mentioned before. "I have no aversion to strong individuals. If the two of you are willing to join my pirate crew, then all previous debts will be forgiven. What say you?" "Not a chance," Lynn replied, twisting his neck as he turned to Crocodile with a grin. "Hey, 8001, are you considering his offer?" Crocodile's flying head transformed back into sand before returning to his neck, reforming his head. He raised an eyebrow and smirked. "If I could be captain, perhaps I would contemplate it." "Ha ha ha, no problem. Speak your mind. I have no disdain for the strong," the golden lion laughed in response. But his laughter abruptly ceased, a sinister grin replacing it. "But I also warned you, don't push your luck." Before his words could fade, the golden lion opened his arms and struck downwards towards the ground. With a resounding thud, an imperceptible wave of energy surged forth. Gradually, a tremor began to resonate beneath everyone's feet, reminiscent of an earthquake. The rumbling intensified, and some began to struggle to maintain their balance. Crocodile crouched low to steady himself, his brow furrowed as he muttered, "What on earth has that old monster done?" Lynn's gaze remained firmly fixed on the ground, ever vigilant to the movements of the golden lion. Suddenly, she perceived something amiss and leapt backward in a swift motion, vacating her position. In that fleeting moment, a resounding boom echoed as a towering wave of earth, akin to a column of water, erupted skyward. Crocodile, too, adeptly utilized his elemental transformation to hastily retreat. Just as a second wave of earth erupted from the very spot he had occupied moments before. This was followed by a third, a fourth, and a fifth. Dozens of earthen waves surged forth like a majestic fountain, as if the very ground had been upheaved by the golden lion itself. Lynn and Crocodile found themselves amidst the chaos, and through the gaps in the surging earth, they beheld the golden lion, arms wide open, laughing heartily. "Ha ha ha. This is the might of the Great One." The terrifying power unleashed was nearly indiscriminate, impacting even the distant cobras in the king's army, who, in their attempts to assist, were forced to retreat under the overwhelming force of the earth's upheaval. The golden lion, eager to mock further, suddenly experienced a jolt of excruciating pain in his head. Ugh! He widened his eyes, instinctively clutching his head, murmuring, "TSK, why is this happening now? The medicine is still with Indigo, what a nuisance." This scene was fortuitously witnessed by Lynn and Crocodile, who were closest to him. Although they could not hear the golden lion's mutterings, they clearly observed the agony etched on his face. Noticing their gaze, the golden lion, with great effort to endure the throbbing pain, sneered, "You two little brats, do you think you've discovered a way to defeat me? I am the golden lion." With a thunderous roar, he tightened his fists once more, transforming the rising soil into a series of lion-shaped mounds that surged toward Lynn and Crocodile. Boom, boom, boom. Dozens of lion heads, each measuring 5 or 6 meters in diameter, crashed down upon the two. Only after shattering several of these lion heads did they realize that they could regenerate, converging upon them with even greater speed. Gradually, their ability to destroy the lion heads could not keep pace with the rate of their regeneration. An increasing number of mounds encircled them, ultimately overwhelming them completely. Lion's might, earthbound cage. When the golden lion finally clenched his fists, the tumultuous earth ceased its motion, and the figures of Lynn and Crocodile had vanished, replaced by 2 massive lion-headed mounds. Have I dealt with them? He wondered, rubbing his aching head, ready to ascend back to his floating island for medicine, when he suddenly felt an unusual stirring within one of the mounds. Before his eyes, the mound rapidly lost its moisture, cracking at a visible pace, until it disintegrated into a heap of scattered sand. Crocodile's figure emerged slowly from the grains, surveying the surrounding wreckage and stroking his golden hook with a furrowed brow. He remarked, "What an exaggerated old monster. Why not simply perish and impel down and become a legend? Ha ha ha. I go where I please." The golden lion laughed. Gazing at another mound, "It seems I have buried the other one alive." However, Crocodile shook his head, sighing, "Though I too would prefer for you to deal with him. I find it hard to envision a cage that could truly contain him." Bang. As the voice faded, a muffled sound suddenly resonated from within the mound that entombed Lynn. One sound followed another, 2, 3, 4. Bang, 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 bang. The muffled noises grew closer and louder, culminating in a resounding crash as a fist burst through the earth. Soon after, a second fist emerged, followed by 2 feet, and ultimately, the entire mound erupted, allowing Lynn to break free from the soil. Brushing off the dirt clinging to him, Lynn exhaled deeply, marveling, "Wow, what an imposing move." "Look at that," Crocodile shrugged, lighting a new cigar, and sneered at the golden lion. "Hee, I must say, that was quite an astonishing spectacle." "Tsk, how dull." The golden lion contemplated making a move, but the excruciating pain in his head slowed him down. It was this fractional delay that allowed Crocodile to seize the moment, slamming his right hand onto the ground, activating the powers of the sand fruit. Erosion cycle. This unique large-scale attack of the natural sand fruit caused the ground to crack upon contact, draining the moisture from any living being or object it touched and gradually spreading outward, transforming the surroundings into a desert. During their previous encounter, Crocodile had already caused considerable trouble for Lynn with this move. This time, however, Crocodile unleashed it with full force, extending its impact to encompass even the distant royal army. Lynn, witnessing the situation, interjected, 8001. "You've entangled your own people in this. It is they who are a hindrance." Crocodile's gaze was fixed intently on the distant figure of the golden lion as he growled at Lynn. "At this moment, what concern is there for others? You have just seen that old monster appears to be suffering a resurgence of his old injuries." Crocodile's singular thought was, exploit his ailment to seize his life. Upon learning of the existence of the ancient weapon, Pluton, in Alabasta, Crocodile devised a plan. He intended to leverage his position as one of the 7 warlords of the sea to establish a foothold within Alabasta, assisting the nation in eradicating the surrounding pirate threats and safeguarding the coastal waters. In doing so, his standing among the people of Alabasta would gradually elevate until he was regarded as a hero in their eyes. Simultaneously, he would clandestinely amass his own power. And once his renown reached a certain threshold, he would incite discord between the citizens and the king, provoking them into war. Subsequently, under the guise of a hero, he would eliminate the king, seamlessly taking control of the nation and its most profound secrets. To avoid drawing the attention of the world government to his maneuvers, Crocodile had to advance his entire scheme with caution, allowing events to unfold naturally, and he possessed ample patience to see it through. Before the Golden Lion's arrival in Alabasta, the only challenge of the plan lay in Crocodile's need for someone capable of deciphering the historical texts, thus enabling him to fully comprehend the ancient weapon. With the emergence of the Golden Lion, a second challenge arose, not from the Golden Lion himself, as his intentions were merely to dance and revel, rather than to claim this nation or the Pluton. The true second challenge was, in fact, that man, Lynn Barrick, any opponent with a clear purpose. Crocodile possesses the confidence that he can manipulate them with his cunning intellect. Take, for instance, the Golden Lion's demand for the dancing powder, or Cobra's desire to protect the nation of Alabasta. Yet, the man named Lynn Barrick eludes Crocodile's understanding. This very ambiguity breeds a sense of unease regarding the potential unraveling of his plans. Now, this unease has culminated in an irksome reality. The Golden Lion and Cobra, the Flying Sky Pirates and Alabasta. War has commenced. How troublesome. It is merely a piece of land. Why not simply relinquish it? Crocodile furrowed his brows, muttering under his breath, "If I retreat now, Cobra will never trust me again, and all my prior preparations will be in vain." There was no choice but to press on with grim determination. As he evaded the Golden Lion's onslaught, Crocodile silently contemplated the trajectory of the battle. The forces of Alabasta's royal army were as ineffective as useless debris, providing no assistance whatsoever. As for Cobra, it was a feat in itself for him to withstand even a casual strike from the Golden Lion. What more could be expected of him? The remaining 2 Zoan-type Devil Fruit users? They were marginally useful, yet more often than not, they served merely as punching bags. After careful consideration, Crocodile arrived at the most disheartening conclusion. Among the thousands present, the only one capable of standing alongside him against the Golden Lion possessing any semblance of combat prowess, was none other than Lynn Barrick. However, after a brief clash, Crocodile realized that even with Lynn, they would scarcely gain an advantage against the legendary foe. Until just moments ago, Crocodile witnessed the Golden Lion succumb to a headache, the powers of the float fruit momentarily spiraling out of control. Even his own haki showing signs of retreat. At that instant, the Sand Crocodile comprehended that his opportunity had arrived. Strike while the iron is hot. If he could eliminate the Golden Lion, he would emerge as the hero of Alabasta, and even the Navy would be compelled to commend him. Thus, his plan to seize the Pluto would progress with greater ease. Realizing this, Crocodile slammed his right hand against the ground, unleashing the full extent of his sand fruit abilities. Erosion Rebirth. The desiccating power spread across the land, transforming everything around into quicksand, even ensnaring some of the royal army in the distance. Half of their bodies sinking into the sand. Observing this, Lynn cautioned, "You've ensnared your own men. They are an impediment." Crocodile roared, "Forget about them. You witnessed it just now. This is our only chance. If we do not eliminate the Golden Lion, we shall perish." Gazing at the royal army gradually consumed by the quicksand, Lynn twisted his neck and stated solemnly, "If you do not cease this madness, I shall take action." Hearing this, Crocodile was filled with rage. "Instead of confronting the Golden Lion, you turn your attention towards me?" Lynn shook his head, declaring, "No. I intend to confront both you and the Golden Lion." Crocodile, the madman, sighed inwardly, then regained control over his abilities. Expelling the soldiers of the kingdom who had been swallowed by the quicksand, he possessed the capacity to do so, albeit at the cost of additional stamina and concentration. Thus, in Crocodile's eyes, there was no necessity to concern himself with those ineffectual individuals who could not offer assistance. Unfortunately, Lynn evidently held a different perspective. "Are you satisfied now?" Crocodile furrowed his brow and turned his gaze toward the Golden Lion. At that moment, the Golden Lion was still clutching his head, struggling against the excruciating pain within. Crocodile sneered coldly as swirling yellow sand coalesced in his right hand, forming a small, spiraling vortex aimed directly at the Golden Lion, which he unleashed with vigor. Sandstorm. Once the air current was released, it swelled in size, ultimately transforming into a formidable tempest that hurtled toward the Golden Lion. Observing this, the Golden Lion, enduring the pain, manipulated the earth to create a robust shield that absorbed Crocodile's assault. Meanwhile, Lynn charged forward, positioning himself behind the Golden Lion, and delivered a powerful punch aimed at his back. The Golden Lion sidestepped the blow, retaliating by commanding a torrent of earth that struck Lynn from the side. Lynn pivoted and once again swung his fist, dispersing the oncoming earthen wave. Simultaneously, the Golden Lion's right hand clenched tightly. Nothing happened, at least from the perspectives of Lynn and Crocodile. However, far above the clouds, the massive floating island stirred to life, accompanied by a thunderous roar as it began to gradually descend. Was the captain attempting to bring the floating island back to the ground? Members of the flying pirate crew sprang into action, preparing for the rare descent of the island, which seldom lowered itself voluntarily. Each landing necessitated careful consideration of the structures and the experimental creatures aboard, demanding much attention. Yet, the ship's doctor, Indigo, who should have been orchestrating the operation, was instead fixated on the screen before him. Utilizing specialized, top-tier telescopic equipment, those on the floating island could discern every detail beneath them. Indigo witnessed the captain clutching his head and instantly recognized the situation. The captain's old injury had flared up. Damn it, he had just taken his medication, which should have lasted at least 3 days. This shouldn't be happening. Indigo felt a tingling sensation at the nape of his neck as he contemplated two potential causes. Either the captain faced an adversary too formidable, triggering his old injury, or the injury had exacerbated once more. The intertwining of these possibilities ultimately led to the ineffectiveness of the medication, causing the Golden Lion's old wounds to resurface prematurely. The medicine must be administered to the captain without delay. Indigo had long since retrieved the medical kit and prepared the necessary potions. Yet he found himself in a state of anxious anticipation, for the colossal floating island was akin to the territory of a small nation, rendering any movement exceedingly sluggish. Surely, it would have been far swifter to simply summon the pirate ship alone. Why, then, did the captain insist on bringing the massive floating island along? As Indigo gazed at the screen, he suddenly noticed a sinister smile curling at the corners of Golden Lion's mouth. Having followed Golden Lion for many years, Indigo felt a shiver run down his spine. The Mad Ant's grin filled him with dread. What on earth is the captain planning? The island in the sky, known as Skypiea, is not merely a legend, but a tangible reality. Adventurers, pirates, Naval officers, merchants, and countless others have laid eyes upon this island suspended amidst the clouds. Although it is ultimately not a true island but a unique formation of clouds, it has nonetheless left those who have witnessed it in awe. In stark contrast, Golden Lion's floating island is composed entirely of earth, a genuine landmass. Can one even begin to fathom the sight of a massive, real island plummeting from the heavens? An island made of earth, weighing hundreds of millions of tons, hurtling downwards. This is a scenario that even the most imaginative of science fiction writers would hesitate to employ. At this very moment, a gigantic floating island, measuring half the land area of Alabasta, was breaking through the clouds, emitting a deafening roar as it descended from an altitude of 10,000 meters directly above the kingdom of Alabasta. The thunderous sound diminished through the expanse of space, until it transformed into merely a faint echo by the time it reached the ground. Before the tomb of the former king of Alabasta, only 3 individuals possessed the acuity to detect this subtle noise amidst the chaos of battle: Golden Lion, Lynn, and Crocodile. As the instigator, Golden Lion was entirely unfazed, for he was the one orchestrating the floating island's descent upon Alabasta. Upon noticing the faint sound, both Lynn and Crocodile instinctively turned their gaze skyward, and then swiftly redirected their attention to Golden Lion. "Old monster, what on earth are you planning?" Crocodile growled. "Ahaha." Golden Lion spread his arms, laughing heartily as he exclaimed, "Desert brat, why not take a guess?" On the other side, even Lynn could not suppress his widening eyes. He had a vague inkling of what was causing the sound. It was the sound of a heavy object plummeting through the air. High, enormous, weighty, and utterly exaggerated. Could it be that this madman Golden Lion truly intended to crush Alabasta with his floating island? Such a situation was beyond even Lynn's wildest imaginings. One must remember that Golden Lion's floating island housed the mutated beasts he had spent years meticulously researching. Should the floating island collide with Alabasta, both islands would inevitably perish, rendering the years of research conducted by the Golden Lion utterly fruitless. There exists no rationale for such an action. Yet, Lynn pondered, as a remnant of the Rocks era, the Golden Lion embodies both madness and ambition. Who can truly fathom his intentions? "Hey, stop staring blankly." Crocodile, beside him, reignited a cigar, likely having disowned the source of the sound reverberating in the air. After inhaling deeply, Crocodile stated in a low voice, "I have devised a plan, and you must cooperate with me." "What a coincidence," Lynn replied, twisting his wrist to produce a crisp sound. "I too have conceived a method, but your collaboration is essential." At this juncture, "Do you still wish to argue with me?" Crocodile growled. Lynn flashed a grin, suggesting that they share their ideas and see whose was superior. Subsequently, both spoke simultaneously, their words slightly differing. Before the floating island descended, before it could crush them all, they uttered the identical 3 words: "Eliminate him." With a whoosh and a crash, Crocodile transformed his entire being into elemental form, while Lynn, grounded, propelled himself forward, both charging toward the Golden Lion. There is a distinction between a smash and a fall. When the floating island is under the influence of the float fruit, the Golden Lion can wield it like a meteor hammer, unleashing devastation far beyond that of an ordinary island's descent. Thus, if they could eliminate the Golden Lion before he directed the island to strike Alabasta, the destructive force of its fall would be significantly diminished, ensuring that Alabasta would not be entirely obliterated. Should circumstances improve, there might even be a chance to salvage the situation. All of this hinges on one singular goal: to vanquish the Golden Lion. Crocodile Storm Vortex coalesced once more, aimed fiercely at the Golden Lion. Sandstorm, the floating island, being immense, required the Golden Lion to concentrate his efforts to maneuver it down swiftly, leaving him with only a fraction of his attention to engage in battle. Yet, even so, he remained the formidable Golden Lion. A wall of earth surged forth, intercepting Crocodile's sandstorm. However, the Golden Lion had not anticipated that amidst the raging sands lay a hidden figure. Lynn Barrick emerged from the ravaging sandstorm, entering a state of readiness, only to once again succumb to a profound sense of vulnerability. The moment he made contact with the earthen wall, the pent-up force within him surged forth, unleashing a powerful punch. Bang! Lynn's silhouette surged through the earthen wall, standing before the Golden Lion. The pain in the Golden Lion's mind intensified, and sensing the urgency, he attempted to retreat, only to be obstructed by a wall of sand that barred his escape. Not far away, Crocodile chuckled ominously, "Old monster, do not presume that you alone can construct walls." A wave of dread washed over the Golden Lion as his eyes widened in alarm. He sought to ascend into the sky using his fruit powers, yet the excruciating pain in his head hindered his movements. In a battle between masters, Even the slightest margin could determine the victor. The moment the golden lion lifted his gaze, Lin's hand had already seized his face. The incredible strength rendering the golden lion utterly incapable of breaking free from his grasp. Boom. Lynn grasped the golden lion, propelling him through the sand wall crafted by Crocodile. As a tempest of black and white engulfed them once more, the realm of ice, adorned in the form of hockey, Lynn grasped the golden lion, advancing step by step upon the sandy terrain. With each footfall, the imprints deepened, and Lynn's aura grew increasingly menacing. Golden lion, prepare to face my might, he proclaimed. As frost seeped through his clenched teeth, energy depleted, heroic skill, awe-inspiring, Lynn dragged the still-dazed golden lion, taking several steps forward to build momentum before leaping high into the air, crashing down with tremendous force. The impact reverberated as a large crater was instantly formed in the sandy ground. At the center of the crater, the golden lion clutched his head, coughing up a considerable amount of blood, uncertain whether it was a consequence of old wounds or Lynn's assault. Nevertheless, it was evident that the golden lion had suffered a severe blow. In addition to Lynn and Crocodile, members of the flying pirate crew witnessed the scene from above. The floating island hovered above the clouds, yet it was less than 3,000 meters from the ground. Indigo, observing the battlefield through a screen, hastily prepared the golden lion's special medicine. Upon seeing the golden lion collapse, Indigo's expression shifted dramatically. Time was running out. Grabbing the freshly prepared medicine, he hurriedly ran towards the palace's exit, his shoes making comical sounds with each step. The palace was perched at the edge of the floating island, directly overlooking the battlefield situated at the tomb of the former king of Alabasta. Noticing his frantic departure, the crew members of the flying pirate crew inquired, "Lord Indigo, where are you going?" "Of course, I am off to deliver medicine to the captain," Indigo replied, gauging the direction below. "The floating island descends too slowly. The captain needs the medicine urgently. As the ship's doctor, it is my duty to deliver it. If I perish before reaching him..." Remember there's a medicine cabinet by the table containing the formulas and several spare potions. Make sure to deliver them to the captain. Before he could finish, Indigo leaped off without waiting for the crew to stop him. He positioned his body vertically, minimizing air resistance as he plummeted rapidly. Soon, he could clearly see the battlefield below. Just moments later, he was less than 200 meters from the ground, with no intention of slowing down. Nor did he carry a parachute. He shouted towards the fallen golden lion, "Captain, the medicine." At that very instant, a figure emerged from the swirling sands, leaping into the air beside Indigo. It was Crocodile, who had been keenly observing the battlefield, being as cautious as he was. Crocodile would not grant the golden lion a chance to turn the tide. "Hey, where did this comical fool come from?" Crocodile sneered. Indigo sensed the impending danger and sharply turned to roll away from Crocodile, but being the one in descent made it difficult to control his body. In an instant, Crocodile's right hand transformed into a scythe of sand, slashing at Indigo. Due to Indigo's evasive maneuvers, the strike did not penetrate deeply. Crocodile frowned slightly, preparing to swing his blade again, only to discover that the medicine Indigo had been holding had vanished without a trace. "Haha, I've thrown it away." Indigo broke into a wide grin. The ominous expression on Crocodile's face revealed his intent to extinguish Indigo's life entirely. However, at that moment, a golden figure flashed by, crossing two swords that instantaneously shattered Crocodile's sandblade into fragments. The figure supported Indigo with his shoulder, who had sustained a wound to his abdomen, blood staining his exaggerated white coat. Nevertheless, being the ship's doctor, Indigo tore a piece from his clothing and utilized his medical supplies for a rudimentary bandage. "Ha ha ha. You've worked hard, Indigo," the figure chuckled, popping the cork off a vial of potion and gulping it down before crushing the bottle in his grip. "Ah, what a refreshing drink." A suffocating aura emanated once more from the figure. Turning to Crocodile, he bellowed, "What do you intend to do to my crew?" The earth trembled, and the ground shattered. In that instant, everyone present comprehended a singular truth. The lion had awakened. The earth quaked and dust surged. Portions of land previously affected by the float fruit began to coalesce around the golden lion at his summons, ultimately forming a floating landmass. Subsequently, the golden lion placed the injured ship's Dr. Indigo upon it, ensuring his safety. Although Indigo's injuries were severe, they were not fatal, yet sufficient to ignite the golden lion's fury. The captain of the flying pirate crew retrieved a cigar from his pocket, lit it, and took a contemplative puff. From his elevated stance, he gazed down at Crocodile, a look of disappointment etched upon his features. "Humph, I expected a more engaging game. But it appears you were ultimately too weak." Crocodile flexed his right hand, gathering a sandstorm in his palm, muttering, "What an arrogant old creature." That last strike landed solidly. Even if you've taken medicine, the damage to your body remains, doesn't it? If that's the case, the situation is still in my favor. Veins bulged on Crocodile's forehead as he swung his right arm with force, preparing to capitalize on the moment to strike at the Golden Lion. However, before he could unleash his sandstorm, a colossal stone pillar erupted from the ground, crashing directly toward Crocodile from the side. What? Crocodile barely had time to utter his astonishment before the stone pillar struck him squarely, its immense cross-section and force preventing him from elemental transformation, pinning him to the ground. Ha ha ha. What's the matter, Sandboy? Can't even withstand one of my attacks in your normal state? TSK. You should have been buried in a coffin long ago, you old monster. Crocodile uttered a curse and swiftly resolved to utilize the terrain of the desert to evade the impending danger by elemental transformation. However, upon lifting his gaze, he found himself staring in astonishment at a massive volume of water. The terror of the Golden Lion was manifold, one of which lay in his devil fruit ability. The float fruit could affect all inorganic substances, not merely soil or stone, but even the ocean water that the users of such abilities dread could be manipulated. At this moment, the floating island in the sky was descending, while a colossal mass of water, weighing several tons, was already under the control of the Golden Lion, poised directly above Crocodile. Haha, did you think I was merely a brute relying on strength to fulfill my ambitions? You are mistaken, Sandboy. The Golden Lion bellowed, a grin stretching across his face. I have concealed myself for so many years, thoroughly understanding the world government, including you self-proclaimed 7 warlords tethered by their chains. This must be your weakness. Slowly, the Golden Lion raised the sword on his right leg and unleashed dozens of slashing strikes toward the water mass before him. Lion's thousand cuts. The numerous sword energies shattered the water mass into fragments, after which the Golden Lion spread his arms, dispelling the float fruit's ability over the water. With a crashing sound, water cascaded down like a torrential rain, drenching Crocodile and deepening the furrows in his brow. Due to the nature of sand clumping upon contact with liquid, water, or liquid in general, was the singular weakness of the sand fruit. When Crocodile came into contact with liquid, his body would be compelled to solidify, rendering him vulnerable to physical attacks. This weakness had never been disclosed by Crocodile to anyone, however. The Navy would undoubtedly have investigated this aspect of him as a warlord. Thus, it could be said that only the Navy was privy to his precise vulnerability on this sea. Now that the Golden Lion had also become aware of this weakness, it raised the question of who had divulged such information to him. The answer was clear. To think I could acquire intelligence on a warlord. It seems the Navy has decayed quite thoroughly. Crocodile managed a strained smile, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth, before his laughter could fully fade. Over a dozen massive stone pillars, under the Golden Lion's control, were aimed at Crocodile and then came crashing down. Boom, 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 boom. The thunderous sounds reverberated, shaking the ground as if an earthquake had struck. Once the tremors ceased, all that remained was a scene of devastation, with Crocodile having vanished without a trace. A Logia user? If you cannot elementalize, you can't even flee, merely a living target. The Golden Lion spread his arms wide and laughed heartily, his gaze shifting to another direction. There, a tempest of black and white winds gradually converged, only to vanish without a trace. How could I forget you? You are still alive. The Golden Lion took a puff from his cigar and soared towards the ground, gazing down at the figure below. It was Lynn. The Golden Lion raised an eyebrow and grinned. The man who declared war on the celestial dragons? What a surprise to find you here. In response, Lynn merely twisted his neck and leapt a few times, assuming a combat stance. However, a deep gash marred his chest, blood oozing from the wound and dripping onto the ground. That injury had been inflicted by the Golden Lion moments prior. At that time, Lynn had used a breathtaking maneuver to slam the Golden Lion into the ground, while Indigo descended from the skies to deliver medicine, only to be intercepted by Crocodile mid-flight. Crocodile thwarted Indigo, and Lynn focused intently on the Golden Lion, poised on the brink of defeat. Yet, the Golden Lion had concealed a trump card, detonating a long-hidden bomb. The explosion momentarily disrupted Lynn's movements, allowing the Golden Lion to strike with his sword and escape to retrieve the medicine from Indigo. Indeed, the Golden Lion was one of the great swordsmen of the bygone era. Had it not been for Lynn's superhuman reflexes, which enabled him to retreat a step, the blade would have cleaved him in two rather than merely grazing his chest. Nonetheless, the wound remained severe, a fatal injury for an ordinary person. Heroic skill, battlefield valor. The energy within Lynn slowly drained, staunching the bleeding from his chest wound. After a few breaths, although a searing pain persisted, at least the blood had ceased to flow. Remarkably, he did not bleed to death. His physical constitution is quite remarkable, perhaps a consequence of his zoan-type devil fruit? The golden lion observed Lynn. Stroking his chin with a grin, "You are far more entertaining than that somber sandbrat. Will you surrender or continue the fight?" Meanwhile, Lynn was preoccupied with another matter. He sensed the increasingly audible sound of the floating island descending from the sky. Before engaging in battle, there was another matter to address. Lynn wiped the blood from his chest and spoke in a low voice. "To halt the descent of your floating island and allow two islands, each comparable in size to a continent, to collide is utterly preposterous. Everything in the vicinity would face annihilation. And I dare say even you would find it challenging to escape the repercussions." However, what Lynn did not anticipate was that the golden lion's response would neither be an affirmation nor a negation, but rather a third option. He cleared his ears, somewhat perplexed, and inquired, "What? When did I ever intend to have my floating island crash into Alabasta? Do not jest. I cannot bear to part with it." Lynn was momentarily taken aback. "Then why did you summon the floating island?" The golden lion grinned widely and replied, "My research requires a desert terrain. But the king of this nation is unwilling to provide it. After all, he has already supplied me with quite a bit of dance powder. Thus, I devised a compromise." Upon hearing this, a dreadful suspicion arose in Lynn's heart. With a solemn expression, he asked, "What exactly do you intend to do?" Suddenly, the golden lion spread his arms wide and laughed uproariously. "Let Alabasta become my experimental ground." As soon as these words left his mouth, fury ignited in Lynn's expression. Enveloped by a tempest of black and white, he activated the maximum potential of his icebound domain, shouting in rage, "Golden lion, how dare you? Ha 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 ha. I dare. What of it?" The golden lion cackled, swinging his right hand fiercely. A colossal boulder weighing several tons plummeted from the sky, crashing directly onto Lynn. Boom, boom. The massive stone descended with astonishing velocity, striking Lynn head-on. Unlike the previous earthen clods, this was a solid rock, deeply embedded within the layers of earth, possessing a hardness of an entirely different caliber. Ha 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 ha. Is that how it ends? I'm far from satisfied. The golden lion wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, arms outstretched, his golden hair and robe billowing in the wind as he erupted into raucous laughter. In a fit of rage, he found humor in his fury. How audacious they all were, thinking themselves worthy. How dare they challenge him? He was the golden lion. Cobra? He had intended to spare him, merely seeking a small concession of land, yet this insignificant king dared to reject his goodwill. Crocodile? He had the audacity to harm his crew, seeking death. The 7 warlords were nothing but a farce, willingly serving the world government as lapdogs. He cared not for their motives. A dog remained a dog, and once the head bowed, it could never rise again. He had never learned about his head. Lynn Barak? Lynn Barak. The mere mention of this name sends the golden lion into a fit of rage, for among the 3, it is only Lynn who evokes such intense anger within him. The reason is singular. Lynn Barak's assault inflicted a significant injury upon himself, and not a minor one. Even now, the golden lion's head still spins, and a persistent buzzing echoes in his ears, his entire body feeling as though it has been shattered. It seems those newspapers were not exaggerating. The golden lion shook his head, attempting to dispel the nausea brought on by the dizziness. In the news reports regarding the riot at the Shambadi arena, it was repeatedly emphasized that the man named Lynn Barak had single-handedly shattered the high walls of the arena and, alongside a fisherman, breached the naval blockade, seizing a warship before making his escape. Most crucially, Lynn Barak had no backing from any faction. The uprising was entirely a product of his personal will. Initially, the Golden Lion harbored doubts, suspecting Lynn might have collaborated with the Revolutionary Army or other pirates to orchestrate the rebellion, merely concealing their involvement adeptly. However, after personally confronting Lynn Barak, the Golden Lion realized that the reports were seemingly accurate. Lynn indeed possessed the capability to penetrate the naval blockade from within. This was solely due to one factor: that little rascal was incredibly strong. When Lynn had previously grasped his face with a single hand, the Golden Lion felt it acutely. Lynn's 5 fingers clamped around his face like iron pincers, rendering him unable to break free. When Lynn leaped high and slammed him into the ground, the Golden Lion found himself powerless to control his body. In desperate circumstances, he was compelled to utilize the powers of the float fruit, generating an upward force to mitigate the impact of Lynn's descent, while shielding his head with his hands, thus avoiding complete unconsciousness. During this time, any misjudgment could have led to the Golden Lion, already nursing old wounds, suffering a devastating blow from Lynn's astonishing strike, potentially concluding the entire battle. Ha 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 ha. That was truly perilous. I almost met my end. The Golden Lion exclaimed, grinning as he regarded Lynn's position. Lynn Barrack, a man of formidable strength, possessed the potential to bring about his own downfall, albeit with only the slightest possibility. Yet, I shall not afford him such an opportunity. The Golden Lion raised an eyebrow, a hint of disappointment flickering across his visage as he pondered. Is yet another powerful figure poised to depart from this vast ocean? Without delay, the Golden Lion extended his arms wide, clenched his fists with fervor, and struck downwards towards Lynn's position. In that instant, two colossal boulders plummeted from the floating island's depths, drawn down by the powers of the float fruit, descending from the heavens. Boom, boom. The two massive stones, weighing several tons, crashed one after the other upon Lynn's location, obliterating the previous boulder into fragments. Ha 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 ha. Allow me to craft for you a grand tomb. The Golden Lion laughed heartily, showing no signs of relenting as a multitude of boulders rained down upon the earth, causing the very ground to tremble. Farewell, Almighty One. The Golden Lion raised his hands high, summoning the largest boulder from the floating island, its size rivaling the sum of all the previous stones, and hurled it towards the ground with tremendous force. Boom. A chilling tremor reverberated throughout the land, and as the dust settled, half of the boulder was already embedded in the earth. The Golden Lion even manipulated the boulder to grind a few times before finally retracting his hands, panting heavily. Old wounds resurfacing, relentless battles, and the last frenzied onslaught had indeed taken their toll. However, it was all over now. Both that warlord, the Sandboy, and Lynn Barrack had perished beneath the tomb he constructed for them. Thus, he turned his attention to the first individual who had incited his wrath. The Golden Lion utilized his powers to soar before Cobra and then gently descended, planting his twin swords into the ground, crossing his arms defiantly. Ha 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 ha. My king, in light of the delightful gift you have prepared for our meeting, I shall forego claiming your territory, but in return, you must acquiesce to my research. Bell and Gaka positioned themselves in front of Cobra, whose expression darkened. The terror of the Golden Lion's strength far exceeded their imagination. Do not concern yourselves with me. Go save them, Cobra murmured. But saving them? Yes. Bell and Gaka exchanged glances, nodding in agreement before hastening towards the ruins that entombed Crocodile and Lynn, attempting to rescue the two. The Golden Lion held unwavering confidence in his abilities, convinced that both Lynn and Crocodile were doomed, thus choosing to confront Cobra directly. Taking a deep breath, Cobra inquired, "What exactly do you intend to do?" Explaining this is rather troublesome. The Golden Lion scratched his head, and with a flick of his fingers, the land carrying the ship's doctor, Indigo, soared towards the floating island above. To put it simply, I am conducting research on the evolution of ferocious beasts, having already cultivated numerous evolved creatures. I am in urgent need of first-hand data regarding their combat methods. Since you are unwilling to relinquish your territory, I shall devise a compromise. The Golden Lion burst into a raucous laugh. Upon hearing those words, Cobra suddenly realized the meaning behind Lynn's furious roar before being buried alive by the Golden Lion. Understanding the Golden Lion's intentions, Cobra's rage ignited, and he bellowed, "Stop this madness." At that very moment, the sky above Alabasta darkened. A colossal shadow broke through the clouds, looming over Alabasta. Ha ha ha, O king. Let my little darlings come and play in your country. The Golden Lion snapped his fingers. With a resounding crack, the experiment commenced. A thunderous roar erupted as the immense floating island pierced the clouds, appearing above Alabasta. The island obscured the sunlight, casting a shadow that nearly engulfed the entire capital, Alubarna. At that moment, the residents of Alubarna looked up, witnessing the gigantic floating island, which seemed to carry vast expanses of ocean, its size rivaling that of 4 Alubarnas combined. What on earth is that monstrous thing? An elderly man, trembling, set aside his cane, closed his eyes, and clasped his hands in prayer, murmuring, "Ancestors of Alabasta, please bless our nation and protect our children." Meanwhile, a piece of floating land carrying the injured Indigo ascended from the ground, finally docking on the floating island. Indigo, clutching his wounded abdomen, limped down from the land and made his way to the command hall of the Sky Pirates. The crew members had long been observing the situation through their telescopes, realizing their ship's doctor was gravely injured, and they gathered around to offer assistance. A member of the medical team rushed over with a medical kit, exclaiming urgently, "Lord Indigo, your wound needs immediate stitching. Get away." Indigo shoved the doctor aside and approached the main control panel of the floating island, the nerve center where all devices could be managed. "I have no time to deal with wounds right now. Indigo rapidly manipulated the buttons on the control panel, an expression of sheer exhilaration illuminating his face. This is the feeling. Absolutely magnificent. Before being invited aboard by the Golden Lion, he was a physician and an exceptional scientist. For Indigo, nothing held greater importance than his research, and the primary allure of the Golden Lion's invitation was the unrestrained opportunity to pursue his studies. Resources, funding, specimens, and time were all abundantly available. Indeed, Indigo did not disappoint the Golden Lion. Within a mere few years, he unraveled the secrets of the botanical agent IQ and applied it to animals, resulting in a dramatic surge in their ferocity and combat prowess. In a short span of time, Indigo cultivated a remarkable array of formidable beasts upon the floating island. However, the path of research is interminable, and the more he delved into his studies, the more he recognized his deficiencies in data. Consequently, he found himself in urgent need of an appropriate experimental arena to assess the combat capabilities of these beasts. The captain truly lives up to his legendary status as a pirate. Indigo manipulated the console, opening one gate after another on the island, releasing the imprisoned beast specimens. As the ship's doctor who had accompanied the Golden Lion for many years, he understood the captain's intentions. The Golden Lion did not aim to crash the floating island into Alabasta, but rather intended for it to hover above, unleashing the beasts below and transforming Alabasta into his experimental ground. To utilize an entire nation as a testing site is indeed a grand ambition. Indigo bellowed at the plump researchers, "Prepare the data records for the experiment. If anything goes awry, I shall cast you off the island." Yes, the numerous researchers complied. Meanwhile, directly beneath the floating island, on the ground, the Golden Lion faced Cobra and snapped his fingers. Snap! A thunderous roar accompanied the sound. Looking up, Cobra noticed that one side of the floating island was gradually morphing, forming a wide, smooth path that curved downwards, ultimately extending to a location, the capital, Albana. Haha. Let that city serve as my testing ground. The Golden Lion produced a transponder snail from his pocket, lifted the receiver, and cleared his throat. "Hello, Indigo. Can you hear me?" "I can hear you, Captain." Indigo's weak yet exhilarated voice responded. "Rest assured, Captain, this will undoubtedly be a successful experiment." "Ha ha ha, do not disappoint me." The Golden Lion laughed broadly, then raised his right hand and snapped his fingers once more. "Let the experiment commence." With the command of the Golden Lion, a multitude of small black dots suddenly appeared on the path connecting the floating island to Albana, swiftly descending towards the ground. However, upon closer inspection, it became evident that these seemingly innocuous dots were, in fact, a diverse assembly of ferocious beasts, all of which had been augmented by the specially formulated IQ serum, rendering them even more savage than before. Judging by their rapid advance, it could be estimated that within approximately 10 minutes, this tide of thousands of brutal creatures would reach the capital of Alabasta, Albana. Cobra gripped his sword tightly and commanded the royal army behind him. "All troops, retreat to Alabasta. Prioritize the safety of civilians and assist in their evacuation to safety." Yet, as the royal army prepared to turn back, they were obstructed by the ground that the Golden Lion had manipulated to rise before them. "Ha ha ha, do not rush, my dear king." The Golden Lion chuckled, stroking his chin with a grin. "Considering your assistance in facilitating the creation of so much dance powder, I shall not be entirely unkind. Testing the intelligence of those beasts is part of the experiment. After all, let us devise a plan. If the citizens of that city kneel and surrender, my precious little one shall refrain from harming them. What say you?" "Hey, Indigo, did you hear that?" "Absolutely, Captain." Indigo's voice resonated through the communication device. "Haha. I am quite the benevolent soul," the Golden Lion exclaimed, only to be interrupted by a fit of coughing. Cough, cough. "Ah. Is this the result of the injuries inflicted by Lynn? It seems I must return to recuperate." The Golden Lion began to ascend, intending to return to his floating island. At that moment, a white figure suddenly appeared behind the Golden Lion. It was one of the vice-captains of the Alabasta Royal Guard, the user of the Falcon fruit, named Bell, a being endowed with one of the 5 universally recognized flight abilities. Bell had fully transformed into his animal form, soaring into the sky, and aimed his claws at the back of the Golden Lion with a fierce strike. However, awaiting Bell was the sharp blade of the famed sword. Muku. In a flash, the sword's brilliance cut through the air, leaving a deep gash across Bell's chest, causing blood to spill forth as he fell helplessly from the sky. "Ha ha ha, the sky is my kingdom. How dare a mere bird attempt a sneak attack from behind?" The Golden Lion roared with laughter. though the pain from his internal injuries flared once more, compelling him to abandon the idea of descending for another strike and continue his ascent back to the floating island. Yet, as he flew, the golden lion suddenly realized he could not move. Lowering his gaze, he beheld a chain fashioned from sand that had, unbeknownst to him, ensnared his renowned sword, which served as his prosthetic limb. Following the chain's path, a somewhat disheveled visage emerged before the golden lion crocodile. At that moment, Crocodile was in a rather dire state. His once draped fur coat was absent, a wound on his forehead oozed blood, and his suit bore several large rips. How perilous! Crocodile could not help but lament internally. Had it not been for Cobra selecting the battlefield within the desert terrain of the former king's tomb, allowing him to exploit the geographical advantage to escape at a critical juncture, he might have been crushed to death by the golden lion long ago. It has come to this point, old monster. How could you possibly let me go so easily? Crocodile bellowed. The golden lion regarded Crocodile with an expression devoid of any alteration, even displaying a hint of disdain. Ha ha ha, you sand brat, do you think you can eliminate me alone? Ignoring the golden lion's mockery, Crocodile shouted towards another section of the ruins. Hey, if you've perished, I'll erect a monument for you, if you're still alive. Then hurry and emerge. Are you addressing Lynn Barrick? Unfortunately, he has already met his demise. The golden lion cackled. A mere Zoan user. After enduring so many of my assaults, there's no way he could still be alive. How fortuitous, Crocodile sneered. He might be the most unreasonable man I have ever encountered. Meanwhile, another voice responded to the golden lion. Boom. A dull thud resonated, akin to something crashing against stone. Subsequently, the colossal boulder that had struck Lynn and was embedded about halfway into the ground began to stir. Crackle. The soil and debris atop it slipped away as the nearly 100-ton stone slowly lifted. Beneath the boulder, a man's silhouette gradually rose. His muscles bulged, and swirling black and white tempestuous currents enveloped his body as he extended his arms, hoisting the entire boulder upon his shoulders. Ah, the subterranean air is quite refreshing. This is far more comfortable. Lynn hoisted the colossal stone, casting his gaze towards the heavens. With a sudden surge of strength from his waist, he shifted the immense boulder, transforming his posture from that of bearing it to cradling it. This embrace proved to be the most advantageous position for a throw. Lynn broke into a wide grin, exclaiming, Well, golden lion, it has been quite some time. The golden lion hovered in the air, ensnared by Crocodile's gritty chains, rendered immobile. On the ground, Crocodile's right arm transformed into the very chain that bound his foe, while his legs melded into the desert sand beneath, forcibly anchoring his form. Not far away, Lynn Barrick lifted a colossal boulder that pressed upon him. Then, with a determined thrust of his waist, he embraced the massive stone, weighing several tons, aiming at the airborne golden lion. Subsequently, he tilted his body, stabilizing the angle of the boulder with his left arm, while his right arm served as the primary force, his veins bulging prominently on his forehead. I am truly grateful to you, 8001. Lynn parted his lips, the frost within transforming into a mist that wafted outward. This statement was not merely an expression of gratitude towards Crocodile for restraining the golden lion with his gritty chains, but also an acknowledgement of the fierce battle they had engaged in the previous night. During that confrontation, Lynn conceived the concept of the Iato stance, a technique that allowed him to optimize the expenditure of his internal energy, preparing him for prolonged combat. Although his skirmish with the golden lion was brief, it was undeniably an encounter of exceptional intensity. Had it not been for the Iato stance conserving a significant amount of his energy, he might have already depleted his reserves. The ability bestowed by the hero fruit enabled Lynn to harbor vast reserves of energy within him, unleashing extraordinary power during battle. Yet the inherent flaw of this ability demanded considerable energy with each strike. Once his energy was exhausted, Lynn would be left to rely solely on his physical prowess, inevitably diminishing his combat effectiveness. However, thanks to Crocodile's intervention, this flaw was somewhat mitigated. Lynn gazed upwards at the golden lion in the sky, his entire being gradually tilting backward. As he reached the apex of his arc, he suddenly clenched his teeth, a low growl emanating from his throat. With a powerful surge, he hurled the massive boulder, weighing several tons, directly at the golden lion. Whoosh! The boulder soared through the air like a cannonball, slicing through the atmosphere with a thunderous sound, hurtling towards the golden lion. Upon witnessing this, the golden lion could not help but furrow his brow. He found himself momentarily ensnared by Crocodile's sandy chains, and although the boulder was still under the influence of the float fruit's capabilities, its sheer size, combined with Lynn's extraordinary strength, rendered it impossible for him to halt its advance in time. The golden lion's gaze shifted downward to his prosthetic leg, bound by the desert chain to the renowned sword, Sakurajima. If he were to detach Sakurajima from his leg, he could effortlessly free himself from the sandy fetters and evade the impending boulder. However, would he really abandon his leg to escape? The golden lion recalled the moments of his escape from Impel Down. Two mere brats, seeking to force him to lose a limb? What a jest! With a steely gaze, he raised his other sword, Mukuro, still capable of movement, and aimed it at the oncoming boulder, gritting his teeth as he unleashed a fierce slash. Lion's Thousand Cut Valley. Dozens of sword auras surged forth, cleaving towards the boulder, yet the golden lion, hindered in his movements, found the boulder's speed overwhelming. Just as his strike connected with the boulder, it simultaneously collided with him. Boom. Crack. In the aftermath of the thunderous impact, the boulder trembled violently, and countless smooth fissures spread across its surface. In the blink of an eye, the once formidable stone was shattered into innumerable fragments, cascading from the sky. Conversely, the golden lion, struck head-on by the boulder, though he mitigated some of the force with his strike, still felt the brunt of the blow. Wiping the blood from his face, the golden lion let out a raucous laugh. Do not forget, I too bear the title of a great swordsman. However, as the golden lion surveyed the scene before him, he sensed something amiss. In the deep pit where Lynn had just stood, there was now naught but emptiness. Was he planning to ambush him while he was preoccupied with the boulder? Was it here? The golden lion suddenly came to his senses, a cold smile creeping across his face as he pivoted to unleash a crescent slash behind him and diagonally upward. Yet, to his astonishment, he realized he had struck nothing at all. Where was he? The golden lion froze, then suddenly noticed a figure sprinting across the distant ground. Upon closer inspection, it was none other than the elusive Lynn Barek. Humph. Was he attempting to gather momentum to leap in front of me for an attack? How naive. It seems that he is not running in the right direction. Why is he heading in the opposite direction? Wait a moment. He is running. In that instant, the golden lion was taken aback. Then he heard Lynn shouting as he ran. 8001, as you said, I'll leave that lion to you. I will go rescue people. Rescue people? At that moment, the golden lion realized that Lynn was not fleeing but was dashing towards Alabasta, while buried under the rubble. Lynn and Crocodile had already overheard the conversation between the golden lion and Cobra, thus comprehending the golden lion's entire scheme. That deranged pirate intended to turn Alabasta, even the entire kingdom, into his testing ground, gathering combat data on those evolved beasts. To counter the threat posed by the golden lion, Cobra had nearly stationed all of Alabasta's military forces near the tomb of the former king, leaving only a scant number of royal troops in Alabasta, inadequate to face those ferocious beasts. The civilians of Alabasta were about to confront a terrifying tide of beasts formed by thousands of these creatures. The beasts are not mere abilities. They will not simply vanish. Even if Lynn and Crocodile managed to eliminate the golden lion at the former king's tomb, the people in Alabasta would still be plunged into an irretrievable calamity. For this reason, Crocodile, seizing the brief moment while the golden lion was preoccupied with the boulder, shared his plan with Lynn, as Belle, who possessed the ability to fly, had been severely injured by the golden lion. Lynn was the only one present capable of swiftly rushing to Alabasta in a short time. The golden lion had already sustained significant damage, thus, he would remain at the former king's tomb to deal with the wounded lion, while Lynn would hasten ahead to support Alabasta. Lynn was astonished that Crocodile would propose such a considerate plan for others. However, after a moment of reflection, he realized that Crocodile's words held a certain truth, and thus he acquiesced. Consequently, the preceding scene unfolded. Lynn raced towards Alabasta for reinforcements, while Crocodile utilized his sand chains to restrain the golden lion. My plan is rather commendable, isn't it? Crocodile smirked, raising an eyebrow. Ha ha ha. Is he going back for support? The golden lion glared down at Crocodile, grinning widely. Do not deceive me, Sandboy. You are not the type to concern yourself with others. You must have ulterior motives for sending Lynn Barrick away. Indeed. You are quite perceptive, Crocodile replied, layers of sand swirling around him as he sneered. Old monster, do not put on a brave face. Your body is gravely injured, otherwise you would not be so eager to flee. Upon hearing this, the golden lion smirked. Is that so? And what of it? One thing is certain. I intend to eliminate you right here. With a forceful grip of his right hand, Crocodile utilized his abilities to draw the entire body of the golden lion inch by inch towards the ground. Now, you are at your wit's end. With Lynn Barrick absent, I am no longer hindered in battle. As long as I keep an eye on Kabura, the fates of the others matter not to me. Thus, Eliminating you will prove effortless. Behind Crocodile, Kabira and his companions remained trapped within the walls constructed by the Golden Lion, oblivious to the conversation at hand. Once I have vanquished you, I shall become the hero of Alabasta, expanding my influence among the populace. At that point, I will naturally gain access to deeper layers of this nation. And the world government, wary of my growing power, will be unable to investigate me, perhaps even compelled to collaborate with me. I will then have ample time to meticulously execute my plans, all thanks to Lynn Barrick, for it was he who wounded you. Lynn Barrick's attack had already driven the nail into place. Now, I merely need to hammer that nail in a tad further, and you are finished, legend. Ha ha ha. I see, you are a clever little schemer. The Golden Lion responded, offering little resistance as Crocodile continued to pull him towards the ground. He scratched his ear and grinned. However, your plan contains two errors. Extending a finger, the Golden Lion stated, "First, I shall not be defeated, for I am the Golden Lion." Then, he raised a second finger. Second. Who led you to believe that Lynn Barrick had fallen for your trap? HM? Crocodile paused, taken aback. That muscle-bound lunatic has already sprinted off to Alabasta, has he not? By the time he returns, I shall have single-handedly dispatched you, and when all is said and done, I will be hailed as the hero who saved Alabasta, with Lynn merely serving as my backdrop. Ha ha ha. So you are ultimately just a boy, attempting to outthink others with your own reasoning. I admit I underestimated Lynn Barrick's combat prowess, but you have equally underestimated his intellect. The Golden Lion pointed to his own head. Listen well, you little rascal, he said. I shall impart a lesson unto you, while schemes and machinations may hold merit. There are certain individuals upon this vast ocean who cannot be calculated using the logic of the ordinary, for they are anything but ordinary. Their minds do not operate in the same manner as those of typical men. Take, for instance, the man from the East Sea who dared to reject my alliance invitation even in dire straits, or that lad named Lynn Barrick. Upon hearing this, Crocodile felt a surge of displeasure, furrowing his brow as he inquired, "Are you suggesting that Lynn Barrick is aware of my intentions, and yet still chooses to venture to Albana to save someone?" The Golden Lion dug at his ear and nodded, roughly speaking. TSK, two self-righteous lunatics. Crocodile muttered under his breath, only to have a smirk return to his face. Nonetheless, it mattered little. What he thought was inconsequential. What truly mattered was that he had finally departed. Oh, you raise an eyebrow, the Golden Lion remarked. Isn't his departure detrimental to you? Just moments ago, the two of you could scarcely contend with me, and now that you are alone, what can you possibly achieve? Ha ha ha. Old monster, you are mistaken, Crocodile retorted, using the hook of his left hand to loosen his tie as he stood resolutely on the ground. With that madman present, I had to be wary of the King's army, even while contending with you. Now that he has left, I can finally unleash my full potential in battle. Beneath Crocodile's feet, the yellow sands began to churn, grains gradually rising into the air. You just claimed that the sky is your kingdom? Then behold, he declared, as the chains of sand suddenly tightened, drawing the Golden Lion down from the heavens to the desert below. Welcome to my kingdom. In the desert, a figure was moving swiftly, trailing a cloud of dust behind. Lynn was sprinting with great urgency. If one were to traverse on foot, the journey from the tomb of the former king to Albana would only take approximately half an hour. Hence, at Lynn's frantic pace, he would likely arrive in about 10 minutes. Upon calculating the time, it became apparent that the beast tide from the floating island would also reach Albana in roughly 10 minutes. Once the beast tide fully arrived in Albana, the evolved ferocious creatures would swiftly disperse, wreaking havoc throughout the city, and Lynn would be utterly incapable of managing them alone. The sole path from the floating island to Albana was the one created by the Golden Lion, serving as the exclusive and essential conduit for the beast tide. Lynn's thoughts were straightforward. He aimed to reach Albana before the onslaught of beasts arrived, intending to block the tide at the end of that passage. As for the ancient royal tomb, when Crocodile articulated his suggestion, Lynn had already discerned the essence of his plan. It was merely an attempt to seize heads. However, if he could manage to distract the Golden Lion and buy himself time to contend with the beast tide, then so be it. One could only hope that the 8001 would not stir up any trouble. Lynn took a deep breath, accelerating once more as he sprinted towards Albana. Otherwise, neither he nor the Golden Lion would escape unscathed. Moments earlier, when the passage connecting the floating island to Albana had just materialized, Lynn's judgment is undoubtedly accurate. Once the beast tide fully descends upon Albana, it will inevitably spread instantaneously. At that point, regardless of the outcome of the battle at the tomb of the former king, Albana will be utterly engulfed. The royal army responsible for its defense is insufficient to eradicate all the ferocious beasts, resulting in countless lives lost. The only viable solution is to block them at the end of the passage before they arrive, at that singular juncture. As the captain of the Royal Guard of Alabasta, Icolum quickly comprehended this reality. He promptly assembled the remaining royal soldiers within the city of Albana to gather at the passage's terminus, while simultaneously arranging for personnel to evacuate the civilians as a precautionary measure. However, Alabasta has been a nation at peace for several decades, and its standing army is limited and dispersed throughout the country. Moreover, a significant portion of the royal soldiers stationed in Albana had been dispatched by Cobra to the tomb of the former king. After accounting for those assigned to evacuate civilians, only around 2,000 royal soldiers were available to partake in the impending battle. The passage descending from the heavens is located on the northwest side of Albana, where these 2,000 royal soldiers gathered, clutching their long spears, their expressions grave. The earth trembles beneath them. In just a few minutes, they will confront a multitude of ferocious beasts with a mere 2,000 men. Although they have yet to engage directly, the royal soldiers have already observed through their telescopes that these beasts are no ordinary lions or tigers. They are unequivocally monsters. The situation is dire, and the troop strength is severely lacking. Icolum furrowed his brow, recalling how Cobra had entrusted him with the defense of Albana before departing. Yet he harbored no confidence in his ability to hold this position. At that moment, a small figure approached Icolum's side. "Cheer up, Icolum." It was Princess Vivi. Icolum was taken aback and quickly replied, "You should have evacuated with the others. It is far too dangerous here. You must leave at once." "Icolum, where are we supposed to go?" Vivi grasped Icolum's hand, her face set with determination. "Albana is our home." Yet, Icolum noticed that Vivi's hand was trembling, reminiscent of the moment during the World Conference. Icolum couldn't help but silently lament. During the recent World Conference, the foolish King Walpo of the Kingdom of Magdrum Island had vented his anger on Vivi after Cobra opposed his proposal during the meeting, deliberately kicking her as he walked past. For commoners, this would have been a trivial matter. However, for Vivi, a member of the royal family, occurring during the World Conference, it could escalate into international conflict and potentially ignite war if not handled properly. To prevent Alabasta from descending into chaos, the young Vivi intentionally claimed she had stumbled, concealing Walpo's actions and averting a dispute between the two nations. Although Cobra remained unaware of the truth, Icolum, who accompanied her, witnessed the entire incident. At that moment, he realized that this seemingly small princess possessed a maturity beyond her years. He was convinced that one day she would rise to become a great monarch. "Are you really going to stay here?" Icolum sighed, knowing he could not deter the stubborn Vivi. "Please be careful." However, he then noticed something else. "Did you just say we?" "Yes, we," Vivi nodded, just as a sound of footsteps emerged from behind the king's troops. Everyone turned to see a group of Albana civilians who were supposed to have retreated with the main forces. They bore weapons and donned armor, all equipment stored in the royal treasury. Icolum widened his eyes in disbelief. "Don't underestimate them, Captain." A farmer grinned, shouldering a spear. "Albana is our home. They have come to bully us at our doorstep. How can we endure this? What shall we do, everyone? Let's fight." The crowd behind the farmer shouted in unison. "Absolutely not." Icolum frowned, commanding, "You must retreat immediately. This place will soon become a battlefield. It is far too dangerous for untrained civilians to remain here." "Who says we are civilians?" The same farmer patted his chest and declared loudly, "I am from the Albanalea Patrol." Upon hearing this, Icolum paused for a moment before realizing the farmer's implication. They were militia. The so-called street patrols were merely groups of passionate young volunteers who had organized themselves, training independently and occasionally inviting instructors from the king's army for guidance. Typically, the patrols were responsible for mediating neighborhood disputes, apprehending petty thieves, and rescuing cats stranded on rooftops. Though each patrol had few members, the combined strength of patrols across all streets in Albana was not to be underestimated. We're often told we only meddle in others' affairs. But now that we finally have an opportunity, we cannot let it slip away, right, brothers? Indeed, the militia members of the patrol group shouted fervently. Turning his head, the farmer noticed an elderly man, frail and white-haired, standing beside him. The old man was gripping an iron sword, prepared for battle. Unable to contain himself, the farmer urged, "Sir, you should refrain from joining this commotion." "Who are you calling, sir?" "I'm not old yet," the elder retorted, his eyes widening and emanating an astonishing aura that made the farmer instinctively take a step back. He then turned to Icolum and slowly declared, "3rd Battalion of Alabasta." Griffin Unit, Veteran. In an instant, the crowd grasped the situation. Most of those present were militiamen from various patrol groups. Accompanied by a small contingent of elderly individuals, approximately 500 to 600 in total, including both men and women, most of whom donned outdated military gear from the Royal Army. Mementos permitted to be kept upon their discharge. They were the veterans of Alabasta. The old veteran pointed to his partially missing ear and admonished the farmer, "Youngster, I have experience dealing with beasts. In my day, armed with just a knife, I single-handedly dispatched 13 desert wolves in one night." The farmer gulped, contemplating for a moment before finally advising, "Well then, sir, please take care of yourself. I drink hot water every day. I am in excellent health." The veteran replied, his beard bristling, addressing the still-dazed Icolum, "Captain, I hope you will not look down upon us old folks." "Of course not," Icolum replied, gazing into the eyes of the gathered crowd, pausing for a moment before nodding in agreement. The tremors of the earth became increasingly pronounced as the beast tide finally came into view at the end of the passage. Icolum seized a flagpole from a nearby standard-bearer, thrusting it forcefully into the ground, the flag of Alabasta fluttering in the wind. With all his might, he bellowed, "Ladies and gentlemen, behind us lies our home. We must not allow those monsters to breach Albana." A resounding roar erupted from the massive assembly of 2,000 royal soldiers, combined with 3,000 militiamen and veterans, totaling 5,000 voices united in fury. Weapons were drawn, swords unsheathed, and spears gripped tightly, all ready for combat. Meanwhile, several members of the Flying Sky Pirates rode upon the ferocious beasts at the forefront of the tide. One of the captains, wielding a megaphone, shouted at the gathered crowd at the end of the passage, "Hey, listen up. By the orders of our captain, if you lay down your weapons and kneel with your hands on your heads, the beast will not attack you." "Hey, did you hear that? Kneel and cover your heads. It is your only chance of survival. Hey, are you deaf or what?" In response, the old veteran simply cleared his ears and muttered, "Do these young folks not know how to respect their elders anymore? Such noise." The farmer turned his neck and smiled, saying, "So, what do you suggest we do?" The veteran unsheathed his sword, his entire form seemingly straightening with newfound resolve, and he growled, "Grab your weapons, let's take them down." The pirate captain shouted several times through a megaphone, yet the people of Alabasta at the end of the corridor remained steadfast with their weapons, exhibiting no inclination to kneel or surrender. The members of the Flying Sky pirate crew gazed towards the corridor's terminus, discovering that, apart from a contingent of the regular Royal Army, there existed a disorganized assemblage of third-rate troops, not to mention a group of elderly men and women brandishing weapons, which incited a furious reaction among them. Had these Alabastans lost their minds? Did they hold the Flying Sky pirate crew in such contempt? They must be shown their place. At that moment, the enormous menace beneath the captain stirred restlessly. "Calm down, you beast, don't throw me off." The captain furrowed his brow, secretly lamenting the terrifying nature of these creatures. The captain and the ship's doctor had indeed created remarkable monsters. Initially, when they established the floating island, the animals there, while powerful, could coexist peacefully with humans. However, after a period of experimentation with the IQ serum, their ferocity had increased exponentially, while their rationality diminished, ultimately transforming them into their current state, where they could barely comprehend simple commands and occasionally lost control, unable to distinguish friend from foe. The members of the Flying Sky pirate crew relied entirely on a specific type of plant found on the floating island for their safety. This particular plant emitted a scent that repelled animals, causing them to instinctively steer clear. Although the plant was also harmful to humans with adequate protective measures, they had little to be concerned about. Thus, the crew members carried gas masks for precautionary purposes. Returning to the present, it was likely that soon, under the influence of the serum, these beasts would become true monsters, driven solely by indiscriminate aggression. The pirate captain, riding at the forefront of the beastly horde, led thousands of ferocious creatures toward Albana. In just a few seconds, the front of the beast wave would reach Albana. Simultaneously, the small transponder snail on the captain's chest chimed with the voice of the ship's doctor, "Indigo. Are you fools? This is an experiment, not a massacre. If no one kneels to surrender, how can I gather the data on these beasts' responses to designated actions?" "We've already explained, Lord Indigo. None of the Alabastans are willing to comply. What? Are they courting death?" Indigo bellowed through the transponder snail. "Then teach them a lesson, instill fear, and compel them to obey. The data from the experiment is paramount. Do you understand?" "Understood, Lord Indigo." The pirate captain nodded, The ship's doctor held significant authority on their vessel, and thus, he had to comply. Charge! The captain bellowed at the surrounding pirates. Meanwhile, Ikelam gazed at the approaching tide of beasts nearing the end of the passage. Raising his hand and proclaiming loudly, "The royal army shall bear the brunt of the initial frontal assault, while the rest shall eliminate the ferocious beasts that breach our rear lines. We hold the advantage of terrain. We must intercept them here and prevent them from entering Albana." "Yes," the crowd shouted in unison. Ikelam tightened his grip on the spear, sheltering Vivi behind him. The tide of beasts drew nearer, 100 meters, 50 meters, 30 meters, 20 meters, 10 meters. Boom. The forefront of the beast tide collided with the poised royal army, and the battle escalated to a fever pitch almost instantly. Utilizing the advantage of the terrain, the first line of the royal army raised their heavy shields to withstand the onslaught, while those in the rear thrust their spears through the gaps in the shields, seeking opportunities to strike. Hold firm. Press on. Both the pirates and the royal army were astounded by each other's ferocity. The royal army had not anticipated such a violent surge from the beast tide. The strength of those beasts was beyond the ordinary. They had never confronted such ferocious creatures. Conversely, the pirates were astonished that the Alabastans could indeed withstand the tide's onslaught. Leveraging their terrain advantage, a few beasts managed to breach the royal army's line but were swiftly surrounded and dispatched by the militia and veterans stationed behind. With merely 5,000 men, Alabasta withstood the initial wave of the beast tide. "Captain, we can't break through," a pirate cried out. "TCH, a bunch of oblivious fools, seeking their demise." The pirate captain, with a grim expression, patted the giant mantis beneath him and growled, "If we can't break through, we shall find another way." The colossal mantis then spread its wings and took flight. "Didn't he expect we had flying beasts as well, did you?" The pirate captain surveyed from above and soon fixed his gaze on the blue-haired princess. The elderly and the ragtag army are one thing, but now even children dare to take the battlefield, truly underestimated. Drawing his sword, the pirate captain directed the mantis toward Vivi. "I'll start with you." The mantis swooped down, its forelimbs slashing wildly, and the royal army quickly reacted to the descending beast. "Look above." Boom. The giant mantis landed, wielding its scythe-like forelimbs with abandon, swiftly tearing a gap in the royal army's formation. Ha ha ha. As expected of an enhanced giant insect, its strength far surpasses that of ordinary lions or tigers. The pirate captain laughed heartily. Simultaneously, Indigo urged through the transponder snail, "Stop toying around. Get those Alabastans to cooperate. This is a serious endeavor." "Indeed, I understand, Lord Indigo." The pirate captain sighed, realizing he must diligently fulfill his duties. He swiftly fixed his gaze upon Vivi in the distance. She was well guarded by the commander, suggesting her significant importance. Thus, he resolved to take her hostage, using her as leverage against the people of Alabasta. With this determination, the pirate captain urged his colossal mantis towards Vivi. Akaram, witnessing this, raised his spear, ready to confront the impending assault. In that very instant, a figure breached the rear defenses of the Alabastan forces, launching a kick that struck the mantis squarely on its head. A resounding thud echoed as the mantis was sent careening away, its body colliding with several ferocious beasts before crashing into the ground. Meanwhile, the pirate captain found himself seized by the throat by that very figure, lifted high into the air. All right. Perhaps you have gone a bit too far." Lynn Barrick broke into a broad grin, casting her gaze over each member of the Sky Pirate crew present, as well as every formidable beast. In light of this, Lynn forcefully pinned the pirate captain to the ground, raising his right leg high, the angle of his legs nearly forming a straight line. In an instant, his heel descended with tremendous force towards the prone captain. "All of you, kneel before me." The sound echoed through the air. At the end of the corridor, where it connected to Albana, the chaotic battlefield fell silent due to the sudden appearance of a man. Lynn Barrick, the man who, according to intelligence, was supposed to engage in combat with the Golden Lion at the former king's tomb, has now unexpectedly appeared on the battlefield of Albana. With a swift kick, he sent the colossal mantis flying, then seized the neck of the pirate captain perched atop it, slamming him to the ground. Raising his right leg, the angle formed by his legs was nearly a straight line. "Kneel before me," he commanded. With a thunderous impact, his right foot descended, striking the pirate captain squarely in the chest. The captain's ribs shattered, and a substantial portion of the ground along with his chest collapsed in an instant. The pirate captain let out a horrendous cough, spewing forth a copious amount of blood, his head tilting at an unnatural angle, drawing breath only in vain. The transponder snail nestled at his side continued to relay Indiego's voice amidst the chaos. "Hello. It's too chaotic on the battlefield for me to see clearly. What is happening on your end? Who has suddenly burst in? Lynn bent down to grasp the telephone bug, cradling it in his hand, disregarding Indigo's words. Captain, a member of the Sky Pirate crew, witnessing the demise of his leader, lunged at Lynn with a drawn blade, only to be met with a powerful uppercut that sent him soaring through the air. Blood erupted from his mouth, tracing a graceful arc against the sky before he crashed to the ground with a resounding thud, his body convulsing. Lynn was indifferent to the fate of the individual, leisurely strolling to Ikelim's side while casting his gaze upon the Alabastans before him. Not bad, Lynn remarked with a smile. He then bent down, affectionately ruffling Vivi's hair, grinning as he said, quite well indeed. At that moment, another member of the flying pirate crew launched a sudden ambush, tightening his grip on the brass knuckles aimed directly at Lynn's head. At that moment, Lynn turned his head, only to hear a resounding thud as a fist adorned with a tiger's claw struck his forehead. A few drops of crimson blood trickled down from his brow, and as Lynn licked the blood that had flowed to the corner of his mouth, a smug smile emerged, and he uttered two words, not enough. Immediately thereafter, Lynn seized the forearm of the airborne pirate crew member, his fingers tightening with fierce intensity. With a snap, the bones in the pirate's forearm shattered instantly, causing him to double over in agony. Lynn stepped forward, effortlessly lifting the pirate and hurling him towards the approaching horde of beasts. The pirate, propelled by inertia, crashed into several ferocious creatures before finally coming to a halt. At that moment, Indigo, situated on the floating island, discerned the true identity of the newcomer. He bellowed into the transponder snail, Lynn Balek, I concede that you are formidable, but can you single-handedly vanquish these countless beasts and the entire crew of the Flying Sky Pirates? Indigo shouted, You cannot. No soul upon this ocean possesses the might to resolve all matters alone. You can only stand by and witness the chaos unfold. Ah, so it is Indigo, the one who leapt from the heavens to deliver medicine to the Golden Lion? A commendable ship's doctor indeed. Lynn picked up the phone bug, grinning as she said, You are mistaken, Indigo. In fact, I have already devised a solution to the problem, and your fates are of no concern to me. Indigo was taken aback. What are you talking about? Lynn did not respond to Indigo's inquiry. Instead, she posed another question. By the way, can this phone bug allow everyone in the Sky Pirates to hear my voice? Indeed, Indigo replied with a sardonic smile. Are you attempting to negotiate with us? No. Lynn shook his head, then turned around and grasped the long spear that Ikelim had previously thrust into the ground, adorned with the banner of the Alabastan Kingdom. He tightened his grip on the spear and hurled it forcefully towards a distant point at the mouth of the passage. Whoosh! The spear sliced through the air, ultimately embedding itself into the ground at the far end of the tumultuous passage, extending approximately 300 to 400 meters towards the floating island. The shaft was buried more than halfway into the earth, standing resolutely, with the Alabastan flag fluttering in the breeze. Cough, cough. Lynn cleared his throat and spoke into the communicator. At the threshold of the passage, I am currently approximately 300 meters away from its end. A further 300 meters will lead me to the flag over there, thus totaling a distance of 600 meters. Henceforth, I shall advance towards that flag. You may appear before me, but there shall be no adversary standing behind me. Lynn spoke slowly. I shall continue forward until I reach that flag. Upon hearing this, the members of the Flying Pirate Brigade were momentarily taken aback, and Indigo, maintaining a stern demeanor, retorted coldly, Are you provoking us? You are mistaken, Lynn replied, shaking his head. I am merely stating a forthcoming reality. He extended his index finger towards the ground, declaring, From this moment forth, as my boundary, there shall not remain a single one of you standing in the places I traverse. With that proclamation, Lynn clenched his fist and took his first step. Naturally, his audacious declaration incited laughter among the entire Flying Pirate Brigade, for they had never encountered anyone who would utter such brazen words in their presence. This was the sentiment of the pirates as Lynn took his first step. Subsequently, Lynn took his second step. In that instant, the pirates mounted on their ferocious beasts sensed an unusual agitation beneath them, as their mounts shifted uneasily. Hey, what is wrong with you? Settle down. It became evident that ordinary humans possessed a lesser instinct for danger compared to animals. For as Lynn took his third step, the pirates finally discerned that something was amiss. They gazed up at the man advancing towards them, an inexplicable feeling swelling within them, a sentiment they only felt in the presence of their enraged captain. The Lion of the Sea, fear. It was uncertain who among them first took a step back, but soon, one pirate instinctively retreated a small distance. With each of Lynn's advancing steps, both beasts and pirates found themselves involuntarily stepping back, gradually retreating to the far side of the passage. On the floating island, Indigo observed this bizarre scene through his telescope, beads of cold sweat forming on his forehead as he stiffly remarked, "Lynn, could that man truly accomplish this?" A researcher responsible for data recording exclaimed in shock, "Is it possible that Lynn is employing the Conqueror's Haki?" However, another researcher countered, "Impossible. If it were truly Conqueror's Haki, there would at least be instances of localized fainting, but now our people are all retreating without a single one succumbing to its intimidation. This is entirely inconsistent with the records. Gentlemen, let us simplify our thoughts." Indigo's eyes remained fixed on the screen as he could not help but swallow hard. "For instance, if you were placed in front of a hungry tiger during your childhood, what would you do?" Without hesitation, both replied, "Of course, we would run." "Indeed, that is correct." Indigo spoke slowly. "It is akin to placing a lion before a group of kittens. The kittens would immediately flee. This fear of apex predators is ingrained in the very essence of biology, a primordial law of nature, and humans, of course, are a part of this natural order." The two researchers pondered this, instinctively swallowing hard. "Are you suggesting, Lord Indigo, that the reason for their retreat from both man and beast may be rather simple?" Indigo sighed softly. "For them, Lynn embodies the ultimate predator, invoking their most primal fears." On the ground, the tide of beasts and pirates gradually receded. Lynn strode into the capital of Albana, presenting an odd and exaggerated spectacle before the onlookers. The aura of a top predator emanating from Lynn compelled even the most formidable beasts to instinctively bow their heads, their legs trembling as they slowly retreated. Even the members of the airborne pirate crew, mounted upon these ferocious creatures, felt an overwhelming urge to flee this scene. However, reason quickly prevailed over their primal instincts, a distinction that separates intelligent beings from mere beasts, as they understood how to persuade themselves to confront their fears. "We cannot retreat. What a jest! Our captain is the Golden Lion," a pirate proclaimed loudly. "From this moment onward, I will assume command of the battlefield. He is but one man. Let the tide of beasts continue to charge." The crew members nodded in agreement, urging the beasts to advance once more. Yet, the majority of the creatures continued their retreat, with only a few of the more intelligent beasts mustering the resolve to remain. Realizing that this apex predator approaching them was indeed alone, with a swift command from the pirate, two colossal scorpions surged out from the throng, one on each side, raising their venomous tails as they charged toward Lynn. However, just as they reached him, Lynn seemingly vanished, and the world around them spun chaotically. Boom, 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 boom. With four resounding thuds, when the stunned observers regained their composure, they witnessed two figures and two giant scorpions plunged headfirst into the ground. Not a single individual present possessed the dynamic vision to fully capture Lynn's actions. As for Lynn, he continued his stride past the four rigid forms without glancing back. Goodness, this is utterly absurd. Is he truly human? The pirate who had issued the earlier command felt a chill run down his spine upon witnessing the scene. But he quickly recognized the gravity of the situation and bellowed, "Is there a beast more formidable than those two scorpions?" Lynn, standing alone, could not vanquish all the beasts by himself. His ability to compel the entire horde to retreat stemmed largely from the innate fear that animals possess towards predators. Should that fear be shattered, the ferocious creatures would undoubtedly resume their charge. Once they crossed the end of the passage and entered Albana, victory would be theirs. Thus, it was imperative to instill in the beasts the realization that Lynn was not invincible. To achieve this goal, it was essential to identify a beast capable of contending with Lynn, or at least one that would not be swiftly dispatched by him. At that moment, another pirate interjected, recalling that their captain had recently acquired an uninhabited island from the East Sea, which was already home to numerous beasts. After being enhanced by the IQ serum, these creatures had grown significantly stronger, ranking among the most formidable of the experimental subjects. "Ah, I remember now," exclaimed the acting commander pirate, clapping his hands in excitement. The animals on that island were highly regarded by Lord Indigo, even before their enhancement. They could defeat many experimental beasts, and after the enhancement, their combat prowess has surely multiplied several times. He turned to inquire, "Hey, who among you is responsible for that group of animals?" Reporting in, a pirate called out loudly. Beside him stood a colossal black bear, towering at around 7 to 8 meters, hailing from that island teeming with beasts. Unlike ordinary creatures, this naturally powerful black bear showed no intention of retreating. Instead, it stood its ground, emitting a series of menacing growls from its throat. The acting commander pirate felt a surge of elation at this sight and declared, "You shall be the one." He then pulled a syringe from his pocket, loaded it into a tranquilizer gun, and aimed it at the black bear before firing. Upon the syringe entering its body, the bear's eyes instantly turned crimson, its formidable muscles bulging as it surged to its feet and began to swing its massive forepaws. Roar. Ha ha ha. Lord Indigo's enhancement serum is truly effective. The pirate laughed heartily. Charge. With the pirate's command, the black bear dropped to all fours, smashing the ground beneath it into cracks, and then, like a speeding train, it charged toward Lynn, swatting aside several beasts in its path. Oh, on the other side. Lynn also noticed the bear exuding an unusual aura and couldn't help but break into a wide grin, growling, "Come on." The black bear lunged forward, raising its enormous forepaws to strike down upon Lynn. Boom. With a decisive strike. The black bear was taken aback to find that the diminutive human before it did not flee. Instead, the figure stood firm, arms raised high, resolutely absorbing the blow with both hands. The human's grip firmly clasped the bear's paw, resulting in a stalemate between them. "Haha, quite strong you are," Lynn exclaimed with a grin. The bear's unexpected display of strength surprised Lynn, for the ferocity exhibited by the beasts cultivated by the golden lion was significantly below his expectations. The golden lion had bred these creatures for revenge against the world government, yet this wave of beasts seemed inadequate even to obliterate Alabasta, let alone the East Blue. After contemplating the timeline, Lynn discerned the underlying reason. The golden lion's plan was still over a decade from fruition, and the beasts he had cultivated were still in the experimental phase, far from possessing the power to annihilate the East Blue. Thus, encountering a beast capable of matching him in strength was indeed a surprise for Lynn, albeit a fleeting one. As he recognized that resolving the matter would not pose much difficulty, Lynn gazed upward at the black bear, poised to exert his strength and bring it down to the ground, when an inexplicable sensation suddenly washed over him. Had he encountered this bear before? At that moment, the bear harbored the same thought. Had it seen this human somewhere? In the minds of both man and beast, numerous possibilities flickered, ultimately converging on a recent memory. Not long ago, the bear ruled over a forest on a deserted island, reigning as king of its territory, sharing the woods and resources with other sovereigns from distant lands. One fateful day, a group of humans clad in blue and white arrived on the island. They either lounged in the grassy plains or ventured into the forest, seeking conflict. The bear was deeply perplexed by these humans. It seemed as though their minds were not entirely sound. Yet, it could not deny that a select few among them were exceptionally formidable. There was one human, whose body seemed to emit smoke, impervious to harm no matter the assault. Then there was another man, an aficionado of bare-handed combat. The bear had witnessed this man nearly obliterate a crocodile from a neighboring territory, dragging it out of the forest, never to return. The bear itself had once engaged this man, only to be seized by the arm and hurled about in a series of throws. While the man babbled about bear paws and how he intended to roast some for later, uttering peculiar phrases that unsettled the bear, realizing the precariousness of its situation, the bear had chosen to remain hidden until the odd humans abruptly departed, just as it exhaled in relief. Intending to resume its idyllic existence as one of the forest rulers, the island beneath it unexpectedly began to rise, connecting to an aerial island it had never before visited. Subsequently, it was captured by yet another group of peculiar individuals, who subjected it to experiments, injecting its body with a myriad of bizarre concoctions, causing it to grow ever stronger. Nevertheless, the indelible impression left by the man who had repeatedly thrown it remained etched in the bear's memory. Now, the visage of that man began to merge with the human standing before it. At this moment, Lynn finally recalled and broke into a smile, exclaiming, "Oh, it is you." Roaring, the black bear gritted his teeth in response. Compared to before, his strength had been amplified several-fold due to the enhancement of the potion, thus giving rise to a daring notion within him. Now, I possess the power to vanquish that human. I shall intensify my efforts and eliminate him. Hey, I didn't expect to find you here. Aren't you going to greet an old friend? Lynn felt the gradually intensifying strength emanating from the bear's paw and grinned. Oh, it has been quite a while. You've grown much stronger, haven't you? Roar. Well, I've got matters to attend to. Shall we discuss our contest later? Roar. Not letting go. Are you? I see. You believe you've become stronger and are ready to challenge me seriously? Roar. I understand now. Speaking of which, if your strength has indeed increased, the quality of your meat must have improved, right? Roar. I'll count to 3. Roar. Observing Lynn's broad smile, the black bear felt a few beads of non-existent cold sweat form on its forehead, suddenly questioning if it had become a tad too complacent. 3. Roar. No, I have grown stronger. I can take you down. 2. Roar. I can indeed, right? 1. All right, I concede. The black bear instantly withdrew, cradling its head in its paws and lying before Lynn, allowing him to affectionately ruffle its fur. The black bear sighed contentedly, a whoa. This sense of safety is delightful. It permitted Lynn to continue petting its head, then rolled over to let him rub its belly. A woo. The black bear was joyfully rolling about, while the members of the Flying Sky pirate crew, including Indigo from the floating island, gaped in astonishment at this scene. What on earth is happening? Especially Indigo, who had a vivid recollection of that black bear. Not long ago, the Golden Lion had unearthed a beast-laden island from the East Sea, and that black bear was among the most formidable creatures there. In its natural state, the black bear could effortlessly take on enhanced beasts, and after several months of being fortified with IQ potions, its combat prowess had at least tripled. It should have been their trump card. Yet here it lay before Lynn Barek, allowing him to casually stroke its belly. Infuriating, but never mind. Indigo slammed the control panel in frustration, shouting into the communication device. Advance. Do not let that man proceed any further. Do you wish for the Flying Sky pirate crew to become a joke of the sea? Yes. The pirates nodded vigorously, urging the beasts to continue their assault on Lynn. Observing this, Lynn lifted the black bear, which lay on its back, and, under its terrified gaze, turned it upright, placing its four limbs on the ground. Hey, big fellow, could you lend me a hand? Oh, woo. The black bear nodded repeatedly. After all, it was one of the smartest beasts on the deserted island. Without needing much explanation from Lynn, it understood his intent. Subsequently, the black bear stood tall, using its enormous frame of about 8 meters to block the advancing horde of beasts. Roar. A single roar silenced the previously restless pack of beasts. Although the black bear was not the leader of the group, it was certainly among the strongest, and thus the others were inclined to heed its words. The black bear intended to convey the terrifying nature of the human man to the pack, but just as it was about to speak, it heard Lynn snapping his fingers behind it. I'm in a hurry. We must be swift. The black bear felt a chill of sweat trickle down its fur and quickly nodded in understanding before letting out a series of roars. Roar. Roar. These two roars conveyed distinct messages. The first signified that those approaching were allies and friends, while the second warned that those who continued to attack were foes and prey. The laws of nature are often stark and unyielding, and upon hearing the black bear's roar, a portion of the more rational beasts within the pack began to stir. If even the formidable black bear felt this way, combined with the earlier annihilation of 2 giant scorpions, it became evident that the fear they had sensed was not unfounded. That human truly was a formidable presence. Faced with such a top predator, the beasts deliberated and ultimately reached a consensus. The first to act was a lion, who shook its body, dislodging the pirate atop it, and then sent the pirate flying with a swift kick. Subsequently, the majority of the remaining rational beasts expelled their pirates and turned, resolutely making their way towards Lynn. Lynn twisted his neck and signaled to the black bear, big fellow, direct your friends to stand behind me. With a nod, the black bear turned and roared, summoning the beasts that had strayed from their pack. They responded, trembling with trepidation, as they cautiously passed by Lynn, maneuvering around the 2 scorpions entrenched in the ground, and approached the side of Alabasta. A few audacious creatures, eager to display their goodwill, even extended their tongues to affectionately lick the soldiers of the kingdom. Observing this spectacle, Akaram could not help but exclaim, what an extraordinary scene this is. Meanwhile, Lynn's voice rang out unexpectedly, do not let your guard down. The battle is far from over. At that moment, Akaram realized that only about 1/3 of the beasts that had abandoned their pack had joined their ranks, primarily those who had been recently injected with the serum, retaining their clarity of thought. The remaining 2/3 had succumbed to long-term experimentation, losing most of their rationality and cognitive abilities, leaving only their primal instinct for combat. The beasts that had lost their sanity were impervious to the black bear's commands, driven solely by an insatiable desire for destruction. In the face of such transformed creatures, the only recourse was to offer them liberation from their torment. Lynn continues to advance step by step, while ferocious beasts intermittently break free from the restraints of the Flying Sky pirates, making their way towards Alabasta, a mere 600 meters. Upon Lynn's traversal from one end to the other, reaching the position of the flagpole, the dynamics of the battlefield shifted dramatically. Originally, the Alabasta forces, numbering only 5,000, faced an overwhelming tide of beasts, accompanied by the concealed members of the Flying Sky pirates. Despite leveraging the terrain to mount a defense, the stark numerical disadvantage rendered their lines on the brink of collapse. Now, with the arrival of a substantial number of beasts, the balance of combatants has transformed. The current situation in Albana is delineated by the end of the passage. The Alabasta army, comprising 5,000 soldiers and over 3,000 beasts, confronts nearly 2,000 members of the Flying Sky Pirates along with over 6,000 beasts. In terms of combat prowess, the two sides are now nearly equal. On Floating Island, Indigo is nearly grinding his teeth in frustration. He growls, "Lynn Barrick, have you single-handedly altered the entire battlefield?" Yet, regardless of his contemplation, the reality remains unaltered. Indigo can only exhale deeply, attempting to regain his composure. Ha ha ha, I almost lost my composure. I forgot that this is merely an experiment. Whether it succeeds or fails, it is merely data. It appears that I must include the loyalty of the beasts as one of the subjects for future research. Indigo covers his face, turning his gaze to another screen, sneering, "Lynn Barrick, the crux of this battle lies not within Albana." Simultaneously, Lynn shifts his focus towards another direction, towards the ancient royal tomb. From that direction, the distant echoes of thunderous clashes can be heard, indicating that the battle between Crocodile and the Golden Lion continues, its intensity surpassing that of before. Lynn gently prodded the back of the black bear, inquiring, "Hey there, big fellow, do you have any friends that can fly?" With a deep growl, the black bear nodded and turned to let out a roar, from which a colossal eagle emerged from the herd. "Very well," Lynn acknowledged. Addressing the bear, "You stay here and keep an eye on that blue-haired little princess. Protect her at all costs." The bear thumped its chest, signifying its commitment to the task. Meanwhile, the atmosphere between the opposing sides had become exceedingly tense, akin to a dry powder keg, ready to explode at the slightest spark. Just then, Indigo's voice crackled through the communicator. "Engage immediately. Hold Lynn Barrick. He must not escape. As long as the captain triumphs in the battle at the former king's tomb, victory will be ours. We must delay him." This message, conveyed through Lynn's communicator, reached Alabastan's forces, but Indigo seemed unconcerned about their plight. Upon hearing Indigo's orders, the members of the Sky Pirates, who were on the brink of despair, found a glimmer of hope. Indeed, their greatest reliance was not on ferocious beasts but on the legendary pirate, Gold Lion Shiki. Observing the rekindled fighting spirit of the Sky Pirates, Lynn furrowed his brow, sensing trouble. Just then, Icolum, gripping his spear, approached Lynn with Vivi at his side, whispering, "Mr. Lynn, you can leave with peace of mind. We will handle the rest." Subsequently, Icolum stepped forward to the Alabastan army's formation, thrusting his spear fiercely into the ground, and bellowed at the Sky Pirates and the beasts, "Do not disregard our presence. After all, this is our war." A resounding roar erupted from the 5,000 Alabastan soldiers, startling even the beasts aligned with them. "Charge!" commanded the temporary leader of the Sky Pirates. "Onward!" the Alabastan forces cried as both sides surged forward, a torrent of men and beasts colliding violently at the junction of the passageway. On the other side, Lynn leaped onto the back of the eagle. Vivi looked up at Lynn, her expression tinged with concern. "Mr. Lynn, please be careful. Do not worry, little princess. Take good care of yourself." Lynn gently patted the eagle's back, signaling it to take flight. He gazed towards the tomb of the former king and spoke solemnly, "It is time to bring this war to an end." As the forces of Albana engaged in fierce combat, the battle at the former king's tomb reached a boiling point. The wall surrounding the king's army, constructed of mere earth, was not as formidable as the coastal fortifications. Thus, with a collective effort, they finally carved a passage through the wall. Through this opening, Cobra, under the protection of the king's army, emerged from within the confines, arriving at the battlefield of Crocodile and the Golden Lion. Observing the state of the battlefield, Cobra suddenly recalled the descriptions he had encountered in the kingdom's library regarding the abilities of natural-type devil fruit users. A fully engaged natural-type devil fruit user epitomized a calamity in human form. This statement accurately captured the current situation at the former king's tomb. On one side stood Crocodile, a natural-type user of the sand fruit, commanding the desert as his arena. On the other was the legendary pirate, the Golden Lion Shiki, a superhuman-type user of the float fruit, reigning supreme over the skies and the earth. The clash between these two combatants was akin to the collision of earth and sky. The Golden Lion abruptly struck the ground, channeling his power through the earth, and propelled himself skyward, laughing maniacally as he snapped his fingers. Boom, 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 boom. Four colossal stone pillars erupted from the ground, surrounding Crocodile, and then they all came crashing down upon him. Upon witnessing this, Crocodile immediately elementalized, transforming into a swirling sandstorm, slipping through the gaps between the 4 stone pillars. He then struck each pillar with his right hand. The pillars were instantly drained of moisture, cracking and collapsing into heaps of yellow sand. The golden lion clenched his fist, attempting to manipulate the sand to launch an attack on Crocodile. But the spears formed from the sand passed straight through Crocodile's body. Ha 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 ha, I am made of sand. Such like substances cannot harm me. Crocodile sneered. By the way, you've been frowning since earlier. Is your headache acting up again? Ha 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 ha. Are you speaking nonsense, Sandbrat? The golden lion laughed heartily, summoning another stone pillar to strike at Crocodile once more. Futile. Crocodile bellowed, then elementalized to approach the pillar, extending his right hand to rest upon it. Erosion cycle. The parched power spread throughout the entire pillar, ultimately transforming it into yet another mound of sand from the outside in. Old monster. Is your illness forcing you to resort to such simplistic attacks? It appears you are destined to perish here today. However, what awaited Crocodile was the silence of the golden lion. The golden lion spread his arms, floating in the sky with an expression of utter boredom, his demeanor appearing somewhat despondent, before letting out a heavy sigh. Alas, how utterly tedious. I initially believed that by cooperating to the utmost, I could instill within myself a sense of suppressed urgency, yet it seems you are merely a brash little brat, relying solely on your abilities to flaunt your power across these vast seas. What did you say? Crocodile furrowed his brow, convinced that the golden lion was already at his wit's end. He thought that if he could find an opportunity to close the distance, he could effortlessly turn the golden lion into a mere desiccated husk in the desert. However, the golden lion shook his head helplessly. This is truly uninteresting. Your vision is so limited, so far removed from that time. Roger, is this the kind of rubbish that exists in the era you created? If so, I might as well bring your era to an end. The golden lion spread his arms wide and then forcefully kicked upwards, executing a slashing strike. The trajectory of this slash was absurdly off target, leaving Crocodile bewildered. Has the old monster lost his mind? Yet, in the next moment, Crocodile's expression shifted. He realized that the target of the strike was not him, but rather the floating island high above. With a swift motion, the golden lion severed a substantial portion of the floating island, which included not only land but also a significant volume of seawater. The severed piece of the island gently floated down behind the golden lion, who lit a cigar and took a slow drag, then gradually opened his arms. A simple attack? Did you think I traversed these seas solely by chance? Snap! Snap! The golden lion clapped his hands together, and the form of the floating island behind him instantly transformed. The large mass of seawater morphed into a sheer curtain of water, and beyond the curtain, the soil of the island gradually reshaped into dozens of sharp spears, culminating in a massive roaring lion's head. For me, the entire world is but a weaponry at my disposal. The golden lion swung its arms vigorously, and the spear behind the curtain of water shot forth instantaneously, splashing seawater as it passed through, rendering Crocodile unable to mount a proper defense. Positioned on the ground, Crocodile opened his right hand, condensing a small vortex of sandstorm energy within his palm, which he hurled toward the incoming spears. As the sandstorm energy was released, it gradually intensified, ultimately transforming into a powerful sandstorm that scattered the dozens of spears in disarray. A few spears veered close to Crocodile, but he deftly evaded them, save for one that grazed his forearm, leaving a shallow cut on his skin. Crocodile tore a strip from his clothing to bind around his arm, applying a makeshift tourniquet to staunch the bleeding. He gazed upward, and behind the curtain of water loomed a colossal lion's head, fashioned from earth and stone, its size rivaling that of a miniature island. The lion wore a fierce expression, its eyes fixed intently on the ground. Old monster, do you intend to conclude this battle with your next strike? Let us see if you can. Crocodile bellowed. He unleashed several torrents of sandstorm energy around him, summoning the surrounding yellow sand into the air, creating a ferocious, colossal sandstorm that engulfed the entire tomb of the former king. The user of the sand fruit became one with the swirling elements, extending his essence throughout every part of the tempest. Then, with a powerful stomp, Crocodile propelled himself into the air, riding the force of the sandstorm, which churned like a beast eager to devour everything in its path, hurtling toward the golden lion above. Meanwhile, the golden lion erupted in laughter, raising its right hand high, fingers splayed, before suddenly clawing downwards. The beast behind the curtain let out a terrifying roar. Clenching its right fist, the golden lion prepared to strike down fiercely upon the approaching sandstorm. Haha, I am the golden lion. Nearby, King Cobra of Alabasta surveyed the apocalyptic scene unfolding before him. A massive sandstorm, stretching for miles, surged upwards. The roaring giant lion plummeted from the heavens. The two forces, each capable of annihilating a small island, were on the brink of a cataclysmic clash. Both the earth and sky trembled in anticipation. The golden lion and crocodile possessed destructive power that could rival natural disasters. Kobura could hardly fathom the consequences of their confrontations. Perhaps the entire mausoleum of the former king would be annihilated by the aftermath of their battle. Yet, such considerations seemed trivial now. He silently prayed within himself that the innocent civilians would remain unscathed. At that moment, his peripheral vision caught sight of something hurtling through the sky at an astonishing speed. Turning his gaze, he discerned a glowing, dark golden speck ascending from the direction of Albana, racing toward their location with fervent haste, as if compelled to accelerate further. Just as it was about to reach the mausoleum, the speck suddenly plummeted from the heavens, landing on the ground and then dashing forward with even greater velocity. In the instant when the sandstorm and the lion were on the verge of colliding, the luminescent point leapt into the fray, crashing into the point of collision between the two forces. The light seemed to leave an ethereal afterimage in the air, rendering the speck akin to a meteor streaking through the sky. Kobura squinted. It was at that moment that the golden lion and crocodile found themselves locked in a crucial showdown, utterly oblivious to the meteor hurtling toward them. The sandstorm and the lion were merely a feint. The true lethal gambit that would determine the outcome was cleverly concealed by the two combatants. Crocodile's right hand coalesced into a massive scimitar of sand, sweeping horizontally toward the golden lion under the cover of the storm. In contrast, the golden lion, sensing the moment Crocodile made his move, detected his trajectory and, using the legendary sword Mokuku as a prosthetic limb, unleashed a strike aimed directly at Crocodile. Lion slash. Both Crocodile and the golden lion poured every ounce of their strength into their decisive blows, intent on obliterating one another. It was then that the meteor appeared, positioning itself between the golden lion and Crocodile. Only then did they realize that the meteor was, in fact, a person, with arms crossed. The figure's right hand, enveloped in a variant of armed hockey, seized Crocodile's scimitar of sand, while the fingers of the left hand exerted force, firmly restraining the blade of the legendary sword Mokuku. Lynn exhaled a breath of icy frost. Hush, when engaging in conflict within another's abode, one must maintain silence. Within the ancient royal tomb, Cobra raised his gaze to the heavens. There, lions clashed with the tempest, the violent waves of air swirling and rampaging through the sky, conjuring a storm composed of debris and sand. At the very heart of the tempest,